and that's when they'll ensure that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, purely on the basis of number, falls. Nabila.
All right, so this has come down to the number game, and this has been so right from the start. But let me quickly cut across to the live visuals coming in. Dombivli, where we're seeing many effigies of Sanjay Raut at this point being burnt down by the Shinde camp supporters. Remember, it's not just the Thackeray supporters of the Shiv Sena who are protesting, but even the Shinde supporters, Shinde camp supporters of the Shiv Sena, who are right now very angry with some of the comments made by Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut's effigy is being burnt in the Dombivli area. At this point, Sanjay Raut, of course, receiving flack from many of the Shiv Senics on ground for the comments that he made, calling these rebel MLAs as dead corpses, dead souls, and they will be, their dead bodies will come back to Mumbai. They're going to straight send those bodies to the assembly for post-mortem. These are the kind of idioms that Sanjay Raut really made at this point, not going down too well with the Shinde camp supporters. Quite clearly, insulting statements that were made. So far, what we saw was the Shinde camp. None of the MLAs spoke anything derogatory or against Uddhav Thackeray, particularly, or the Thackeray camp. It was all along only on the ideology that they were upset with. At this point, with Sanjay Raut making those points, it's really come across, it's not gone down well among the Shinde supporters who are now burning effigies of Sanjay Raut in the Dombivli area. Ashutosh joining us more on that. Ashutosh, over to you. What do you see right behind you? What's the sentiments of those Shinde camp supporters on ground?
Well, till day before yesterday, Nabila, we have seen Shiv Senics unleashing violence on Shinde supporters, and since yesterday we have seen the Shinde camp is also showing their strength. So in these images you're seeing Eknath Shinde's son, who's a member of parliament from Thane district, Shrikant Shinde, marching out with his supporters to the Samadhi of Anand Dighe, the veteran Sena leader, and who was very close to Bala Saheb Thackeray. Anand Dighe is the political guru of Eknath Shinde, and this show of strength that you're seeing, in fact, what we're hearing that Eknath Shinde supporter group also burned effigy of Sanjay Raut. Remember, Sanjay Raut has been really very vocal on the rebels, including Eknath Shinde. And today what you're seeing, the show of strength in Thane. Thane is the bastion district of Eknath Shinde. Anand Dighe, who was looking after this entire, one of the largest district of Maharashtra, and his legacy was followed by Eknath Shinde. But now, since we are seeing the rebel, here it is a show of strength. In fact, day before yesterday, he also hit the street with the supporters. And today you're seeing these live march visuals from Anand Ashram, the permanent residential address of Anand Dighe, and from there they're marching to the Samadhi Sthal of Anand Dighe, and that is the show of strength you're seeing in Thane, in Maharashtra. Dombivli, the supporters burned the effigy of Sanjay Raut, and that's the full battle of optics that you're seeing, because when it comes to the legislative or the legal battle, the final word will, of course, the court will have the final verdict. But for now, it is also over the control of the party, that who controls the party. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray calling the national executive, where all the powers to take action was handed over to Uddhav Thackeray. And clearly, when such a situation comes, there will be further challenge for Eknath Shinde. But if you have this annex, remember, first it was Uddhav Thackeray appealing to the workers. There you saw Eknath Shinde issuing emotional appeal. So clearly, unless you reach out to the cadre, and remember the Shiv Sena, which is a party of cadre with an ideology driven and revolves around Bala Saheb Thackeray's political legacy and his image. So clearly, when the stakes are high, the full optics, and particularly the cadre, which is really important for both the Uddhav Thackeray camp and the rebel camp. So let's try to have a word from Shrikant Shinde, who's the member of parliament from Thane district.
और किसी को दे
श्रीकांत जी, चैलेंज
Shrikant शिवसेना किसकी होगी?
हमारे जिला अरे एक मिनट आप हट जाइए
श्रीकांत, शिवसेना किसकी होगी जिस तरह की लड़ाई हम देख रहे हैं?
आपका डिमांड क्या है?
शिवसेना जो है वो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की है और हम जो है वो शिवसैनिक आज भी है। इतने बड़े पैमाने पर जो है वो शिवसैनिक यहाँ पर आए हैं और हम लोग सभी लोग आज जो है दिगे साहब के समाधि पर जो है वो दर्शन कर रहे हैं।
बगावत का अंत कहाँ तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहाँ?
बगावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है।
आपने श्रीकांत शिंदे को सुना, ठाणे जिला से सांसद हैं और एकनाथ शिंदे के बेटे हैं। काफ़ी कम उम्र में जो उन्होंने नेतृत्व पिता की विरासत को आगे संभाला है। देखा आपने सीधे सीधे जवाब दिया कि ये बगावत नहीं है, ये एक विरासत को आगे ले जाने की लड़ाई है, लेकिन अब ये वर्चस्व की लड़ाई बनती है। और जब ऐसी लड़ाइयाँ होती हैं तो कानून से ज़्यादा, विधानसभाओं से ज़्यादा ऐसी लड़ाइयाँ सड़क पर मिलती हैं। There you heard Gaurav, the son of Eknath Shinde. Clearly, these are the massive support that you're seeing in Thane, and this has to be because remember, all his through the life, Eknath Shinde worked for the people. Remember what we hear from the people here who are very close to Shiv Sena and the Sakas, where largely whenever there was some need, it was always Eknath Shinde who stood for them, and that's exactly why he has that support at the grassroots, at the cadre. But what is main concern also largely what we're hearing amongst the Shiv Sena, that they are still apprehensive because they could be staunch supporter of Eknath Shinde in their personal capacity, but largely being at the cadre of Shiv Sena, what it matters then there is ultimately some sort of confusion and the apprehension that who will lead the party, what will be the future, is there a leadership crisis? Because remember, if they are seen today with one camp and if there is a further change in the, this entire picture, then clearly they face that there could be, because all the cadre at last they have certain political ambition, so that giving them some dilemma amongst the cadre, and largely that you see the millions of the supporters, you only barely see few hundred siding, be it the Uddhav Thackeray camp or the Eknath Shinde. There are only in few hundred numbers that are coming out on the streets, engaging into protest against each other from the camp. That exactly picture you have seen from Uddhav Thackeray camp.
At this point, we do know that the Shinde Sena has been requesting for additional security deployment for their family members. In fact, Shrikant Shinde's offices, we believe, were vandalized. He was threatened by many of the Shiv Senics resting their allegiance with the Thackeray clan. At this point, what's the mood that you see around there? Do you see additional police deployment around Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son?
Absolutely, absolutely. He is totally being guarded by Maharashtra police personnel. In fact, this was very difficult in the march to even reach him out. And just not Eknath Shinde, all the rebels MLAs have been provided security. In fact, yesterday when I visited his camp office in Ulhasnagar, that despite after the violence, perhaps now it is being guarded. So there's a massive security. If you see all the Shiv Sena Sakas which are controlled under Eknath Shinde, be the family members, and he's being also the member of parliament. You just have a glimpse of the security periphery that Eknath Shinde is enjoying. Look at that. So there you see at least 8 to 10 security personnel from Maharashtra police are guarding. So that's the kind of arrangement, because if there are any mishappening, any expenditure happens, clearly there will be total onus and blame on the Uddhav Thackeray government. And of course, the kind of violence they have seen from the Shiv Sainik, there was a blame game massively, and the government was on back foot. And that's clearly now the learn you heard from the Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil, also the DGP of Maharashtra, that adequate security arrangements. So that's not to be seen really a matter of concern at the moment, because they have learned the lesson, and post-violence we are seeing those kinds of arrangements. But other side, that's the political battle that's playing with its full speed here on the street of Thane. And these, the one of the largest districts where you have Kalyan, Dombivli, Ulhasnagar, so multiple municipal corporations as well. As this being largest district, you will see the supporters soon, because what we're hearing in Dombivli, effigy of Sanjay Raut was burned. Here, this march is already in these live images. So clearly, the Shinde faction of Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sainik, the local, in fact, one of the local district president of Shiv Sena also tendered the resignation, and subsequently Shiv Sena also fired him. So, all are trying to mobilize. Remember, the party like Shiv Sena, it only thrives on the cadre's strength. So, one side you have seen the emotional appeal from Uddhav Thackeray, the other side, the Eknath Shinde camp also issuing one after one another appeal. But
some big news coming in. Stay with us, Ashutosh. Sanjay Raut has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in a case related to Praveen Rawat and Patra Chaul land scam case. Some of the properties had been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of this Maharashtra political meltdown. Sanjay Raut, the Man Friday of Uddhav Thackeray, the poster boy of the Shiv Sena, the mothership of the Shiv Sena at this point, Sanjay Raut has been summoned by Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in a case related to Praveen Raut and Patra Chaul land scam case. Some of the properties has already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. In fact, I have with me Executive Editor Gaurav Samant also to give us some inputs on that. Gaurav, at a time when Sanjay Raut has been harping on the fact that the BJP is using ED to arm twist many of those rebel MLAs to take their side and break the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. Right at that point, we see the ED summons coming the way of Sanjay Raut.
So Sanjay Raut, in fact, it's not just Sanjay Raut, but several Shiv Sena and apart from the opposition leaders have said that Enforcement Directorate, CBI, Income Tax Department, they are being misused by the Narendra Modi government to arm twist people into submission, to arm twist opposition into submission. And he said this about Eknath Shinde and others, that the rebels have gone on the other side because they are under pressure from the government. But he too now is in the line of fire and has been for some time. So there is this allegation of misuse of Enforcement Directorate, CBI, Income Tax Department. But then there are also these cases that are pending against those leaders. Enforcement Directorate and Income Tax Department and the Central Bureau of Investigation at different points of time have said that they are carrying their investigations forward. And another aspect, if you notice, Shiv Sena has maintained all the rebel leaders who went to Guwahati, all the cases against them suddenly were put either on the back burner or clean chits have been promised to them if the Maha Vikas Aghadi government collapses. So this is very, very interesting at this point of time, where you virtually see the beginning of a fratricidal war, Sena versus Sena on the streets. It's starting from Thane. Does it actually expand to other parts of Maharashtra? Remains to be seen at this point of time.
At this point, the timing of the ED summons will certainly raise a lot of questions. In fact, I have with me joining us Ritwik as well. Ritwik getting us those details of this ED summons. Ritwik, over to you. Sanjay Raut now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in a case related to Praveen Raut and Patra Chaul land scam case. Could you elaborate for us exactly what are the allegations in this case, which the ED has now taken interest right amid the political crisis in Maharashtra?
Yes, Nabila, this was about to come, and we are seeing that Sanjay Raut has been summoned by ED for tomorrow in a case which was related to Patra Chaul. Patra Chaul is a big chaul in Goregaon area where Wadhwa has taken over, and they were about to do a redevelopment project in which there are some transactions which are in question of ED. And Praveen Raut, who is the prime accused of the case, there are allegations that Varsha Raut, the wife of Sanjay Raut, was accused of some transactions of involvement in these transactions from Praveen Raut wives and Varsha Raut. So there this link has been found, and ED has already summoned Varsha Raut. She had come forward ED and they were questioned earlier also, but then FIR was filed and then ACB also intervened, and now Sanjay Raut property had also been seized in this case. There was some properties in Alibag area where the land which is owned by Raut family has been seized. It is in the name of Varsha Raut, and all these linkages have led to the amount of huge transaction which ED is investigating for last 6 months. Now the time has come that ED has summoned Sanjay Raut for the same case, the questioning and the investigation of the same case. And Sanjay Raut, after going all out against BJP and rebel MLAs, he's been accusing and he's been making statements which are really objectionable. And after that, we have seen this coming that Sanjay Raut has been called upon by ED tomorrow in Mumbai office.
Right, any word that's come from the Raut family at the moment? And I'd like you to elaborate to us exactly what are the allegations in this case. Is Sanjay Raut's involvement directly in this land deal is what the ED is suspecting? Ritwik, can you hear me? Are we looking at Sanjay Raut's direct involvement in this land scam?
Yes,
Is that what the suspicion is for the Enforcement Directorate?
Yeah, that's the point needed to be investigated by ED, because earlier Sanjay Raut had stated that he has no direct involvement. There was only a transaction of 50 to 55 lakhs on the name of his wife Varsha Raut and wife of Praveen Raut, who is the prime accused in this case. He has been arrested, and the questioning of the CA of Praveen Raut, it has revealed that there were transactions which are unaccountable. They couldn't give the source of this transaction, and that was the reason he was called upon. But Sanjay Raut has also stated that they have returned back the money, they have paid it back to the Praveen Raut, and after that they don't have any direct connection with this case, especially with the Patra Chaul and the allegations which are made against Wadhwa. But now we can see that ED is still to question the Raut family, especially Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut. So for that, Sanjay Raut has been summoned by ED for tomorrow.
Well, this is a big blow undoubtedly to Sanjay Raut. At this point, when we're looking at the Maharashtra political situation dilapidating, in fact, the Mahavikas Aghadi government itself at a brink of collapse, Sanjay Raut, the man who is firefighting this entire crisis right from day one, standing firm with his leader Uddhav Thackeray, now faces ED summons. And not just him, his family members as well. This is a case related to Praveen Raut and Patra Chaul land scam case, where his wife's involvement is also suspected. Some of the properties of Sanjay Raut has already been attached earlier as well by the Enforcement Directorate. But the question remains the timing of the ED summons. Gaurav with me on that as well. Gaurav, you know, one can't help but ask the Enforcement Directorate, taking keen interest in Sanjay Raut's irregularities in property transaction, just at a time when they're all set to prove their majority on the floor of the House. And let me remind you, there are a couple of ED cases against a few rebel MLAs as well, who's with the Shinde camp. So no summons have gone to them as yet.
This investigation has been on for some time, and Varsha Raut has been summoned earlier. She's been spoken to earlier. 8 parcels of land, and plus a flat in Dadar that's been seized earlier. This is alleged to be a 1,034 crore rupee alleged scam. That is the allegation of the Enforcement Directorate. They're investigating a scam. They're seeking certain information. They're seeking certain papers. And Sanjay Raut has reacted to it even earlier. When the story broke, Sanjay Raut had said, if you want, you can shoot me. If you want, you can seize my property. But I'm Balasaheb Thakray's soldier. I will continue to fight and I will continue to prove my innocence. Varsha Raut, his wife, Praveen Raut, a very close aide of his, the Enforcement Directorate wants clarity from them on this alleged scam. But we are getting the first reaction from Priyanka Chaturvedi, the deputy leader of the Shiv Sena in Rajya Sabha, who's actually, reacted to our colleague Polimi Saha giving out these details. And Priyanka Chaturvedi has said that the Enforcement Directorate is actually showing its param bhakti to the Narendra Modi government. So, the Enforcement Directorate is in the line of the Shiv Sena fire for the timing of these summons, with Priyanka Chaturvedi saying that it's the param bhakti of the Enforcement Directorate to the Narendra Modi government.
Well, undoubtedly, a reaction was warranted from Priyanka Chaturvedi at this point. But Gaurav, this is exactly what these are the points that the Shiv Sena is making right from the start, that ED, IT, CBI are central agencies used by the BJP, the central government, to try and arm twist if they don't align with the BJP. At this point, Sanjay Raut receiving ED summons raises a lot of questions on the intention of the Enforcement Directorate, who so far call themselves independent, sans any influence from any political party. But clearly, well, bunch of the rebel camp MLAs, a few of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde camp MLAs at this point also have ED cases on them, which they're still fighting. But no summons has come to them so far. Sanjay Raut receives a summons.
भाजपा से परम भक्ति का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण पेश करती हुई ED department. This is what has been just put out by Priyanka Chaturvedi, the deputy leader of the Shiv Sena in Rajya Sabha. भाजपा भारतीय जनता पार्टी से परम भक्ति का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण पेश करती हुई ईडी डिपार्टमेंट. दिस इज प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी इन रिस्पॉन्स टू इंडिया टुडे's Polami Saha breaking the story that Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in the case related to Praveen Raut and the Patra Chaul land scam. Some of his properties have been attached by the ED earlier. Devesh breaking this big story on India Today. So very clearly, it's a series of actions that are being taken in this case. Now, Patra Chaul is a 1,034 crore rupee, and it's a huge land scam, alleged land scam in Maharashtra, to which Sanjay Raut had said earlier, I'm not scared. Seize my property, shoot me, send me to jail. But I am Balasaheb Thackeray's Shiv Sainik, and I will fight till the end. 8 parcels of land were attached by the Enforcement Directorate, plus a flat in Dadar. Varsha Raut, Sanjay Raut's wife, has been questioned. Praveen Raut, an aide, is in the line of fire for a PMLA case. It's Prevention of Money Laundering Act case, which is currently being investigated, Nabila.
Right. At this point, Ritvik is, of course, tracking those developments there. Ritvik, we're looking at the Enforcement Directorate issuing summons. This comes at a time, to remind our viewers, that the rebel camp MLAs, the Shiv Sena MLAs, 2 of them, one is Yamini Yadav and Pratap Sarnaik, both of them are facing ED summons. In fact, Yamini Yadav is facing an IT case, while Pratap Sarnaik is right now facing an ED case. But no summons has been issued so far to any of the Shinde camp MLAs. At this point, Sanjay Raut is the man who faces ED summons. Ritvik, could you give some clarity a little more on the case that Sanjay Raut is involved in as he faces the ED summons, with Priyanka Chaturvedi also now jumping in to call the Enforcement Directorate and its summons to Sanjay Raut a great bid of devotion to the BJP?
Yes, absolutely. Sanjay Raut, in yesterday's speech in the Shiv Sena Melawa in Dahisar, he categorically stated that ED is behind why all the rebel MLAs are reaching Guwahati. Since last evening, yesterday, we saw Minister Uday Samant also reaching Guwahati, and he also mentioned why MLA Pratap Sarnaik from Thane and also MLA from Bhaikala, Yamini Jadhav, whose husband, who is also standing committee chairman of BMC, was raided by income tax department, was given summons by ED. He categorically said that ED is behind all this, and there's some washing machine in Delhi where
stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, speaking to the media.
प्रॉपरली सगळ्या चांगल्या प्रकारे पाहते आणि कशा प्रकारे या सगळ्या गोष्टी घडत आहेत आणि जेव्हा पायाखालची वाळू सरकते तेव्हा या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्या बाहेर येत असतात तोंडातून.
त्यांनी असं म्हटलं आहे की 40 जे आहेत ते रेडे आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी पाठवलेले आहेत आणि कामख्या मंदिरामध्ये जी आहे ती रेड्यांची बळी दिली जाते असा उल्लेख देखील केला आहे.
हेच बोलतोय की महाराष्ट्राची ही संस्कृती नाही, महाराष्ट्राची जनता हे सगळ्या प्रकारे चांगल्या प्रकारे बघते आणि कशा प्रकारे उत्तर जे आहे ते येणाऱ्या भविष्यामध्ये ती महाराष्ट्राची जनता देईल.
जे 40 विधायक आहेत ते मेले आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला आहे, त्यांची फक्त बॉडीज आहे जी इथे येणार आहे.
मला जास्त याच्यावरती बोलायचं नाही. आता त्यांच्या तोंडामधून जे काय पडतं त्याला प्रत्येक गोष्टीला मी उत्तरच दिलं पाहिजे आणि मला वाटतं कोणी इकडे जो उभा आहे कोणी इंटरेस्टेड नसेल.
पण शिवसेनेचं पुढचं पाऊल कसं असेल, कारण आज रस्त्यावर उतरून
आज कोर्टामध्ये आपली लढाई आहे आणि ती कोर्टातली लढाई जी आहे ही कोर्टातली लढाई आम्ही चांगल्या प्रकारे जिंकू आणि याच्यानंतर जे आहे हे सगळे जे आमदार त्या ठिकाणी आहेत ते सगळे आमदार ठरवणार आहेत काय करायचं पुढचं पाऊल.
एकनाथ शिंदे यांचा गट कोणासोबत जाऊ शकतो?
ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्या नंतरच्या गोष्टी आहेत, ते आमदार सगळे आहेत आता ते एकत्र आहेत. आज ते एकत्र मिळून सगळं एक डिसिजन घेतील आणि पुढे काय होईल ते आपल्याला कळेल.
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का? मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, is speaking there. He, of course, takes up for his father at this point as we see a total show of strength in Thane, the bastion of Eknath Shinde, where we see large numbers of his supporters, Shiv Seniks, and extensively the constituents of that Legislative Assembly seat, who have come forward to show faith and trust in Eknath Shinde in large numbers. And this comes amid all that backlash from the primary Shiv Sena cadre who are loyal to the Thackeray clan, who've been on a rampage, quite literally. Violence and arson reported from a few parts of Maharashtra, extensively in Mumbai, as they condemn the Eknath Shinde camp for breaking away and pulling off support from the Thackeray family. At this point, we're looking at a counter-protest from the Eknath Shinde supporters itself in Thane, who've come out to stand firmly with Eknath Shinde and camp to say that they will support him to the end. That Eknath Shinde itself is their true leader. Those are the images that we saw, while this the shot that we see on our screens here is one of those supporters of Eknath Shinde burning the effigy of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, the poster boy of the Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, he has made some really distasteful comments, calling these rebels as dead bodies. At this point, clearly that comment has not gone down well with Eknath Shinde supporters. Now they're taking to the streets protesting, burning effigies of Sanjay Raut. I'm going to quickly cut across to Munish Pandey joining us to give us an understanding on the ED summons right now that Sanjay Raut has attracted. Munish, this is an old case, is what we believe, against Sanjay Raut. It's now come right in the middle. The ED summons has come right in the middle of this Maharashtra political meltdown, just at a time that the Maharashtra Govt will have to prove their strength on the floor of the House. It appears just in time is when the ED summons has come in. And also give us some understanding on the rebel camp MLAs. Two of them, we believe, Yamini Jadhav and Pratap Sarnaik, also have ED cases on them, but no summons has come to them as yet. I'm going to try and patch Munish Pandey at this point, but here the visuals that we see here clearly speaks for itself. Eknath Shinde also has the kind of clout that one would imagine, particularly in the Thane area. This is his home bastion. Quite naturally, he's going to have overwhelming support. And of course, 100% backing from the people of his constituency. And that's what we see here, with many of them objecting to the words that Sanjay Raut made when calling the rebel camp MLAs as dead bodies, saying that the moment the dead bodies come back to Mumbai, we will send them to the assembly for post-mortem. These are the words that he said. But, you know, Gaurav, at this point, Sanjay Raut making those comments, calling them dead bodies, etc. Time and again, our reporters have also said that this is the true nature of the Shiv Sena. Doesn't seem like that really resonates with the true Shiv Senics on ground, though.
So, this is actually Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde is as much Shiv Sena as Sanjay Raut is, frankly. But Sanjay Raut has clarified his Zinda Lash comment, saying that Zinda Lash is not a threat to these 40 Shiv Sena MLAs. It's a metaphor. It's a matter of speaking that their conscience is dead. The fact that they are now, despite having got everything from Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena, from Bala Sahib Thackeray, worked 2.5 years under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray with the Maharashtra Govt, they've now suddenly, as the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp puts it, changed their BAP to the BJP, and that's the big fight that is happening. But as you very rightly pointed out, a series of comments made by Sanjay Raut have been seen as rather distasteful, where he's saying that Shiv Senics have now taken to the streets. They're waiting for a single order, a single instruction.
Gaurav, quickly cutting across to BJP's first reaction on Sanjay Raut's ED summons. Ram Kadam in conversation with my colleague Pankaj.
हाँ। महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में इतना कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन हैरानी की बात तो यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस वक्त चुप्पी साधे हुए है। आखिर भाजपा कैंप में हो क्या रहा है? हमारे साथ इस वक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता राम कदम जी मौजूद हैं, जो अपनी बातों को बेबाक तरीके से रखने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि शिवसेना के नेता संजय राउत को ईडी का समन चला गया है। ये तो पूरा ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड लग रहा है। आखिर हो क्या रहा है?
नहीं, जब किसी भी प्रकार के आर्थिक गैर व्यवहार सामने आएंगे और पुख्ता कागजात के साथ सामने आएंगे, क्योंकि कभी भी ईडी की कोई कार्रवाई रातों रात नहीं होती, कई दिनों का अध्ययन उन कागजात का होता है, उसके पश्चात वे कार्रवाई करती है। तो इस कार्रवाई को हम अन्यथा लेने के बजाय जिन्हें भी ईडी का समन्स आता है वे उन सवालों का जवाब दे। सवालों से यदि कोई छुपता है तो उसका स्पष्ट अर्थ यह है कि उनके हाथ कहीं ना कहीं काले हैं।
इसके पीछे राजनीति तो नहीं? इस वक्त महाराष्ट्र का करंट पॉलिटिकल जो क्राइसिस चल रहा है वो तो नहीं?
जब पुख्ता कागजातों के आधार पर ईडी कार्रवाई करे तो उस कार्रवाई के साथ हम उसे सियासत क्यों जोड़ें? क्या देश के लोग क्या चाहते हैं कि कोई बड़ा नेता है करके उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं हो? यह बदला हुआ भारत है और कोई भी जांच एजेंसी के सामने वे कौन से दल का है, कौन से धर्म का है, कौन से पंथ का है, छोटा है, बड़ा है, यह देख करके कार्रवाई हो या उसके पुख्ता कागजात, उसने किस प्रकार के आर्थिक गैर व्यवहार किए हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो। तो ये बदले हुए भारत में आदमी नहीं देखा जाएगा, उसका दल नहीं देखा जाएगा, छोटा बड़ा नहीं देखा जाएगा। यदि उसने गलत किया है तो उन बातों का जवाब उसे देना होगा। कानून अपना काम करेगा।
पूरा देश इस वक्त देख रहा है कि किस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में इस वक्त घमासान मचा हुआ है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी है, आपकी भी जिम्मेदारी बनती है। हर रोज हम देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से फडणवीस जी के घर में मीटिंग्स हो रही हैं, लेकिन अंदर क्या हो रहा है कुछ पता नहीं लग रहा है। चुप्पी साधे हुए है भाजपा कैंप, क्या हो रहा है?
रूटीन चल रहा है। जो हमारी दल की जो रूटीन बैठकें होती है वह बैठकें चल रही है। ये तो मीडिया को लग रहा है।
नहीं, इधर तो शिंदे कैंप कह रहा है कि सरकार माइनॉरिटी में आ गई है, उन्होंने समर्थन ही नहीं दिया है। ऐसे में आप क्या करेंगे? व्हाट इज योर नेक्स्ट प्लान ऑफ एक्शन?
देखिए, इस विषय में हम कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करेंगे। हमारे प्रांत के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय चंद्रकांत दादा पाटिल कह चुके हैं कि यह पूरी तरह से उनका, उस दल का निजी मामला है। इस निजी मामले से वे अपने निपटे, इससे हमारा कोई ना लेना ना कोई देना है।
लेकिन भाजपा पे आरोप लग रहे हैं ना, शिवसेना तो कह रही है ये जो पूरा प्रकरण है इट इज ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड बाय भारतीय जनता पार्टी। महीनों से आपने इसको स्ट्रेटेजाइज किया, स्टेट में आप बिल्कुल अस्थिरता फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जितने एमएलएज हैं उनको बागी बनाया, सूरत ले गए, चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट करी, उन्हें गुवाहाटी ले गए, 50-50 करोड़ देने की बातें भी सामने आ रही हैं। ये कहा जा रहा है जो वापस आ रहे हैं उनको आपने किडनैप, दबाव में रखा है। कुछ तो भाजपा कहना चाहेगी, आरोप गंभीर है।
क्या है, ये लोगों का ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश है। ये खुद की विफलता, खुद के विधायकों की नाराजगी, इस पर वे चिंतन करते, इस पर आत्मचिंतन करके उसका क्या सही रास्ता है इसकी चर्चा करते, इस पर मंथन करते। पर ना इन्हें खुद की खामियों का मंथन करना है, ना उन खामियों को वे स्वीकार करना चाहते हैं। उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है, जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारे नेताओं की ओर करे। तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है। निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे, हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये हमारे शीर्षस्थ नेता इसके पूर्व ही कह चुके हैं।
आपके नेताओं के ऊपर बिल्कुल कमेंट्स किए जा रहे हैं। देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के लिए कहा है कि इस पूरे मामले से वो बाहर रहें, जो उनकी बची कुची इंटेग्रिटी है उस पर ध्यान दें।
यदि इस प्रकार की टिप्पणी कोई देता है तो यह स्पष्ट करता है कि हमारे विपक्ष के नेता आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के बारे में उनके मन में एक भय है। और भय का कारण यह है कि आज भी महाराष्ट्र की जनता एक मुख्यमंत्री पद का सही दावेदार जो 2019 में उन्होंने चुना था वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को ही चुना था। ये तो तीन दल जो एक दूसरे के सामने लड़कर झगड़कर चुन के आए थे, और विशेष तौर पे शिवसेना दल, जिस दल के विधायकों ने मोदी जी का फोटो अपने बैनर में दिखा करके, वो तो लोगों ने मोदी जी का चेहरा देख करके उनको चुन के दिया था। यानी मोदी जी का चेहरा देख करके शिवसेना के लोग चुन करके आए, पर सत्ता साझा दूसरे के साथ करे, ऐसे लोगों के साथ करे जो हिंदुत्व के विरोधी है। तो इसलिए आज भी महाराष्ट्र की जनता सही मायने में देवेंद्र जी को ही मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देखती है। विपक्ष के नेता के तौर पे उनका जो वर्तमान काम है वो सराहने जैसा है, बहुत ही उसकी तारीफ पूरे महाराष्ट्र में हो रही, इस बात को हम नकार नहीं सकते। फिर से मैं पुनः कहूंगा कि हम किसी भी दल के निजी झगड़े के या संघर्ष के बारे में हम कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहते।
अच्छा, ये बता दीजिए, देवेंद्र फडणवीस और एकनाथ शिंदे की गुजरात में मुलाकात हुई थी क्या?
ये सारी मीडिया की या कुछ लोगों की मनगढ़ंत बातें हैं। जिस दल के साथ उनके ही अपने नेता उन पर नाराज है, तो दल के कुछ बचे कुचे नेताओं की ये मजबूरी है कि उनकी विफलता वो और किसी के सर पे मारे। तो ये उनकी मनगढ़ंत कहानियां हैं, इसमें कोई तथ्य नहीं है।
आखिरी सवाल मेरा ये है, महीनों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये कहती आ रही है कि अघाड़ी सरकार ने स्टेट के डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स को स्टॉल कर दिया है, कोई काम ही नहीं हो रहा था। अब तो देखिए, शिंदे कैंप खुद कह रहा है कि सरकार माइनॉरिटी में आ गई है। अब तो आपके सामने मौका है, अब तो पत्ते खोलिए, क्या होने वाला है आगे?
देखिए, क्षमा चाहूंगा, अपनी पहले इसकी पूर्व बात हुई थी कि आप ईडी समन्स और ईडी की कार्रवाई पर हम चर्चा करेंगे। मैं किसी दल के किसी गुट के कैंप के बारे में हम चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, वो उनका निजी मामला है। हाँ, पर इस बात को महाराष्ट्र की जनता और देश की जनता स्वीकार करती है कि जो आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के कार्यकाल में मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद से उनके नेतृत्व में जो काम डेवलपमेंट के शुरू हुए, विगत 2.5-3 साल में ठप है। चारों ओर क्या दिख रहा है? वसूली दिख रही है। चारों ओर क्या दिख रहा है? लोगों के ट्रांसफर में करोड़ों रुपए लिए जा रहे हैं। यानी तबादलों में तुम करोड़ों रुपया लोगे। 100 करोड़ की वसूली इस देश में देखी। किस प्रकार से दिन दहाड़े जो गवाह है उनका मर्डर किया जाता है, ये इस देश ने देखा। पालघर के साधु हत्याकांड के साधुओं की चीख, उनकी किलकारियां अभी भी ये देश भूला नहीं है। अहंकार को लेकर किस तरह से लोगों को जेल में डाला जाता है, किस तरह लोगों के घर दफ्तर तोड़े जाते हैं, ये अहंकार का रूप ये 3 दलों का देखा है। तो एक ओर देवेंद्र फडणवीस भाजपा का विकास का काम और दूसरी ओर उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में अहंकार, अपने सत्ता का गैर उपयोग, सेना का फौजी आदमी है जिसका सम्मान सलूट करके करना चाहिए, उसके घर पे भी घुसकर उससे मारापीटी करना, ये जो दुर्व्यवहार एक तरफ देखा है। तो दोनों अगर चित्रों को हम देखें तो निश्चित तौर पे महाराष्ट्र की जनता आज भी चाहती है, अतीत में भी चाहती है और वर्तमान के बाद जो भविष्य आएगा उसमें भी चाहेगी कि भाजपा का ही चित्र वो पसंद करती है। ये तो इन्होंने दगाबाजी करके सत्ता में आए हैं।
सरकार बचेगी?
इस पर हमारी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। कैमरा पर्सन महेश मौर्य के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई आज।
All right, there you have Ram Kadam there, very clearly stating that it's for the ED to carry out their investigation in a land scam case. These are grave allegations against Sanjay Raut. Pankaj Upadhyay there, bringing the first reaction of the BJP in Maharashtra. Gaurav, Ram Kadam, who's a BJP MLA in Maharashtra, has tried to clarify, saying that he has nothing to do, or the BJP has nothing to do with Enforcement Directorate's investigation into corruption allegations against Sanjay Raut. They're doing their duty. The timing of it is not for him to respond. But apart from that, speaking a bit on the political turmoil in the state of Maharashtra, he very clearly says the Maha Vikas Aghadi union was an unholy one. It was never to last, and that's why we're seeing it crumbling at this point. So it's no surprises to them. And at any given point, the BJP is ready to take over if they have the support.
You know, you're absolutely right. The BJP is waiting in the wings. And when the BJP says that they have nothing to do with it, the Maha Vikas Aghadi actually says that the BJP is orchestrating and micromanaging every statement, every move that is being taken by the Eknath Shinde Sena in Guwahati. And that is why whether it's the Congress or the NCP or the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, they are saying that why is it that the rebels have gone from one BJP state to the other? They first went to Gujarat, then they went to Guwahati, because that is where the BJP is in complete control of the situation. But the fact that they're also pointing out is this is something that they're actually trying to hit back on.
All right, we have some big news coming in at this point. Uddhav Thackeray strips rebels of their ministries. Now, this is, at this point, it seems like a futile exercise because we are already seeing a truncated cabinet. The cabinet has already fallen apart with close to 8 of the ministers joining hands with the Shinde camp. At this point, the cabinet itself does not exist. But nonetheless, Uddhav Thackeray, using all his strings, the last left of his power, he has now stripped all those ministers of their ministries. This is Uddhav Thackeray using his powers at the last moment, whatever left that he, whatever remains with him as powers, he's using them to strip those ministers of their ministries, those who belong to the Shinde camp. Paulami Saha joining me on this. Paulami, we're seeing a truncated cabinet. The cabinet of Maharashtra no longer exists, with close to 8 of the ministers already joining hands with the Shinde camp. Now Uddhav Thackeray stripping them from their ministries. Does that really add to the woes of the Shinde camp, or they right now care less?
Well, Nabila, it doesn't bother the Eknath Shinde camp, because what they are proceeding towards is the formation of a new government in the alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So these are steps that they know will be taken against them. More than their ministries being, of course, taken away from them, they're not obviously quite bothered about that. They are more bothered about being disqualified from the Legislative Assembly. So they have all of their hopes pinned today on the Supreme Court of India, because if they stand disqualified, 16 of these rebel MLAs, that immediately brings down the size of this group, and they will not be able to then, of course, vote in the floor test, which will then be ordered, and hence, the purpose of this entire rebellion, so to say, will fall apart. So that is the only concern that they have right now, that the disqualification shouldn't happen, and that's exactly why they've approached the Supreme Court of India even before that deadline to respond to their summons comes to an end today at 5:30 p.m. because they want the Supreme Court to put a stay on that. So all of this stripping of ministries, giving away of the charges that the 9 ministers who are with Eknath Shinde right now held previously, is something which they anticipated. These are moves that don't bother them as much.
Undoubtedly. And you know what, Kamlesh Sutar also joins us on the phone line for a little understanding. Kamlesh, right now, Uddhav Thackeray is using whatever left of his powers. He's stripping those ministers who are right now with the Shinde camp off their ministries. Does that mean anything at this point of time? We know that this is his last-ditch effort to save whatever he's got, but clearly, since the numbers are stacked against him, doesn't seem like this exercise will really bear fruit.
Nabila, let me first, tell you what action Uddhav Thackeray has taken. This is an important development. Uddhav Thackeray is stripping off. Uddhav Thackeray getting into action mode. He has stripped off his ministries, especially the rebel ministers of all the ministries that are with them. Eknath Shinde, especially Eknath Shinde's charge has been given to someone who is very close to Uddhav Thackeray. It is given to Subhash Desai. And the Chief Minister's office, in a press release that has been issued just a while before, they say that the work, especially given the onset of monsoons, works should not stop. People should not get affected. The administrative work should not be stalled, and hence he has decided, as per the Maharashtra State Government Rules 6A and 6E, that empowers him to give away the charges of ministers in their absence, or in absence of illness or other reasons where they are not able to conduct their duties. It can be handed over to someone else. All the ministers, important ministers, have been stripped off. All the rebels. Remember, 9 rebels ministers are with Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde's urban development and important portfolio of urban development has been given to Subhash Desai. Gulabrao Patil's water supply ministry has been given to Anil Parab. Dada Bhuse's agriculture ministry has been, and Sandipan Bumre's ministry has been given to Yashwantrao Gadak. And Uday Samant's Higher and Technical Education Ministry now will be with Aditya Thackeray. Similarly, all the MOS, Minister of State's charges have been taken away. Shambhuraj Desai, who is the Home Minister, MOS Home, his charge has been given to NCP's Sanjay Bansode. That is very important. It has also been given to Vishwajit Kadam, other charges, and Satej Patil. Ajendra Yadravkar, whom we saw very vocal in support of Eknath Shinde, his charges have been given to, again, Vishwajit Kadam, Prajakta Tanpure, and Satej Patil, Aditi Thackeray of the NCP and Congress here. Abdul Sattar's ministry has been given to Prajakta Tanpure, Satej Patil, and Sunil and Aditi Thackeray, again from the NCP. So most of the departments have been given to Congress and NCP of the MOS, and the cabinet ministries have been kept with the Shiv Sena. Clearly, Uddhav Thackeray cracking the whip now. We've seen the Shiv Sena getting into action mode slowly, and now stripping off all the ministers of their ministry, giving their charges to someone else. He's trying to send across a message that the Uddhav Thackeray camp is not taking it lying down. They are taking action and cracking the whip on the rebels.
Right. Kamlesh, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Mustafa Sheikh also, who's currently in Mumbai reporting on this. Mustafa, while we're looking at the battle that's reached the Supreme Court, the apex court, it seems like Uddhav Thackeray has not lost faith in his own governance. He's acting so swiftly, using all his cards to crack down on these rebel MLAs at this point. He's showing that he still has the strength. He is the chief minister even up till date. At this point, he definitely has the powers to strip them of their ministries. He's executing those powers, but not too sure if those powers will remain in the next 24 hours. Shinde camp all set to now come to Mumbai is what we hear. Well, the buzz is that they will come to Mumbai in the next 24 hours. But yeah, give us an understanding on the ministries that have been stripped off and who has those ministries been given to now?
We all know that this entire issue has now gone to the Supreme Court. What Uddhav Thackeray is trying to send out a message to the MLAs which are with the Eknath Shinde camp is that they are losing out, and that's something which he's trying to, as the time stretches, more and more MLAs who are in Guwahati will be at unease because they thought that it will be easy to topple the MVA government and then form a government with the BJP, but it doesn't look so. Supreme Court is set to start hearing on the matter. There are multiple issues which Eknath Shinde has highlighted in front of the Supreme Court. So by the time the court understands the matter, it may take 1 or 2 days. So this is something which Uddhav Thackeray is messaging towards the MLAs is that the work is going on as usual. It's people like you who are missing out. So whether this messaging works is something we'll have to wait and see. Now most of the rebel MLAs were saying one thing in common is that they don't want to work with the National Congress Party, and as Kamlesh was telling us that the MOS, Ministry of State charges which have been removed from Sena ministers has been given to NCP ministers. So once again, Uddhav Thackeray showing some favors towards the NCP with the rebel camp may not like and may also come on social media saying again this is what we were saying. So we'll have to wait and see how Uddhav Thackeray playing mind games to get as much as MLA from the Eknath Shinde rebel camp towards him. We'll have to wait and see whether it works or not. Back to you.
Mustafa, stay with us. At this point, what's the sticking point here, or the takeaway from this entire exercise is that many of those ministries have now been given to MLAs of the NCP and the Congress, the two allies of the Shiv Sena, which the Shinde camp has been opposing. Those are the leaders where the ministries now rest with. Gaurav, for more on that, Gaurav, what do you say this exercise that Uddhav Thackeray has now carried out further almost hits right at the heart of the Shinde camp, that they oppose the NCP and the Congress right from the start. Now those ministries that they held have been given to the NCP and the Congress leaders. This is going to hurt the Shinde camp. Undoubtedly, it won't remain long, but certainly will hurt them.
This will actually, Shiv Senics will wonder why is he doing this. While some ministries are being given to Aditya Thackeray, there are some that are being given to ministers who are, from the Congress and the NCP. And this is the point that the Eknath Shinde Sena has been raising throughout, that the NCP is growing at the cost of Shiv Sena, with this Mahavikas Aghadi, and this will hurt them when they go into the next election. On the other hand, Uddhav Thackeray has argued that the Hindutva vote bank, the Hindutva vote and the agenda, if the BJP stakes claim to it, that will hurt the Shiv Sena in the long run. So this is truly, for the Shiv Sena or for Uddhav Thackeray, it's a very difficult situation. But Eknath Shinde Sena is saying that you are making the NCP grow at the cost of Shiv Sena, and that will hurt not just the leaders but also the rank and file of the Shiv Sena, something that Uddhav Thackeray will now have to defend, especially with these ministries now being given to Congress and NCP's MLAs.
Wow. All right. So this certainly will hurt the sentiment of the Shinde camp at this point, because their primary grouse is that the NCP and the Congress is building their cadre through this alliance with Shiv Sena, and they have received a setback. At a time like this, Uddhav Thackeray, instead of maybe coaxing and pacifying his own rebel camp, has now stripped them of their ministries, and all the leaders of the NCP and the Congress have now got those ministries. They're going to be handling those portfolios. But how long will they remain ministers? That only time will tell. The Supreme Court is hearing the matter. Possibly in a day or two, we'll have some clarity on who holds the majority and who forms the government. Ritik, also on that for more. Ritik, give us an understanding and a sense on the ministries that has been transferred from the rebel MLAs to some of the MLAs of the NCP and the Congress. Do we have a list and the names?
Yes, the press release issued by CMO, that is Chief Minister's Office, has given a list of portfolios which have been transferred to Congress and NCP existing ministers. The first transfer, if we see in this list is Eknath Shinde's Urban Development, Public Works, Public Enterprise Department has been transferred to Subhash Desai, who is the Industry Minister and who is the close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. He is the senior most leader in Shiv Sena right now. He is at the Nete Pad, categorically Nete Pad, which is the topmost designation in Shiv Sena after Shiv Sena Paksha Pramukh. So Subhash Desai has taken over Eknath Shinde's department. Secondly, if you can see Gulab Rao Patil.
With us, Ritwik, I'm going to quickly cut across to Priyanka Chaturvedi from the Shiv Sena joining us live for a little understanding on the moves made by Uddhav Thackeray, who still remains the Chief Minister. Priyanka, first question. You've commented on Sanjay Raut's ED summons at this point, calling the Enforcement Directorate as a loyal agency of the BJP. What's your take on that? What's your sentiment when you say something like that? Because this is an old case which is now being investigated. The timing of it is not to be questioned.
I say that with total authority. I can also call that not just an extended department of Bharatiya Janata Party, but also an extortionist department that is being used by the Bharatiya Janata Party to try to get everyone to toe their line. We have seen how those MLAs who are right now under the watch of the Guwahati government, Assam government, being bullied into ED silences, and how their investigation is ending or beginning on the basis of who complies with them, who doesn't comply with them. We have seen this happen with all opposition leaders. This continues in Maharashtra, and I think Sanjay Raut has very categorically said that considering the political developments, he's not going to bow down, he's not going to cow down, do what you have to do. And whether it is an old case or a new one, it pretty much I would want to understand. There was an old case against Himanta Kumar Biswa Sarma also. What is happening to that? I would want to know what happened to several ED cases filed against earlier TMC leaders, now BJP leaders. What happened to them?
Well, Priyanka, at this point, you certainly, your party certainly is currently on shaky grounds. You can't deny that. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray executing powers as the Chief Minister itself is a big question. At this point, the Mahavikas Aghadi does not have the numbers. Y'all are stripping many of those rebel MLAs off their ministries. What's the intention behind this? You know very well this won't hold good in the next 2 days maybe at max.
Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
I was completing a question. You have all the time to speak.
Your question, there are many parts to the same question that you're asking me. First, you said our government is on shaky grounds. On what basis do you say that? Has the
on the numbers, the sheer numbers, the sheer numbers.
I'm sorry, you can't interrupt me. Either
you asked me that. You asked me. I'm responding to you, ma'am. You asked me. I'm responding to you.
You've asked me multiple questions, right?
You asked me on what grounds am I saying that? I'm saying on sheer numbers.
Either you answer your questions, either you answer your own questions, or allow me to do that.
No, ma'am, we understand your sentiment at this point. Please continue.
No, I'm sorry. 1 second. What sentiment are we talking about? So can you please explain what you mean by that?
You asked me a question. I've responded. You're not receiving that well. No, now what am I supposed to say?
You said you understand my sentiment. So can you explain what was that sentiment that you understand?
Are you not able to hear me when I'm saying that it's the sheer numbers? You're not willing to listen to me. I'm responding to your question, but you're opposing it. I'm giving you time to speak. You're still coming back on the previous statement.
You asked me a question, and then I can hear you.
Ma'am, you have all the time to speak. Please continue.
I can only, ma'am, if you stop interrupting me. You asked me a question, then you try to answer my counter question before I could complete answering all your questions. Then you said you understand my sentiment. So I want to understand, what sentiment are you understanding?
Ma'am, if you can continue with it, Gaurav Sawant, who's right here with me, wants to ask you a question as well. Gaurav, please continue.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, the BJP says that the ED is doing its job. The Enforcement Directorate is not working on their orders. Respond, ma'am.
That's one of the biggest jokes I've heard since 2014, and history will tell you since 2014 which are the ED cases which have been activated, which are the ED cases which are being focused upon, and whether it's a coincidence or whether it's deliberate, you can answer that for yourself. The series of ED investigations that are being focused upon by the Enforcement Directorate are those of the opposition leaders. I also put a few names of few leaders who have now joined the BJP, the other side, whose cases have been closed, whose cases have no longer been investigated. So I can easily call ED the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I can also call them the extortionist department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is extorting support for the BJP in non-BJP led states and creating a chaos in those states.
Ma'am, is there now a fratricidal war within the Shiv Sena? It's Sena versus Sena on the streets of Maharashtra.
No, it is Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena is fighting back those forces who are trying to attempt and dislodge this government. And there is no war as such. A little protest that you saw in Thane, which you all are covering just so much yesterday by the Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, is not really a war. It is very clearly Shiv Sena's support base asserting itself that the only Shiv Sena that we know and that we support and we acknowledge and we will continue to work under is the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray. It is a Shiv Sena which was founded by Balasaheb Thackeray, not those who, after 2.5 years of staying in the government, holding important portfolios, important positions, claiming to use his name, claiming to use his Hindutva narrative for themselves. Where were these people in the past 2.5 years?
Ma'am, but that's the point that Eknath Shinde and Deepak Kesarkar and others have been making, if I may. They're saying that for 2.5 years, it's the NCP that is growing at the cost of the Shiv Sena. They say that the real Hindutva of Balasaheb Thackeray was put on the back burner because Uddhav Thackeray wants to remain Chief Minister, ma'am.
Mr. Sawant, I will not fall in the agenda pushed forward by that breakaway faction. If you can ask me a question on the basis of my party, my leadership, I'll be happy to answer it.
Okay, but the question that my colleague Nabila was also asking, isn't the Shiv Sena on shaky ground? 16 MLAs with you. Deepak Kesarkar claims that their faction has 55 with 39 of the Shiv Sena, ma'am.
Actually, Nabila was also saying that she understands my sentiments. I still don't have the answer to what sentiments she seems to have understood. I haven't even conveyed.
Ma'am, at this point, we do understand and we do see the Shiv Sena putting up a brave front. Y'all don't have the numbers. Y'all do not have the numbers, and that's precisely what I was getting at. Since y'all lack numbers at this point, we understand that there is a struggle to retain fort.
Dear Nabila, you'll have to have patience. You cannot be putting forth your questions all the time without having the patience to hear me out.
Ma'am, I gave you all the time. You asked me to give you. You asked me to allow you to speak. I've given you time to speak. You're still going back.
Gaurav, can I answer your question without any further interruption from the anchor herself?
Go on, ma'am.
Go on, Ms. Chaturvedi. We're listening to you.
Okay, we've unfortunately lost that line with Priyanka Chaturvedi. We'll establish that in just a moment.
At this point, clearly, we see that the Shiv Sena is putting up a brave front. They really do not have the kind of substance at this point, Gaurav, to say that they are able to save the government. So clearly, the anger is inevitable, and it's quite visible at this point. Priyanka Chaturvedi, of course, in a defensive mode, if I can call this, at this point. Without having the numbers, they are certainly showing strength and putting up a brave face, and kudos to them for that.
So numbers will clearly know if there is a floor test, and that is why all eyes remain on the Supreme Court, Nabila, because Shiv Sena says the Uddhav Thackeray faction, they say that a large number of these MLAs who've been taken to Guwahati, they're there against their will, 2, they're there because of ED pressure, 3, the moment they come back to Mumbai, they will once again switch loyalties back to Uddhav Thackeray, and should there be a floor test, Uddhav Thackeray and the Mahavikas Aghadi should be able to sail through. That is their contention. That's the point that, whether it's Priyanka Chaturvedi or Sanjay Raut or a number of Arvind Sawant, a number of other senior Shiv Sena leaders have been making this claim. But we will only know what happens should there be a floor test, Nabila. But that is where it becomes very interesting what transpires. Case number 34, 35 in Supreme Court becomes very interesting in this vacation bench number 16. Why? Because will this case be heard before 5:30 p.m. Today, and the disqualification notice, because that's the deadline given to the 16 Shiv Sena MLAs, that becomes extremely interesting. So all eyes on the Supreme Court.
You know, but whatever permutation and combination you look at here, it doesn't seem like the Shiv Sena at this point, forget about retaining power in the state of Maharashtra, they're not going to be able to retain their party itself. The mothership of the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray at this point is seeing a near brink of collapse. And at this point, it's undoubtedly so that we see the spokespersons there putting up quite a brave face and a brave front. Kudos to that. But at the end of it, the answer is in the numbers. Gaurav, as we see here, the Mahavikas Aghadi does not have the support of close to 53 odd MLAs. 51 is the count, 53 is their claim. It's enough now for them to come forward, stake claim on the floor of the House. They could do this any minute. And yet we see a brave face put up by the Shiv Sena. Great for them. But really, does that hold any water, what they're saying at this point? In fact, here is the Shinde plea that has been filed in the Supreme Court. More information coming in on the Shinde camp filing a plea in the Supreme Court at this point. The application that's been filed by Eknath Shinde before the Supreme Court, just moments before the hearing. A fresh application is moved by the Shinde faction before the Supreme Court is what we hear. New application added as part of their petition stating that the lives of the rebel MLAs are currently under serious threat from the Shiv Sena cadre. Application says that the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra has lost control of law and order in the state. And the application further refers to statements made by Sanjay Raut. Undoubtedly so, this was something that was expected. Gaurav, at this point, we're seeing that the Shiv Sena cadre, who are loyal to the Thackeray clan, have been indulging in violence, protests that have seen arson in many pockets of Maharashtra. And despite Section 144, prohibitory orders that have imposed in many parts of the state, we're still looking at the Shiv Sena working with impunity. Doesn't seem like the high command of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, who still retains his position as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, even if it is short-lived, he still is the Chief Minister. No strict direction going out to the Shiv Senics to stop this violent protest.
So, you know, this is a very, very interesting plea that's been made in the Supreme Court, and this is the third plea that's been made in the Supreme Court for security, because the apprehension is that the situation could take a turn for the worse. Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP and leader, had said that Shiv Senics are already out on the streets. They're waiting for one command, and this is where it will become very, God forbid, it could become very dangerous, because in that exclusive conversation that Sanjay Raut had with India Today, India Today's Mosmi Singh, he'd made it very clear, ye aakrosh hai, ye gussa hai Shiv Sainikon ka, and they're known for this anger. If that anger spills out, it becomes very, very dangerous. And, you know, the question that we were putting to Priyanka Chaturvedi was about this fratricidal war, a Sena versus Sena war, because when I interviewed Deepak Kesarkar, he said exactly this, hum bhi Shiv Sainik hai, hum bhi Bala Saheb ki ideology ko follow karte hai, or, you know, their point being perhaps that they can do exactly what the other faction can do. And this is what Eknath Shinde has claimed, that Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena battle only makes the NCP become even stronger in the times ahead, Nabila. So this is where this fratricidal war is now taking a very curious turn.
You know, but multiple appeals have been made for security. It's not just the Shinde camp now appealing to the Supreme Court through a petition. We also saw Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the first attempt right after he came back after being treated for COVID-19 as he assumed office. That was his first attempt to ensure safety of those rebels. He shot a letter to the DGP and the Commissioner of Police of Maharashtra, where he clearly referred to the rebel MLAs as Shiv Sena MLAs. So that itself was a telltale sign that possibly the governor could be slightly soft on that end to the rebel camp, towards the rebel camp. And that apart, considering there's a failure to act on the Uddhav Thackeray government, the Uddhav Thackeray government has so far not handled law and order situation. That certainly emboldened the governor of Maharashtra to act on their behalf. He's appealed for the DGP and the Commissioner of Police to up the security of the rebel MLA's family members. They seem to be threatened by the Shiv Senics. And now an additional appeal that's been made by Eknath Shinde to the Supreme Court. That apart, many of those rebel MLAs have also got Y+ category security from the center. So a perception that's also being built, apart from what we see on ground, is that there's serious threat to the rebel MLAs, which is why they could be avoiding appearing in Mumbai yet. They don't want to come back because they don't feel safe as yet.
they'll come to Mumbai when they're sure of their numbers and they're sure of what the Supreme Court says. They will come, they will have to come to Mumbai. There is no alternative. They will have to stake claim on the floor of the House the moment they want to be seen as an independent faction in the party. So all eyes will remain on the Supreme Court. But as far as the governor's instruction to the DGP and the police commissioner are concerned, the governor is Bhagat Singh Koshyari is a hardcore BJP man. And, whether it's the NCP, the Congress or the BJP or the Shiv Sena, they've constantly been saying that this is a BJP's run operation. That's what is their claim. And it's working with clockwork precision as far as this entire operation is concerned. What happens next will depend on the Supreme Court, and for security, they've made a plea now even to the Supreme Court to ensure security of Shiv Sena MLAs and their families.
And that's precisely what they're trying to project here, Gaurav, that they have the numbers, but they're worried of their safety, which is why they're not coming to Mumbai yet. And multiple appeals there, including a petition to the Supreme Court, establishes that. Nalini joining us for those updates from court. Nalini, what does that petition to the Supreme Court on security for these rebel MLAs really spell out?
Well, Nabila, it's not a fresh petition that's been filed, but it is indeed a fresh application that has been filed in the petitions that were filed late last evening before the Supreme Court. And what Eknath Shinde is saying in this fresh application is that the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the government in Maharashtra, has lost control of the law and order situation. And because of that, there is a threat to the life of the rebel MLAs that are supporting Eknath Shinde at this point and are currently lodged in Guwahati. Their basis for filing this application are the statements that have been made by Sanjay Raut before the media as well as on social media, and they are stating that the statements...
Nalini, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Maushmi, who's having a conversation with Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena. Let's listen in.
38 विधायक जो है उनके पास है, उसका दावा ठोक रहे हैं।
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र सरकार की तरफ से होम मिनिस्टर ने क्लैरिफाई किया है कि सुरक्षा का प्रबंधन किया गया है, उनके लिए भी उनके परिवार के लिए भी। अब तो इनके पास पूरा सीआरपीएफ का भी सपोर्ट आ चुका है केंद्र सरकार से। एक चिट्ठी गवर्नर साहब से जा चुकी है कि इनके लिए ये बनाए, सुरक्षा का माहौल बनाए। सारा माहौल सुरक्षित है, पता नहीं ये लोग असुरक्षित क्यों महसूस कर रहे हैं। शायद कहीं ना कहीं इनको पता है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता इनकी कारनामे देख रही है और इनके समर्थन में नहीं है।
अरे पर इस तरह के बयान आ रहे हैं कि सिर्फ मुर्दे आएंगे, उनके शव आएंगे, उनकी आत्मा खो चुकी है।
उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा है, उनके पूरे वक्तव्य को तोड़ मोड़ कर पेश किया गया है और यही है, क्योंकि वो मराठी में बोल रहे थे, कुछ लोगों ने हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट कर दिया। उन्होंने क्लियरली कहा कि जो इस तरीके का काम करता है उनकी क्या अंतरात्मा मर चुकी है। ये तो खुद नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी कहा था, मेरे अंतरात्मा की मैं कॉल ले रहा हूँ।
मैं उसकी बात करूंगी। अभी सुनवाई शुरू हो गई, बड़ी खबर आ रही है, मतलब कि सुनवाई शुरू होना, क्या आपको लगता है अगर कोर्ट ये तय करती है कि फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा तो आप लोग कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि फ्लोर टेस्ट में, और या फिर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन को निरस्त कर देती है तो वो बड़ा झटका होगा आप लोग?
नहीं, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन को निरस्त नहीं किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि वो हमारे पार्टी के सिंबल पे चुनकर आए हैं और पार्टी के खिलाफ अगर बगावत हो रही है तो उनका निरस्त होना जरूरी है और वापस से रीनॉमिनेट होकर आए। हम बस यही कह रहे हैं, नए पक्ष से, नए गठ का जो बात कर रहे हैं उसके इलेक्शन सिंबल पे जीत कर आए।
क्योंकि जो मसला है, अजय चौधरी को भी लेके उन्होंने सवाल खड़े किए हैं कि पूरी विधायक दल जो है हमारे साथ है। जी अंजना जी जी वापस आ रहे साथ में, खबर ब्रेक करें, सुनवाई शुरू।
Before we cut to Maushmi again, here's a big update. The Supreme Court has just begun hearing on the Shinde Sena's plea. There are two petitions that have been filed extensively challenging all the moves made by Uddhav Thackeray and camp. One is of the disqualification proceedings initiated by the Deputy Speaker. On the other is the Deputy Speaker striking down a no-confidence motion against him, and of course also on the Chief Whip appointed by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, Ajay Chaudhary, despite them not having the numbers. Another application in the latest that's been filed is also to up the security of the rebel family members, rebel MLA's family members. At this point, the Supreme Court has just begun hearing the Shinde Sena's pleas. Two of those pleas that will be taken up in court. Here, Gaurav Sawant with me on that. Gaurav, both these pleas that the court will be hearing, in fact, we're looking at top legal eagles who will be facing off. We have Harish Salve for the Shinde camp. On the other hand, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Congress leader and senior lawyer for the Uddhav camp, who will be facing off on multiple points on the sanctity of the Constitution and under the constitutional provisions, if at all, disqualification process can be initiated by the Deputy Speaker. And remember, all this comes when the Deputy Speaker has issued a deadline of 5:30 p.m. today, this evening, for those MLAs to return, if not face disqualification.
In fact, Neeraj Kishan Kaul is appearing for Eknath Shinde camp right now. So this case is currently underway in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has asked the Shinde Sena, why haven't they approached the High Court first? And this is becoming very, very interesting as they hear the case. Neeraj Kishan Kaul appearing for the petitioners as in Eknath Shinde camp. He's saying that as of now, ये मामला इतना गंभीर है, this matter is so grave that they have decided to come to Supreme Court immediately, and in case the governor wants and in case the speaker wants, there can be a floor test immediately. Big story we are breaking first here on India Today. You get the latest developments here on India Today. Neeraj Kishan Kaul is appearing for the petitioners Eknath Shinde camp, and when the Supreme Court asked why haven't you approached the High Court, they said that we have come to you straight away because this is extremely serious. Should there be a requirement, let there be a floor test immediately. Also giving precedent of why the actions of the Deputy Speaker are bad in law. Remember, the Deputy Speaker has issued notice for disqualification of 16 MLAs at a time when no confidence plea was moved against the Deputy Speaker by 2 independent MLAs, and past precedent is being cited where Advocate Kaul is saying disqualification proceedings initiated even though resolution to remove Deputy Speaker is pending. The Supreme Court in the Nebam Rebia case had passed a very clear order. The Speaker is trying to subvert the Assembly by disqualifying. Major point being made by the lawyer here, saying that the Speaker is trying to subvert the Assembly by disqualifying these 16 MLAs, Nabila.
Right, a quick word. Let's cut across to Nalini, who has been tracking the court right there. Nalini, as the hearing has just begun, give us an understanding on the Supreme Court asking the Shinde Sena, why didn't they move the High Court first? Have they responded?
Well, yes, Nabila, the hearing is underway before a bench headed by Justice Suryakant and also comprising of Justice J.B. Pardiwala. And as expected, the first question that has been posed by the bench to the lawyers, specifically Senior Advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who is appearing for the Eknath Shinde camp, is the fact that as to why they have not approached the Bombay High Court and why have they come to the Supreme Court directly in an Article 32 petition. What Neeraj Kishan Kaul, as a justification for that, has said is that this is a very serious matter, including the fact that in matters regarding governor's orders or floor tests, they have the right to file an Article 32 petition in accordance with the previous precedents of the Supreme Court, and that is precisely why they've approached the Supreme Court directly. There is also a fresh application that has been filed that is alleging there is a threat to the family members of the MLA and that they should be provided protection because the Mahavikas Aghadi has lost control of the law and order situation before the Supreme Court. It seems like due to some last-minute scramble, Senior Advocate Harish Salve has not been able to join the hearing and most likely will not be making arguments, which is surprising because he was briefed on the matter. But due to some last-minute changes, it seems like Neeraj Kishan Kaul will be the one who will be leading the arguments on behalf of the Shinde camp before the Supreme Court. And what he is stating right now is that he is referring to the earlier matter regarding Arunachal Pradesh and saying that in the Arunachal Pradesh matter, the Supreme Court clearly said that the Speaker could misuse the time period that is mentioned to disqualify inconvenient members. The basic point is that until and unless the Speaker decides on the no confidence motion, which is in challenge now before the Supreme Court, any disqualification proceedings under the 10th schedule should not be held, and if disqualification proceedings are still conducted through the issuance of notice that the Deputy Speaker has done, then that is illegal and should not be allowed. It is on that basis that they are asking for a stay on the disqualification notice, and they are making the arguments for the same right now. Like I told you, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who is a senior advocate as well as a former additional Solicitor General before the Supreme Court, is currently making arguments before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court bench has just asked him what was the date on which this notice was issued, and Kaul has said that the notice was issued on the 21st of June and the disqualification notice was issued to them on the 25th of June. So first they're talking about the order of the Speaker regarding the no confidence motion that was moved by them, and they're also talking about the disqualification notice that was issued by the Speaker to all of the rebel MLAs, asking them to appear today at 5:30 p.m. Because the deadline is today at 5:30 p.m. Nabila is why this entire hearing is going to be so crucial, because in the interim either there is going to be a stay on the notice or there is going to be no stay on the notice. So at least in the interim it's going to go in the favor of one of the two sides today itself. Either the rebel MLAs will have to stick with the deadline that has been put in place by the Deputy Speaker of 5:30 p.m. today and either appear before the Speaker themselves or through legal counsel responding on the disqualification notice. But in case the Supreme Court decides to accept the arguments that are being placed by Neeraj Kishan Kaul and put an interim stay on this disqualification notice, then that means that there will be a slight respite to these rebel MLAs. But there are several issues that are up before the Supreme Court in this matter, and each and every one of them is going to be looked at by the bench, and we'll have to wait and see to the end of the hearing as to what the Supreme Court will decide.
All right, you know, at this point, the question of disqualification is still secondary from what we see here, Nalini. The first point here is that a no-confidence motion was moved against the Deputy Speaker. So his position as a Deputy Speaker itself stands in question. Do you believe that the Supreme Court will take that up first to see the sanctity of the no-confidence motion which the Deputy Speaker struck down, which Shinde camp calls arbitrary?
Absolutely, Nabila, because that is the very basis on which this entire petition has been filed. All of the challenges that they've made regarding the disqualification notice, even regarding the appointment of the legislative party leader Ajay Chaudhary, they're stating that the Speaker has no powers to do this because his appointment itself is in question. So till the time the no confidence motion is not decided, he cannot go ahead and conduct these other proceedings. So the basic crux of challenge before the Supreme Court is the no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker that was rejected earlier. And what they are stating is that there was a notice that was issued to these MLAs regarding the appointment of the legislative party leader, but 34 of these MLAs had specifically written to the Speaker and asked him not to act on it. But despite that, the Speaker went ahead and conducted the proceedings, which is why they were forced to now approach the Supreme Court seeking judicial intervention in this entire matter and hoping for the Supreme Court to pass some favorable orders so that some semblance is brought into the chaos that is happening in Maharashtra for the past several days. Neeraj Kishan Kaul has also gone ahead and said that why was the Speaker in an undue hurry regarding this entire issue. The first issue, whether his appointment or not is done, is the issue that is valid, and that issue needs to be decided first before the Speaker can move on to either deciding who the legislative party leader should be or whether or not these MLAs deserve to be disqualified. So the crux of their argument is, of course, regarding the no confidence motion. So if the Supreme Court finds even a little bit of merit in that, even if they think that there is a prima facie case that is made out and this entire matter requires more intervention and a deeper look by the Supreme Court, then it is extremely likely that they might in fact stay the disqualification notice that has been issued and ask the rebels to appear before the Deputy Speaker today at 5:30 p.m. That's going to be a massive relief for these rebel MLAs because that is exactly what they are hoping for, which is why they filed a petition on multiple grounds. Because on some of the other ground, they hope to put the point across to the Supreme Court and get some relief from the vacation bench that is hearing the matter on an urgent basis after they've moved the Supreme Court late in the evening last night.
So what happens in an eventuality that these rebel MLAs show up before the Deputy Speaker? If there's a stay on the disqualification process, if those rebel MLAs show up in front of the Deputy Speaker, does that mean a show of strength? What would that really define?
Well, when it comes to the disqualification proceedings, Nabila, it's very interesting because regarding the disqualification proceedings, the jurisdiction of the courts to interfere in it is very limited. But because they've made the crux of their matter and the crux of their challenge this no confidence motion, so it remains to be seen what the Supreme Court decides on this. And a very valid question has come in from the Supreme Court where they've asked Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who's appearing for the Shinde faction right now, that the ground that you're taking is that how can a Deputy Speaker continue with these proceedings, but why have you not approached the Deputy Speaker with this issue? Why don't you appear before the Deputy Speaker and request him to not continue with the proceedings while the no confidence motion is not decided in finality? The problem over here, Nabila, that we need to understand is that the post of the Deputy Speaker is also a constitutional post. So they also have the right to conduct proceedings regarding the Legislative Assembly in the state. So in that case, the Supreme Supreme Court is not bound to interfere in this matter because these are parallel proceedings. And the Supreme Court can come into the picture only after a final decision has been taken by the Speaker regarding the issue of disqualification. So there is very limited jurisdiction that any court of law, not just the Supreme Court, any court of law has in this entire case, because it is considering the proceedings that are going on already before the Deputy Speaker. So will the court be willing to step in an interim stage when there's not even a final decision that has been taken is something that remains to be seen. But very valid questions coming in from the bench. Why has the Shinde faction not approached the Bombay High Court? Why have they not approached the Deputy Speaker asking him to not conduct these proceedings? Instead, they have in a very hurried manner approach the Supreme Court, instead asking for a judicial intervention in this matter and for the Supreme Court to take matters into their own hands and pass orders. Even if some orders are passed today, which seems likely because the matter is going to be heard, then it's expected to be on very limited aspect because they obviously can't go into the details of the case in just one day. They're expected to pass a limited order on the interim aspect and likely to conduct a more detailed hearing in the coming days, hopefully on an urgent basis, because that is what is being sought by the Shinde faction here. But it's all up to the Supreme Court to now decide to what level are they even going to intervene in the proceedings that are going on before the Deputy Speaker.
Past instances of such nature, Gaurav with us as well. Gaurav, past instances of such nature, in fact, case in point, Karnataka itself, the first thing that the court had said at that point was for a floor test, directed the entire Legislative Assembly to appear on the floor of the House and prove their merit. Whoever has the strength, the government goes with it. That's also the common man's approach. Whoever has the strength, stake claim. What's delaying this entire process? At this point, while the court hears the matter, what are you expecting, Gaurav?
So, even before it gets to the floor test, it is the disqualification notice that is currently under challenge. And again, because the Deputy Speaker has issued disqualification notice to 16 MLAs, where the petitioner's lawyer, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, is arguing that this has been done to remove inconvenient members from the assembly. And then the past precedent that you talk about quotes from the Arunachal Pradesh verdict saying that this should not be done. Point 1. Point 2. Principles of natural justice not being followed, Nalini, is another aspect that has been raised, that 14 days time should have been given to respond, which did not happen in this case, with the Speaker giving, Deputy Speaker giving these 16 MLAs time only till Monday 5 p.m. And this is a violation, Neeraj Kishan Kaul argues, of principles of natural justice.
Precisely, Gaurav, and that is also one of the reasons that they've stated in their petition as to why they were forced to move the Supreme Court in this petition in an urgent hearing application, asking for the matter to be taken up on an urgent basis, because they were not given a reasonable amount of time to even reply to this notice that was issued on the 25th by the Deputy Speaker and asking the rebel MLAs to be present before them within a period of 48 hours. What we are given to understand, the latest coming in from the Supreme Court, is that the judges have risen for a 5-minute break. It may be for them to consult between each other as to what needs to be done. It may also be because the Supreme Court bench has not taken a lunch break today. They've been continuously hearing the matters. But 5 minutes break the judges have taken right now. They are likely to assemble in the next 5 to 10 minutes and the hearing will continue. It's on a short pause right now. But elaborate arguments have been put forth by Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who is appearing for the Shinde camp, where he stated that the Speaker first needs to decide on the issue of the no confidence motion, and that itself is in challenge before the Supreme Court. So it makes no sense for him to continue with either the disqualification proceedings or any proceedings regarding the appointment of a legislative party leader. Another very strong point that they are putting forward is the fact that the Mahavikas Aghadi government does not have the numbers and they don't have the majority before the floor of the House. 38 MLAs, if I'm not wrong, they have clearly stated they had written to the Deputy Speaker saying that Ajay Chaudhary should not be appointed as a legislative party leader. But despite that, this appointment was made. So several aspects they have challenged these entire proceedings on. And on the basis of that, Neeraj Kishan Kaul made these arguments before the Supreme Court. But some very pertinent questions have also come in from the bench's side, where they've asked them as to why they have not approached the Deputy Speaker and asked him to put a hold on the disqualification proceedings because of the no confidence motion. So it is likely, it is a possibility. We of course can't speculate at this point as to what the Supreme Court will do, but it is a minor possibility that the Supreme Court might say go back to the Deputy Speaker, and in case he refuses to hear what you have to say, or in case you feel he doesn't pass a fair order, then you always have the liberty to come back to us. But first make that plea before the Deputy Speaker. Give him a chance to actually conduct the proceedings in the right way before making a challenge before a court of law. Because there has to be a proper procedure that has to be followed. There's a hierarchy of courts as well, where they could have approached the Bombay High Court to take care of this entire matter, considering it's a case regarding the Legislative Assembly of the state of Maharashtra. But they've approached the Supreme Court directly in not one but two Article 32 petitions seeking for an urgent hearing, which of course has been granted to them, keeping in mind the seriousness of the issues involved. But as to what extent the Supreme Court will interfere, like I've been stating from the beginning, is up to them to decide, because it might not be to a full extent, considering the fact that the proceedings before the Deputy Speaker have not concluded yet, and on several aspects the Deputy Speaker's proceedings are still pending, and the rebel MLAs have not even appeared before the Deputy Speaker even once after this entire scenario is played out in the state of Maharashtra.
And that's possibly the only point where Shinde Sena might receive a setback, considering that they're not in the home state of Maharashtra. They're sitting in an alien, a foreign state in Guwahati, Assam, and they're trying to call the shots from there. So it's very likely that the Supreme Court might direct the rebel camp to arrive and show face before the Deputy Speaker. But at this point, a quick word from Gaurav on this. Gaurav, on what grounds did the Deputy Speaker strike down the no confidence motion floated by the rebel camp?
So the plea that is being taken by the Deputy Speaker's office, the information that filtered out is that it came from an unauthorized email ID. And that is why two independent MLAs had moved this no confidence in the Deputy Speaker, alleging or asking whether the Deputy Speaker, and that is the point that is also being made by the rebel camp, by the Eknath Shinde camp in the Supreme Court, is whether the Deputy Speaker, who is supposed to behave in an impartial manner, whether he was acting or working in tandem with the Mahavikas Aghadi government of Uddhav Thackeray. And that is where, because they expect justice from the Deputy Speaker when there was already a vote of a plea of no confidence in him. Why is it that he still issued a notice of disqualification against 16 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde? Now, the Deputy Speaker, we are told, was of the opinion that since these emails came from unauthorized email and not from the authorized email IDs of the two independent MLAs, it wasn't paid heed to. Will this hold ground in the Supreme Court remains to be seen.
Right. You know, that's one technicality over which the Deputy Speaker used his powers and said, well, it's not come from an authorized email ID, therefore I will not accept this no confidence motion. But on the contrary, this baffles me to try and understand why exactly only 16 of those rebel MLAs out of the 39 have received disqualification proceedings against them. Why not all those rebel MLAs? Gaurav, would you have an answer to that? Why selected 16 only have been issued with a disqualification notice? Why not the rest?
Eknath Shinde is the leader of the group, so he gets the notice. Others who've got this notice are all leaders, of this rebellion who are being sent a notice. It's also a message to the others that if the leaders can receive a disqualification notice or may be disqualified, the same threat holds over you. So fall in line and come back to the party fold. That's the thinking we are told within the Shiv Sena. Send out a message to some, the other, take action against some, and the others get the message.
But that's unfair treatment there, even by the Deputy Speaker for that matter. Gaurav, let me cut across to Nalini on that. You have something to say, Nalini? My question was why only 16 MLAs get a disqualification notice? Why not all those rebels? 39 of which only 16 are right now in the dock.
Well, Nabila, the disqualification notice is primarily based on the ground that these MLAs had voluntarily left the membership of the party based on their conduct outside the house. So it is important for the government, the Uddhav camp that has moved the Deputy Speaker, to make sure that they make the best case out possible for disqualification against these MLAs. And it seems like they've chosen the 16 best cases. Additionally, they don't need for all of the MLAs to be disqualified. disqualified. They only need certain MLAs to be disqualified so that the Eknath Shinde camp can't go ahead and say that they actually have the majority in comparison to the Uddhav camp. So it's not in their interest to go ahead and ask for a disqualification of all of the members. Also, they might be hoping, and this is speculation at this point, but they might be hoping that some of the MLAs against whom disqualification has not been sought might eventually find their way back to the Uddhav camp. So they don't really want to burn the bridges with all of these MLAs. They might be hoping that some of them will return, which is why they've asked for the disqualification of only 16 MLAs. But another important update that we have coming in is that when the questions were raised by the bench to Neeraj Kishan Kaul as to why they had not approached the Bombay High Court or the Deputy Speaker with their plea instead of coming to the Supreme Court directly, what they've stated is that the environment in Bombay is not conducive for them to pursue their legal proceedings and to get any sort of legal action in their favor, because it is being controlled, first of all, by the Uddhav camp, and second, another allegation that they've raised is that this Uddhav camp is misusing the government machinery available in the state to threaten the rebel MLAs who now have withdrawn their support from them. So they're stating that the environment in Bombay or Maharashtra is not conducive for them to exercise any legal remedies, which is why they've approached the Supreme Court, not only so that there is an unfair view that is taken with regard to this entire matter, but also so that the order comes in from the higher authorities, which makes it binding on the Uddhav camp as well as the law and order machinery in the state of Maharashtra to ensure that not only these rebels are not harmed, because that seems to be a very genuine concern, which is why they filed even an additional application saying that there is a threat to their life and some action needs to be taken to protect their families, because their families are now also being approached by other Shiv Sena members that are already present in Mumbai. So serious concerns have been raised, and they've given that as a justification for why they've not approached any authority in Maharashtra and have instead knocked the doors of the Supreme Court to hear their plea and likely pass some orders in this aspect. The judges were given to understand is still on the break that they had taken a few minutes back, likely to consult between themselves on exactly how far they should indulge into this matter, and also, yes.
Yeah, the court proceedings we hear has just begun after a break.
Yes. The court proceedings have just resumed, Nabila. They've just resumed, and we have Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who's again further arguing on behalf of the Shinde camp. And what he's stating is, like I told you, he's referring to the Arunachal Pradesh judgment that was stated earlier, where he said that the precedent in that is very clear regarding what the powers of the speaker are and in what cases he can conduct these proceedings. He's also reading out the extracts from the judgment where he's speaking about the disqualification proceedings, and when there is a motion for the removal of a speaker, how no disqualification proceedings can be conducted. This is the basis on which Neeraj Kishan Kaul is basing his arguments. He's also saying that in one of the paras of the judgment, it specifically points out that the speaker cannot entertain any disqualification proceedings when a no confidence motion is already pending against him. Now, although in principle this deputy speaker has already ruled on the no confidence motion, but since that itself is one of the issues that are in challenge before the Supreme Court, we can't say that the issue has yet been decided in finality. So till the time of final decisions not taken on the no confidence motion, no proceedings under the 10th schedule, the anti-defection law or the disqualification aspect can be conducted by the speaker, is what Neeraj Kishan Kaul is saying. He is heavily relying on the Arunachal Pradesh judgment to supplement his arguments and make a case for as to why any interference by the deputy speaker regarding the issuance of the disqualification notice to these rebel MLAs is illegal and arbitrary at this stage and should not be allowed, which is why on the basis of which they're asking for this stay to be issued on this notice immediately, so that the rebels don't have to meet the 5:30 p.m. deadline that has been put in place by the deputy speaker. Because Nabila, realistically we can expect that if there is no stay and the rebels don't make it to the 5:30 p.m. deadline, then the speaker might decide to actually go ahead and disqualify them. So
Yeah,
they
you know,
don't want
at this point,
that stage where they are disqualified from the assembly. Yeah.
Nalini, at this point, we're also seeing that despite the matter now being in court, this is also the interlocutory period. Despite that, we're seeing Uddhav Thackeray pulling out his powers and using all his might right now to strip those rebel MLAs of their ministries, to try and deter them. So on that front, the Mahavikas Aghadi government seems to be acting despite not having the numbers. Ideally, they are now pushed to a minority with regards to the numbers. They don't have the complete strength in the assembly. But despite that, they're pulling out powers. They are executing their powers at this point, with Uddhav Thackeray in the latest, stripping several of those rebels of their ministries, moving them, transferring those portfolios to NCP and the Congress. Is that allowed? Could that be possible? He's still the chief minister, yes, but ideally the government is dysfunctional with them not having the numbers.
Well, Nabila, speaking purely legally, until and unless there is an order to the contrary, Uddhav Thackeray is still very much in power, and these decisions are being taken by him in the capacity of a chief minister. There is so far no order that has stated, official order at least, that has stated that Uddhav Thackeray camp does not have the majority before the floor of the House, and all we have so far are the claims and the counterclaims, which is why, Nabila, one of the main questions that the Supreme Court asked is that why haven't these points been raised before the Deputy Speaker first? Why have you come to us directly? Because if these points were raised before the Deputy Speaker, considering that he's supposed to be an unbiased authority and supposed to listen to all sides and take a fair decision in the matter, might have stopped the proceedings himself. But this point was never raised before him. The rebels never appeared before him. So, which is why the Supreme Court's questioning their locus in coming before the Supreme Court directly. But at the same time, what Uddhav Thackeray camp has to say is something that still remains to be seen. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's appearing for them, and Devdutt Kamath, who's appearing officially for the Maharashtra government, are yet to make their arguments before the Supreme Court. So it's only a one-sided fight, at least as of now. Only after they make their arguments will we really understand what stance they have in this entire thing. Because although we knew that this matter is eventually going to come to the Supreme Court, what's important to watch out for is who was the approaching party going to be. And because it's the Shinde camp that has filed these petitions, Uddhav Thackeray at this point might be a little bit on the back foot, because he is going to be opposing these petitions and he'll have to put his best case forward, which is precisely why some of the top lawyers in the country are part of this hearing right now, because it is extremely crucial what comes out of this hearing, not just for the Shinde camp, but more importantly for Uddhav Thackeray, because this is likely going to be the first official order that is going to be passed by the Supreme Court in this matter. It is likely going to set the tone for how this entire case is going to be. And even though, Nabila, this case might pan out for several months following today, but what happens in the interim is what all these lawyers are going to be fighting for, because they want an interim order in their favor. If the status quo is in their favor, then they can hope for a favorable order at the end of the road when the matter comes to an end. But if the interim order is not going to be in their favor,
fastest updates coming in from court, and you're of course on top of the story as we see that the Shinde camp now in their claims through that petition says the Shinde camp saying that this is a violation of natural justice. This, of course, the Shiv Sena saying violation of natural justice, considering he has the numbers, the two-third majority. In that eventuality, there is no way that the Uddhav Thackeray camp can appoint a chief whip or use the deputy speaker to disqualify members, because they don't have the strength. Even to appoint a chief whip, Ajay Chaudhary, who's been appointed, to appoint a chief whip, one needs the two-third majority to sign on a paper or document to approve the chief whip's appointment. But none of that happened. There was no due process that was followed by the Shiv Sena. Ajay Chaudhary was, according to the Shinde Sena, arbitrarily appointed as the chief whip, and the chief whip issued a whip to all those MLAs: if you don't appear for the meeting at Varsha, the chief minister's residence, a few days ago, then they would face disqualification. So on all grounds, this is illegal and this is a violation of natural justice. This is exactly what the Shinde Sena says. Gaurav, almost quite a emotional appeal that the Shinde Sena is making, that despite having the two-third majority at this point, it doesn't seem like they have received natural justice. They call this illegal. All the process that Uddhav Thackeray has followed, right from using the deputy speaker to initiate disqualification proceedings and appointing a chief whip without having the numbers, all illegal and defies natural justice for the Shinde camp.
So, principles of natural justice not being followed is the contention of the Eknath Shinde Sena with regard to the timing of the disqualification notice or the time given to respond to the disqualification notice. As far as numbers are concerned, you're absolutely right. They've claimed they have the numbers. They claim they have the support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. But and this can only be proven on the floor of the House. But principles of natural justice not being followed. One, a notice issued by Deputy Speaker when a vote when two MLAs had already said they had no confidence in the impartiality of the Deputy Speaker. So that's a violation of principles of natural justice, and the timing given to respond only till 5 p.m. today is a violation of principles of natural justice, where the time given should be at least 14 days as per norm. So these are the two aspects that are being raised by the Eknath Shinde Sena in the Supreme Court. It remains to be seen what the Supreme Court does on these petitions, but past precedence is something again that the Shinde Sena is relying on in Supreme Court by saying that principles of natural justice are not being followed by the Deputy Speaker in responding to the queries or the points that have been raised by the Eknath Shinde Sena MLAs, 16 of them who received disqualification notice.
Right, you know, Gaurav, in that matter, if principles of natural justice were to be followed, then the first things first, the Deputy Speaker should have approved the no confidence motion against himself. Is that the first step?
That is the contention, but the point is the moment, since all sides are consulting their best legals and legal minds, their point was the moment there is a vote of no confidence, the moment there is a plea of no confidence against the Deputy Speaker, he cannot take a decision on the disqualification of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs as sought by the Shiv Sena party. Point one. Point two. His recognition of Ajay Chaudhary as leader of the Shiv Sena Legislature Party. Again, the Eknath Shinde Sena says, how can a minority group in the party decide who the leader would be when the majority group has unanimously, which is 38 MLAs have unanimously decided it would be Eknath Shinde. So these are points where they say that again with the whip of the party, how can the minority group decide what will be the whip? It's only 16 MLAs on one side with Uddhav Thackeray, majority 38 on the other side. So these are points that have been raised. And now it is for the Supreme Court to decide finally, who is with the truth here.
Nalini, if you are with me, in fact, just yesterday, we saw that the Shiv Sena roped in Supreme Court lawyer Devdutt Kamath to give out a formal message to the media. Through the media, in fact, they reached out to the rebel camp, almost warning the rebel camp that this two-third majority that you're harping upon right from day one makes no sense and has absolutely no validity until unless you merge with another party. So, in your legal perspective in view here, will the two-third majority hold good for the Shinde Sena camp at this point to in fact, carry forward with their appeal to the Supreme Court? What does Devdutt Kamath means when he says that two-third majority holds no good until unless you merge with another party?
Well, Nabila, what's interesting, and it's good that you asked me this question because it's important to clarify this. 10 schedule specifically states that this two-third majority that the Shinde camp is claiming comes only into the picture when this camp or this two-third majority splits away from one party and joins or merges with another party. This merger with another party in this case has not happened. They have only split away from the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, which means that there are now two separate factions of the Shiv Sena, and this newly formed faction, the Eknath Shinde faction, has not merged with any other party for the 10th schedule proceedings to be attracted in this case. That's what Devdutt Kamath was speaking about. But what's even more interesting about this is that because both these factions, the Eknath Shinde faction as well as the Uddhav faction, have been seeking legal opinion from the very first day when the rebels actually broke away from the faction and first moved to Surat and then moved to Guwahati, because they've been seeking legal opinion every step of the way, it is extremely possible that even if the Eknath Shinde faction merges with another party, then that merger itself may be in question before a court of law. And the reason why that's interesting is because that will be the first time ever where the Supreme Court will decide on this issue of a two-thirds party merging with another party. This is an issue that has never come before the Supreme Court, and there is no judgment of the Supreme Court on this entire matter. So it'll be the first time that the Supreme Court will be passing an order on this particular legal aspect. So in terms of that, this case can very well go ahead and become an unprecedented case when it comes to either disqualification proceedings or the falling of a government in a particular state. Each and every aspect, because it's being put in challenge before a court of law, as it's been done by the Shinde faction before the Supreme Court, we can expect that even if this merger happens, it will be subject to judicial proceedings and the final order of the Supreme Court.
All right, so when it comes down to a merger or not, Gaurav, at this point, doesn't seem like the Shinde Sena wants to merge formally with the BJP, because that would be suicidal for them. It would go against all that narrative of them being true Shiv Senics, them wanting to work on the ethos and ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray, etc. So merging with the BJP at this point is out of question for the Shinde Sena. The only contrary is for them to receive a status, or to be, to be now identified as a separate breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena, who they themselves call themselves true Shiv Sena. They say that we are the true Shiv Sena. They've already given a name to this rebel faction, calling it Shiv Sena Balasaheb. That's the name that's been given. We're seeing enough and more fight on legacy of it. But then this could be possibly the only option for the Shinde Sena at this point, to be recognized as an independent party and then get into an alliance with the BJP and stake claim for the government.
So, when I spoke to Deepak Kesarkar, one of the rebel MLAs at Guwahati, he made it very clear that their aim was to be Shiv Sena Balasaheb. They're not a separate party. They've sought recognition as a separate entity, a faction of the Shiv Sena. And before that, Eknath Shinde, Deepak Kesarkar and several others, Bharat Gogavle, they've repeatedly been saying that they are the real Shiv Sena. They are the inheritors of Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva, his ideology and his legacy. Because their allegation is, or the point that they're making is, that Uddhav Thackeray has compromised on the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray by aligning with the NCP and the Congress, unable to take forward the agenda of Hindutva. So this is the fight. Their fight is not with Uddhav Thackeray. Their fight is only about tying up with the Mahavikas Aghadi, being a part of, being with the NCP and the Congress. They want that alliance to be broken. Does this mean disqualification? They have a plan B and a plan C. Polemy has been, reporting relentlessly on their plan B and their plan C. There are some independent MLAs, smaller parties that are recognized, but all of that would take away from their claiming that they are the real Shiv Senics.
Yeah, but as you interestingly mentioned, Gaurav, the Shinde camp has been saying we don't want to formally join the BJP. All we want is we want to pull away from the alliance with the NCP and the Congress, which Uddhav Thackeray, very surprisingly, has not let go of. He's in fact stayed put. He remains the chief minister. He's not resigned. He's in fact further emboldened the NCP as well as the Congress by transferring all those ministries that his own MLAs had to the NCP and the Congress. He's basically digging in his heels, saying that I will not break this alliance with the NCP and the Congress at this point. What does this really speak of Uddhav Thackeray's intentions right now?
It's very interesting you point that out, and political analysts have been, talking about this. His father, Balasaheb Thackeray, would have said, I'd rather dissolve the party than go with the Congress. And Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, in their exclusive conversation with India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal at the Business Today Mind Rush Conclave, referred to that statement of Balasaheb Thackeray. Balasaheb Thackeray said, I'd rather dissolve Shiv Sena than go with the Congress. And son Uddhav Thackeray and Chief Minister of Maharashtra talks about his association with Sharad Pawar of the NCP and with Sonia Gandhi, and the fact that those who came together just 2.5 years ago are standing strong together, and those who'd been a part of Shiv Sena from the very beginning are now moving away from him claiming to be the real Shiv Sena. So Uddhav Thackeray's perception is it is the BJP that insulted the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray and insulted Uddhav Thackeray and insulted the Shiv Sena by claiming to be the bigger power in Maharashtra. So it is more who is the bigger alliance, the biggest flag bearer of the Hindutva ideology in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray feels that it is the BJP that will eat into the Shiv Sena core vote bank. These rebel MLAs feel that the NCP is eating away into the core vote bank of the Shiv Sena by becoming more powerful at the cost of Shiv Sena.
And you know, interestingly, Gaurav, if you see in this gamut of things, the Congress maintains stoic silence, has so far not uttered a word, not made any public comment, only of course saying that we back Uddhav Thackeray entirely, etc. But they've not really made any comment on this, because from what we hear among the grassroots level, the cadres of the Congress, they too are having problems with the NCP. They're not very comfortable with the alliance with the NCP either. Somehow they're directing their campaigns towards the same vote bank. The NCP and the Congress similarly have quite a similar vote bank for that matter in several areas. So the Congress also not very happy with the NCP is what we understand.
You've hit the nail on its head. It's the NCP that is growing at the cost of the Congress and the Shiv Sena is the point that both the Congress and the Eknath Shinde camp have been making in the past 2.5 years. It is the NCP and this is where Sharad Pawar's master strategy seems to be working with the Mahavikas Aghadi. NCP grows, Congress and Shiv Sena suffers is what both Eknath Shinde Sena and the Congress have been maintaining. Uddhav Thackeray, on the other hand, stands very strongly with this, saying that, you know, NCP and Congress, they'll be able to handle in the next election, even though this is an alliance where ideologies do not meet. Their point is, Uddhav Thackeray's point, according to his supporters, is if they go with the BJP, BJP stands to gain and Shiv Sena will lose.
Well, our relentless, super fast updates coming in from the Supreme Court. Our experts from the legal perspective right there joining us for more information. Of course, Nalini tracking those developments from court. Our battery of reporters joining us from Guwahati and Maharashtra, giving us the most accurate details as we see the Maharashtra government right now on the brink of collapse. This is certainly not what Uddhav Thackeray had imagined. Came across as a rude shock for him, an overnight shock. When the Eknath Shinde camp literally pulled off a coup. Never did Uddhav Thackeray expect his party to dilapidate to this extent. What a shame, a fall from grace for Uddhav Thackeray at this point, a man who's left the party for close to 50 years. Never expected this kind of rebellion and never smelt it. Under his own nose this happened. Eknath Shinde pulled off the biggest coup from the Shiv Sena at this point, and Uddhav Thackeray didn't have a whiff of it. What does this speak of this man who we call as a seasoned politician? I highly doubt if he really has the acumen.
So, you know, this is something that would really hurt, you know, Uddhav Thackeray, no doubt. But he was under the weather. He was recuperating from serious surgery. And that's the point that, you know, he wasn't going and meeting his party rank and file is the plea that his supporters have routinely taken. He himself has said that. In fact, he says that he had given the responsibility to Eknath Shinde, and that is where actually he should have read the writing on the wall when the Rajya Sabha results came, and that is where the BJP was able to win more than their strength. And that is where it was loss for Shiv Sena and gain for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Point one. Point two, you're absolutely right, Nabila. He did not expect that 2/3 of his party MLAs will just walk out on him, go to Surat and then go to Guwahati, and he would be left with just 16 MLAs. But he is fighting back, and he is fighting back hard with his back to the wall, with many of his supporters arguing that some of these rebel MLAs in Guwahati are actually his people in the other camp, and there are others who are waiting in the wings. Sanjay Raut wanted to go to Guwahati and bring some of those MLAs back. By the way, there is a team of Shiv Sena leaders who are as of now standing by in Kolkata. The moment they get the green signal, they will go to Guwahati and try and bring these rebels back. But the bigger threat is not just losing MLAs. It would be, Nabila, God forbid for him, if he were to lose the control of his party. And that is why he's held a series of meetings with the Shakha Pramukhs and the Zilla Pramukhs, of the party. Because if there's a split in the party, then he'll be left nowhere.
You know, at this point, of course, questions being raised by the Shiv Senics itself, because clearly the Eknath Shinde camp are full of Shiv Sena MLAs, 39 of them. So we can really consider their sentiments as legit at this point. These MLAs have claimed that Bala Sahib, yes, is a founder, but is not the owner of Shiv Sena. So Uddhav Thackeray saying, making statements like you start your own party with your father's name. What does this really mean? This is not a family-owned party.
Yes.
Bala Sahib is a mere founder. It's not a family property. So making statements like that is really going to prove counterproductive. It's the ethos and the principles of Bala Sahib from which the Shinde camp wants to float a separate faction. How do these statements come across? How is it perceived really when Uddhav Thackeray so long called the Shiv Sena as Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena, today is saying his father's Shiv Sena. He's making it sound like this is his family party.
Well, this is the point that Uddhav Thackeray and other Shiv Sena leaders have repeatedly made, that Shiv Sena means Bala Sahib Thackeray and his party. The Thackeray name is very important. But big story, Abhishek Manu Singhvi now speaking in Supreme Court. Abhishek Manu Singhvi now responds to all the charges that are being made, Nabila. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi says it is for the Speaker to decide, and it is the Speaker. Once he takes a decision, it can be brought to court. But Nabila, it is very clear that Abhishek Manu Singhvi says even in the Rabia case, let the Speaker decide. Even if he decides wrongly, the court can only intervene once the final decision has been taken.
Right, and that's exactly that. Nalini has those updates. Then Nalini, over to you. Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing.
Yes, Nabila, the arguments on behalf of Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is appearing for the Uddhav faction as well as the Maharashtra government, have begun. And he is relying on the landmark 1992 judgment of Kyoto Holohan, which is specifically on the issue of judicial interference in the matter of anti-defection law and the 10th schedule. And what he is stating is that the 1992 judgment clearly states that even if a speaker has taken a wrong decision, first you have to wait for him to take a final decision, and only that final decision can be subject to judicial review before a court of law. Till the time a final decision on the disqualification is not taken by the Speaker, there is no jurisdiction of any court in accordance with the 10th schedule to interfere in these matters and pass any orders regarding this entire issue. At the same time, interestingly, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is also stating is that once the Speaker goes ahead and takes a decision, then that of course can be challenged before a court of law, but first the chance ought to be given to him to take a final decision in this matter. He's also gone ahead and said that there are some extraordinary cases in which coming to the Supreme Court directly is allowed, but this case is not one of them. There is no locus, there is no reasoning as to why the Shinde faction has approached the Supreme Court directly instead of first approaching either the Deputy Speaker or at least the Bombay High Court. And because they've approached the Supreme Court directly, the Supreme Court at this point should not indulge this matter any further. They should wait until the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker in this case, takes a final decision on the disqualification of these MLAs, and then the Supreme Court or any court of law can decide as to whether or not that disqualification was valid. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also gone ahead and said that there will be certain points that he will be making regarding this entire aspect, bringing forth some facts which have not been brought forth so far, and there are going to be certain arguments that he is going to make which is going to be based on facts that even the Speaker might not be aware of. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also gone ahead and said that these disqualification proceedings that are going on with the Speaker have still not been concluded. There has been no final order in this aspect, and because they are still pending, till the time these proceedings are concluded, there can be no challenge to them before a court of law. Like I told you, he is heavily relying on the landmark 1992 judgment to supplement his points. So we have legal precedents being cited from both sides, from Neeraj Kishan as well as Abhishek Manu Singhvi. But what remains to be seen is which point comes across to the bench as a valid stand in this entire matter. They have granted an urgent hearing of the case, which means that at least prima facie, it seems like there should be something that the Supreme Court should look into. But after hearing detailed arguments, to what extent are they going to indulge this matter, we'll only know once the hearing is completed and the orders have been passed.
Well, at this point, from what we see, that the allegations are the Deputy Speaker has been acting out of order, that he's trying desperately to save the government, which is in minority, and hence he could be politically motivated. Those are the allegations made by the Shinde camp. Nalini, at this point, the sanctity of the Deputy Speaker itself is in question. Again, some clarity on both sides of the arguments with that regard.
Well, absolutely, Nabila, and that's something that's not going to go down well with the Supreme Court. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Deputy Speaker's office is also a constitutional post, and there are procedures that are laid down as to how the Deputy Speaker has to conduct these proceedings. So until and unless the procedure has been waived off or there is some blatant illegality, the Supreme Court's not likely to interfere with proceedings that are being conducted by an office that is
Cutting across to Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena speaking. Let's hear it.
काही कंपन्यांची नावं घेतली तर कंपन्यांशी माझा काही संबंध नाही, पण अशा प्रकारची कारवाई या काळामध्ये होईल याची आम्हाला सगळ्यांना खात्री आहे. ज्या प्रकारच्या घडामोडी महाराष्ट्रात सुरू आहेत आणि महाराष्ट्राची इज्जत प्रतिष्ठा शिवसेनेचा बाणा हे वाचवण्यासाठी आणि जे कोणी सोडून गेले त्यांच्याशी लढा देण्यासाठी आमच्यासारख्या माणसाला मैदानात उतरावं लागतं आणि उतरावं लागलं. त्याच्यामुळे महाराष्ट्रद्रोही काही लोक एकत्र येऊन त्यांची वडोदराला जी मीटिंग झाली त्या मीटिंगमध्ये ठरलं की संजय राऊत को टाईट करू. तेव्हाच मला माहिती आली की हे ईडी तुम्हाला समन्स पाठवून बोलवेल, पण माझी तयारी आहे शिवसेनेसाठी आणि महाराष्ट्रासाठी, बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंच्या शिवसेनेसाठी आणि महाराष्ट्रासाठी अशा प्रकारच्या कोणत्याही बनावट कारवाईनं माझी मान कापली तरी मी गुवाहाटीला जाणार नाही, मी गुडघे टेकणार नाही, मी तुरुंगात जाणं पसंत करीन. खोटा या अशा प्रकरणामध्ये काय करायचं ते करू. अजून जर त्याला कुठले माझ्यावरती खोटे खटले दाखल करायचे असतील तरी माझी तयारी आहे. शिवसेनेचा वाघ आहे. बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंबरोबर 30 वर्ष काम केलं. शिवसेनेचा नेता आहे. लढाऊ अशा सामनाचा मी संपादक आहे. काय करणार, माझं मनोधैर्य ते खच्ची करू शकणार नाही. जिथे असेल तिथून मी शिवसेनेसाठी लढत राहील. पाहू काय होत आहे. उद्या मी जाऊ शकत नाही. कारण उद्या माझी अलिबागला सभा आहे. उद्या माझं शेड्यूल आहे अलिबागला माझी सभा आहे. उद्या माझी अलिबागला सभा आहे आणि त्या सभेला मला जावं लागेल आणि मला असं वाटतं मी त्या सभेसाठी जाईन.
तुम्ही ईडीकडून वेळ मागितली आहे की मला पुढची वेळ देण्यात यावी, या संदर्भात काही तुमचा
नाही, ते होईल ना पत्र. कायदेशीर लढाई आहे. काहीपेक्षा मी कायदेशीर लढाईला पेक्षाही साधारण मला काही वेळ लागेल, कारण या सगळ्या पक्षाच्या घडामोडी आहेत, त्यात मला वेळ द्यावा लागेल. आणि काही उपयोजक त्यांना मला अटक करून घेऊन द्यायचं असेल तर मला घेऊन जाऊ शकतात. जर दिल्लीतून तसा आदेश असेल भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या नेत्यांकडे, महाराष्ट्रातल्या नेत्यांचा, की यांना अटक करा आणि घेऊन जा, तर ते मला घेऊन जाऊ शकतात कधी.
सर हिंदी में बता दें सर, हिंदी में दोहरा दें. कल ईडी को बुलाया है, क्या सूचना मिली? ईडी से बातचीत हुई अब तक कुछ आपकी? और आपकी प्रतिक्रिया
क्या है? काही नाही आहे. हो गए. हाँ, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
ईडी ने आपको नोटिस दिया हुआ, ये सूचना है, कल आपको बुलाने की तैयारी
है? देखो, नोटिस, मैं सामना कार्यालय में हूँ, ये मेरा घर नहीं, यहाँ नोटिस नहीं आ सकता है. ये तो बाला साहब ठाकरे की वास्तु है. अगर घर में नोटिस आई होगी तो मैं देख लूंगा. जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे। लेकिन चाहे आप मुझे कितनी भी तकलीफ दीजिए, मुझे फांसी पर चढ़ाइए, मेरी गर्दन काट लीजिए, मैं गुवाहाटी में जाने वाला नहीं। क्या मैं गुवाहाटी जाने वाला नहीं हूँ। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो शिवसेना है उनके साथ खड़ा रहूंगा और उनकी साख बचाने के लिए आखिरी सांस तक मैं लड़ता रहूंगा, चाहे मुझे आप गोली मार दो या मुझे जेल डालो। देखिए मेरे पास कल मेरी अलीबाग में सभा है और भी सभाएं मैंने शेड्यूल की है पार्टी की तरफ से। उसके बाद मैं ईडी से टाइम ले लूंगा, लेकिन जरूर मैं ईडी के दफ्तर में जाऊंगा और जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है उनके सामने जाऊंगा। मैं भागने वाला नहीं हूँ।
सर, आपका बयान एक तरह से चर्चा में है, जिसमें लाश को लेकर, गुवाहाटी जाने को लेकर, मुंबई जाने को लेकर असं म्हणणं आहे, सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाची सुनावणी सुरू आहे, याचिकाकर्त्यांचं असं म्हणणं आहे की आम्ही मुंबईत महाराष्ट्रात येऊ शकत नाही, कारण आमच्यावर हल्ले होत आहेत, आमच्या घरावर हल्ले होत आहेत, आम्हाला धमक्या दिल्या जात आहेत।
त्यांनी मराठी भाषा समजून घेतली पाहिजे। मी काय म्हणालो आहे, मी इतकंच म्हणालो की जे गुवाहाटीला आता आहे ते शरीरानं तिकडे आहे, त्यांचा आत्मा मेल आहे आणि असे शरीर जेव्हा इथे येतं तेव्हा ते निर्जीव आणि मृत असतं। याचा अर्थ समजून घ्या।
नहीं कहा था statements made by him were not at all objectionable. He said that those rebel MLAs who have gone to Guwahati, their conscience is dead and they are like live corpses. I've never said that the dead bodies will come and we will kill them.
क्या होगा? उनका तो सिर्फ पोस्टमार्टम होता है, लोग उनके विचारों का और उनकी कृति का पोस्टमार्टम करते हैं। ये मैंने कहा, ये पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट। मला कोर्टामध्ये काय चाललंय त्याच्याविषयी मी कोणतेही भाष्य करणार नाही। ती न्यायालयीन लढाई आहे, ती कायदेशीर लढाई आहे। त्यासाठी आमची लिगल टीम, आमचे शिवसेनेचे काही प्रमुख लोक दिल्लीमध्ये उपस्थित आहेत आणि त्याच्यावर काम करतात।
Raut says that I don't want to comment on anything which is going on in the court. The court proceedings are on. Our legal team is right in Delhi and this is.
All right, that was Sanjay Raut, the poster boy of the Shiv Sena, who has now received ED summons. He's said the expected. In fact, put the entire blame on the BJP for trying to arm twist him using the Enforcement Directorate. Here is MP Sanjay Raut responding to the ED summons. In a first reaction, he calls the ED summons as conspiracy to try and pressurize him to join the Guwahati camp. He says, until my death, even if I'm killed, I will not let go of the side of the Thackeray's. He has, of course, rested his allegiance with the Thackeray clan, with Uddhav Thackeray. Let me cut across Ritwik Valikar joining us on the phone line for more. Ritwik, he's spoken, Sanjay Raut, in his first reaction on the ED summons, very clearly stating and accusing the BJP of trying to arm twist him and putting pressure using the ED card. No statement that he gave on the corruption allegations against him, though. Give us an elaborate insight on what he said.
Sanjay Raut, as expected, again at his rhetoric best. He says the companies, the names of the companies which are taken in ED case, he has no connection with them. At the same time, he also denies all the charges made by ED. But at the same time, he clarifies that he's not going to go for the summon. He's not going to the office of the ED tomorrow because he has a rally lined up in Alibag, the same place for which he's been summoned. There are land camps, the allegations about land camps made against him and his wife and his family. The properties of Sanjay Raut and his wife were seized by ED earlier this month and they are situated in Alibag. Now Sanjay Raut says that he's going to Alibag tomorrow to address a rally, a Shiv Sena rally. Also, he says that even if someone tries to kill me, I'm not going to go to Guwahati. He tries to, again, politicize this whole issue, and he is saying that the ED summons has been issued just because he's been speaking against the central government, against the central agencies, specifically ED, and that's the reason the ED has summoned him an issue.
Well, you know, this at this point, it seems like an obvious reaction from Sanjay Raut, because this is exactly what team Uddhav Thackeray has been claiming right from the start, that the mutiny that was led by Eknath Shinde is a mere result of all the pressure that's been put by the ED, the CBI, all thanks to the BJP-led central government. This is the rhetoric that the Uddhav Thackeray camp has maintained right from the start, and it seems like a natural reaction coming in at this point as well, with Sanjay Raut now receiving fresh summons by the Enforcement Directorate in a land scam case. In fact, money laundering allegations to the tune of 1,000 odd crores. Ritvik, are you with us? Would you be able to give us an understanding on the seriousness of the allegations leveled against Sanjay Raut, which the ED is now investigating?
Yes, exactly. The case is about a land scam related to a redevelopment project which was proposed in Goregaon, the suburbs, western suburbs of Mumbai. The land is somewhere around 1,000 crores, costing 1,000 crore, which is more than 600 acres. And the redevelopment project includes 670 tenants. The life of 670 tenants are at the stake because of this project. The project was redeveloped by HDIL, the company, which is in collaboration with another company which was owned by Praveen Raut, who is a very close aide of Sanjay Raut, that is to be believed, and what ED has accused him of. And there are transactions found between Praveen Raut's wife and Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut. So that's the point where ED wants to investigate and question Sanjay Raut and his wife. And that is the only reason they have summoned him an issue.
All right, these are huge allegations, undoubtedly. Now, the timing of it, of course, is now the bone of contention. The ED summons right in the thick of this Maharashtra political crisis really raises questions. But on the contrary, Sanjay Raut indeed has to answer a lot of questions on these corruption allegations of money laundering against him. But this is an ED case that has been persistent. It's been a couple of years that he's facing the Enforcement Directorate's investigation. But now a fresh summons issued against Sanjay Raut at this point, even as he gets set to carry out rallies and campaigns tomorrow as well. It seems like his plan certainly is hindered. Amid this raging political turmoil unfolding by the minute in Maharashtra, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case. The summons is for tomorrow. He's got to appear on Tuesday before the ED office. Some of his properties have been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. Reacting to the summons, Sena MP Sanjay Raut has said that the Bala Sahib's Shiv Senics were fighting a big battle and that there is a conspiracy to stop him. He's further gone on to declare that even if they arrest him, he won't take the Guwahati route. He's been claiming that the BJP is trying to pressurize him. He's got many offers from the BJP in the past to join them. And since he's stayed true to the Bal Thackeray ethics and with the Shiv Sena, that's why the BJP is trying to use the Enforcement Directorate against him. These are his claims. In fact, the Shiv Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi, on the other hand, has said that the ED was just showing its true devotion towards the BJP. Earlier, the Enforcement Directorate had attached properties worth 9 crore rupees related to Sanjay Raut's aide, Praveen Raut, and assets worth around 2 crores belonging to Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, in a whopping 1,034 crore Patra Chaul land scam case. ED officials probing this Patra Chaul land scam case has also found in February that Praveen Raut, who is Sanjay Raut's close aide, had paid off 55 lakh rupees from the proceeds of that crime through his wife's account to Varsha. ED has also said that hotel accommodation, tickets were all booked for domestic as well as international travel of Sanjay Raut and people associated with him. So some serious allegations leveled against Sanjay Raut, whether he has direct involvement in the scam or not, of course, for the ED to find out. But a summons has been issued against him for tomorrow, just a day when Sanjay Raut intended to carry out rallies in different parts of Maharashtra to try and build confidence amongst the grassroots level cadre of the Shiv Sena. It seems like this has come as a setback.
इस कार्रवाई को हम अन्यथा लेने के बजाय जिन्हें भी ईडी का समन्स आता है वे उन सवालों का जवाब दें। सवालों से यदि कोई छुपता है तो उसका स्पष्ट अर्थ यह है कि उनके हाथ कहीं ना कहीं काले हैं। जब पुख्ता कागजातों के आधार पर ईडी कार्रवाई करे तो उस कार्रवाई के साथ हम उसे सियासत क्यों जोड़ें? क्या देश के लोग क्या चाहते हैं कि कोई बड़ा नेता है करके उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं हो?
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का? मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का? मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
All right, they are reacting, of course, to ED summons to Sanjay Raut. Now, of course, what do you have to say? Let me cut across to our reporter joining us at this point. We're looking at Eknath Shinde, who just spoke. But before that, I'm going to cut across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who was in conversation with Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi on Sanjay Raut's ED summons. Let's listen in.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, the BJP says that the ED is doing its job. The Enforcement Directorate is not working on their orders. Respond, ma'am.
That's one of the biggest jokes I've heard since 2014, and history will tell you since 2014 which are the ED cases which have been activated, which are the ED cases which are being focused upon, and whether it's a coincidence or whether it's deliberate, you can answer that for yourself. The series of ED investigations that are being focused upon by the Enforcement Directorate are those of the opposition leaders. I also put a few names of few leaders who have now joined the BJP, the other side, whose cases have been closed, whose cases have no longer been investigated. So I can easily call ED the enforced extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I can also call them the extortionist department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is extorting support for the BJP in non-BJP led states and creating a chaos in those states.
Ma'am, is there now a fratricidal war within the Shiv Sena? It's Sena versus Sena on the streets of Maharashtra.
No, it is Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena is fighting back those forces who are trying to attempt and dislodge this government. And there is no war as such. A little protest that you saw in Thane, which you all are covering just so much yesterday by the Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, is not really a war. It is very clearly Shiv Sena's support base asserting itself that the only Shiv Sena that we know and that we support and we acknowledge and we will continue to work under is the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray. It is a Shiv Sena which was founded by Balasaheb Thackeray, not those who, after 2.5 years of staying in the government, holding important portfolios, important positions, claiming to use his name, claiming to use his Hindutva narrative for themselves. Where were these people in the past 2.5 years?
All right, now, as the hearing continues in the Apex Court, Uddhav Sena's counsel takes over for arguments here. In fact, questions asked about email that was sent to Deputy Speaker passing a no-confidence motion. The Shinde Sena saying to that, not email, it was a notice signed by MLAs. Supreme Court asking if at all an email sent by the rebel MLAs against the Deputy Speaker can be indeed rejected. While Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is fighting for Uddhav camp, he said the email was rejected on the mere grounds that it came from an unverified source. Further, the Supreme Court asking, is the Deputy Speaker being a judge here in his own case? Can the Deputy Speaker judge whether or not those MLAs' signatures were legit or not? To which arguments still continue in court. Nalini joining us more on that. For clarity, Nalini, that particular, that bone of contention on why the no confidence motion was struck down by the Deputy Speaker is now being argued in court, with the court really asking why was it struck down by the Deputy Speaker. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that it came from an unverified source, to which the court says, can the Deputy Speaker act like a judge here?
That's a very crucial question, Nabila, that is being raised by the Supreme Court, because what they are asking is that if the no confidence motion was against the Deputy Speaker, then can the Deputy Speaker himself be the one to take a call on as to whether or not that motion should be allowed? Can he be a judge in his own case is the essence of the question that is being put across by the Supreme Court. What Abhishek Manu Singhvi has stated before the Supreme Court is that this no confidence motion was not rejected on merits. It was rejected because it was sent to the Deputy Speaker through a random unverified email ID. So it was prima facie rejected by the Deputy Speaker without even going into the merits of as to whether or not the no confidence motion should be allowed. But the point that the Supreme Court is making is that can this be decided by the Deputy Speaker himself? And if this is a point that sticks with the Supreme Court, because they have also hinted, and this is the big news coming in, Nabila, they have also hinted that if this is the case, if he has decided on the no confidence motion himself, then the Supreme Court might have to issue notice to the Deputy Speaker himself, calling for the documents in the case that he has referred on, the email copy along with all of the other documents, the letters that have been written by the rebel MLAs, so that the Supreme Court can take a look at these documents and decide whether or not this decision was taken by the Deputy Speaker fairly or not, and whether he was even entitled to take a decision in a matter where the no confidence motion was moved against him itself. So a very pertinent point being raised by the Supreme Court. They're also hinting at the fact that they might summon the documents in this entire matter so that the entire case can be laid out before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has access not only to the documents that the Eknath Shinde camp has provided as annexures along with their petition, but also the documents that the Deputy Speaker has relied on to pass this no confidence motion. Another important point that is being raised by Abhishek Manu Singhvi right now is that the Deputy Speaker is required to rule on a no confidence motion within 14 days from the time that it has passed. So even though it was rejected on a prima facie basis, this time period of 14 days has still not elapsed. So the Speaker still has the authority to
do stay with us. Do stay with us. We see that the Shinde Sena has come out with a 4-page bombshell in a new letter. The Shinde Sena making some startling allegations against Uddhav Thackeray and camp. And what they've said in that letter, a 4-page letter written in Marathi, translates to one of these points that Deepak Kesarkar, the rebel MLA camp, member of that rebel MLA camp, has made, saying Sanjay Raut is trying to finish the party at the orders of Sharad Pawar. NCP leaders would fire the gun using Raut's shoulders, and who'd die? Not others, but your own. Almost a straight direct attack on Sanjay Raut at this point. This 4-page bombshell dropped by the Shinde Sena at this point extensively speaks of how Uddhav Thackeray camp has deviated from the true ethos of Hindutva and are trying to embolden the NCP. Unfortunately, this is causing big setback to the true Shiv Sena and Shivseniks. This is exactly what the letter says, while he directly attacks Sanjay Raut, saying Sanjay Raut is trying to finish the party at the orders of Sharad Pawar. NCP leaders would fire the gun using Raut's shoulders, and who'd die? Not others, but your own. This is a 4-page bombshell that's been dropped by the Shinde Sena. Remember, this comes right amid the proceedings currently underway in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is still trying to understand on the legalities of disqualifying many of those rebel MLAs. Clearly, those rebels at this point are stern, they're angry, they're upset with the fact that despite having numbers, Uddhav Thackeray is using all his powers to target them and dismantle their unity at this point. Even though the matter is in court, Uddhav Thackeray went on to strip many of those MLAs from their ministries and also transferred those ministries to NCP and Congress leaders. This may have certainly come as a shock to the rebel MLA camp. Clearly, we're looking at this 4-page bombshell that's come in the backdrop of all these developments. In the backdrop of Uddhav Thackeray right now transferring all those ministries to NCP leaders, this certainly has come as a huge disappointment and has built anger among the rebel camp. And that's very evident through this 4-page bombshell that the rebel MLA camp has now dropped. And in that letter, a 4-page letter, all written in Marathi, one of the points translates to Sanjay Raut is trying to finish the party at the orders of Sharad Pawar. NCP leaders would fire the gun using Raut's shoulders, and who'd die? Not others, but your own. Vidya joining us more on that. Vidya, what more does that 4-page bombshell really speak of? And am I right, this comes in the backdrop of the Supreme Court hearing the matter on the validity of this disqualification notice?
Well, Nabila, yes, the fact that there is an ED notice that has been sent asking Sanjay Raut to be present tomorrow, the fact that there is a hearing today and this letter, all does, seems like if to and fro, exchange that is really happening between the, the various leaders, various, factions of the Shiv Sena itself. At this juncture, since the Supreme Court hearing is going on it, and especially where the issue of the deputy speaker having refused to hear any further the email that had been sent by the Eknath Shinde led faction, where they had sought the removal of the deputy speaker himself.
All right, stay with us, Vidya. I'm going to quickly cut across to Deepak Kesarkar joining us on the phone line, the rebel MLA who is with Eknath Shinde. At this point, Mr. Kesarkar, this 4-page letter that you've rolled out right at a time when the proceedings is currently underway in the Supreme Court, what's your sentiment behind it? You're blaming Sanjay Raut of trying to dismantle the true Shiv Sena.
No, my letter is very simple. It says about what happened in Shiv Sena and how Sanjay Raut tried to take us away from Shiv Sena and thought of Hindutva. That is the essence of the letter. And thereby the development of Maharashtra.
Deepak Kesarkar, at this point...
mentioned in my letter.
Yeah. We see that. If you can translate some of those points in that letter, it's mostly written in Marathi. Do you want to tell us exactly what's your grouse?
No, I'm sending another letter which is in English, which is under process, and you will get it within 5-10 minutes. So I think it will be...
no, Mr. Kesarkar, a quick point. When you shift the blame entirely on Sanjay Raut, what are you getting at? Sanjay Raut seems to be only talking the words of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray's sentiments is what Sanjay Raut is echoing. So what's the purpose of targeting Sanjay Raut at this point?
We know Uddhav Sahib very well. He's very soft-spoken and he don't talk his language. His language is very soft, very sober, and he is known to be a gentleman. The language he is using is not dissent. It is indecent language.
What are you referring to? Where he's called rebel MLAs as dead bodies, dead souls? Is that the objection that you've taken?
Exactly. After he's writing everything, I got to reply, and this is especially for my people of Maharashtra who should understand our stand and the kind of misunderstanding which is being created in the state. I have to put before them our real stand and what happened before this incident, because whatever was happening in Maharashtra, so that is also referred to, and we have fought the election as an ally between BJP and Shiv Sena. So that was the verdict of the people, and that should be upheld.
Mr. Kesarkar, you're directly accusing Sanjay Raut through your letter of being associated with NCP Chief Sharad Pawar to try and dismantle the Shiv Sena. You're accusing him to work at the behest of Sharad Pawar. That's a grave allegation.
No, please try to understand. He had broken our party 4 times. So now he is being consulted by our party. So I'll have to mention this. 4 times he has broken Shiv Sena, not only one.
How has he broken Shiv Sena 4 times, sir?
It was first when, Chhagan Bhujbal went away. Second time when Mr. Thane went away. Third time Mr. Raj Thackeray went away. And there is one more instance which people are telling me, but I'm not aware of that. But
so you're blaming this entirely on Sharad Pawar and Sanjay Raut?
No. So Sharad Pawar has the duty to grow his own party, no? Why he will feel that Shiv Sena should grow?
So you're saying Sanjay Raut has attempted to split your party multiple times in the past?
Not Sanjay Raut. Pawar Sahib has split our party. Openly he has done it, so.
So, you know, Mr. Kesarkar, in the latest development, Uddhav Thackeray has transferred all the ministries from the rebel MLAs and moved it to some of the leaders of the NCP and the Congress. Does that make you feel anything? Are you emotional about this? Because your demand was to break away from the alliance, but it seems like Uddhav Thackeray is emboldening the NCP further.
No, it is not like that. We always feel that he should think in the interest of the state. When the ministers are out of station, somebody will have to look after their departments. And I have been always insisting that being a constitutional head of the state, he should look after the state very efficiently, which he has done in the past. So instead of giving more attention to a party, he will have to give more attention to the state and what he is doing right now, and we are very happy about it.
No, so you're okay with the ministries being transferred? You're saying that would be short-lived?
Yes. That is for a short time, and which is in the interest of the state and the people of the state.
Mr. Kesarkar, you know, at this point, from what we see in many parts of Mumbai, the true Shiv Senics, at least that's what they claim to be, they are the true Shiv Senics, they are resting their allegiance with the Thackeray clan. They feel that anyone who has defied the Thackeray's are not the true Shiv Sena. So, you know, how does it feel to not receive the support from your grassroots cadre?
Madam, grassroots cadre is not aware of the facts. It is my duty to bring all the facts before them. And I am sure you must have seen, also the Shiv Senics are responding very well now to my appeal. And I think that is my duty, because our state, there should be peace in our state. And if there is any misunderstanding being created by Mr. Sanjay Raut, we'll have to bring the fact before the true Shiv Senics. And they are Bharat to Shiv Senics. So they will understand everything. That's why my first tweet was in Marathi, second would be in English, which is meant for the other people of the nation. So that would come shortly. It is undergoing that. Tracking is undergoing.
You know, but Mr. Kesarkar, at this point, yeah, you've written a letter, so it resonates with the Shiv Senics across. But, you know, many questions being raised on why did you not take this grievance to Uddhav Thackeray much earlier? Why did you have to wait to pull off a coup of this nature, spending crores of rupees in your travel to Guwahati, to Surat, Gujarat, chartered flights, hotel stay, such an expensive affair this is? Why did you not take this matter to Uddhav Thackeray directly at first instance?
We have brought this matter before our party chief number of times, and before leaving Mumbai also. I was personally there along with 5 senior ministers. But since he was not giving a thought to it, we thought that we should join the other people who are, you know, a little hesitant with talking, because everybody has the respect for Uddhav Thackeray, and everybody do not dare to talk in his presence. So we talked on behalf of them, and I think that to a certain extent he was convinced, but there was not a firm answer to what we were suggesting. Only thing he told that his family was defamed by people who belong to BJP, and those are the people, I don't think they are the original BJP workers. They are the ones who are admitted afterwards, and they had enmity with Matosri. So these people, they have tried to defend. And for that, you know, some action could have been taken. Instead, when you are saying that it, no doubt, we were also hurt when the family was defended. We were truly hurt. And that is what we told them. But if it is done by somebody who have recently joined Sena, then the original recently joined BJP, then the BJP leadership could take appropriate action against them who have done it.
You know, at this
but
point,
should listen to us.
From what we hear, Mr. Kesarkar, here we are looking at the Supreme Court now issuing a notice to Uddhav Thackeray government. So it seems like the Supreme Court is also cracking down and questioning the powers that Uddhav holds despite not having the numbers. How would you look at this? Are you hoping for a respite? All right, here's the big news coming in. Supreme Court issues a notice on the rebel Shinde's plea. A notice that comes in the way of Uddhav Thackeray at this point. Uddhav Thackeray government now sees a notice from the Supreme Court. Let me quickly cut across to Nalini with more on that. Nalini, please define what this notice really says.
Well, Nabila, this is a notice that has been issued by the Supreme Court for all of the parties, particularly the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, to respond to the petitions that have been filed by Eknath Shinde along with all of the other rebel MLAs. Two very important points coming across from the last update that we gave. Number one, the Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to file a comprehensive affidavit on two aspects. Number one, was there a letter that was received by him regarding a no confidence motion against him itself? And second, that if that no confidence motion was rejected, then on what basis, I beg your pardon, the Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion against himself. So a detailed affidavit, a detailed comprehensive affidavit has been asked by the Supreme Court from the Deputy Speaker in Maharashtra on this particular aspect regarding the no confidence motion. The second most important update coming in from the Supreme Court is that Devdutt Kamath, who was the senior advocate appearing for the Maharashtra government, who had also spoken to the media earlier on behalf of the Shiv Sena, has specifically stated that there is no question of a no confidence motion against a speaker or a deputy speaker. A no confidence motion can only be moved against a CM or a government, not against the speaker. The constitution specifically mentions only removal of a speaker and not any question of a no confidence motion itself. So the Supreme Court has now issued notices to all of the parties, including the Deputy Speaker, the Maharashtra government, as well as the Shiv Sena faction led by Uddhav Thackeray, asking them to respond to the petitions that have been filed by the rebel MLAs. The next hearing, we are given to understand, is on 11th of July now, which is interestingly the day that the Supreme Court is reopening after the vacations conclude. So on the first day of reopening after the summer vacations, the Supreme Court is going to be taking up the Maharashtra political crisis for hearing. They have asked for the response to be filed by the Maharashtra Speaker as well as the Maharashtra Assembly within 5 days from today, and 3 days more after that will be given to the rebel MLAs to respond to the responses that have come in from the Maharashtra Speaker. This is the procedure that is followed. There's always a notice issued asking for the response on the other party on record. Even though the lawyer for the Deputy Speaker as well as the Maharashtra government have both made oral arguments before the Supreme Court today, so it's clear what their stand is going to be. They're challenging Supreme Court hearing this matter at all, saying that the proceedings before the Deputy Speaker have still not been concluded, but the Supreme Court wants all of these submissions on record, on paper, in a comprehensive manner, not in a short duration through oral arguments, which is why they've asked for a detailed response in this entire matter, not only from the Deputy Speaker but also from the Maharashtra government, specifically on the issue of the no confidence motion so far. It remains to be seen what response is filed by these people, but on the 11th of July is when the next hearing is going to be conducted before the Supreme Court. Some very important developments have undertaken before the top court today, which is likely to set
Hold on right there, Nalini, hold on right there. I want to take this straight across to Paulami Saha as well, who's joining us for all the very latest from Guwahati on this story. Paulami, for our viewers who have just tuned in, do encapsulate all that is going on right now, because now the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Uddhav government on pleas filed by the Shinde camp, and what's the sentiment you're picking amidst the Shinde camp at this point of time? Paulami, over to you.
Well, Chetty, obviously we do know now that all of the respondents in this case have been asked to, in fact, submit an affidavit within 5 days' time as far as this entire matter is concerned, which includes, of course, the Speaker, the Maharashtra Government, Assembly Secretary, Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, Mr. Sunil Prabhu, and those others as well who have been made party to this petition, these two petitions by the Eknath Shinde.
Apologies about the interruption right there. Nalini's got some updates coming in from the Supreme Court. Take it away, Nalini.
Yes, Nabila, big breaking coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has specifically asked the Deputy Speaker rather of the Maharashtra Assembly to ensure that the disqualification proceedings will not continue at least until the next date of hearing. Although another important rider is that the arguments are still underway and Rajiv Dhawan has said that he cannot give such an assurance without first speaking to the Deputy Speaker. But the Supreme Court's made its intentions very clear. They've listed the hearing for July 11th and they are asking the Speaker to not conduct the disqualification proceedings at least until then, because the issue regarding the no confidence motion has to be decided first. No doubt if this is in the final order that is passed by the Supreme Court today, that the disqualification proceedings should not continue, then that will come as a massive relief to not only Eknath Shinde but all of the MLAs and the supporters who are with him in Guwahati right now, who are facing disqualification, to whom notices have already been issued to the Deputy Speaker. This is precisely what they were hoping for, some sort of interim relief. And if a stay is put on these disqualification proceedings, we're still waiting for the final order. The final order is not yet come in, but the Supreme Court made its intention very clear. They've said that the Deputy Speaker should not proceed with the disqualification proceedings at least until the next date of hearing, which is the 11th of July. So another roughly about 15 to 16 days more that the rebel MLAs will have to work out a strategy. They will not be disqualified until then, but we have to wait for the final order of the Supreme Court to see whether or not this makes it there, because the council who is representing the Deputy Speaker...
Let me get this right. You're talking to Chaiti now. You're talking to Chaiti now. Let me get this right. There is an interim relief that is come for the Shinde Sena camp on the back of this, because until 11th of July, none of those rebel MLAs will be disqualified, because the decision on the no confidence motion is supposed to be taken first. Have I got that right?
Absolutely, Chaiti, you've got that absolutely right. But like I told you, there is a small rider because the arguments have not yet been completed and the final order has not been passed. But the Supreme Court's made it clear that they don't want these disqualification proceedings to continue until they decide on the no confidence motion and what the final decision in that is. The concern regarding the no confidence motion, Chaiti, that the Supreme Court has is, can the Deputy Speaker even decide on a no confidence motion that has been passed against himself itself? Can he be a judge in his own case? Is the question that the Supreme Court's raising, which is why they have called for all the documents regarding this no confidence motion, which includes the letters that were sent by the rebel MLAs. And until a final decision is taken on that aspect, there is no question of conducting any further proceedings. But because Rajiv Dhawan's not given that assurance yet, it remains to be seen whether or not the Supreme Court's going to pass orders despite that, because sometimes the Supreme Court avoids putting things in orders and asks for an assurance from the council appearing before the court so that there is no prejudice against any one particular party. But in this case, since the council appearing for the Deputy Speaker is still not giving the assurance that he is not going to put a stay on the disqualification proceedings that are already continuing.
Nalini, you are the best person to explain this. Nalini, you are the best person. To the layman, you know, this is too much of a legality. Can or cannot the Deputy Speaker decide against his own no confidence motion? What is, one, be the legal precedence in this regard, and what does the law say with this regard?
Well, Chaiti, if we look at the larger perspective of things, one of the three principles of natural justice is that no man can be the judge in his own cause. So if this is an issue, anything to do with the Deputy Speaker, then the Deputy Speaker himself cannot be the one who is the deciding authority on that particular aspect. Now, because the subject of this no confidence motion is the Deputy Speaker, can he take an action? Can he take a decision as to whether or not he should be removed by himself? Is the question that the Supreme Court's asking. Abhishek Manu Singhvi stated this exact same principle of natural justice that I am stating before you before the Supreme Court, saying no man can be a judge in his own cause. That is why the Deputy Speaker himself cannot decide on the issue of the no confidence motion. Another very important point, though, that has come in, Chaiti, is that Devda Kamath, who is representing the Maharashtra government, has put forth before the Supreme Court that there is no no provision in the constitution that even talks about a no confidence motion against the speaker. A no confidence motion can only be moved either against the chief minister or against the government. The constitution only talks about the removal of a speaker. So where are we getting this no confidence motion against the speaker from is a question that Devdutt Kamath has raised. So as to whether or not this no confidence motion is valid in law, is even legally valid in law, the Supreme Court will decide now, likely on the 11th of July, once they have all the documents before them.
So now the ball shifts back to the Supreme Court to decide based on the arguments which have been made by the lawyers of both sides clearly, because they're both bringing in some solid legal arguments to the fore. And now, once these solid arguments are put forth, it is up to the Supreme Court to decide the interpretation of this law and pass that final order on this. So 11 July is when we would know where the Supreme Court really stands, isn't it?
Well, precisely. The hearing on 11 July is going to be extremely crucial, Chaiti, not only because this matter is going to be taken up, and for the first time we are going to have on-record arguments that will be put forth by not only the Uddhav Thackeray faction, but also the Deputy Speaker himself. But another reason as to why this hearing is going to be important is because we'll have to see which bench the hearing on the 11th of July is listed before. Right now, Justices Suryakant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala are hearing this matter because there's a vacation bench of the Supreme Court that is functioning right now during the summer holidays, and they are the ones who are responsible for all the matters. But it might be listed before a completely different bench, because on 11th of July is when the Supreme Court's going to be reopening after the summer vacations. So the Supreme Court's going to be working with full gusto from the 11th of July after a long vacation, and that is the day when this matter is going to come up.
Our viewers are also very interested, Nalini, in breaking down this legal jargon. I'm coming back to Nalini in just about a bit, but I believe now Maushami has got some updates coming in right there. I want to throw straight across to Maushami. What do you have for us?
I think we should now wait for the final proceedings to get over.
So let's get the first reaction from Shiv Sena. We know of the fact that 3 days' time has been given and various stakeholders have been told to answer on this entire petition.
So the proceedings are still going on, and it would be premature for me to take a call or comment on something like this. But Supreme Court is hearing all sides, and once that is over and done with, we'll be able to give you a better response to this. But Supreme Court feels that everybody should get a chance to answer, which they're doing.
Importantly, repeatedly this is being made, this argument is being made by the Shinde camp that the Deputy Speaker's position is untenable, and he himself is in the dock, so he had no locus standi to issue a disqualification.
No, he was not in the dock. He is the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, and there was no such notice issued. And as far as motions are concerned, motions are accepted during the Assembly being in session. That is what Arunachal Pradesh Court judgment will also tell you. The Supreme Court judgment on Arunachal Pradesh will tell you. But again, I wouldn't want to preempt anything without finally hearing what the Supreme Court is wanting the governments to do. What is it asking everyone else to do?
But we can see that the Supreme Court is entertaining the petition, though the court did ask that why didn't you go to the High Court, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi also said that why did the party, Shinde's party, did not go to the High Court, but now Supreme Court is hearing the entire petition.
So the question really arises, the MLAs who were elected from Maharashtra, the ones who are holding important positions in Maharashtra, why is it that they chose to go to the Supreme Court? Do they have no faith in the High Court of Maharashtra?
And what would you say that repeatedly this argument is also being given, that 39 of us, we are being threatened of the threat factor has been incorporated in the petition, and that has also been said by the Shinde camp.
They have CRPF protection. They have the protection of the governor also making an appeal on their behalf. They have the Maharashtra police working 24/7 to safeguard their families and their properties, as well as we are ensuring to them that once they return to Mumbai, because that is where the flow test will happen, that all adequate measures will be taken. The only thing that they're fearing, and very honestly, is that they have spectacularly failed to gauge that this is legally untenable position that they have taken, and they all stand to be disqualified, and their constituencies will also not forgive them for having voted for them under the Shiv Sena symbol and having backstabbed the very leadership.
A notice also been issued to Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, who was appointed by the Uddhav Thackeray government as the deputy speaker. So, pardon me, as the CLP leader of the Shiv Sena.
No, again, I will repeat, we are on the right side of the law. And the law is supreme, and we will respond to as per whatever Supreme Court decides to do, asks us to do, and what should be rightfully done.
It's legal, Ajay Chaudhary's appointment, despite the fact that more than two-third majority was...
Of course it's legal. Legislative party under the symbol of the bow and arrow belongs to the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. There is no, there's nothing wrong in what has happened. Chief whips have changed, CLPs have changed over the years. What their argument is, again, like I said, is legally not tenable.
Importantly, reporters from the court are saying that 11th July the matter is listed, and meanwhile, as an interim measure, the time granted by Deputy Speaker to petition or similarly or a similar matter of MLAs to submit response by 5 p.m. today is extended till 11th of July, 5:30 p.m. That really means... That means that if that is, our reporters have just flashed that the MLAs, the disqualification proceedings and the timeline, the deadline given will be extended till 11th of July. Is that a big jolt for the Shiv Sena MVA government?
Till I don't, again I repeat, till we do not see the entire proceedings and what is finally called, rather than going on the stories which are flashed. While we were sitting, Aaj Tak changed its statements thrice, so I wouldn't want to jump to any conclusion till we don't have a final outcome.
That is the matter, because we have this breaking that is coming up. Our reporter Anisha has said, and Mr. Dhawan has objected to that matter, says that since the Deputy Speaker has rejected the notice of motion because it is important that it is not authenticated, let them file a detailed reply, let the proceedings before the Speaker be completed. He is insisting that the proceedings today should be completed.
Again, I will wait for the final outcome and what is finally spoken about and what decisions are being taken. And again, since the matter is sub judice right now, it would be difficult for me to even react to something like that right now.
All right, so Priyanka Chaudhary, they're treading carefully. Priyanka Chaturvedi, they're, pardon me, treading very carefully. But importantly, she says that we are on the right footing. It is the rebel MLAs who have betrayed the party and the people, and they are answerable. And whatever replies need to be given will be given to the court.
All right, Maushami bringing us that exclusive update coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi, who is a member of parliament and spokesperson of the Shiv Sena as well. Let's bring in Nalini Sharma now. She's our legal. Nalini, you've got us so many updates. This is a fast developing story and many updates coming at this point of time from the Supreme Court as well. Net, for the layman to understand, outside of the legal jargon, which you're fantastic with because you understand the law. Let's break this down for our viewers. What does this really mean? Does this mean that the Shinde camp gets advantage now because the disqualification has been put on hold until the next hearing, which is 11th of July? And why? Explain the legal lay of the land to a layman.
Well, Shruti, the big news coming in from the Supreme Court right now is that the Supreme Court has specifically extended the time for the rebel MLAs to respond to this disqualification notice till 5:30 p.m. on July 11th. In layman's terms, what that means is that status quo, at least on the aspect of disqualification proceedings, will continue till the 11th of July. No further proceedings can be conducted regarding the disqualification aspects of these 16 MLAs. After the Deputy Speaker refused to give his assurance as to whether or not these disqualification proceedings will continue, the Supreme Court has extended their time in the interim till 11th of July to respond to these disqualification notices, which doesn't although necessarily mean that there is an advantage that is given to them, but definitely means that there is no disadvantage for them, because this disqualification proceedings was the sword that was hanging over their heads for the past couple of days since the 25th of June, when the disqualification notice was issued to them. So now, because they know that the Deputy Speaker cannot proceed any further with the disqualification proceedings, at least till the 11th of July, there will be respite, there will be relief that they will be feeling at this point, and it also gives them time to plan out their further strategies as sitting members of the Legislative Assembly, because they cannot be disqualified. The question will now become, and this will only happen before the floor of the House, the question will now become, who who has the numbers, because the Supreme Court has specifically
No, of course, this story is all going to be boiling down to the numbers as well and the legality surrounding this particular story as well. Now, bring our viewers up to speed in terms of what the arguments were as far as Devdutt Kamath is concerned, who's representing the Uddhav Sena in court on the principles of natural justice vis-a-vis the no confidence motion which is being faced by the Deputy Speaker, for the layman to understand very clearly what is going on.
Well, Chaiti, first quickly just look into what are the two main takeaways from the extremely long hearing that's happened today. Number one is that the Supreme Court has called for a comprehensive affidavit from the Deputy Speaker explaining on the basis of which the no confidence motion was rejected by him. The second most important takeaway is that the Supreme Court has stated that till the 11th of July, the rebel MLAs, the 16 MLAs against whom disqualification has been sought, they have time till the 11th of July to respond to this notice, which means that they are not bound by the deadline that was issued for 5:30 p.m. today and do not have to appear before the Speaker before that deadline. But some very important arguments, like you were asking about, have also been raised during the course of this entire hearing. The first and the foremost was the argument regarding the principle of natural justice, like you correctly pointed out, as to whether or not the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly can even be the one who can decide on this issue of no confidence motion. Because the no confidence motion has been passed against him only, can he be the judge in his own case, is the first question that has been put forth before the Supreme Court. The second question that has been put forth before the Supreme Court is that can a no confidence motion against the Speaker even exist?
Yes, yes. So before the moving ahead with the disqualification of the 16 MLAs and the hearing on 11th of July, the first decision, Nalini, and correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be first taken on the no confidence motion as far as the Deputy Speaker is concerned, and then they would proceed over the hearing of the matter of the disqualification of MLA. So is that the order that is going to be followed?
We are still waiting for the final order, Chaiti, but yes, you are precisely right. First, they are going to decide on the issue of no confidence motion. Let me explain to you why. Because even though there was an ambit of things that was challenged by the Shiv Sena, as well the Shinde Sena, I beg your pardon, as well as the MLA supporting them before the Supreme Court, their main crux of the argument...
Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government to ensure the safety of MLAs. Big breaking news on your screens right now. Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government to ensure the safety of MLAs. Supreme Court going on to ask Uddhav government to ensure safety of the MLAs. Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court at this point of time. Taking this across to Nalini. Nalini, give us some perspective as far as Supreme Court asking the Uddhav government to ensure safety of their own MLAs is concerned. Are they speaking about the 11 MLAs in the Uddhav camp so that they cannot be further poached by the Shinde camp?
No, Chaiti, over here the Supreme Court's talking about the rebel MLAs who had originally approached the Supreme Court seeking protection, saying that there is a threat to their life.
Okay.
Because remember, just minutes before the hearing began in the Supreme Court, there was another application that was filed by the Shinde camp saying that the law and order situation in Maharashtra has gone out of control of the Mahavikas Aghadi government, which is why there was a genuine threat to their life. They had also used that reason to state as to why they had not approached the Bombay High Court with a legal remedy, because they said that the environment in Bombay is not conducive at this point. So the Supreme Court has said that the state must ensure that protection is granted to all of these MLAs. The state should take adequate steps to maintain law and order and protect life and liberty of these 39 MLAs.
This is of course coming on the back of Nalini. This is of course coming on the back. Just to give our viewers a little bit of background as well. You did have a little bit of vandalism, and you had the Shiv Senics who had taken to the streets of Mumbai as well, and there was a genuine threat to the families of these rebel MLAs who are at the moment in Guwahati, but their families are in Maharashtra right now, and hence the Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government that there should be no further damage caused to their families at this point of time, and the police of Maharashtra falls under the Uddhav government, so make sure and ensure their families are all right. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. The Supreme Court's passed these very clear directions right now while passing the oral orders. Of course, this is also going to get translated into the written orders, but the Supreme Court's made it very clear that it is the responsibility of the state government to ensure that law and order is maintained in the state and the life and liberty of all its citizens, including these 39 MLAs that are now casting aspersions regarding the threat to their life, should be maintained. And that is precisely why the Supreme Court's gone ahead and made directions to the state to ensure that adequate protection and safety is granted to all of these MLAs, even if they come back to Mumbai. Remember, in their petition that they've stated, they've clearly said that one of the main reasons why they've not come back to Mumbai is because there is a genuine threat to their life and they fear that they might be harmed. They've also raised threats regarding their family members, which is why they had specifically moved the Supreme Court asking for protection to be granted to their family members who are still within Maharashtra. And the Supreme Court's gone ahead and granted that. They've clearly said that there should be no untoward incident in this entire matter, and it is the responsibility of the state to ensure that law and order is maintained in the state and all of these rebels' life as well as liberty is protected by the state.
So at this point of time, as far as the Shinde camp is concerned, it is status quo, and as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned, it's a fair amount of setback that is coming in.
Well, precisely because no further proceedings can be conducted till the 11th of July. Let me make it clear. Till the 11th of July, time has been granted to these rebel MLAs to now respond to the disqualification notice. The Supreme Court's not specifically stayed the disqualification proceedings, nor have they said that the disqualification proceedings cannot continue. They have simply extended the deadline till the 11th of July, which is when the next date of hearing is going to happen. But because by virtue of the fact that they've extended this deadline till the 11th of July, no further proceedings can happen till then, because only once a response is received from the rebel MLAs will the disqualification proceedings be allowed.
So that also effectively means, okay, so Nalini, that also effectively means that till this issue is decided upon by the Supreme Court, which is hearing the case at the moment, there can also not be any floor test whatsoever.
Well, not specifically on the issue of floor test, no, Chaiti, they have not specifically said that. They have only extended the time regarding the disqualification proceedings and the notice that was issued to the rebel MLAs by the Deputy Speaker in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, asking them to appear before them by 5:30 p.m. today. That is the only aspect on which the Supreme Court passed these interim orders and specifically gone ahead and extended the time for them to reply to this. As to whether or not a floor test will be conducted is completely dependent on the proceedings that happen before the Deputy Speaker. They will be the right authority to take a call on this, because no part of the petition filed by the Shinde faction specifically talks about whether or not a floor test in this entire matter should be conducted. They are simply stating that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government does not have the majority on their side, and plus the Deputy Speaker does not have the powers to conduct the proceedings that he is already conducting without first deciding on the no confidence motion.
Let me take this across to Anisha Mathur as well, who is our Chief Legal Eagle of India today. And Anisha, you've been there, you've witnessed these proceedings as well. Just for our viewers who have tuned in, get us the overall lay of the land and what this really means, leaving the legal jargon aside, given the fact that our viewers would get a better understanding where the Shinde camp stands and where the Uddhav camp stands. Over to you, Anisha.
Well, there are three things that have come out from this particular hearing. For the last several minutes, this hearing lasted for a long time, but at the end of it, there are 3 points that have come out. One, it is a relief for the Shinde camp, as the court has said that the deadline that was given to them by the Deputy Speaker to respond to the disqualification notices by 5:30 p.m. today, that has been extended to the 11th of July. Please remember, this is not a stay or status quo order on the disqualification proceedings, because this is simply an extension of time, because there was a specific objection from the senior advocate appearing on behalf of the
Deputy Speaker that you cannot hold the Speaker's proceedings in abeyance. And the fact that Rajiv Dhawan, who was a lawyer for the Speaker, he has also specifically said that since there is a question of the validity of the notice of motion to remove the Speaker, that issue is something that the rebel MLAs will also have to file a response. So court has said, given them time till 11th of July to file a response on the disqualification proceedings as well as on the validity of the notice of motion, because those proceedings are pending before the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker of the House. Second point that has come out is that the court has noted that the basic point that the Supreme Court will have to decide on is whether the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker at this moment actually has the authority at the moment to start these disqualification proceedings. That is the legal point on which the Supreme Court will have to conduct its proceedings. That if there is a valid notice to remove the Speaker, a valid notice of motion of no confidence, then does the Speaker have any authority to continue any proceedings whatsoever? That issue will also be debated now from the 11th of July. The third point is regarding the floor test. Now, there was a specific objection by Devdutt Kamath, who's a lawyer appearing for the Uddhav Thackeray camp, who said that since these proceedings have now been adjourned to the 11th, they have an apprehension that in the meantime, the rebel MLAs will try and hold a floor test to, according to Devdutt Kamath, that these rebel MLAs will try to upset the status quo.
And I'm sorry about that particular interruption right there, Anisha. I'm sorry about that interruption right there. And Devdutt Kamath's apprehension is correct, because right now, from what it looks like, the numbers are with the Shinde Sena camp. And in this interim period, if there is the Shinde camp pushing for a floor test, the Uddhav government will suffer a huge setback. And hence this argument, perhaps by Devdutt Kamath in front of the Supreme Court, that let there not be any kind of a floor test. Hold on. The Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government to ensure safety of the rebels. Big breaking news coming in at the moment. Let's see, protect rebels and their families. There's some huddle going on right there. We're getting some live visuals at the moment. Anisha, continue to be with us. Uddhav Thackeray is right there, I'm being told. Let's see what's going on right now at the moment. On your screens right now, Uddhav Thackeray. All right, there is Uddhav Thackeray on your screens at the moment. Can we go back to Anisha, please? We're trying to get a reaction out of Uddhav Thackeray, I believe. So let's wait for that reaction from Uddhav Thackeray, and then we go back to Anisha. Anisha, don't go anywhere. This is a very interesting point that we were discussing as far as this floor test is concerned, and the arguments put forth by Senior Advocate Kamath is concerned in the Supreme Court too. But we're waiting for a reaction from Uddhav Thackeray. Let's see what he has to say. He's about to address First on India Today. Listen in.
यापूर्वी उद्धव साहेबांनी आदित्य साहेबांच्या सहकार्यानं आपल्याला घरांचं स्वप्न प्रत्यक्ष उतरताना दिसलं, परंतु घराच्या किमतीबद्दल कुठेतरी आपली आग्रही मागणी होती की कमीत कमी किमतीत आम्हाला घर द्या.
एक जागा करून द्या मीडियाला.
आपण सगळ्यांनी जी केलेली विनंती होती, मागणी होती, त्यानुसार आज आदित्य.
All right, let's get that once again for you in terms of what is going on right there. Aditya Thackeray's visuals First on India Today. We're also waiting for a reaction coming in from Aditya Thackeray on all that is going on right now. These are live visuals, viewers, that we're staying on at this point of time, waiting for a comment coming in from Aditya Thackeray. In the meanwhile, we'll also get Anisha and Nalini both back on the story, because this is all boiling down to numbers and boiling down to the legality in this particular matter. But yes, everyone wants to hear what Aditya Thackeray wants to say on this, and we're waiting for that particular reaction too. Listen.
मजबूतीने आणलेली शिवसेना याच मजबूतीने पुढे घेऊन जाऊ. आपल्या सगळ्यांना देवदेवतांचे आशीर्वाद लाभो हा प्रत्येकाचा या ठिकाणी मानस आहे. सगळ्यांच्या वतीने आपल्याला माझी नम्र विनंती आहे की एक चांगला निर्णय आपल्या मुखातनं आम्हाला ऐकायचा आहे. त्यासाठी ही प्रतीक्षा आहे. आपल्या मुखातनं हा निर्णय आम्हाला ऐकवा. नमस्कार.
जय महाराष्ट्र. निर्णय किती लोकांना कळला? निर्णयाबद्दल किती लोकांनी मागितले निर्णय किती और बातमी हीच आहे की आज सकाळी मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव साहेबांनी स्वतः जितेंद्र रावत साहेबांना फोन केला आणि अशा सूचना दिल्या असं सांगितलं की आपण 25 वर्ष या पीडीडी बद्दल ऐकत आलेलो आहोत. पुढे मागे लेझिम सारखं चालायचं आपलं आणि कुठे ना कुठेतरी असं वाटायचं की चला होते आणि होत नाही. तो मार्गी प्रश्न आपण मागच्या वर्षी लावला, पण तरी देखील इथे अनेक पोलीस परिवार आहेत ज्यांची दुसरी पिढी असेल, तिसरी पिढी असेल, वर्षानुवर्ष ज्यांनी या महाराष्ट्राची सेवा केली आहे, जनतेला सुखरूप ठेवलेलं आहे. त्यांच्यासाठी आपण काहीतरी करणं गरजेचं आहे आणि म्हणून त्यांनी आज फोन लावून सांगितलं.
I would have really translated Uddhav Thackeray viewers, but the voice is not clear in my talk back at the moment. Let me bring to you what he has exactly said in moments from now.
तुम्ही एवढा प्रेमाचा वर्ष आता केलेलाच आहे.
एक ही स्पॉट पे
आपण काही माझ्या वाढदिवसाला गायगावमधून पण आले काही पोलीस परिवार आणि त्यांनी मला सांगितलं की आदित्यजी तुम्हीच हे करू शकता, काही ना काहीतरी करून आम्हाला ही घर अफोर्डेबल आणि मी मुख्यमंत्री भवनाकडे प्रस्ताव तर दिलेला मला माहिती नव्हतं खरं तर ते त्याच्यावर विचार करतील की नाही करणार, कारण आता तुम्हाला माहिती थोडी गडबड संघर्ष नाही आपल्याला संधी आहे, राजकीय संधी आहे.
फक्त कॅमेरा लावून
मुख्यमंत्री केवढा वेगळा आहे की या वेगळ्या काळामध्ये जिथे आपण स्वतःच्याच लोकांबरोबर लढत आहोत, स्वतःच्याच लोकांनी दगाफटका केल्यानंतरही आपल्या पोलीस परिवारांबद्दल विचार करत आहे, आपल्या सामान्य माणसाबद्दल विचार करणारा हा आपला मुख्यमंत्री आहे. मला वाटतं असं जर प्रेम सर्वांचं असेल, असं जर एक आशीर्वादाचं वर्षाव असेल तर मग अजून काय पाहिजे. सगळे आमच्या मातोश्री इथे बसलेले आहेत, आमच्या सोबत आहेत आणि हेच आशीर्वाद सदैव ठेवा. मी त्यावेळी पण सांगितलेलं, आज पण सांगितलं की जे शब्द आपण देतो ते आपण पायकडे करून दाखवतो आणि म्हणून ते ब्रीदवाक्य आपलं रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आहे, प्राण जाय पर वचन न जाय. त्या दिवशी मी तुम्हाला बोललेलं आहे आपण काम करून दाखवून, आज आपण काम ते करून दाखवलेलं आहे.
Short of what Uddhav Thackeray is saying that we will stand by the Shiv Sena. His audio is absolutely unclear, viewers. I would have translated it word by word for you, but let me try and grasp exactly what he's saying.
दोनच गोष्टी मला सांगायच्या आहेत. एक, सदैव आनंदात राहा आणि दुसरं, कोणी आपलं वरळी सोडून जायचं नाही. मी पुन्हा आपल्या सर्वांना शुभेच्छा देतो. असंच प्रेम, असेच आशीर्वाद आपले असेच धन्यवाद.
I think he's thanking his supporters for all the love that Uddhav Sena is enjoying at the moment. He's actually flanked by his supporters and they're sloganeering for Uddhav Thackeray and he's also giving them a word of appreciation and encouragement. Listen in.
मला वाटतं निकाल आजचा हाच आहे, महत्त्वाचा आहे की बीडीडी मध्ये आपण परवडणारी घरं आज पोलीस परिवारांना देत आहोत. राजकीय गोष्टी सुरू असतात, पुढे मागे होत असतं, राजकीय जे काही निकाल असतील ते येणारच, पण लोकांची काम सतत करत राहणं हा आमचा सेवा धर्म आणि आम्ही करत राहू.
Will continue to work for my
बघू दे, कारण आता मी बीडीडीच्याच आमच्या सर्व लोकांमध्ये आहे. निकाल मला जरा वाचायचे आहेत अजून. कॉन्फिडेंस जीत की तो पूरी है और प्यार भी पूरा है. जो दगेबाजी करते हैं वो कभी जीतते नहीं है, जो भाग के जाते हैं वो कभी जीतते नहीं है. मैं अभी मुझे थोड़ा पढ़ना है, जो भी अभी का निर्णय हो मुझे पढ़ना पड़ेगा. फ्लोर टेस्टसाठी ते तयार आहेत की नाही हा पहिला प्रश्न आहे. आमची फ्लोर टेस्ट आम्ही सांगितलेले काय आहे. मला वाटतं एकच आहे, फ्लोर टेस्टपेक्षा जो कोणी पळून गेलेला आहे, काही काही त्याच्यात खरोखर आमचे पण आहेत जे तिथून सतत फोन करतात की आमची सुटका करा, त्यांना फसवलं गेलं आहे, अजूनही ते संपर्कात आहेत, पण ज्यांनी दगाफटका केला त्यांनी डोळ्यात डोळे घालून बोलावं आम्हाला की आम्ही काय.
We are in touch with the rebel MLAs, but there are some who need to meet us eye to eye for us to have a conversation.
लेकिन कभी ना कभी तो सामने आने वाले हैं, उनको आंख में आंख डाल के बात करनी पड़ेगी. देखते हैं. नक्की आहेत. आता ते तुम्हाला माहिती आहे किती, तुम्हाला पण तो आकडा माहिती आहे.
You also know what the numbers really look like. You're very much aware, but we are in touch with our supporters.
संजय राउत को भी आप लोग क्या इसको राजनीति के हिसाब से देख रहे हैं?
नहीं, ये राजनीति नहीं, ये तो भी सर्कस बन गई है.
और ये बताइए एक और सवाल, फ्लोर टेस्ट के लिए आप लोग तैयार हैं?
फ्लोर टेस्ट से मुझे सबसे बड़ी टेस्ट यही है, अगर जो भी बागी है, जो भाग के गए हैं, जो खुद को रिबेलियन कह रहे हैं, रेबेलियन करना होता तो यहाँ हिम्मत से करते, राजीनामा देते, रिजाइन करते और सामने चुनाव के लिए खड़े रहते। मेरी बात पूरी होती। दूसरी फ्लोर टेस्ट यही होगी कि मेरे सामने बैठे आंखों में आंखें डाल के बोले कि हमने क्या गलत किया।
Aditya Thackeray right there. Let me translate what he just told our reporters at this point of time. Long and short of what Aditya Thackeray has said is that I will continue to work for the people, and we, as in the Uddhav camp, will continue to work for the people. This is all politics for you. And he's also further gone on to say that we are in touch with some of the rebel MLAs. Our constant communication lines are open with some of our rebel MLAs, insinuating and indicating that perhaps there is some hope for them to come back, but not in as many words. And he also said that the ones who we are not in touch with, at some point they will have to come to Bombay. At some point they will have to come meet us eye to eye, and that's when we will have a conversation with them. And hence the big question now arises on the floor test issue. I would like our producers to please get us Nalini or Anisha on this broadcast. Anisha Mathur, our senior legal eagle, is joining us on this broadcast. You know, when it comes to the floor test, Anisha, and we were talking about this earlier as well, the biggest problem for the Uddhav Thackeray camp would be that at the moment, just look at that. The numbers look like they're in Shinde's favor, Eknath Shinde's favor very clearly, no matter what is being said. And hence their apprehension is if they push for a floor test immediately before the hearing in the Supreme Court on 11th of July over the disqualification of the 16 MLAs, the Uddhav Sena would stand to lose at this point of time, and that would be their biggest apprehension. And hence, I see that Advocate Devdas Kamath has also requested the court that till the issue is decided, please do not let them have a floor test. What has the court said in this regard?
Well, the court has very clearly declined to take up this particular issue at this stage. What the quote from the court, in fact, on this point was that let us not raise an apprehension for which there is no reason at the moment. Effectively, what the court has said that if the Uddhav camp is worried about a floor test being forced, they can always approach the Supreme Court again. But at this stage, when Senior Advocate Devdas Kamath raised this issue, that they are apprehensive that the Shinde camp could force a floor test, that there could be a very big change in the status quo, that they could try and change the status quo of the government at the moment. The court said that at the moment this is not a consideration because the issue before us is of disqualification of these MLAs and the issue before us is of the powers of the speaker. And if there is any further development, then the Uddhav camp is free to come before the court once again and raise those issues. So for now, the court has not said anything about the floor test.
Absolutely.
But yes,
so the court has not said anything about the floor test, Anisha, but you are, you know, you're a legal eagle, you're a legal mind, and many viewers today would have that question on the legality of this. Until this matter is being heard, legally speaking, and this is a question that every layman would perhaps want to know, is there a possibility whether the Supreme Court has said anything, not said anything against the arguments put forth by Devdas Kamath is a different story altogether. But can there legally be a floor test in this interim period? What does the law have to say about it?
Well, Chaiti, that is a very, very complicated question of the law. See, at the moment, since the question of the validity of the speaker itself, or the deputy speaker as the case is here, is under question, if there is to be a floor test, there has to be a speaker in place to call for that vote. Now, the question before this court right now is whether Maharashtra has a valid deputy speaker in the position, in the chair or not. If there is no, if the removal of the speaker or the no confidence motion against the speaker has to be conducted, then that will have to be conducted before anything else can happen, because there has to be somebody on the chair to to call that floor test. So at the moment, this is a very, very complicated question of if the Shinde faction calls for a floor test, then what happens? Because that is exactly what the apprehension raised by Devdutt Kamath was, that if this happens, then what will happen? Because that is a question that nobody really has the answer to. Legally, what happens there at that point? And that is why the Supreme Court has said that if something like this happens, then you can come back to us on that particular point. For now, let's focus on the issues that are there before us. But yes, the question really will be...
Absolutely right. And you are absolutely right. And the Supreme Court is not really given a clear answer on that. And this has become a biggest point of contention. What if the Shinde camp pushes for a floor test before 11th of July? Then what happens? Because at this point of time, from what we're picking up in terms of what the Supreme Court has to say, Uddhav Thackeray definitely is headed for a long legal battle. But in the interim, what if the Shinde camp pushes for a floor test? It all comes down to the numbers at the end of the day.
Well, if I can just, if you can hear me, Chaiti, the question is not just that whether the Shinde camp can push for a floor test. The question is also, do they have the legal validity to ask for a floor test? See, there we'll have to go into the
Sorry about the interruption. Let's go straight across. Sanjay Raut giving a first-up reaction after that Supreme Court hearing. Let's listen into what Sanjay Raut has to say. And if he's speaking in Marathi, I will be translating. So put the volume up, please. All right, Munish is with Sanjay Raut. Over to you.
शिव सेना के वरिष्ठ नेता और राज्यसभा एमपी संजय राउत साहब मौजूद हैं। राउत साहब, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला हुआ है कि 11 तारीख तक इस मामले को टाल दिया जाए और यह भी बोला है कि जितने भी 39 एमएलए हैं उनको सुरक्षा दी जाए।
अच्छी बात है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो निर्णय होता है उसका हम आदर करते हैं। माय लॉर्ड, हमारे लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो भगवान है। कानूनी लड़ाई है, दांव पेच होते रहते हैं, दोनों तरफ से होंगे, लेकिन पब्लिक राय, पब्लिक सेंटीमेंट महाराष्ट्र की बहुत अलग है। आप कोर्ट में जाएंगे, आप कानूनी दांव पेच करेंगे, लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि महाराष्ट्र जनता उनको माफ नहीं करेगी। तो ठीक है, कोर्ट से जो निर्णय लेना है। अभी 11 तारीख तक तो लंबा खिंच गया मामला, तो 11 तारीख तक तो कोई विश्वास मत का रेजोल्यूशन नहीं आ सकता है उसमें, तो तब तक ये लोग गुवाहाटी में रहेंगे। मुझे मालूम नहीं कहाँ रहेंगे। और सुरक्षा तो पूरी है उनको सरकार की, अभी केंद्र ने भी दी है। कश्मीरी पंडितों को सुरक्षा नहीं है, लेकिन उनको सुरक्षा है।
ये जो 11 तारीख तक पूरा का पूरा मामला टल गया है, क्या ये आप लोगों के लिए अच्छी खबर है?
देखिए, अच्छी या बुरी की बात नहीं है। जो किया है ये लोगों ने, बहुत बुरी खबर है। जो हमारे एमएलए वहां चले गए बिना वजह, वो बुरी खबर है। अभी कानून के आप एक बार न्यायालय में जाते हो तो ये चलता रहेगा, तारीख पे तारीख वो चलता रहेगा।
ये जो समय मिला है, क्या उसमें आप लोगों की कोशिश रहेगी कि जो बागी एमएलएज हैं उनसे कोई बातचीत की जाए, कोई रणनीति तैयार की जाए? क्योंकि आप लोग जो समय मिला है उसका फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करेंगे, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो।
नहीं, देखो, कोशिश तो जरूर करेंगे। आज भी हमारे संपर्क में लोग हैं वहां से। जब मुंबई में आने की कोशिश करेंगे तो उनसे ठीक डायलॉग हो सकता है हमारा। अभी तो 1 सेकंड के लिए, 2 सेकंड के लिए हमें मैसेज मिलता है कि हमको बात करना है, हमको यहाँ से छुड़ा दो। मुंबई में आएंगे तो यहाँ का माहौल, यहाँ की हवा, यहाँ का पानी, सब कुछ अलग है।
मैंने हवा पानी तो अलग है। एक और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा हुआ है कि 11 तारीख तक जिन एमएलएस को नोटिस गई थी डिस्क्वालीफाई करने के लिए, 16 एमएलएस को, उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई न किया जाए।
अच्छी बात है, लेकिन 11 तारीख के बाद तो करना ही पड़ेगा। मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना। जो 12 एमएलए है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ।
चलिए, बड़ी बात कही आपने। एकनाथ शिंदे के जो वकील हैं, उन्होंने कोर्ट के सामने आज, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने आज उन्होंने दावा किया कि दरअसल वो मुंबई इसके लिए नहीं जा रहे हैं या फिर बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट इसके लिए नहीं गए क्योंकि उनकी जान को खतरा है। आपने एक बयान दिया हुआ था, उसको भी उन्होंने कहा कि आपने कहा कि 40 लोगों की जो बॉडी है वो वहां से आएगी, तो उस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखो, ये तो बहुत हिम्मत वाले लोग हैं। शिवसेना में बगावत कर दी वो लोगों ने और भाग गए, तो डर किस बात की है? अगर आपको समर्थन है, आपके साथ लोग हैं, तो डरने की और भागने की जरूरत नहीं है। बात रही मेरे वक्तव्य की, मेरे वक्तव्य तोड़मोड़ करो, उसका सब न्यायालय में बता रहे हैं कि मैंने इतना ही कहा कि जो लोग 40 लोग वहां गए हैं वो सिर्फ शरीर उनका चल रहा है, बाकी तो उनका आत्मा मर गया है। ऐसे मरे हुए लोगों को क्या मुंबई में हम स्वागत करेंगे? वो तो सिर्फ जिंदा लाशें यहाँ आएगी। इतना ही मैंने कहा है।
राउत साहब, एक और बड़ी डेवलपमेंट हुई है आज। ईडी ने आपको समन किया हुआ है एक मामले में, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट के तहत। क्या आपको अंदेशा था? क्योंकि आपने पिछले कुछ बयानों में आपने लगातार कहा था कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज का मिसयूज हो रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है?
ये अभी जो मुझे नोटिस आया वो मिसयूज ही है ना। मेरे जैसा है, मैंने कभी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग या क्या है सब पैसों का खेल कभी किया नहीं। ठीक है, भेज दीजिए। मुझे मालूम है कहाँ से इंस्ट्रक्शन जाता है, क्यों जाता है। जो चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में उनमें एक मैं फ्रंट पर हूँ मेरी पार्टी के लिए, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की पार्टी के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के लिए। तो मेरा आवाज बंद कर दो। और देखिए, मेरा आवाज आप बंद नहीं कर सकते। आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो, मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा। मैं यहाँ ही रहूंगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ। आप इतनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊंगा। लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊंगा ना। आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो। अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में, आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ, कब आना है, मैं जाऊंगा।
गिरफ्तार होने के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
डेफिनेटली, क्यों नहीं। अगर आप गलत तरीके से कुछ करना चाहते हो मेरी पार्टी को खत्म करने के लिए, और उसके लिए आपको मेरा बलि देना है, बलि चढ़ाना है। हजारों लोग हमारे शिवसेना में इस तरह से उनका बलिदान है इस पार्टी के लिए। हजारों लोग हैं हमारे, चाहे 1992 का दंगा हो, जो बाबरी वाला, उससे पहले हो 1969, अभी बाद में अनेक बहुत से मोमेंट में हमारे लोग मारे गए। तो एक हमारी बलि चढ़ गई तो उसमें बड़ी बात क्या है? करने दो।
राउत साहब, मैं एक सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे कि जो आप इशारा कर रहे हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि इस वक्त जो राजनीतिक हलचल चल रही है महाराष्ट्र की, उसके वजह से आपको ये ईडी का समन इस वक्त आया हुआ है?
डेफिनेटली उसके वजह से आ रहा है। वडोदरा में एक मीटिंग हो गई, उस मीटिंग में कौन था सबको मालूम है। रात के अंधेरे में मीटिंग हो, वहां से इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया संजय राउत का आवाज बंद करो। वो अपनी पार्टी और सरकार और महाराष्ट्र को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद ये नोटिस आ गई। ये गलत सब तरीके से, मैं तो ये जो मामला कुछ मैं देख रहा हूं, मुझे मालूम भी नहीं है क्या है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा आप क्या करोगे? मैं बार बार बोलता हूं, जेल में डालोगे और गोली मार दोगे हरिन पंड्या की तरह। उसके लिए मैं तैयार हूं, लेकिन इतना आसान नहीं है। जो भी लोग के गलत काम करने जा रहे हैं वो अफसर और उनको आदेश देने वाले लोग, उनको उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी। मुझे मालूम है अफसर कौन है, मैं नाम भी ले सकता हूं, लेकिन इतना आसान नहीं है। हमारे जैसे लोगों को खत्म करके आप देश को खत्म करेंगे। आप अपोजिशन खत्म करने जा रहे हो। आप किसके लिए काम कर रहे हो? आप देश के लिए काम करो, आप डेमोक्रेसी के लिए काम करो, आप कानून के लिए काम करो। आप किसी के गुलाम होकर मत काम करिए। अगर आप करना चाहते हो तो ठीक है, आज आपको टेम्पररी जीत मिलेगी, लेकिन ये देश और देश का आत्मा बहुत पवित्र है, समझ लीजिए आप। ये मेरा आह्वान है उस लोगों से जो गलत काम करने जा रहे हैं किसी के लिए।
सर, आपके समन की खबर चीफ मिनिस्टर को भी मिली होगी, उद्धव ठाकरे जी को मिली होगी। क्या वो आपके सपोर्ट में है, पूरी पार्टी सपोर्ट में?
आपके सामने उनका फोन आया था, आपने देखा होगा। मुझे और भी 4 राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री का फोन आया आज, और भी नेताओं का फोन चल रहा है। सबका फोन आ रहा है कि हम आपके साथ हैं। सबको मालूम है गलत है। संजय राउत क्या है, उनके साथ आप कितना भी गलत करो, कितने भी गलत एंट्री बनाओ, गलत डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाओ, लेकिन मैं झुकूंगा नहीं, मरूंगा मैं।
कल आपकी एक पब्लिक रैली भी है, तो जो इस तरह के राजनीतिक हलचल के बीच में जो आपका शेड्यूल है, क्या आपके पास मुमकिन होगा कि आप ईडी के सामने पेश हो पाएं कल?
देखिए, कल तो मैं नहीं पेश हो सकता हूं। मैं ऑफिशियली उनसे समय मांगूंगा। राज्यसभा का भी सेशन शुरू होगा, तो मैं उनसे जरूर, ऐसा है कि एक हमारी एजेंसी है देश की, चाहे वो कुछ भी गलत करे, लेकिन हम उसका रिस्पेक्ट करेंगे। हमको मालूम है गलत करने जा रहे हैं, फिर भी एक देश की ऐसी एजेंसी है, उसका रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए। उसका कागज जो आया है उसका रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए, तो मैं करूंगा और उनसे समय मांगूंगा। अगर समय देता है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो जाऊंगा मैं।
एकनाथ शिंदे ने एक पत्र के जरिए बयान दिया कि आप दरअसल एनसीपी के बहुत ज्यादा करीबी हो गए हैं और एनसीपी जैसा चाहती है वैसा आप करते हैं, ना कि शिवसेना।
देखिए, मैं एक शिवसैनिक हूँ बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का। 30 साल मैं बाला साहब के साथ काम किया है, उद्धव जी के साथ काम किया। मेरा जन्म शिवसेना में हुआ है। एकनाथ शिंदे से मुझे शिवसेना कोई अभ्यास करने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर आप वो सच्चे शिवसैनिक होते तो पार्टी छोड़कर नहीं जाते। उनकी जो समस्या है वो लेकर पार्टी में संघर्ष करते रहे थे, जैसे हम भी करते हैं बहुत बार। शरद पवार साहब इस देश के राज्य के बड़े नेता है, बाला साहब ठाकरे के करीबी मित्र भी रहे हैं, मददगार है सबके। कौन से परिस्थिति में ये सरकार बनी है ये शिंदे जी को मालूम है। शिंदे जी हमारे मित्र है और उसी एनसीपी सपोर्टेड गवर्नमेंट में शिंदे जी को बड़े बड़े पोर्टफोलियो मिले हैं। अगर आपको ये नहीं पसंद था तो आप मिनिस्ट्री में नहीं जाना चाहिए था, कैबिनेट में पहले दिन इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। मुझे पसंद नहीं है, क्या हम एनसीपी के साथ जा रहे हो? अगर आप इस सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री बना देते तो आप तो बहुत खुश होते। तो ये बातें छोड़ देनी चाहिए।
एक आखिरी सवाल मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे कि जिस तरह की हलचल हुई, आपने एक जिक्र भी किया कि वडोदरा में एक मीटिंग हुई थी। क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं बागी एमएलए के साथ में? क्या इस तरह की जानकारी आपके पास में?
उनको बीजेपी के साथ ही सरकार बनानी पड़ेगी ना, और किसके साथ बनाएंगे? उनको बीजेपी में मर्ज होना पड़ेगा। कानून तो यही कहता है, एंटी डिफेक्शन। और इसलिए जो भी शिवसेना के लिए सामने आकर लड़ेंगे, बात करेंगे, स्वाभिमान की बात करेंगे, उनको जेल में डालो, उनके पीछे एजेंसी लगाइए, यही मामला चलेगा। खुद एकनाथ शिंदे को एजेंसी ने डरा धमका कर वहां भेज दिया है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, सबको मालूम है।
आपकी कल सभा है, उसके अलावा हम देख रहे हैं कि आदित्य ठाकरे भी लगातार लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, उद्धव ठाकरे भी अब पब्लिक के बीच में जा रहे हैं। क्या रणनीति है? क्या पब्लिक के बीच में?
हम तो पब्लिक में ही जाएंगे ना। ये एमएलए भाग गए उसका मतलब पब्लिक ने हमको छोड़ा नहीं है ना। एमएलए चले गए होंगे, पब्लिक नहीं चली गई। पब्लिक जनता हमारे साथ है, शिवसेना के साथ है, तीर कमान के साथ है, भगवा के साथ है, वो हमारे साथ रहेगी।
एक ट्वीट किया था सुबह आपने, और आपका एक बयान काफी फेमस हुआ कि आप अपने बाप का इस्तेमाल का नाम करो, हमारे बाप के नाम का इस्तेमाल मत करो। उस ट्वीट के जरिए क्या संदेश था?
ये तो उद्धव ठाकरे जी का बयान है। हमने समर्थन किया है कि वो जो लोग बैठे हैं वो कहते कि शिवसेना हमारी है, बाला साहब ठाकरे हमारे है, आप बाला साहब के नाम पर वापस वोट मांगेंगे। तो उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आप शिवसेना का जो बाप है, आपने शिवसेना छोड़ चुके आप लोग, तो आपने आप अपने बाप के नाम के ऊपर वोट मांगो, हमारा बाप का नाम का क्यों इस्तेमाल करते हो?
आखिरी सवाल पूछूंगा मैं आपसे। हाल फिलहाल में आपकी बातचीत हुई होगी उद्धव ठाकरे जी से, उसके अलावा शरद पवार जी से। क्या कुछ हलचल चल रही है शिवसेना के अंदर में? उद्धव ठाकरे जी की क्या रणनीति है, शरद पवार जी की क्या रणनीति है, कितना सपोर्ट है, इसके बारे में अगर आप थोड़ा सा विस्तार में बता पाएं तो।
देखिए, बात रणनीति की नहीं है, बात ये है कि सरकार बचानी है, कानून की लड़ाई चलती रहेगी। सबसे पहले पार्टी को फिर एक बार ऊर्जा देनी है। चाहे एनसीपी है, एनसीपी अपना काम करेगी। शिवसेना एक केडर बेस्ड पार्टी है, गांव-गांव में शिवसैनिक है, केडर बहुत बड़ा है। सत्ता की परवाह हम कभी करते नहीं, सत्ता आती है, सत्ता चली जाती है, संगठन रहना चाहिए, बस उसका ऊपर काम चल रहा है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए और समय निकालने के लिए। कैमरामैन शगुन के साथ मुनीश पांडे, मुंबई, आज तक।
All right, that was the big interview and the news-defining interview of Manish Pandey with Sanjay Raut, and a clear picture now emerging on where the Uddhav camp stands, because you heard it from Sanjay Raut exclusively speaking to India Today. Our non-stop coverage continues. We are getting some more breaking news coming in, but I'm going to have to take a break and bring you that breaking news in just moments from now. So hang in there. In just moments from now, joining you back again.
watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Big setback to Uddhav government. Supreme Court puts the disqualification of rebels on hold till 11th of July. Maharashtra government asked to ensure the security of the rebels. Amidst the Maharashtra Sena tussle, Enforcement Directorate piles up heat on Uddhav's chief troubleshooter. Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate watchdog over a land scam. Boosted by the support of 39 Sena MLAs, the Shinde Sena stages a big show of strength in the Thane stronghold. Says Uddhav, with just 16 MLAs, is leading a minority government.
बात नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोग.
After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha files nomination for president's post, flanked by the top opposition faces, but numbers clearly stacked against him. breaking news is about Sanjay Raut not going to be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. He's going to be skipping the summons by the Enforcement Directorate. And the reason because he has a scheduled rally in Alibag tomorrow. Can he do that? Big questions are rising. Let's get Munish Pandey on the story for more. But Sanjay Raut has decided to not appear before the Enforcement Directorate summons tomorrow as he has a scheduled rally in Alibag tomorrow. Listen into what Sanjay Raut had to say. All right, we'll play that out for you in just a moment from now. Anisha Mathur is now joining us live, who's on top of this particular story. Anisha, the big story coming in is about Sanjay Raut skipping summons for the Alibag rally. Point number one, can he really do this? Number two, even the Uddhav camp at this point of time is continuously questioning the timing of this particular summons to Sanjay Raut. Over to you.
Sir, what does today's hearing mean for Maharashtra?
I'll start with Marathi.
So can we get English time?
आज माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने आज त्यांच्या या सुनावणी दरम्यान
The hearing was there in the Supreme Court today.
पिटिशन बंडखोर आमदारांनी केली होती त्यावर
On the petition,
हे करताना
on the disqualification of the
सुनावणी
MVA.
आता पुन्हा आर्ग्युमेंटसाठी 12 जुलै
He's saying 12 July is the next date of hearing, but our information says 11 July. So there's a clarification right there I want to just give to our viewers.
आणि ही सुनावणी म्हणजे जे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन आमदारांचं डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनच्या बाबतीमध्ये ज्या नोटीसला हे केलं होतं तर त्या बाबतीमध्ये ही तारीख दिलेली आहे.
This is the date given for the hearing of the disqualification of the MLA's.
या दरम्यान एवढी मोठी कारण त्यांनी समोरून अशी मागणी केली कारण आम्ही हे करताना आणि 1-2 दिवसाची मुदत या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनच्या संदर्भात त्या निलंबित किंवा ज्या आमदारांवर ही कारवाई होणार आहे त्या आमदारांसाठी आणि 2 दिवसाची मुदत देऊ अशा आमच्या वकिलांनी आर्ग्युमेंट केलं.
Our lawyers have asked for 2 more days.
त्यांचं अवेलेबिलिटी वगैरे ह्या गोष्टी सगळ्या हे करून
We've all discussed the availability and all of that.
आता ज्या पद्धतीनं या गोष्टी होत गेल्या एवढ्या लांब तारखांमध्ये तर त्या दरम्यान आमच्या वकिलांनी अशा प्रकारचं हे केलं की या मधल्या काळामध्ये कुठची अशी अनलॉफुल किंवा अशी गोष्ट होऊ नये ज्यावेळेला तुम्ही आम्हाला 11 तारखेचं हे देत आहे त्यावेळेला समोरच्या बाजूने कुठंतरी अनलॉफुल गोष्ट होऊ नये.
Nothing all unlawful should take place till 18th of July. Till 18th of July, our request is nothing unlawful should take place.
व्यवस्थित लीगल याच्या गोष्टी हे ठेवून
We have requested the other side to follow due process of the law and do not flout the law.
अशा प्रकारचं हे केलं की असं जर पुढचं काय हे पाऊल कोण टाकत असेल समोरून तर मग इथं तुम्ही पिटिशनर म्हणून येऊ शकता आणि पिटिशनर म्हणून आल्यानंतर आम्ही कायदेशीर सनदशीर मार्गाने आपल्याला सुद्धा इथे याच्यामध्ये न्याय मिळेल न्याय देऊ.
We want justice following the law of the land and due process of the law and not to flout any law.
महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे या हे जे आमचे बंडखोर आमदार आहेत यामधले जवळजवळ 20 आमदार हे संपर्कात आहेत आणि कुठेही असं पाऊल कोणी हे करायचा प्रयत्न केला तर निश्चितपणे महाविकास आघाडी सरकारच्या आणि शिवसेनेच्या बाजूने त्यांचं मतदान हे शिवसेनेच्या बाजूने होईल अशी आम्हाला खात्री आहे. अर्थात शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री उद्धवजी ठाकरे यांनी अशा प्रकारचं कुठचंही हे केलेलं नाही आहे. जे काही अशा प्रकारे काही कारणांमुळे प्रवृत्त केले गेले ते जर परत येत आहेत तर त्यांना नक्कीच घेऊ. आदित्यजी ठाकरे स्वतःहून अशा प्रकारच्या याच्यासाठी अगदी तयार आहेत. त्यामुळे कुठेही हे नाही आहे आणि त्यांची स्वतःची सुद्धा इच्छा आहे त्यामुळे ही लोक येतील
They truly want their own MLAs to come back, and they are in touch with them. Aditya Thackeray himself also wants that. Uddhav Thackeray also wants that.
See, in the hearing which took place today in the Honorable Supreme Court, the verdict or the interim order which has been given, that is for the argument will continue on 11th of July. The long rope which was argued, I mean, when the disqualification proceedings are on, and only 2 days time was given, was too short, as was said observed by the court. And then our counsel did argue on that count. If that notice is too short, we will extend it by another 2 days, 4 days, whatever. So from the other side, it was argued that, I mean, little more time be given, and that was considered by the Honorable Court, and Supreme Court has given date of it is given for kept for argument on 11th of July. Now, having said that having given that kind of long rope, we from our counsel we insisted that in the meantime, if any unlawful step is contemplated from the other side, that should be preempted, that should be stopped, that should not be allowed. On that, I mean, different facets were considered, different arguments, different conjectures were expressed from both sides, and the Honorable Court has assured that if that be the case, then immediately you can approach as a petitioner to this very Honorable Court, and Honorable Court will ensure that no unlawful step or anything in between will be allowed.
Shiv Sena also filed disqualification petition to other MLAs.
Yeah, the process which has been set by our councils will continue. And in the meantime, despite all this, there are around more than 20 MLAs, those who have purportedly are not on the scene. They are in very much contact with the party leadership, and all this thing, it is 100% sure that if time be, whenever they come in the house, they will vote in favor of MVA alliance, and they will be voting for Shiv Sena.
सर, एक महत्त्वाचा प्रश्न आहे राज्यपालांना पत्र पाठवणारे एकनाथ शिंदे यांचा गट आणि सत्ता स्थापनेचा दावा करणारे याबद्दल काय म्हणाल?
Will you be taking disqualification action against the other MLAs as well?
See, process which is there, as per the direction of the Honorable Court, we will be following that. That needs to be seen. Even things are open, and as far as Honorable Supreme Court has assured us, we will be going by that.
सर, आज के आदेश को शिवसेना कैसे देखती है, किस तरह से?
आज का जो आदेश ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आया हुआ है, उसमें उन्होंने ये आर्गुमेंट्स जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का जो प्रोसीजर है, वो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का प्रोसीजर उन्होंने आर्ग्यू किया कि हमको ये 48 घंटे बहुत ही कम थे, 48 घंटों में हम क्या रिप्लाई देंगे। बहुत सारी आर्ग्यूमेंट हुई। कोर्ट ने ये भी कहा, तो हमने कहा, हमारे काउंसिल ने कहा हम और 2 दिन का समय देते हैं, 2 दिन का नहीं तो 3 दिन का देंगे। तो उन्होंने वहाँ से आर्ग्यू किया कि हम ज़्यादा दिन चाहते हैं, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दोनों बातों को टटोल के 11 तारीख का अवसर दिया, और 11 तारीख का जो अवसर दिया उस दरमियान हमारे काउंसिल ने ये कहा कि ये इतनी लंबी जो आपने समय दिया है, उस दौरान अगर कुछ इस तरह की कानून को छोड़ के गैर कानूनी कुछ बातें होती है, कुछ ऐसी स्टेप ली जाती है सामने, तो उसके लिए अटकाव कैसे करेंगे, उसको कैसे रोकेंगे, क्योंकि ये जाहिर है हमने वो ऑनरेबल कोर्ट का ये जो ऑर्डर दिया है वो हमने माना है, और सामने अगर इस तरह से होता है तो कोर्ट ने एश्योर किया अगर कुछ ऐसी बातें होती है, ऐसी अटकलें होती है, तो आप यहाँ पे पिटिशनर के तहत आप यहाँ पे आएंगे और आपको ज़रूर इसमें न्याय मिलेगा।
एकनाथ शिंदे ने अपनी पिटीशन ली है।
So this was Anil Desai of the Shiv Sena, who has said that the Shiv Sena is in touch with at least 20 of the MLAs, and they believe that those MLAs will come back to the fold of the Uddhav Thackeray faction and vote according to what the party is saying. They're also saying that in the meantime, there should be no untoward or unlawful action undertaken by any person, which means that they are saying that if there is any floor test that is forced by the other side or by any person, they will be coming back to the Supreme Court to challenge that.
And you know, this is exactly what we were talking about, Anisha. We were talking about exactly this in terms of the fact that there is the possibility that the Shinde Sena might just push for a floor test at this point of time. But Anil Desai really ended up saying that we're in touch with 20 of their own MLAs. Only a floor test can decide that. But if there is a floor test, they will be contesting it, which also shows that they are on a losing wicket. Because you cannot be scared of a floor test if you don't have the MLAs on your side.
Well, Jaydeep, the question of whether there can be or will be a floor test is something that even we just heard Anil Desai. I specifically asked him that what happens if there is a floor test, what happens, what does this order really mean for the Maharashtra politics? He is sticking to a very short answer. He's saying that if there is anything, then we'll come back to the court, because we have been assured that if there is any unlawful action, that we can come back to the court, which means that if there is a floor test forced by any other side, then the Uddhav Thackeray faction will be the next to knock on the doors of the Supreme Court. As far as the numbers game itself is concerned, it is very clear that at the moment both sides are claiming to have the support of MLAs. Since the Shinde faction is claiming that they have 39 MLAs, they have been saying that any action against that they should be put under protection, under police protection. Their families and property should also be protected. On the other side, of course, we just heard Anil Desai saying that 20 MLAs are in touch with the party leadership, with the Uddhav Thackeray faction, and they will be voting for the Uddhav Thackeray faction in this if and when the floor test could come up. At the same time, we are going to have to consider what happens on the floor of the House if this matter comes up. At the moment, that is not something that either side seems to be very keen on, Jaydeep. From the sound of the averments in the court, it seems like the Thackeray faction as well as the Shinde faction are trying to consolidate their numbers right now, as both sides.
That is exactly the point. That is exactly the point. There are two parts to this story, the way it pans out, Anisha. One is legality in terms of what the Supreme Court has to say in the next hearing, which is on 11th, is also going to be deciding the fate of a lot of it. And the other part is the numbers. Who's got the numbers? If there is a floor test that comes up, then who really has the numbers? Just stay on with us right there, Anisha. This is great perspective. Breaking news that is coming in right now is about Sanjay Raut not to appear before the ED tomorrow. Remember, he's got a summons from the Enforcement Directorate. He has now scheduled a rally in Alibag tomorrow, and Sanjay Raut says he's not going to be appearing in front of the ED tomorrow. There are also questions at the same time being raised about why is it that Sanjay Raut has got a summons from the ED at this point of time. The questions being raised by the Uddhav Thackeray camp continuously questioning the timing of this notice of the Enforcement Directorate. But news coming in right now, there is ED heat on Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has decided to skip the Enforcement Directorate summons because he's got a scheduled rally in Alibag tomorrow. Listen in to what Sanjay Raut has to say.
ये अभी जो मुझे नोटिस आया वो मिसयूज ही है ना. मेरे जैसा है, मैंने कभी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग या क्या है सब पैसों का खेल कभी किया नहीं. ठीक है, आप भेज दीजिए. मुझे मालूम है कहाँ से इंस्ट्रक्शन जाता है, क्यों जाता है. जो चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में उनमें एक मैं फ्रंट पर हूँ मेरी पार्टी के लिए, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की पार्टी के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के लिए. तो मेरा आवाज़ बंद कर दो. और देखिए, मेरा आवाज़ आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो. मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूँगा. मैं यहाँ ही रहूँगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ. आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊँगा. लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊँगा ना. आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो. अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में. आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊँगा.
गिरफ्तार होने के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
डेफिनेटली, क्यों नहीं. अगर आप गलत तरीके से कुछ करना चाहते हो मेरी पार्टी को खत्म करने के लिए, और उसके लिए आपको मेरा बलि देना है, बलि चढ़ाना है, हजारों लोग हमारे शिवसेना में इस तरह से उनका बलिदान है इस पार्टी के लिए। हजारों लोग हैं हमारे, चाहे 1992 का दंगा हो जो बाबरी वाला, उससे पहले हो 1969, अभी बाद में अनेक बहुत से मोमेंट में हमारे लोग मारे गए। तो एक हमारी बलि चढ़ गई तो उसमें बड़ी बात क्या है, करने दो।
All right, you can hear that exclusive conversation of Sanjay Raut with my colleague Munish Pandey as far as the entire Maharashtra political crisis is concerned. And the breaking news is about the Enforcement Directorate summons to Sanjay Raut. On one hand, you've got the Uddhav Sena questioning the timing of the summons to the Enforcement Directorate. And this is the questions they're continuously raising. Why now? Why is the summons being issued right now in the middle of this political crisis? The other issue is on what the ED summons is all about on the Patra Chaul land scam. And that is something that Munish will be able to throw some light on in just about a bit when he gets patched on to this broadcast as well. In the interim, the news that we are breaking for you viewers is that Sanjay Raut has decided to skip the summons issued to him by the Enforcement Directorate. Instead, he is going ahead with his scheduled rally in Alibag tomorrow. So despite the ED summons, Sanjay Raut will be skipping the Enforcement Directorate summons tomorrow. Shiv Sena, which is the Uddhav Sena, continuously questioning the timing of this Enforcement Directorate summons as well to Sanjay Raut at the same time. But the fact of the matter here, viewers, is that there is Enforcement Directorate heat on Sanjay Raut as we speak. Raut has alleged the misuse of central agencies as well as he skips the ED summons tomorrow. But he is also in the same breath gone ahead and told Munish, I'm ready to get arrested if I have to. I am the true Uddhav Sena. I stand for the Uddhav Sena, which is the real Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. And I'm willing to give my life away for the Sena as well. And we will continue to work for the people of Maharashtra no matter what. That is exactly what Sanjay Raut has said at this point of time. We'll also get our reporters to join us in short moments from now for more on this particular story. Do we have Munish Pandey?
लोकशाही के जो खिलाफ चल रहा है, ये आप देख रहे हो, ये तो सर्कस बन गया है पूरा। जो भगा के लेके गए हैं, कैसे गए हैं पता नहीं।
उद्धव जी के मन में इस वक्त क्या चल रहा है?
मुझे लगता है उनके मन में यही है कि लोगों की सेवा कैसे करते रहे। आज भी जो निर्णय तो उनको भागने की जरूरत नहीं होती। दूसरी चीज, जो भगा के लेके गए हैं उनको मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ये 15-16 लोग हमारे संपर्क में हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि जैसे मुंबई में उनका आना होगा साथ में
पलटेगी जब वो मुंबई में आएंगे।
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि यही बात है कि उनको सेना में रहना है। जो जिसे नहीं रहना है वो गट तो बना नहीं सकते। उनको एक तो डिस्क्वालीफाई होना है या फिर भाजपा में या कहीं जाना है, तो वो उनकी बात हुई। लेकिन जो भी आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए दरवाजे खुले हैं।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। आदित्य ठाकरे ने बड़ी बात कही है यहाँ पर रेबल ग्रुप के लिए, बागी ग्रुप के लिए, और कहा है कि अगर बागी ग्रुप वापस आना चाहता है तो उनके लिए दरवाजे एकदम खुले हैं। ये कहा कि मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे सिर्फ लोगों की सेवा करना चाहते हैं। कैमरा पर्सन महेश मोरे के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई, आज तक।
And this is a stance that has been taken by Aditya Thackeray. While I was translating him just a little while back as well, he says, I'm going to continue to work for the people. He says the Uddhav Thackeray government is going to continue to work for the people no matter what goes on. And this is a political circus which is going on. We will face them head on. We're also in touch with 20 of the rebel MLAs as well. Questions arising on just moments when they come to Mumbai and face the Uddhav Sena camp face to face, meet eye to eye. And this has been the constant stance of the Uddhav Thackeray government. In fact, if you saw Aditya Thackeray right now, he did mention it doesn't matter. He says that I want to work for the people of Maharashtra, and the Uddhav Thackeray camp will continue to work for the people of Maharashtra. That was the first up reaction of Aditya Thackeray. The big power tussle getting bigger and bigger, and constant breaking news that is coming in at this point of time. It's a fast-moving coverage we're bringing to you on India Today. Shinde Sena likely to withdraw support to the MVA. Munish Pandey is joining us. Munish, you just had that super exclusive conversation with Sanjay Raut, where Sanjay Raut did end up mentioning that he's even willing to give up his life for the Shiv Sena of Bala Thackre's Shiv Sena. Now, the question here is on the summons. He's been issued a summons. He's decided to skip the summons. Shiv Sena questions the timing of the summons. And number two, what is the Patra Chaul land scam all about for which he's been issued the summons? I'm throwing straight across to you for a better perspective.
Yeah, well, Chaiti, as far as the case against Mr. Sanjay Raut is concerned, this case is related to a person who is known to Mr. Sanjay Raut, that is Praveen Raut. He is a very close friend of Sanjay Raut. There was a land scam in which Praveen Raut was arrested. Later on, Sanjay Raut's wife was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. She appeared, and then there was a property of Sanjay Raut which was attached by the Enforcement Directorate. And now Sanjay Raut has been asked to appear before the agency. But in the entire political circus, and Chaiti, you know very well about Shiv Sena and how they operate in Mumbai and Maharashtra. Shiv Sena is a party which has always been aggressive, at least in between public. Now, as far as Raut is concerned, when I spoke to him about the ED summons, what he told me is that there was a meeting in Vadodara, and in that meeting there was an instruction given to certain people that Sanjay Raut should be arrested. They have to make sure that his mouth is completely shut. That is what he told me. And what he is alleging that the Enforcement Directorate is working on behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party and certain people, including the rebel MLAs. That is what he indicated during my interview. Now, as far as Raut is concerned, what he is saying that if there are evidence against me, do come and arrest me. But if it is politically motivated, then also I am ready to be arrested. I am ready to die for Shiv Sena, Balasaheb Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. That is what he said. Apart from that, he also said that tomorrow he won't be appearing. That is a big statement because ED summons were received by him this morning, and now what he is saying that he won't be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow because he has to appear, he has to make a public rally. He has a public meeting tomorrow in Alibag. So in overall, he won't be appearing tomorrow. There is an official letter which will be going from Sanjay Raut's office to ED office asking and requesting that he should be given some more time. But as far as this political drama is concerned, Sanjay Raut has been a person who has been very open about central agencies. There have been several allegations against him, several allegations against the ED officials by
I'm
Sanjay
sorry
Raut.
about that interruption right there, Munish, but the big breaking news coming in is that the Shinde Sena is likely to stake claim of the original Sena and push for a no-trust vote. Continue to be on the story with us because this Maharashtra power tussle, Munish, is only and only getting bigger. Munish, what we're picking up right now is that the Shinde Sena will be withdrawing support likely to the MVA, in which case there will be a no-trust vote against the Mahavikas Aghadi. What are you making of that particular situation at this point of time?
Well, Chaiti, this has been indicated by the Eknath Shinde camp in the affidavit, in the application which has been filed before the Supreme Court, in which they said that they are not supporting, these 39 MLAs are not supporting Mahavikas Aghadi, and this is a move which was expected by many in the political circle that they may approach the governor with the letter of 39 people. Governor at that point of time, he was not well, he was COVID positive, but since yesterday he has resumed his office, so it is expected that they may move before the governor, saying that they have the 2/3 majority. So all the MLAs, Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs, they have 39 MLAs, that is more than 2/3 of MLAs. So the Vidhan Sabha party of Shiv Sena belongs to Eknath Shinde, and then they will be, there is a indication that they will be forming
Munish, if that is what they are claiming stake to, and that is what they are claiming stake to, we also had Priyanka Chaturvedi, who also ended up telling India Today that this is not going to be legally tenable for Eknath Shinde.
Yeah, well, there are legal hurdles, and yesterday there was a press conference by Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant along with their lawyer, and what lawyer said that even at this point of time, even if they claim that they have the 2/3 of majority, the rule doesn't permit them to claim or take stake of the entire Vidhan Sabha party. That is what he said, and he indicated that in the book of law, it is not legally possible to just give a letter with a signature of 39 people or 39 MLAs and say that now you have the majority. Now also there is an indication by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, what they are claiming also, and on camera Sanjay Raut also said that there are certain MLAs of Eknath Shinde camp who are already in touch with them. He also said that he has spoken to those MLAs over phone who are willing to come back to the Uddhav Thackeray camp. But these are allegations and cross allegations. If Eknath Shinde has support of 38 or 39 MLAs, Chaiti, one will ask the question that whether those MLAs will be confident or comfortable walking or parading in Mumbai. That is a bigger question. And Shiv Sena, they are making it very clear, and they have been saying again and again and again that once these MLAs are back to Mumbai, then there are some MLAs who will be joining the Uddhav Thackeray camp. So at this point of time, there is no clarity, but the move which is being indicated by the Eknath Shinde camp, that is going to be very important as far as the Maharashtra politics is concerned, and as far as the next government is concerned, and also for this current government.
You know, that is a great perspective right there. Munish, continue to be with us. I'm also being joined by Paulami Saha, who's joining us live from the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, and she's tracking all the developments as far as the Eknath Shinde camp is concerned, the Shinde Sena camp is concerned. Paulami, the big news coming in is that there is going to be a claim to claim the original Sena by the Shinde camp, to which the Uddhav Sena has already said that this is not going to be legally tenable. What are you picking up from your sources?
Chaiti, if the question is about the party's name and the party's symbol, that definitely is a matter that will rest before the Election Commission of India. Already, the Shiv Sena, especially when this group, the Eknath Shinde group, had in fact decided that they would like to call their faction Bala Sahib Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray preempted this and approached the Election Commission saying, we suspect that this is going to happen, that you will be approached by a group, but Bala Sahib's legacy, its name, the party's name, all of it belongs to the Shiv Sena. If there is any such move made before the Election Commission of India, we should be immediately intimated about the same so that we can file our response in that matter. So already the Shiv Sena has put in a petition before the Election Commission of India preempting that there could possibly be a move of this kind.
In the same breath, sorry about that interruption right there, Paulami, because this is a fast-moving story and we're trying to get as much information out to our viewers as possible. The Shinde faction is likely to approach the governor soon, is what we're picking up right now from our sources, to withdraw support from the MVA government and likely to push for a no-confidence motion against the Uddhav government. Now, you're there. What are the murmurs that you're picking up on this front?
Well, this is exactly what we'd been reporting about, Chaiti, since this morning, because that's what I learned from my sources within the camp as well. This is the next step. The next step is to go to the governor and say that we're pulling back support and throw this government into a situation where they have to, in fact, prove their majority and that indeed they have the numbers on the floor of the House. Now, the governor can, of course, call for a floor test. It remains to be seen, how things pan out after that, because, ironically, it's not, I'm not making some sort of a legal argument, but it's ironic that on the one hand, you say we have no confidence in the deputy speaker and seek his dismissal, but you trust the deputy speaker to conduct a floor test on the floor of the House. So that is going to be very interesting. Also, an interesting point that was made by the Supreme Court today, which said the Uddhav faction has the option to approach the Supreme Court if a floor test is forced.
Yes.
the implications of that is remains to be seen. That is going to be extremely critical because that is the little window which has been given to the Uddhav Thackeray faction as well. So while there is a stay on your disqualification proceedings till the 11th of June, you can't just swoop down and seek a floor test, because then the Uddhav faction can go to court and say, while you've stopped us from going ahead with the proceedings that we wanted to initiate, you're allowing them to go ahead and bring this government down from the back door. These are just arguments that I'm making so that it's a very nuanced and a very balanced
you make a very important point here. So Paulomi, just to encapsulate for our viewers, number one, the next hearing is going to take place on the 11th, and until then, what they want is a restoration of the status quo, which is the Uddhav camp wants a restoration of the status quo. Their biggest fear at this point of time is a floor test which is pressed by the Shinde camp. That is point number 2. And that is a big possibility because Devdas Kamath has also asked the Supreme Court that what if there is a floor test? We want a status quo on that front. And now the news coming in is that Shinde faction will be approaching the governor soon to withdraw support from the MVA government. In which case, point number 4, what you just mentioned right now, in case that happens, the Uddhav Thackeray government has the option to go and approach the Supreme Court as well in case there is a floor test which is called for. But, we need to get a legal opinion then on what really happens, and hence I'm requesting our producers to get us a legal voice on this broadcast because everything is now boiling down to legality at this point of time. In the meanwhile, Paulomi and Munish both continue to be with us. So Paulomi, at the moment, it's all going to be about the legal nuances, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's going to be about the legal nuances, and Cheti, like you said, you have of course asked your producers to bring in some legal experts on that aspect. It would be interesting if we could get either Anisha and Nalini in on this as well, because how the court elaborated upon that particular point of the Uddhav faction being able to have that option to approach the Supreme Court if a floor test is forced is something that we need more clarity on. But clearly what it appears is that now they will be, of course, the Eknath Shinde camp will be, of course, seeking further legal advice, because this was the next step. Today, the only point that they wanted to achieve out of this hearing was a stay on their disqualification proceedings. They've been successful on getting that, and they've got a huge and a long window at that till the 11th of July. But this aspect of the order which has come in, which is about the Uddhav faction having the option to approach the court if a floor test is forced, throws a spanner in the works, really, because that is exactly what they wanted this window for, to be able to approach the governor immediately, withdraw support, throw this government into a situation where the governor orders a floor test and asks Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the House. He's unable to prove that. They swoop down with the BJP and say, here are the numbers, we are in majority.
Yes, no, absolutely. And in the meanwhile, I'm requesting the producers once again, get us a legal voice, or get us Nalini, or get us Anisha to break this down legally for us. In the meanwhile, let me also take this across to Manish Pandey, who's tracking all the developments rather very closely. Manish, there was a window that came into the Shinde camp. It was advantage Shinde when the disqualification of those 16 MLAs was put on hold by the Supreme Court as well. At the same time, you've got, the Shinde camp likely to take advantage of that situation, push for a floor test in the interim, but Uddhav now can go ahead and contest this. It'll be very interesting to see how this all pans out legally, just in case a floor test is pushed for, because this is absolutely an opportunity for the Shinde camp at this point.
Javal Cheti, certainly at this point of time, Shinde camp has advantage because all these 16 rebel MLAs against whom a notice was served by the Deputy Speaker, at least at this point of time, it is clear that till July 11th, they won't be disqualified. It is a huge advantage for Eknath Shinde camp. But at the very same time, all these three, at least two of the camps, Uddhav Thackeray camps and Eknath Shinde camp, they are aware that now the matter is before the Supreme Court. Any illegality or anything which is not according to the law,
that is going to play out very bad for that particular camp.
Absolutely. Munish, I'm being told you need to be patched onto our sister channel, so I'm going to have to let you go at this point of time. But Munish was just giving us a perspective on the raging political turmoil which is unfolding by the minute in Maharashtra. That's exactly what Munish was bringing to us right now. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday. This has been in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case, which Munish just explained to us a little while back. Some of his properties had been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier, and reacting to the summons, Sena MP Sanjay Raut said that the Bala Saheb's Shiv Seniks were fighting a big battle and that there is a conspiracy now to stop him. He has further gone on to declare that even if they arrest him, he won't take the Guwahati route. In fact, you've got Shiv Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi, who has said that the Enforcement Directorate was now showing its true devotion towards the Bharatiya Janata Party. This has been their stance ever since the summon was issued. Earlier, the Enforcement Directorate has also attached properties worth 9 crore rupees related to Sanjay Raut's aide, Praveen Raut, and assets worth about 2 crore rupees, which are belonging to Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, in the 1,034 crore rupees Patra Chaul land scam case. The ED officials probing the Patra Chaul land scam case had found in February. Now, this is in February. We are right now in June. They found out in February that Praveen Raut, which is a close aide of Sanjay Raut, paid 55 lakh rupees from the proceeds of crime through his wife's account to Varsha. Varsha happens to be the wife of Sanjay Raut. The ED also said that hotel accommodation, tickets, all of this was booked for domestic as well as international travel of Sanjay Raut and people who were associated with him. So this is a new twist that is coming in at this point of time.
अशा प्रकारच्या कोणत्याही बनावट कारवाईने माझी मान कापली तरी मी गुवाहाटीला जाणार नाही, मी गुडघे टेकणार नाही, मी तुरुंगात जाणं पसंत करीन खोटा या अशा प्रकरणामध्ये. मला काही वेळ लागेल कारण या सगळ्या पक्षाच्या घडामोडी आहेत, त्यात मला वेळ द्यावा लागेल आणि काही उपरचे त्यांना मला अटक करून घेऊन जायचं असेल तेव्हा घेऊन जाऊ शकतात. जर दिल्लीतून तसा आदेश असेल भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या नेत्यांचा आणि महाराष्ट्रातल्या नेत्यांचा की यांना अटक करा आणि घेऊन जा, तर ते मला घेऊन जाऊ शकतात कधी.
इस कार्रवाई को हम अन्यथा लेने के बजाय जिन्हें भी ईडी का समन्स आता है वे उन सवालों का जवाब दे. सवालों से यदि कोई छुपता है तो उसका स्पष्ट अर्थ यह है कि उनके हाथ कहीं न कहीं काले हैं. जब पुख्ता कागजातों के आधार पर ईडी कार्रवाई करे तो उस कार्रवाई के साथ हम उसे सियासत क्यों जोड़ें? क्या देश के लोग क्या चाहते हैं कि कोई बड़ा नेता है करके उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं हो?
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का? मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
And let's take this across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who was in conversation with Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi on Sanjay Raut's Enforcement Directorate summon. Here is what Priyanka Chaturvedi had to say on this. Listen in.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, the BJP says that the ED is doing its job. The Enforcement Directorate is not working on their orders. Respond, ma'am.
That's one of the biggest jokes I've heard since 2014, and history will tell you since 2014 which are the ED cases which have been activated, which are the ED cases which are being focused upon, and whether it's a coincidence or whether it's deliberate, you can answer that for yourself. The series of ED investigations that are being focused upon by the Enforcement Directorate are those of the opposition leaders. I also put a few names of few leaders who have now joined the BJP, the other side, whose cases have been closed, whose cases have no longer been investigated. So I can easily call ED the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I can also call them the extortionist department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is extorting support for the BJP in non-BJP led states and creating a chaos in those states.
Ma'am, is there now a fratricidal war within the Shiv Sena? It's Sena versus Sena on the streets of Maharashtra.
No, it is Shiv Sena Shiv Sena is fighting back those forces who are trying to attempt and dislodge this government. And there is no war as such. A little protest that you saw in Thane, which you all are covering just so much yesterday by the Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, is not really a war. It is very clearly Shiv Sena's support base asserting itself that the only Shiv Sena that we know and that we support and we acknowledge and we will continue to work under is the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray. It is a Shiv Sena which was founded by Balasaheb Thackeray, not those who, after 2.5 years of staying in the government, holding important portfolios, important positions, claiming to use his name, claiming to use his Hindutva narrative for themselves. Where were these people in the past 2.5 years?
And we've got some big breaking news also coming in just about a bit, because there are twists and turns that are just happening in this story. It's a very fast-moving story. Our rolling coverage in the Maharashtra political drama continues, and that we will continue on the other side of this very short commercial break. See you in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Well, the Maharashtra political drama continues to get murkier and murkier by the day, and every twist and turn is being brought to you first here on India Today by us. There is a fight between the Uddhav Sena. I'm just going to break this down for our viewers. One side you have Uddhav Sena, and then you have got Shinde Sena raging fire as the leaders lock horns. They are in a war of words right now. Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve made a huge claim stating that the Mahavikas Aghadi government is on its last leg, and that they would sit in the opposition only for 2 to 3 days. Attacking the rebel faction, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut said that all the 40 rebel MLAs who are in Guwahati are not alive and their bodies will come back to Maharashtra, but not their souls. He said this, of course, proverbially. He went on to say that the post-mortem of the soulless bodies will be directly done in the assembly. Countering Sanjay Raut, rebel faction leader Eknath Shinde said that if we have to die to save Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena and his Hindutva ideology, even that's better. And if that happened, we will consider that to be our destiny. Launching a scathing attack on the NCP, Eknath Shinde said that how can Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena support someone who has direct connections with Daud, who killed innocent Mumbaikars? So the war of words is getting rather very murky and ugly at this point of time.
आत्ताच मी एक भाषण मैंने भाषण ट्वीट किया गुलाबराव पाटिल का, देख लीजिए। वो खुद बोल रहा है बाप बदलने की भाषा। जो लोग बाप बदलते हैं उस बारे में उसने जो एक वक्तव्य किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है। वहां जो बैठे हैं गुवाहाटी में, उन सभी के लिए गुलाब पाटिल का जो मैंने एक स्पीच ट्वीट किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है। कैसे कैसे लोग अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं, बेईमान होते हैं, पार्टी में खाते हैं पीते हैं बड़े होते हैं और अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं। हम बाप बदलने वाले में से नहीं है। मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना। जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं। मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ। मेरे जैसा है, मैंने कभी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग या क्या है सब पैसों का खेल कभी किया नहीं। ठीक है, आप भेज दीजिए, मुझे मालूम है कहाँ से इंस्ट्रक्शन जाता है, क्यों जाता है। देखिए, मेरा आवाज आप बंद नहीं कर सकते। आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो, मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा। मैं यहाँ ही रहूंगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ। आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊंगा।
गुवाहाटी क्यों जाएगा सुनील राउत? हम तो बाला साहब के सैनिक है, शिव सेना उद्धव जी ठाकरे के सैनिक है। हम क्यों गुवाहाटी जाएंगे?
तो फिर ऐसी बातें क्यों फैल रही है?
ये मीडिया और वहाँ से ये कंफ्यूजन निर्माण करने के लिए, क्योंकि मेरे पास एक संजय राउत मेरे बड़े भाई है। तो लोगों में कंफ्यूजन होना चाहिए कि बाबा सुनील राउत भी जा रहे हैं, मैं क्यों जाऊँ?
हर रोज कहा
मेरे पास क्या है? लोग बोलते हैं वो कोई पैसा लेके, लेकिन मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ मेरे पास क्या है, तो मेरे पास संजय राउत है, हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे है, जो हमारे नस नस में है, हमारे खून में है। तो हम गुवाहाटी क्यों जाएंगे? हम आयुष्य के आखिरी क्षण तक हम शिवसेना।
लेकिन
मी केंद्रामध्ये मंत्री आहे, भैयासाहेब राज्यामध्ये मंत्री आहे। मला तर काय आता मंत्री होऊन 2.5 वर्ष झाले, 12-14 वर्ष तुम्हाला उरायले। तर 14 वर्षामध्ये तुम्ही जे जे केलं आणि अजून काही करायचं राहिलं तेवढं लवकर करून घ्या, वेळ निघून जायला लागली। त्याच्यामुळं पुढच्या काळामध्ये जर तुम्हाला संधी पाहिजे असेल तर त्याचाही विचार आपल्याला करता येईल। पण जिल्ह्यामध्ये बऱ्याच गोष्टी अजून आपल्याला बाकी आहे। तर टोपे साहेब, अजून मी 2-3 दिवस विरोधी पक्षात आहे आणि माझी बाजू मी तुमच्या पुढे मांडली पाहिजे।
आजही शिवसेनेबद्दल माझ्या मनामध्ये नितांत आदर आहे आणि आज जे काही शिवसेना नेते आदरणीय एकनाथजी शिंदे साहेब माझं दैवत आहेत, त्यांनी जे बंड केले त्या बंडाला मी पाठिंबा देण्यासाठी आणि महाराष्ट्रातल्या शिवसैनिकाला मी नम्रपणाने आवाहन करणार आहे की एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांच्या पाठीमागे आपण खंबीरपणाने यावं तरच शिवसेना टिकेल आणि महाराष्ट्र टिकणार आहे अशी विनंती अंतःकरणातून मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी करतो.
Now, with so much going on, so many twists and turns and second-by-second developments, let us get you the top 5 developments that you need to keep yourself up to speed about in the Sena versus Sena face-off. Let's bring you development number 1. A big setback coming into the Uddhav government. Supreme Court has now extended the deadline for the disqualification of rebel MLAs until 11th of July. That's the first top development and first takeaway. Let's also get you the second development on your screens right now. The Supreme Court has directed the Maharashtra government to ensure the security of the rebel MLAs, their families and properties. Shinde camp has claimed that they were facing death threats. Let's bring you top development on your screen now. Number 3, top development. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has spoken exclusively to India Today's Manish Pandey on the Enforcement Directorate summons against him over the Patra Chaul land scam case. Sanjay Raut says he's not afraid to be arrested, but he's also skipping the summons tomorrow of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, development number 4 on your screens. Uddhav aide Sanjay Raut will not be appearing for the Enforcement Directorate summons tomorrow, as I just mentioned. Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case. He's got a rally scheduled in Alibag, that's what he says. The top 5th development that you need to know. Rebel Sena MLA Deepak Kesarkar dropped a 4-page bombshell letter against Uddhav Sena, claiming Sena MP Sanjay Raut was trying to finish the Shiv Sena on the orders of the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. Those are the top 5 developments that you need to know on this particular story. With that, I'm going to be taking your leave. This is Sheti Narula signing off from this broadcast, but stay with us. The latest as far as this Mahavikas Aghadi versus Shinde Sena face-off is concerned on the other side with my colleague Shiv on 5 Live.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching in
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Solar है लगाना तो Luminous को बुलाना. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection. LIC हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus. Big relief for Shinde and his Sena. Supreme Court puts disqualification proceedings on hold. Notice to Uddhav government and Deputy Speaker. Uddhav and Shinde stare at prolonged face-off. Supreme Sena War.
It's been 1 week since the Maharashtra crisis began, but it looks like another 10 days that this could stretch out. Relief for the Shinde Sena, but their luxury rebel vacation in Guwahati, Assam looks to be an extended affair till at least the 11th of July, unless something drastic happens before that. Hectic developments in Supreme Court today. Who's got the advantage? And are we anywhere closer to answering the question, Kaun banega Senapati? And who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra? I'm Shiv Sena. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to do the best as always to answer some of those questions. But we're going to begin with Rajdeep Sardesai, a consulting editor who has with us live Deepak Kesarkar, one of the most prominent rebel MLAs, speaking live and exclusive on the big developments. Live with Rajdeep. Let's go straight.
And joining us now is a special guest from Guwahati. I'm joined by Deepak Kesarkar. He is becoming the spokesperson virtually of the rebel Sena MLAs. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Kesarkar. Let's get this first very clear. The Supreme Court today has now given you a breather. You don't need to reply to the disqualification notice issued by the Deputy Speaker in the Maharashtra Assembly right away. In fact, the next hearing is now only on the 11th of July. In the meantime, are you ready now to approach the governor and go in for a vote of no confidence against the Uddhav Thackeray government, since you are claiming you have the numbers now, Mr. Kesarkar?
Sir, we'll have to consult the legal experts, and if required, we may take that decision.
Sir, you are saying you want to consult the legal experts. My question to you is, you have claimed you have the support of 39 Shiv Sena MLAs. plus you have another dozen independent MLAs. So you are in a position to bring down the Uddhav Thackeray government. What is stopping you from going to the governor, Mr. Kesarkar, if you have the numbers now, and saying, please bring in a no confidence motion, this government is in a minority? What is stopping you?
Sir, there are certain strategies which are to be strategized, which are to be decided by the top leadership, and they are into that process. And I don't think that at this point of time we should disclose it, but I can definitely thank for this result and the relief for our MLAs. And this is in a way victory for the democracy in Maharashtra.
But I will still ask you, Mr. Kesarkar, now that this matter has been prolonged till 11th of July, are you telling me that Maharashtra will have to wait to see what happens till the 11th of July? Because you have been in the Guwahati hotel, some of you now, for the last almost a week now. So I come back to it, what are you waiting for? You have the numbers. What is it? What is it that is preventing you from taking this step of going to the governor and saying Uddhav Thackeray has lost a majority, sir?
Sir, there are two ways. Either we'll have to go, otherwise, as a tradition, they will have to admit that they don't have the number, they should step down, and then we will form our government. If they don't do that within next 1 or 2 days, then we'll think about our strategy.
No, let me get that straight. If the Uddhav Thackeray government does not go in for a floor test, you will go to the governor and demand a floor test after 2 days. Is that what you are saying? Your bookings in the hotel are till the 30th of June at least. So are you telling me come 1st of July, you will come to Mumbai, meet the governor and seek a floor test, sir?
Sir, that is a strategy. As I told you, it was almost like a war. They were trying to disqualify us. Every way they tried it. But finally, we had a justice. And I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful. And that is my request to them.
You are asking Uddhav Thackeray ji to gracefully exit without facing the floor test, Kesarkar ji? Is that what you are saying? Uddhav Thackeray on his own should step down?
Certainly, I feel that we have a great tradition. We have the example of Yashwantrao Chavan ji, who were called to take the oath as a prime minister. Then he was the leader of the largest party in Lok Sabha. But he very politely refused it, saying that I don't have the number, because anybody could have occupied that place, stayed there for 1 month, and then he could have submitted his resignation. But Maharashtra has a great tradition, and we will have to follow the tradition, which makes you great.
Sir, you are talking of Maharashtra's great tradition. Maharashtra's great tradition also does not include sitting in a resort in Guwahati for the last 5 days. Uddhav Thackeray's camp is saying, why doesn't Mr. Kesarkar, why doesn't Eknath Shinde come to Mumbai? This should be all settled in the Maharashtra Assembly on the floor of the House. Your claim that you have a majority of MLAs cannot be settled in a Guwahati hotel, sir. It has to be settled on the floor of the House.
First thing, that they have appealed to their workers to come on the road. Previously, they wanted to take the decision on the road. In a democracy, any decision which is to be taken is taken on the floor of the House. And if they don't understand that, and if they insist on coming on the road, I think first thing is to maintain the law and order in Maharashtra, and then we will very happily go there, because these were the tactics to put psychological pressure on our MLAs, where they have failed miserably. And now I think they should accept their defeat and they should step down.
So you are saying they should accept the defeat. In the same case, you have written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray, and I will quote from the letter, saying this is a fight for Shiv Sena's self-esteem. We shall not stop till we win it. I request our party chief Shri Uddhavji Thackeray to consider view and make a new alliance with the BJP. Here you are writing to Uddhav Thackeray saying form an alliance with the BJP. Now you are telling me Uddhav Thackeray should step down. Is Uddhav ji still your leader or is Eknath Shinde now your leader? Are you now a new party led by Eknath Shinde or are you still with the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray?
We are very much in Shiv Sena. We are the legislative party of Shiv Sena. We have a different existence, and Uddhav ji still remains our party chief as the chief of Shiv Sena party, and I have requested him because his present government is in alliance with Congress and NCP. Unless he gives his resignation and asks us to form a new government with his consent with BJP, then only this government will come into existence, and that would become more graceful.
So you are calling Uddhav Thackeray to resign, then to join hands once again with the BJP and form a new government. A new government headed by whom? By Uddhav Thackeray or Devendra Fadnavis or Eknath Shinde? Who will be the chief minister of this new government?
That would be decided by the top leadership. Our group leader is Mr. Shinde. Whatever Shinde decides, we abide by it.
No, you are saying that Uddhav Thackeray should leave the BJP, should leave the MVA alliance, join hands with the BJP, and then Eknath Shinde will decide what happens, or will Uddhav Thackeray decide? Are you saying that Eknath Shinde now is the leader of the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray must listen to Eknath Shinde?
I'm not saying that. Eknath ji also respects Uddhav ji. He also respects and like a god, Baba Thackeray and then Anand Dighe. So I don't think there is any dispute. And initially, Uddhav Sahib wanted to make him the CM of Maharashtra. He has spoken to him like that. But when Pawarji insisted that he should become the CM, then the things changed. And without his wish, he became the CM. He very efficiently fought the COVID. And we are proud of him. But now that 2.5 years are over, so he will have to decide. We had gone before the people of Maharashtra as a combination of BJP and Sena, and they have voted us like that. So that is the public mandate, as per which the next 2.5 years, we really request that we must form a government and the Maharashtra should progress, because when the central and the state are hands in hand, definitely there is a better way for the prosperous Maharashtra. We can take Maharashtra to greater heights.
Sir, but who will be the chief minister? Apparently, the deal is Devendra Fadnavis as chief minister, Eknath Shinde as deputy chief minister. Have you already struck this deal with the BJP?
I cannot say like that. I'll have to honestly tell you that these decisions are taken on higher levels. So I'm just a party spokesman, and that means these groups, and that is our actually party in the Legislative Assembly. So my role is limited, and I think that I have today written the letter.
But Mr. Kesarkar, you are saying you are a new group.
Yeah, we are not a new group.
No, Mr. Kesarkar, you are saying you are a new group. Again, sir, just a minute. Mr. Kesarkar, you are saying you are a new group, but a new group to avoid the anti-defection laws may well need to merge with some party. Are you ready to merge with the BJP? Is that a possibility?
Let me complete, sir. We are not a new group. We are the original legislative assembly party of Shiv Sena, because it contained 55 members, 56 members initially. One of our MLA, he expired, unfortunately. Now we are 55. So that 55 or 56 people had unanimously chosen Eknath Shinde as their leader. So that position stays. It has not changed. And 14 or 15 people cannot change that position. So we are the original group. The 14 people which are left in Mumbai, they will have to work under Eknath Shinde ji, and they will also have to follow the whip issued by the legislative party. That is what I feel, and it should be as per law, I think.
Sir, but Uddhav Thackeray ji's group has named Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the legislature party and not Eknath Shinde. They have removed him. Now the decision is left with the deputy speaker to recognize who is the leader of the legislature party. You have challenged that decision of the deputy speaker. No decision yet has been taken on that. So can you claim today to be the original, to be the official Shiv Sena party or not? That also decision may go to the court. This matter will get further prolonged.
Clear-cut decisions in Ram Paswan case, it is clearly said what your what is written in your party's formation, it is not binding. Whatever there is in the constitution is binding on the house. So it is clearly mentioned whatever your party's constitution says, the actual constitution supersedes everything. So it is very clear, and I'm sure there should not be any dispute because it is a decided matter.
Sir, let me ask you two final questions. One is the fear that is being expressed by many people in the Shiv Sena, or their claim that many of you have gone to Guwahati not because of any ideological reasons. You have gone because many of you have ED cases against you. Many of you have serious investigations going on. You are trying to protect yourself. This is not about ideology. This is because you have struck a deal with the BJP. All ED cases, all IT cases will now be put on the back burner if you join hands with the BJP.
Sir, it is not at all like that. If you could claim, there could be 2 or 3 ED cases on our MLAs, but we are 50. Right now 51. How that number could come to 51? Sir, it is clear cut. We have told to our party chief that we do not go ahead with this NCP and Congress alliance, and we want Sena to be with BJP. Number of times we have told him the matter was delayed, and because of that delay, we have come to this situation. Otherwise, it would have happened 1 year back, 1 year and 1 or 2 months, maybe.
You are saying that this alliance could have, the MVA alliance could have broken down 1 year ago, Mr. Kesarkar. I will ask you again. The fact, Mr. Kesarkar, at the moment is you yourself have been an opponent of Narayan Rane, the union minister who is with the BJP in the Sawantwadi, Konkan area. You have been in other parties as well. Is there any ideology in Maharashtra's politics? Is this purely about power? You are saying it is about Hindutva. But when Uddhav Thackeray ji broke with the BJP and formed the MVA government in November 2019, none of you objected. You were not made a minister. That's why, according to Sanjay Raut, that is your problem. You are aggrieved because of that. All of you have personal reasons. Why didn't any of you object in November 2019 when you were when Uddhav Thackeray formed this government with the MVA, with NCP, with Congress?
Nothing of that, sir. If you could see the pictures of swearing-in ceremony, I was very much present there. I was never unhappy with Uddhav Sahib for not making me a minister. In fact, I was instrumental in bringing in very important meetings to see that the kind of defaming of Matosri was being done. I was hurt by that. I tried to solve that problem in my own small way. So you cannot say that I was unhappy. Mr. Raut says anything, and Raut is the person who tried to come to Sindhudurga, and you know how he was taken out of Sindhudurga, that big fight against the terror. I have fought it, and for that I was asked to come to Delhi at the PM's office, and the Honorable Defense Minister Parrikar Sahib, he has taken me to Delhi. I convinced him that you will get 50 leaders like me in BJP who are soft-spoken, who could understand, and Shiv Sena may get 1 or 2 leaders like me because it is a party which has come up fighting. So a little aggressiveness will always there be in Shiv Sena. So let me the bridge between you two. And I belong to Maharashtra, so I know the poor people. It is a poor people's party, and I have sacrificed my legacy of big business house, and I have come to this politics to serve people. So, you know, it is my duty to join that party, and I'll become a bridge between the two. That time they were together. He said, you are right. And I also told him that I respect Modi ji so much that I'll not be able to refuse if he asks me to join the party. And Raut is criticizing me. It is something, I could laugh at it.
But Mr. Kesarkar, Mr. Kesarkar, why did you all not object in November 2019? Today you are objecting. Today you are saying this, we should form a government based on Hindutva. Why did you not raise a red flag in November 2019? Why only today? Why only now, when, as reports are suggesting, ED is now tracking down several of you who are has cases against several of you, and therefore you have chosen this path? Why did you not raise this issue in November of 2019?
I can tell you the answer of this. Sir, we were told that Amit Shah ji has assured 50% sharing of power in Maharashtra, and which is not the commitment that was made is not being honored by BJP, and that is what was told to us by Honorable CM. So, Honorable CM's or Uddhav Sahib's pride or that comes first for us. Our party's pride, the commitments, that comes for us. So it was basically an adjustment to our principles. And then when we realized that these people are going to our own constituencies, declaring somebody as the next MLA, they are going to MP's constituency, they declare that he is going to be our next MP. So they want to finish the party because of whom they have come into power. Actually, people have not voted them into power. They were defeated.
So they meaning who? Sharad Pawar? So when you say they want to finish the when you say they want to finish the Shiv Sena, you refer to Sharad Pawar and the NCP. You believe they want to finish the Shiv Sena. You were once with the NCP also.
Sir, I had given my resignation to Pawar Sahib when he asked me to campaign for Mr. Rane's son in the parliament election. But one thing I would like to mention here, that Shiv Sena was broken thrice. Once when Chagar Bhujbal came out, second time when Narayan Rane came out, third time when Raj Thackeray left Shiv Sena. Every time there was a role of Honorable Pawar Sahib in breaking Sena. So I don't expect him to make Sena grow because he has his own party, NCP. I know how much he loves his party. And his party president have visited several of our constituencies and declared himself. So it was an official announcement. So how we could tell about them? And then they were giving the funds also to them to see that their candidate, they win next time the election. Again, our own candidates who are the representatives of that particular constituencies. And number of times we have brought this fact to the notice of Honorable Uddhav Sahib, but there was no action taken. If you could remember, after Rajya Sabha elections, Mr. Raut took a press conference and mentioned that those from NCP who were supposed to vote for us in that election also didn't vote. Then if they didn't vote, were they questioned? They were not questioned at all. And that anger in the Shiv Sena MLA's mind was aggregated in the member of Legislative Council election. And this has come to now. The other facts, that we have come out of our from Mumbai. We are camping here.
Right.
And, this is because of what happened in the past.
Sir, Kesarkar ji, why don't you come back to Mumbai and do a face-to-face meeting with Uddhav Thackeray? Are you ready for it? Sanjay Raut is saying, why are you all sitting in Guwahati? Come to Mumbai, have a face-to-face meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. If even one of you, according to Uddhav Thackeray, says he is not fit to be CM, he is ready to quit and do what you want. Are you ready for a face-to-face meeting in Mumbai with Uddhav Thackeray, yes or no?
Sir, I had a one-to-one meeting with Uddhav Thackeray when 4 of our senior ministers were present. I briefed him about everything, but we have never asked for his resignation. He is linking two things. It's a kind of emotional blackmailing. Nobody will say that you resign because he's our leader. We love him. But still, had it been Shiv Sena and BJP in power as per your earlier pact, and it was to be divided 2.5 years, then also he would have resigned and given BJP the chance to form a government. So that was the original understanding. If the original understanding could not take place, that's why Congress and NCP came into picture. But we, from our own mouth, cannot say that you resign because he is our leader. It is as good as insulting him. So we'll not do that. He will have to think himself, and I think he should have taken the decision. We cannot insist that he should resign. Now the government has lost its majority.
You have any message? You have any message, Mr. Kesarkar, for Mr. Raut? You have any message, Mr. Kesarkar, for Mr. Raut, who is daring
Mr.
you to
Raut,
come to Mumbai, face the reality in Mumbai?
Sir, Mr. Raut's language, you must have realized it is very indecent language. And on the previous day, he says all Shiv Seniks should come to the road. And next day he appeals us, you come back to Mumbai to face those who are on the road. These kind of tendencies we have faced, sir, in Konkan. But I do not wish to fight with our own people. I want that peace should exist, and that is the responsibility of the elected government, and especially the CM, who is the constitutional head of the state. That is my only plea.
Aditya Thackeray is saying good riddance to bad rubbish. You have a message for Aditya Thackeray?
Sir, the previous day we were traveling in one car. That time he didn't thought that he's traveling with the rubbish. I know people like, Sanjay Raut. Prior to his marriage day, he was in jail because he was a Sena worker. His in-laws said, you will garland your photograph and that marriage will be performed. Fortunately, he came out, that why his marriage could be performed. Gulab Rao Patil has 17 cases against him, all political cases against him. Dada Saheb Bhuse, who worked day and night to establish Shiv Sena in his constituency or in his area. All these people are trash. Do we get elected because of you? I was also a MLA when I was not in Sena. That time I had defeated Sena with a big margin. But I don't say that. We have everywhere in each constituency, the candidate have his own merit plus the party's vote. Every party have vote in various parts of Maharashtra or anywhere you go. And then if it is added with the party's vote, you get elected. And that's why I think he's young. He should not use Mr. Raut's language. He must follow his father, who is soft-spoken and the new face of Shiv Sena. And he worked because he has a great future. All of us love him and all of us want him to be a great leader. And that's why he must have the patience. He should not talk like Mr. Raut, and he should talk like Uddhav Sahib, who is very soft-spoken.
I will ask you one last question. There is some talk that Mr. Shinde has spoken to Raj Thackeray of the MNS this morning. Is there possibility of you tying up with the MNS with Raj Thackeray? Would you prefer Raj Thackeray to Uddhav or Aditya as your future leader?
No, sir. Uddhav Sahib is our leader. Even Aditya ji is our leader. We respect them and we continue to be Shiv Sena in the Legislative Assembly. And our request is that the original party also led by Uddhav Sahib should make a pact, and MLAs will also, of course, will be in the new government, whosoever they appoint, and will form a good government and will take Maharashtra to a great height.
So therefore you are saying you do not want to split the Shiv Sena. You only want the Shiv Sena to come together, exit this government, join the BJP and form a new government. Am I correct? And by how soon will this new government be formed? Will Maharashtra get a new government by next week this time, or will you remain in Guwahati now for an extended break?
No, sir. I think they should take a decision at the earliest so that Maharashtra could have a government which is in majority and could rule nicely. Because whatever decisions you take when you are in a minority government, they are bound to be cancelled when the new government takes the charge.
So you are saying that you want a new government and Uddhav ji is still your leader. Uddhav ji is still your leader, but you want him to leave this government and join hands with the BJP. That is your only condition. Am I correct?
Certainly, sir. And the honor of Mr. Shinde should be kept in that government. As it is, he was supposed to become the CM of Maharashtra as per Uddhav Sahib's promise to him.
And here's the very latest breaking on this unfolding political thriller. Eknath Shinde in his latest tweet has hailed the Supreme Court order. Shinde says this is a victory of Bala Sahib's Hindutva and teachings of Sena leader Anand Dighe. Meanwhile, we've got the inside scoop on the Shinde Sena's next plan of action. The Shinde camp is likely to approach the governor of Maharashtra to withdraw support from the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Remember, the Shiv Sena has been split wide open, and now the Shinde Sena considers itself to be a fully functional political unit that can withdraw support from the Mahavikas Aghadi. The Shinde Sena is likely to push for a no-trust vote against the Uddhav government and likely to claim that they are the original Shiv Sena. The real Shiv Sena wins is a hashtag that Eknath Shinde is trying to trend on social media, and he's also now looking to claim that he leads the original Shiv Sena group in the Legislative Assembly as well. Let's go straight across to India Today's frontline reporters on this big developing story. Vidya is in Mumbai, Polomi is in Guwahati, where the rebel base is situated and from where Eknath Shinde has launched this entire attack. Polomi, to you first. Eknath Shinde looking at the Supreme Court order today and basically interpreting it as a victory and saying the real Shiv Sena wins. But coming down to what his plan of action is, withdrawing support to the Mahavikas Aghadi appears to be one of those plans of action, even though the next time things happen in court will be July the 11th. What is the next step in that case, Polomi?
Well, Shiv, this was always his plan of action. In fact, this morning itself, via the sources that we have inside the camp, we had reported that as soon as the Supreme Court order comes in, the camp will in fact approach the governor. Their plan was to get a stay on the disqualification proceedings, because at the end of the day, even if they forced a floor test and if they stood disqualified, 16 of them stood disqualified, that would bring their numbers down and it would completely, topple the number game altogether. There would have this entire effort to bring as many MLAs into the fold here at Hotel Radisson Blu would have been completely gone to waste. So now that they've got that stay, it's status quo. No action can be taken vis-a-vis those disqualification proceedings till the 11th of July. What they're likely to do is to approach the governor and withdraw support to the Mahavikas Aghadi government, compelling the governor to call for a floor test in the assembly, in which case they will of course hope that the Uddhav Thackeray faction will not be able to muster together the numbers and will fall eventually, which will then compel for the formation of a new government, in the sense if there is a possibility of parties coming forward, which would then be this faction plus the BJP that would put together the numbers, approach the governor, stake claim to form the new government in Maharashtra for the next 2.5 years before the next elections. The only spanner in the works could be the possibility where the Supreme Court has kept a window open for the Uddhav Thackeray faction to approach the court if in case a floor test is forced. But it has not stayed the possibility of a floor test being called. So the governor can still call a floor test, but these guys from the Uddhav Thackeray camp could possibly approach the court saying, what's going on? Why has a floor test been called while we've been stopped from acting till the 11th of July? How is this happening? So they can approach the court, but the governor can still call for a floor test.
Right, and that's the reason why Eknath Shinde wants to approach the governor with his numbers and maybe force that floor test, which Uddhav Thackeray's Sena does not want at this point. Vidya, Eknath Shinde saying real Shiv Sena wins. He's seeing it as a victory, relief from the Supreme Court. He's seeing this as a validation of his rebellion. What are you hearing from the Uddhav camp?
Well, Shiv, I'm actually outside Matoshri,
Yeah.
the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. He's right inside, though his son Aditya Thackeray has been going to various meetings and, holding various meetings with the party rank holders or, for that matter, the general public as well. But right here, in spite of what Kesarkar was telling Rajdeep that, they want the MVA to be, be broken out. They did not want the Shiv Sena to be part of the NCP Congress coalition. In spite of all that they have been requesting, right now at this very moment there is a meeting between NCP leaders and the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray is actually going to happen. Dilip Valse Patil, the Home Minister, also part of NCP, is already inside. He is at the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. The meeting is being held while senior other leaders of the NCP too will be reaching here in some time. So certainly, as much as the people who have rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray really want the Shiv Sena to distance themselves from the NCP, it is as much more that we see that Uddhav Thackeray has actually been holding on to them, making assurances to them that the coalition will not break.
Okay, very interesting. So, the final move appears to be afoot as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, even though he's still camping. He's still camping in Guwahati. It's been 5 days now. Today happens to be the 6th day. Tomorrow will be 1 week since this entire rebellion actually began with India Today's Newsbreak. Stay with me, Polami and Vidya. Let's break down for our viewers now why Eknath Shinde is so suddenly upbeat. I mean, he's had the numbers. He has the advantage all this while, but he's sounding especially upbeat because of what happened in Supreme Court. No matter which way you look at it, it was big relief for the so-called Shinde Sena by the Supreme Court in this unfolding political battle. The Apex Court has asked the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly to keep the disqualification of 16 Sena rebel MLAs on hold. So they cannot be disqualified right now. The top court has issued a notice to the Uddhav government and the Deputy Speaker and has asked all parties to respond within the next 5 days. Now, the Deputy Speaker, who is seen to be close to the Uddhav camp, has been asked to explain the notice sent to the Shinde Sena MLAs. The Shinde camp sitting in Guwahati has filed 2 petitions in the Supreme Court challenging the moves made by the Uddhav Sena in the wake of this rebellion. The petition had also said that the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in Maharashtra had lost majority in the House as 38 of 55 Shiv Sena legislators have withdrawn their support to the coalition and are in fact physically sitting with Eknath Shinde far away in Guwahati.
The time to file our reply to the notice of the Deputy Speaker for our disqualification is extended till the 12th of July. Secondly, has directed and recorded the undertaking of the state government that all protection to life and liberty of these 39 MLAs as also their family members shall be extended by the state government.
Proceedings को कोई रोक नहीं लगाई है. Stay order disqualification पे है कि disqualification नहीं हो सकता. But that stands complete कि Deputy Speaker will call these people. जो notice गया है उसको invalidate नहीं किया है. इन लोगों को अपनी कार्रवाई के लिए शामिल होना ही पड़ेगा.
मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना. जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ.
Now let's just show you the big takeaways from what happened inside the Supreme Court today. These are the key takeaways. There was a lot of things that happened, but we've just broken it down into a few points. The Shinde Sena disqualification attempt by the Uddhav Sena is on hold. So that can't happen right now. Those MLAs are still MLAs. There will have to be a status quo till at least the 11th of July. So no disqualification of any kind can happen before the 11th of July. Now, the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly has been asked to explain the disqualification notice that has been issued. Now, the notice was issued by the Supreme Court today to the Uddhav government as well as the police on the issue of security. The Supreme Court has given 5 days for the Uddhav camp to reply to all of these questions. It has also ordered immediate steps to protect the rebel MLAs as well as their families in the wake of violence and vandalism that has been seen in different parts of Maharashtra. Now, amidst This raging political turmoil that is now 6 days old and unfolding minute by minute in Maharashtra, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday, that's tomorrow, in connection with an old case, the Patra Chaul land scam case. Earlier this year, the ED had already attached some of Sanjay Raut's properties in Maharashtra. Take a look.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो। हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है, उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर।
He has been the principal troubleshooter of the beleaguered Uddhav government, leading the fight from the front with a series of fiery counters.
जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे।
And now Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut finds himself in Enforcement Directorate crosshairs, summoned for grilling over his role in Patra Chawla land scam case, amid the thick of Maharashtra power tussle. Raut was quick to dare the centre to arrest him, saying he is ready to be beheaded, but not bow.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज़ आप बंद नहीं कर सकते। आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो, मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा। मैं यहाँ ही रहूँगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ। आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊँगा, लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊँगा ना। आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो। अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में, आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ, कब आना है, मैं जाऊँगा।
Sena too quickly rallied behind Sanjay Raut. But legally, it doesn't look good for the belligerent Sena MP. In April this year, ED attached his properties in the 1,034 crore land scam case. Sanjay Raut and wife Varsha Raut's Alibag plot and a flat in Mumbai's Dadar were among the properties attached. The probe agency claims that Raut's wife Varsha, family members and associates in an arm of construction major HDIL connived and sold state housing body plots and floor space to private developers. ED says the private developers illegally sold the flats to buyers and total proceeds of the crime amounts to nearly 1,034 crore. The Sena rebels and the BJP justified the penal action.
उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है, जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारे नेताओं की ओर करे। तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें, और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है। निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे, हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
It's not just Sanjay Raut who's facing ED heat. 3 senior Aghadi ministers, Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik and Anil Parab are facing scam heat and fire over underworld links.
As the legal battle is being fought in the Supreme Court of India, the political battle has turned Mumbai into a minefield, with stakes high and a game of political upmanship underway. The verbal volleys, moves and counter moves are likely to increase till the 11th of January, the day of the next hearing for the Supreme Court. With video journalist Sanjay, this is Mosmi Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
And let's go straight back to Vidya, who's right outside Matushri, where deliberations are happening minute by minute. Vidya, you know, a no-confidence motion is the last thing that Uddhav Thackeray wants right now. You know, there may be some kind of protection from that happening, but the governor can still, you know, ask for a floor test and a no-confidence motion, which is what the Shinde camp wants right now. If that happens, how is the Uddhav Thackeray camp going to prepare for it? How will they be able to handle that?
Well, they actually do not have the numbers,
Yeah.
but remember, you know, when Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, whenever they say that, you know, whenever these MLAs come back to Mumbai,
quite a lot of them will deflect. They have some sort of a confidence that the emissaries that they had sent to Guwahati might actually now, for the present, might have joined hands with them. But they are inside the entire Eknath Shinde camp. They are slowly trying to get the people, the MLAs who were probably in dual mind to, think about coming back to the Shiv Sena fold. So that's a hope that they really have. Also, apart from that, remember, that's one of the reasons why so much of pressure, the kind of language that is being used, the kind of words that are being used against those MLAs, trying to put the pressure of the cadre. You remember the Shiv Sena leaders here have been holding meetings with the cadre to find out exactly what they want and whether they could actually call up their own MLAs and tell them that they will not be supporting them any further if they really don't come back. So all the kind of pressure that is being put, they are really hopeful that by the time that game really comes around, that number game, they might actually still manage to pull back some of those who are in the Eknath Shinde camp and let those people not really be as successful as they are claiming to be right now.
Very interesting. So what Vidya is basically saying is that the no confidence trust vote, if it actually takes place, the Uddhav camp has put up a brave face because they believe that once the rebels return to Mumbai, they might actually change their minds and then the number ka khel will be turned against the Shinde Sena. This is tantalizing stuff and we will never know what the real answer is until that actual trust motion takes place, if it does take place. Governor Koshyari was suffering from COVID. He's back in office. He's ready to order what he, is constitutionally authorized to order. But let's see if that actually happens. One of the big anticipations from the Supreme Court was whether they would simply announce or call for a floor test to settle this once and for all, since it has to come down to the numbers. But clearly, it's going to take longer than that. Thank you, Vidya and Polomi, for joining me. We're going to keep coming back to you on this developing story. The Uddhav Sena versus the Shinde Sena, meanwhile, has also gotten violent because, after all, we're dealing with angry, emotional cadres looking at their party being split wide open. Supporters of the Shiv Sena and the Shinde camps locked horns, as you can see in these pictures, in different parts of Maharashtra, especially in the Kolhapur district today. Clashes erupted between both factions. The situation became so tense in certain places that the police had to intervene and detain several workers, as you can see.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena on the streets of Maharashtra. Street clashes, effigy burning, sloganeering and street marches. Supporters of Shinde and Uddhav came face to face in Maharashtra's Kolhapur. Unruly scenes were witnessed as both camps indulged in a brawl. Cops had to eventually intervene and detain the rival agitators. Shinde camp is in no mood to budge even on the streets. Sena's most vocal leader Sanjay Raut's effigy was burnt in rebel chief Eknath Shinde's stronghold, Thane. Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who led the protests, pledged an all-out fight to uphold Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy from Uddhav government in minority.
गावत का अंत कहां तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहां तक? गावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है.
Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is bleeding MLAs by the hour, ordered a crackdown on the rebels, stripping the rebel ministers of their portfolios, reallocating their posts among the remaining loyalists. Eknath Shinde's Urban Development Ministry has been handed over to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's Water Supply and Sanitation Department has been given over to Anil Parab. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya was handed over 3 additional ministries. The two rival Sena factions engaged in a serious fight over Bala Saheb's legacy. Sanjay Raut targeted rebels and accused them of ditching the Sena and the Thackeray family for their political gains.
जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका जमीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें.
The fight for the Maha throne is far from over, with both the Sena camps not ready to budge. With Mausami Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And this sensational claim by the Shinde Sena against the Mahavikas Aghadi government amidst this political eruption in Maharashtra, with rebel MLA Deepak Kesarkar, the one you just heard live and exclusive here on India Today, dropped this 4-page bombshell on the Uddhav Sena, claiming that Sena MP Sanjay Raut was trying to finish off the Shiv Sena on the orders of NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. Of all the many conspiracy theories that have been doing the rounds, this is one that has got official sanction from the Shinde Sena, with one of the rebel MLAs actually saying that Sharad Pawar has put out a supari on the Shiv Sena via Sanjay Raut. It doesn't get more mysterious than that. He further went on to say that decisions were taken at the behest of NCP netas, making a huge declaration here on India Today. MLA Kesarkar claimed that the Shinde Sena faction will not pull back until they take Maharashtra to new heights. Now, Deepak Kesarkar's comments come at a time when the rebel MLAs are claiming a 2/3 majority to stake claim, and that's the reason why it is being seen that they might approach the governor of Maharashtra very soon. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has stripped the rebel ministers of their portfolios officially. And we've got another big twist on this unfolding saga on the other side. We're putting it together right after this very short break. Stay with India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Rebellion quake in Guwahati. Its tremors felt in Chowpatty. So what started as a resort politics by the rebel MLAs has now turned to vandalism and violence on the streets of Mumbai. Now that street fight has become a legal fight in the court. Can the Supreme Court notice today be seen as a possible relief to Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs? Because remember, right now the rebel camps numbers are increasing every single hour. And with that, there is also an increase in their confidence, defiance, and now perhaps an ego boost coming in from the top court as well. But the question remains, is the clock ticking for Uddhav Thackeray, or will he manage to resolve the crisis? So when's the next big government being formed in Maharashtra? And who will be leading the Shiv Sena? Watch all that and more at 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali.
이번에 경기하는 청기서원께서는 장기간에 이제 8기 어차전에서 인민들의 생활상용을 기준으로 내세우고 생산투쟁을 돌릴 수 있는 이런 가업 지수였습니다. 그래서 우리 공장에서는 인민들이 좋아하는 이런 샴푸, 그다음에
최대 비사망 체계에 맞게 소득 사업을 제일 순위에 놓고 진행하고 있습니다. 특히 인민소비품을 생산하는 공장으로서 바닥 소득과 기대들에 대한 소득 사업을 그 어느 때보다 더 강화하고 있습니다.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
Powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Netmeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks. JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट. Mahayuddh, now supreme battle. Legal war intensifies. Supreme Court reigns on Uddhav's parade. No disqualification till Supreme Court nod. Will Shinde Sena move in for kill? What next in the Maha Game of Thrones?
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Pooja Shali. This is the Guwahati rebels versus the Chowpatty Shiv Seniks. All of that and more. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a big setback to Uddhav Thackeray's government. Supreme Court puts the disqualification of rebels on hold till 11th July. Maharashtra government asked to ensure the security of the rebels. Amid Mahasena tussle, Enforcement Directorate piles up heat on Uddhav's chief troubleshooter, Sena MP Sanjay Raut, summoned by the enforcement watchdog over a land scam allegation. Boosted by the support of at least 39 Sena MLAs, Eknath Shinde Sena likely to approach the government seeking a trust vote. Rebels to claim they are the real Shiv Sena. After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha files nomination today for the presidential post-elections, flanked by top opposition faces, but numbers stacked against him. Day 2 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Germany visit. After mega Indian diaspora outreach, Modi to attend G7 summit. Host of bilateral meets are lined up. And some good news. Alia Bhatt, Ranbir Kapoor to welcome first child 3 months after the wedding. Alia posted this adorable photograph on her Instagram social media profile saying, I quote her here, our baby coming soon. So the big move from the streets has now taken place in the court. The Shiv Sena implosion reaching the top court, and in a big relief that can be seen to the Shinde camp, the Supreme Court asked the Deputy Speaker to put the disqualification of the rebel MLAs on hold for now. Here's more on the developing story of what the Supreme Court references mean for the Shinde camp.
The tussle between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena, which has put the Maharashtra government on the edge, has moved from the hotel rooms to the courtroom. The Supreme Court on Monday put the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice to 16 rebel Sena MLAs on hold.
Time to file our reply to the notice of the Deputy Speaker for our disqualification is extended till the 12th of July. Secondly, has directed and recorded the undertaking of the state government that all protection to life and liberty of these 39 MLAs, as also their family members, shall be extended by the state government.
The top court, hearing separate petitions filed by Eknath Shinde and 15 other rebels, issued notices to Uddhav Thackeray government and Deputy Speaker. The Supreme Court has given the rebels time till 5:30 p.m. on July 11th to reply to Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice. The Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to explain the notice sent to the 16 rebel MLAs. The Apex Court has given 5 days for the Uddhav faction to reply. The court said that the parties are free to approach the court if a floor test is demanded. It also ordered the state government to arrange security for the rebel MLAs and their families.
मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी न कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना। जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ।
It was almost like a war. They were trying to disqualify us. Every way they tried it. But finally, we had a justice. And I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful. And that is my request to them.
For now, the Shiv Sena rebels are immune from disqualification. But all eyes are set on their next strategy. With the next hearing scheduled for July 11th, Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are locked in a battle of nerves. Bureau Report, India Today.
So here are now the key takeaways from the Supreme Court. 6 highlights at 6 p.m. prime. It's of course a big relief today being seen for the Shinde camp. Why? Because there is a stay on the disqualification of the rebel MLAs that the Uddhav Thackeray government was seeking against the ones who did not attend the party meeting. Now, with this disqualification that has been put on hold, at least for the next few weeks, the Deputy Speaker, who has been served a notice, has been asked to explain the notice that was issued to the rebel MLAs in the first place. Now, this notice has also been issued, meanwhile, to the Uddhav Thackeray government and the police. Now, on 5, remember, is an important one. There are now the next 5 days for the Uddhav Sena to be replying to the notice of the top court. So the next hearing is on 11th July. So at least till 11th July, there can be, to an extent, some relief for the Shinde camp. They cannot be disqualified and they can continue to add on more numbers in their camp, which is clearly increasing every single hour. Nalini Singh, our legal correspondent, has been tracking all the latest. Nalini, do help break it down for us. There were 2 pleas that were submitted in the top court. Why today can be seen as a relief for the Shinde camp, and importantly, what happens in the next few days? Because with what the Supreme Court has said, can there be any other development for the Maharashtra politics that can still take place?
Well, Pooja, the first part of your question is as to why this can be seen as a relief for the rebel MLAs is very interesting. Because although there is no specific stay on the disqualification proceedings, but because the Supreme Court has extended the deadline for them to respond to the disqualification notice till July, till the time the next date is heard, so there can be no disqualification proceedings that can be conducted in the meantime. So as the situation stands currently, which thankfully for the rebel MLAs is at a point where they are still members of the Legislative Assembly and not yet have been disqualified, this situation will continue at least till the next date of hearing, which is when they are expected to respond to the disqualification notice. Only after that can the disqualification proceedings be completed. But at the same time, your second part of the question was as to whether or not there can be still any proceedings that can be conducted in this matter. And yes, there can. Remember, the Supreme Court has specifically stated that they are not passing any orders on the aspect of floor tests at this stage because it's bound to create only confusion. So tomorrow, if any of the parties decide to go for a floor test, or if the Uddhav Thackeray camp is asked to prove their majority before the floor of the House, then it is extremely possible that the Uddhav camp might approach the Supreme Court asking for a stay on the floor test, at least as of now, in case they do not have the numbers on their side. Because the Supreme Court's granted the liberty to all of the parties to come back to the Supreme Court in case anything happens in an illegal manner or they are aggrieved by any situation. So only on the limited aspect of disqualification, they've extended the deadline till July, but at the same time, they've given the liberty for the parties to come back to the Supreme Court in case they face any.
So Nalini, we see that the resort politics is on, increasing number of MLAs still in Guwahati. We see violence and vandalism on the streets in Maharashtra. We now see the fight in court as well. Who do you think, according to you, this advantage could be for? Is it the Uddhav Sena, or is it the Shinde Sena, as we are commonly referring to the camps right now? Or do you think at this point both these sides can only hope to have numbers till the time on 11th July the next hearing takes place?
You know, Pooja, what we are witnessing right now is parallel proceedings happening before several different authorities. You have the proceedings that are going on before the Deputy Speaker. You have the proceedings that are going on before the Election Commission. And now you also have these proceedings going on before the court. What's interesting about this whole situation is that different groups or different sides actually have an advantage before different authorities. So when we talk about the proceedings that are going on before the Deputy Speaker, because there is a disqualification notice already in place, and because the 10th schedule specifically restricts court from entering into this domain until a final decision is reached, you would say that the advantage is with the Uddhav camp. But at the same time, if we talk about the proceedings that have happened today before the Supreme Court regarding the disqualification, then it's come as a big relief to the Eknath Shinde camp on the legality aspect. But at the same time, not all of their arguments have found ground with the Supreme Court. Because while Abhishek Manu Singhvi relied on a landmark judgment from 1992, in which it specifically states that the Supreme Court cannot enter into the aspect of disqualification without a final judgment from the Speaker, that is something that the Supreme Court had accepted. But the judgments that were being relied on by the Shinde camp, the Supreme Court did raise some concerns as to whether or not they can be effectively applied.
But perhaps 11 July, Nalini, is going to be the next big day. And the question is, till now, are we looking at more secret meetings either in Vadodara or elsewhere to have more numbers on either side? Nalini, thank you so much for all the latest coming in from the court. What happened today? At least some relief there for the Shinde camp. We have some big news coming in. Let's take a look at that. According to our sources, after the Supreme Court hearing today, the Bharatiya Janata Party is confident of forming the government. Remember, the BJP officially distancing itself, but cautiously watching, tracking, and it appears secret meetings also taking place. But after the Supreme Court hearing, Shinde, BJP or the governor can by themselves at least ask for a Mahavikas Aghadi government to go for a floor test. Now, the power of Deputy Speaker for adjudicate on the disqualification has been kept in stay right now for the Supreme Court, at least till 11th of July. No MLA, rebel or otherwise, can be disqualified. But this is a grey area. A grey area is where is the CLP leader of Shiv Sena right now. If 49 MLAs, possibly looking at the claims right now, are in Shinde camp and they abstain from voting in the floor test, then the BJP has the advantage. It goes to them, as BJP has 104 MLAs plus some independents. So there is a lot of permutations, combinations here being taken place. Mustafa Sheikh tracking all the latest on that. Mustafa, even though perhaps as of now there was no order by the Supreme Court on the floor test, but the BJP will want to look at all possible opportunities, and even abstaining of the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs will mean that it is advantage the BJP.
Well, it seems so, Pooja, because if you look at the entire hearing of the Supreme Court which has taken place, the BJP camp believes that it has mostly gone in their favor. Now, Shiv Sena rebel MLAs cannot be disqualified. That is one thing. When Devdutt Kamath, who is the advocate for Shiv Sena, asked that please give a stay for the floor test because they will demand a floor test, the Supreme Court said that any person is at liberty to approach the court against anything. So there was no specific order, be a stay or something like, okay, you can approach us if there is a flow test order. So this BJP thinks that it's to their advantage. What they have also told us that it is not necessary that the Shinde camp approaches the governor for a flow test or the BJP approaches the governor himself. If he thinks that the government is now in minority, then he can suo motu call for a session and ask Uddhav Thackeray to prove the majority. These are the things which they feel that it's gone in their favor, and they have 106
even with this margin
MLAs,
by
the
the
BJP plus
court,
they have independent
Mustafa,
MLAs. So what
are we looking at the Bharatiya Janata Party could possibly in a surprise move take that first step towards the new government in Maharashtra? Mustafa, please keep tracking all the latest on that. So this is what the political huddles are currently going on with, and our sources telling us more about it. But from the legal fight on the streets, supporters of the Shiv Sena as it stands now under Uddhav Thackeray and the Shinde camp locked horns against each other on the streets in Maharashtra's Kolhapur. Remember, just about a few days ago, all of them were part of one party, one group. But now clashes have erupted between both these factions. Situation became so tense at one point that cops had to intervene between these groups. Several workers, remember, all of them, so to say, Shiv Senics, but now divided.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena on the streets of Maharashtra. Street clashes, effigy burning, sloganeering and street marches. Supporters of Shinde and Uddhav came face to face in Maharashtra's Kolhapur. Unruly scenes were witnessed as both camps indulged in a brawl. Cops had to eventually intervene and detain the rival agitators. Shinde camp is in no mood to budge even on the streets. Sena's most vocal leader Sanjay Raut's effigy was burnt in rebel chief Eknath Shinde's stronghold, Thane. Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who led the protests, pledged an all-out fight to uphold Bala Saheb Thakeray's legacy from Uddhav government in minority.
गावत का अंत कहां तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहां? गावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है.
Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is bleeding MLAs by the hour, ordered a crackdown on the rebels, stripping the rebel ministers of their portfolios, reallocating their posts among the remaining loyalists. Eknath Shinde's Urban Development Ministry has been handed over to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's Water Supply and Sanitation Department has been given over to Anil Parab. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya was handed over 3 additional ministries. The two rival Sena factions engaged in a serious fight over Bala Saheb's legacy. Sanjay Raut targeted rebels and accused them of ditching the Sena and the Thackeray family for their political gains.
जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका जमीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें.
The fight for the Maha throne is far from over, with both the Sena camps not ready to budge. With Mausami Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today. So amid the street brawl and the legal fight, the Shiv Sena as it stands under Uddhav Thackeray is mulling several options, and this while they are bleeding with their MLAs every single hour. Every single hour it appears that there is either an increase with the Shinde camp or they seem to have some confidence coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Just about a short while ago, my colleague Mausami Singh had a conversation with Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi on Sanjay Raut's ED summons. This is apart from what the political developments are, and a fresh summons have been sent by the enforcement watchdog
to the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, Sanjay Raut. Listen in to what Priyanka Chaturvedi said to Mausami Singh.
The 3 days time has been given and various stakeholders have been told to answer on this entire petition.
So the proceedings are still going on, and it would be premature for me to take a call or comment on something like this. But Supreme Court is hearing all sides, and once that is over and done with, we'll be able to give you a better response to this. But Supreme Court feels that everybody should get a chance to answer, which they're doing.
Importantly, repeatedly this is being made, this argument is being made by the Shinde camp that the Deputy Speaker's position is untenable, and he himself is in the dock, so he had no locus standi to issue a disqualification.
No, he was not in the dock. He is the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, and there was no such notice issued. And as far as motions are concerned, motions are accepted during the Assembly being in session. That is what Arunachal Pradesh court judgment will also tell you. The Supreme Court judgment on Arunachal Pradesh will tell you. But again, I wouldn't want to preempt anything without finally hearing what the Supreme Court is wanting the governments to do. What is it asking everyone else to do?
But we can see that the Supreme Court is entertaining the petition, though the court did ask that why didn't you go to the High Court, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi also said that why did the party, Shinde's party, did not go to the High Court, but now Supreme Court is hearing the entire petition.
So the question really arises, the MLAs who were elected from Maharashtra, the ones who are holding important positions in Maharashtra, why is it that they chose to go to the Supreme Court? Do they have no faith in the High Court of Maharashtra?
And what would you say that repeatedly this argument is also being given that 39 of us, we are being threatened of the threat factor has been incorporated in the petition, and that has also been said by the Shinde camp.
They have CRPF protection. They have the protection of the governor also making an appeal on their behalf. They have the Maharashtra police working 24/7 to safeguard their families and their properties, as well as we are ensuring to them that once they return to Mumbai, because that is where the flow test will happen, that all adequate measures will be taken. The only thing that they're fearing, and very honestly, is that they have spectacularly failed to gauge that this is legally untenable position that they have taken, and they all stand to be disqualified, and their constituencies will also not forgive them for having voted for them under the Shiv Sena symbol and having backstabbed the very leadership.
A notice also been issued to Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, who was appointed by the Uddhav Thackeray government as the Deputy Speaker. So, pardon me, as the CLP leader of the Shiv Sena.
No, again, I will repeat, we are on the right side of the law. And the law is supreme, and we will respond to as per whatever Supreme Court decides to do, asks us to do, and what should be rightfully done.
It's legal, Ajay Chaudhary's appointment, despite the fact that more than two-third majority.
Of course, it's legal. Legislative Party, under the symbol of the bow and arrow, belongs to the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. There is no, there's nothing wrong in what has happened. Chief whips have changed, CLPs have changed over the years. What their argument is, again, like I said, is legally not tenable.
Importantly, reporters from the court are saying 11th July the matter is listed, and meanwhile, as an interim measure, the time granted by Deputy Speaker to petition or similarly or a similar matter of MLAs to submit response by 5 p.m. today is extended till 11th of July 5:30 p.m. That really means. That means that if that is, our reporters have just flashed that the MLAs, the disqualification proceedings and the timeline, the deadline given will be extended till 11th of July. Is that a big jolt for the Shiv Sena MVA government?
Till I don't, again I repeat, till we do not see the entire proceedings and what is finally called, rather than going on the stories which are flashed. While we were sitting, Aaj Tak changed its statements thrice, so I wouldn't want to jump to any conclusion till we don't have a final outcome.
That is the matter, because we have this breaking that is coming up. Our reporter Anisha has said, and Mr. Dhawan has objected to that matter, says that since the Deputy Speaker has rejected the notice of motion because it is important that it is not authenticated, let them file a detailed reply, let the proceedings before the Speaker be completed. He is insisting that the proceedings today should be completed.
Again, I will wait for the final outcome and what is finally spoken about and what decisions are being taken. And again, since the matter is sub judice right now, it would be difficult for me to even react to something like that right now.
All right, so Priyanka Chaudhary, they're treading carefully. Priyanka Chaturvedi, they're, pardon me, treading very carefully. But importantly, she says that we are on the right footing. It is the rebel MLAs who have betrayed the party and the people, and they are answerable. And whatever replies need to be given will be given to the court.
So Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday in connection with the Patra Chawl land scam case. Earlier this year, remember, ED has already attached some of the properties of Sanjay Raut, and now tomorrow he's expected to make a presence at the ED office.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
He has been the principal troubleshooter of the beleaguered Uddhav government, leading the fight from the front with a series of fiery counters.
जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए इनको तकलीफ देंगे.
And now Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut finds himself in Enforcement Directorate crosshairs, summoned for grilling over his role in Patra Chawla land scam case, amid the thick of Maharashtra power tussle. Raut was quick to dare the centre to arrest him, saying he is ready to be beheaded, but not bow.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो. मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा. मैं यहाँ ही रहूंगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ. आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊंगा. लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊंगा ना. आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो. अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में. आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊंगा.
Sena too quickly rallied behind Sanjay Raut.
कोर्टाने दिलेल्या निर्णयावरती प्रतिक्रिया देण्याची मला वाटते मला गरज नाही. कारण कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षम आहे. या देशातील सुप्रीम कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षमपणे निर्णय घेते.
But legally it doesn't look good for the belligerent Sena MP. In April this year, ED attached his properties in the 1,034 crore land scam case. Sanjay Raut and wife Varsha Raut's Alibag plot and a flat in Mumbai's Dadar were among the properties attached. The probe agency claims that Raut's wife Varsha, family members and associates in an arm of construction major HDIL connived and sold state housing body plots and floor space to private developers. ED says the private developers illegally sold the flats to buyers and total proceeds of the crime amounts to nearly 1,034 crore. The Sena rebels and the BJP justified the penal action.
उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है. जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारे नेताओं की ओर करे. तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें. और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है. निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे. हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है.
It's not just Sanjay Raut who's facing ED heat. 3 senior Aghadi ministers, Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik and Anil Parab are facing scam heat and fire over underworld links. With Munish Pandey, Bureau Report, India Today.
And after that summon was issued, Sanjay Raut spoke exclusively to India Today on all the latest updates and specifically the ED heat on him and also about the disqualification of the rebel MLAs. All of that and more in this conversation with India Today. Listen in.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा हुआ है कि 11 तारीख तक जिन एमएलएस को नोटिस गई थी डिस्क्वालीफाई करने के लिए, 16 एमएलएस को, उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई न किया जाए.
अच्छी बात है, लेकिन 11 तारीख के बाद तो करना ही पड़ेगा. मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना. जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ।
चलिए, बड़ी बात कही आपने। एकनाथ शिंदे के जो वकील हैं उन्होंने कोर्ट के सामने आज, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने आज उन्होंने दावा किया कि दरअसल वो मुंबई इसके लिए नहीं जा रहे हैं या फिर बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट इसके लिए नहीं गए क्योंकि उनकी जान को खतरा है। आपने एक बयान दिया हुआ था, उसको भी उन्होंने कहा कि आपने कहा कि 40 लोगों की जो बॉडी है वो वहाँ से आएगी, तो उस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखो, ये तो बहुत हिम्मत वाले लोग हैं। शिवसेना में बगावत कर दी वो लोगों ने और भाग गए, तो डर किस बात की है? अगर आपको समर्थन है, आपके साथ लोग हैं, तो डरने की और भागने की जरूरत नहीं है। बात रही मेरे वक्तव्य की, मेरे वक्तव्य तोड़-मोड़ करो, उसका सब न्यायालय में बता रहे हैं कि मैंने इतना ही कहा कि जो लोग 40 लोग वहां गए हैं वो सिर्फ शरीर उनका चल रहा है, बाकी तो उनका आत्मा मर गया है। ऐसे मरे हुए लोगों को क्या मुंबई में हम स्वागत करेंगे? वो तो सिर्फ जिंदा लाशें यहाँ आएगी, इतना ही मैंने कहा है।
राउत साहब, एक और बड़ी डेवलपमेंट हुई है आज। ईडी ने आपको समन किया हुआ है एक मामले में, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट के तहत। क्या आपको अंदेशा था? क्योंकि आपने पिछले कुछ बयानों में आपने लगातार कहा था कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज का मिसयूज हो रहा है, क्या आपको लगता है?
ये अभी जो मुझे नोटिस आया वो मिसयूज ही है ना। मेरे जैसा आदमी ने कभी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग या क्या है सब पैसों का खेल कभी किया नहीं। ठीक है, आप भेज दीजिए, मुझे मालूम है कहाँ से इंस्ट्रक्शन जाता है, क्यों जाता है। जो चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में उनमें एक मैं फ्रंट पर हूँ, मेरी पार्टी के लिए, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की पार्टी के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के लिए। तो मेरा आवाज़ बंद कर दो। और देखिए, मेरा आवाज़ आप बंद नहीं कर सकते। आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो, मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा, मैं यहाँ ही रहूँगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ। आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊँगा, लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊँगा ना। आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो, अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में, आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ, कब आना है, मैं जाऊँगा।
गिरफ्तार होने के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
डेफिनेटली, क्यों नहीं। अगर आप गलत तरीके से कुछ करना चाहते हो मेरी पार्टी को ख़त्म करने के लिए, और उसके लिए आपको मेरा बलि देना है, बलि चढ़ाना है। हजारों लोग हमारे शिवसेना में इस तरह से उनका बलिदान है इस पार्टी के लिए। हजारों लोग हैं हमारे, चाहे 1992 का दंगा हो, जो बाबरी वाला, उससे पहले हो 1969, अभी बाद में अनेक बहुत से मोमेंट में हमारे लोग मारे गए। तो एक हमारी बलि चढ़ गई, तो उसमें बड़ी बात क्या है? करने दो।
राउत साहब, मैं एक सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे कि जो आप इशारा कर रहे हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि इस वक्त जो राजनीतिक हलचल चल रही है महाराष्ट्र के, उसके वजह से आपको ये ईडी का समन इस वक्त आया हुआ है?
डेफिनेटली उसके वजह से आ रहा है। वडोदरा में एक मीटिंग हो गई, उस मीटिंग में कौन था सबको मालूम है। रात के अंधेरे में मीटिंग हो, वहां से इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया, संजय राउत का आवाज बंद करो। वो अपनी पार्टी और सरकार और महाराष्ट्र को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद ये नोटिस आ गई। ये गलत सब तरीके से, मैं तो ये जो मामला कुछ मैं देख रहा हूँ, मुझे मालूम भी नहीं है क्या है। ये ज्यादा से ज्यादा आप क्या करोगे, मैं बार बार बोलता हूँ, जेल में डालोगे और गोली मार दोगे हरिन पंड्या की तरह, उसके लिए मैं तैयार हूँ। लेकिन इतना आसान नहीं है। जो भी लोग के गलत काम करने जा रहे हैं वो अफसर और उनको आदेश देने वाले लोग, उनको उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी। मुझे मालूम है अफसर कौन है, मैं नाम भी ले सकता हूं, लेकिन इतना आसान नहीं है। हमारे जैसे लोगों को खत्म करके आप देश को खत्म करेंगे। आप अपोजिशन खत्म करने जा रहे हो। आप किसके लिए काम कर रहे हो? आप देश के लिए काम करो, आप डेमोक्रेसी के लिए काम करो, आप कानून के लिए काम करो। आप किसी के गुलाम होकर मत काम करिए। अगर आप करना चाहते हो तो ठीक है, आज आपको टेम्पररी जीत मिलेगी, लेकिन ये देश और देश का आत्मा बहुत पवित्र है, समझ लीजिए आप। ये मेरा आह्वान है उस लोगों से जो गलत काम करने जा रहे हैं किसी के लिए।
So while Sanjay Raut says, put me in prison if you want to, I have a list now of who are the Agadi ministers who've been under the radar of the investigating agencies or actually have been behind bars for a while now. Let's begin now. Remember, there are different names that have cropped up already from the minister. Sanjay Raut already in top is because he's now received a summon for the Patra Chaul land scam case. He's now been summoned and has to be present tomorrow. But he's been very defiant and very confident against the name that has come up by the ED. And this at a point when, of course, Maharashtra is already going through a political crisis, irrespective. So this is Sanjay Raut. Let's go to another minister who is been under the radar of the investigating agencies, Anil Parab. One of the few mantris to stay back with Uddhav Thackeray right now has been facing a money laundering money laundering case. He's already been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. These two are right now loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray. But remember Nawab Malik, one of the most vocal mantris of the Agadi government. He's been already in jail for a while now, and that with serious charges of money laundering against him, even linked to the Dawood issue right now that had been cropping up against him for a long time with some solid evidences, as the agencies claim. Anil Deshmukh has been a minister facing the Hafta Gate, remember, has also been in prison. So both Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh have been behind bars, while two Agadi ministers are facing money laundering charges and summons by the Enforcement Directorate. So I'm heading to a very short break, and what will happen really in Maharashtra remains to be seen, a developing story. But on the other side, we'll continue to get you all the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra and more. Stay tuned.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday and Mukherjee.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
His ministers have ditched him. He has only a handful of MLAs with him, and yet Uddhav Thackeray is clinging on to the CM throne. He was counting against all hope on some sort of legal reprieve, but that too hasn't happened, with the Supreme Court for now staying any action or disqualification of Eknath Shinde and his MLAs. So what are the options ahead for the Maharashtra Chief Minister, for Uddhav Thackeray and for the Uddhav Sena? We'll be discussing that on To The Point at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
Big news now coming in with huddles that are taking place and also interactions. Eknath Shinde speaks to Uddhav Thackeray's cousin and Maharashtra Nirman Party President Raj Thackeray over the phone. There could be now speculations about the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs joining or aligning with the MNS led by Raj Thackeray. Now the phone call has triggered speculation on whether Shinde faction could possibly merge with the MNS. That could be an interesting development coming in. Let's go across quickly to our executive editor Sahil Joshi. Sahil, at this point, Raj Thackeray and Eknath Shinde became the two big rebels who came out of the Shiv Sena as it stood. And this time, what do you think this possible interaction could mean? How much could it be really benefiting both Shinde and Raj Thackeray?
Well, I really doubt that this kind of alliance will now happen, because the Supreme Court has kept this option open, whether who is actually leading the Shiv Sena Legislative Party. And as long as right now what is concerned is that Deputy Speaker's decision right now is completely in abeyance. Looking at that, there is always a possibility that as what we heard Deepak Kesarkar speaking a while back, that he had made it very clear that they are the real Shiv Sena Legislative Party group and Eknath Shinde is their leader. Looking at the situation, they can approach the governor and ask him to ask Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the House, as the majority of the Shiv Sena MLAs who are in the Shiv Sena Legislative Party group have informed him that they no longer enjoy support to the MVA. The MVA doesn't enjoy support of these MLAs. So it doesn't require a merger into some other party, because they claim now that they are the original Shiv Sena Legislative Party leader. One may go to the court against it again, but that will be a pending process. Till then, they don't have to merge into some other party. So the call made to Raj Thackeray was more of a on a personal basis. Eknath Shinde and Raj Thackeray share quite a warm relationship, and because Raj Thackeray had undergone a hip surgery, that call was with respect to that. So it doesn't look like, or there is no question as such, that the Shinde group of this 39 strong Shiv Sena MLAs at this point of time, and one more may join soon, will merge into the MNS and will give more power to another Thackeray. That is completely unlikely at this point of time.
And but also, Sahil, at this point, how many of it is personal interactions, and it wouldn't hurt to get more friends over to your side, and that's perhaps what Eknath Shinde could be planning. What is Guwahati up to? Sahil, stay on with me. Paulomi Saha tracking all the latest from Guwahati. Paulomi, how do you think we are looking at this? Is this, as we commonly say, dushman ka dushman dost? trying to get as many friends as we can into our camp, even if it may not help exactly directly with the numbers.
Pooja, is this in reference to BJP and the Eknath Shinde camp?
This is, yes, and also with Raj Thackeray getting an information that possibly, Shinde could be wanting to befriend him and try to get Raj Thackeray over to his side. So that's where the dushman dost analogy I put here.
Right. Okay. Yes, obviously. I mean, the point is, Pooja, that they are, of course, trying to get as much support on board as this possible as far as this entire gambit of theirs is concerned. Obviously, it was a courtesy call. It was a call where Shiv Sena and, whichever faction of it is concerned, even Raj Thackeray, which is, of course, a splinter faction of the Shiv Sena as well, they have all kept in touch. So it was said to be a courtesy call. Raj Thackeray has just come out of hospital after surgery, and Eknath Shinde calling on him to check on his health. That is what was being told officially, but at the end of it, you can, of course, read into it as well, given the relations between Raj Thackeray and the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, to be specific now. But as far as the numbers go, we do know that as far as the BJP and the BJP is 106 plus the independents that BJP has the support of, plus the Eknath Shinde faction and the independents that they have on board as well. They are comfortably poised to form the next government of Maharashtra. But if that is everything plays and goes as per the next course of action that they've planned for themselves, it's going to be something that is not going to pass very easily through the legal challenges, because it will be challenged eventually. There will be, of course, decisions and aspects of it, because the Supreme Court has allowed for the Uddhav Thackeray faction to go to the court if at all they feel that a floor test is being forced to them. But of course, importantly, the Supreme Court has not put an interim stay on the governor calling a floor test. So
quickly, Paulomi, that clearly all is not silent in Guwahati. From what you're reporting, there are constantly some meetings or interactions that Eknath Shinde is up to. All right, I'll take that quick question from Sahil. Paulomi, if you can hear me, Sahil. So we can say that despite, as it appears, advantage to Eknath Shinde, he's still ensuring that, he doesn't stay convinced with 39. He wants to, whether it's about numbers, whether it's about alliances, he'll be ready with it. But what you said is also very interesting, Sahil. Would you want a Raj Thackeray to be joining you when he could become eventually a stronger game player and become a challenger to Eknath Shinde himself?
Well, I really doubt that, this whole episode in which, I don't know, crores of money must have been spent, because keeping charters ready to ferry the MLAs who wanted to go from Mumbai to Guwahati, keeping them in the hotel for so many days, going to the Supreme Court, creating such an issue, nobody will do it to make somebody else's career. Obviously, Shinde must have done it for himself, and of course the BJP is supporting it so that the BJP government should come to power. Raj Thackeray right now has only one MLA who is already supporting the BJP. So, why, rather than doing that, they are now claiming that they are the original Shiv Sena Legislative Party, which doesn't have to merge into some other party, because they already have the numbers. What could happen? That is very interesting, Pooja. And there are three scenarios which can turn up. Right now, there is a huddle going on in Guwahati where Paulomi was present. And I have spoken to a couple of MLAs, and they are saying that the discussion is going on whether to send a letter on the Shiv Sena as a Shiv Sena Legislative Party to say that they are withdrawing support from the MVA government, which will give chance to the governor to call the vote of confidence against no confidence motion against Uddhav Thackeray. The huddle is going on inside the BJP at this point of time, where the core committee meeting is happening to plan their next course of action. Whether now the time has come that the BJP should jump in officially and say that, okay, now that the Supreme Court has said this, it's now very clear that Eknath Shinde and group is not with Uddhav Thackeray. So they can also ask the governor that, ask Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the House, or taking cognizance of the situation, because it's already reported the petition itself by the Shinde group clearly mentioned that they are not with the MVA, and there are 39 signatories on that. So looking at that, the governor may suo motu ask the chief minister that you prove your majority. But more than that, interestingly, Sharad Pawar is now coming back to Mumbai. Praful Patel is accompanying him to come back to Mumbai.
And Sahil, this is while the huddles that are on in Mumbai, in Guwahati also there are constant permutations and combinations being put in place. But it's a developing story, and Sahil Joshi is importantly telling all possible scenarios, whether it's in Maharashtra or what's unfolding in Guwahati, as Paulomi Saha continues to update us with. Thank you so much, Sahil Joshi and Paulomi Saha, for all the latest from Maharashtra and Assam. Now, staying with Assam this time, the flood mayhem continues. Many people have lost lives, over 120 at least, including children. Damage to properties has been immense. Now take a look as we talk about Assam, the ravaged state due to the floods. A special ground report by my colleague Shweta Singh, who sends you this update from the Moregaon district.
Beta palsy. Nuari si mane ignite. Soli kana kanu dangi pela. And I cover stories and mane soli to mane uti bari nuare bisna te kya.
An entire house submerged. Inside, a child waiting for medical help. The family is absolutely helpless. The mother is in tears. Unless the waters recede, a doctor's visit looks unlikely.
तो हमें देखकर इनकी आंखों में आंसू छलक आए थे, क्योंकि यही घर है. देखिए, अब तो पानी थोड़ा थोड़ा उतरना शुरू हुआ है, लेकिन इसी घर में इनकी लगभग 11-12 साल की बच्ची है जो बीमार है और यहाँ से बाहर नहीं निकाला जा सकता है आगे किसी इलाज के लिए, अस्पताल के लिए. सबके घर ऐसे डूब गए.
हमार घर द्वार सब पानी डूबसे ক্ষতি হয়েছে. ওখানে কিরকম করে চলমু, ঘর সর ভাঙছে, মানে চলতে পারি না পানির মধ্যে. তো আমরা রাস্তা উঠতে আছি, মানে চলবার মতন তো অবস্থা নাই.
अब पानी उतरेगा तब बच्ची मतलब डॉक्टर दवाई चल नहीं पाती है.
डॉक्टर दवाई डॉक्टर देखाর কথা বলতে কি ওষুধ দিব না দেখে না.
Not just in Moregaon, Assam's 28 districts are badly hit by the floods. 5 people have died in the last 24 hours. More than 120 lives claimed in total, including children. People are fleeing submerged houses to open grounds, only to find these flooded as well. As water rises around them, they are rushing to safer ground. The highway are covered in plastic sheets, and it is their home for now. Drinking water is the biggest challenge the survivors are facing today. Most of them are poor and vulnerable.
हम लोग तकलीफ यही हो गया, ग्वाल में पानी हो गया. आज 1 हफ्ता से यहाँ है और गोरू को तो दाना पानी जैसे जैसे चलाता है.
पानी आगे ले रहा.
हाँ 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 हाँ.
कहाँ? घरों में.
घर में पानी हम लोग को हो गया, बहुत पानी हो गया, घर डूब गया.
The afternoon sunshine brings respite, but as the sun goes down, their hope also diminishes. 564 relief camps and 116 relief distribution centers are functioning, providing ration by the government.
সরকারে দিছে রেশনের চাউল, ডাল, তেল, पानी सब देते हैं.
पीने का पानी सब.
सब देते हैं. चाल, दाल, सब, तेल को, चीनी, जीरा, सबको देता है. बिस्कुट सब देते हैं. सब देते हैं.
बिस्कुट
इतना पानी है, घर में इतना पानी है, आज आते जाते बहुत परेशान होते हैं.
मन करता है कभी कि कुछ ऐसा कोई कर दे कि कभी बाढ़ आए ही नहीं, पानी ही नहीं आए.
घर में है, उसे बुट में किया.
The people of Assam are in grave danger and praying for the water to recede and their nightmare to end. In Moregaon with Shweta Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
A heartbreaking report there, and hopeful that perhaps in the next few days the water will recede there in the state of Assam. I'm heading into a very short break, but let's bring you some good news that's coming in from our celebrities. Actors Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor have announced they will be welcoming first child 3 months after their wedding. Alia Bhatt posting this adorable photograph on her Instagram saying, "Our baby coming soon." So I'm wrapping up the 6 p.m. bulletin with a news all of us are talking about and of course are giving our best wishes to. The newlyweds Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor have announced the pregnancy with expecting their first child, and the mommy-to-be taking to social media to confirm the news, sharing not only her and Ranbir Kapoor's image but also of a lion's pride. Here's everything you need to know and wishing the best to Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor.
It's raining good news for Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor this year. First, they tied the knot in April. Then they released the trailer of their much-anticipated movie Brahmastra. कौन हो तुम? क्या हो तुम? And now comes the most awaited news. The newlyweds are expecting their first child. Yes, Alia Bhatt took to social media to share the good news along with this picture where she can be seen with husband Ranbir sitting by her side as they look at the image of their little one through sonography. Alia captioned the post as, "Our baby coming soon," with a red heart and the infinity sign. The second image in the post features a lion family with their cub, depicting that Alia and Ranbir are going to be 3 soon. Soon after the couple announced their pregnancy, family and friends quickly took turns to congratulate the parents-to-be. Karan Johar was among the first ones to express his excitement as his baby Alia is soon going to be a mother. Ranbir's sister, Ridhima, also dropped hearts and kisses on Alia's post. Alia's mother, Soni Razdan, shared Alia's post to express her happiness with the caption, "Our cup runneth over." The couple has been making headlines ever since they started dating each other. From confessing her love for Ranbir on Coffee with Karan.
Who would you kill, marry or hook up with? Ranbir Kapoor, Ranbir Singh?
Marry Ranbir. to engaging in full PDA on stage during the poster launch of Brahmastra in Delhi. The couple had painted the town red with their romance. Alia and Ranbir tied the knot on April 14th, and it was a dreamy affair with only close friends and family in attendance. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
His ministers have ditched him. He has only a handful of MLAs with him, and yet Uddhav Thackeray is clinging on to the CM throne. He was counting against all hope on some sort of legal reprieve, but that too hasn't happened, with the Supreme Court for now staying any action or disqualification of Eknath Shinde and his MLAs. So what are the options ahead for the Maharashtra Chief Minister, for Uddhav Thackeray and for the Uddhav Sena? We'll be discussing that on To The Point at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. This is 7 at 7, where we round up all the top stories of the day. Our focus, of course, on all that's playing out in Maharashtra. The political crisis echoing in the Supreme Court today. We'll be rounding up the big takeaways from the top court. Let's begin with the 7 top stories. Big setback to Uddhav government. Supreme Court puts the disqualification of rebels on hold till 11th July. Maharashtra government asked to ensure security of rebels. Amid Maha-Sena tussle, Enforcement Directorate piles up heat on Uddhav's chief troubleshooter. Sena MP Sanjay Raut summoned by the enforcement watchdog over a land scam. Boosted by the support of 39 Sena MLAs, Shinde Sena likely to approach the government and seek a trust vote. They'll be approaching the governor, rebels to claim that they are the real Shiv Sena. After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha files nomination for president's post, flanked by top opposition faces, but numbers are clearly stacked against him. Day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Germany visit. After mega Indian diaspora outrage, Modi to attend G7 summit, host of bilateral meets lined up. And Alia Bhatt, Ranbir Kapoor to welcome first child 3 months after their wedding. Alia posts an adorable picture on Instagram saying, "Our baby coming soon." And let's begin with breaking news that's coming in this hour. Sources telling us here on India Today that the governor could soon call for a floor test in the assembly. Sources also say that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray wanted to resign from his post, and he wanted to resign on social media twice. But on both occasions, Sharad Pawar intervened and convinced him against the move. So Uddhav Thackeray perhaps realizes it's game over and reportedly wanted to resign twice. He was stopped by Sharad Pawar. And now the Shinde Sena also moving in for the kill. They're all set to approach the governor and also could be seeking a floor test, knowing full well that the numbers are stacked in their favor. The fact that Uddhav Thackeray also has now reportedly offered to resign twice, but Sharad Pawar stopped him from doing so, speaks volumes of where Uddhav Thackeray believes, or what chances Uddhav Thackeray believes he really has at this point. Now, what we're hearing is that the governor very soon could call for a floor test in the assembly, and that's when it comes down to the numbers, which at this point are very clearly with Eknath Shinde, with the Shinde camp. And Uddhav Thackeray has been reduced to the teens. The number of MLAs on his side is just about 15 to 16 currently. Sources telling us here on India Today that the Chief Minister wanted to resign twice. Remember, he's down with COVID, so he actually wanted to make a very public announcement on social media. On both occasions, ally, the NCP, Sharad Pawar, stepped in and said, don't do it. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live with more details on this. Mustafa, tell us what you've picked up. Reportedly, Uddhav Thackeray wanted to resign twice. Sharad Pawar has stopped him. But what this clearly indicates is that Uddhav realizes he doesn't have the numbers. This can't go on.
Well, yes, that's one of the things, Akshata, that whatever happenings have taken place in the past 1 week in Maharashtra, one thing is clear is that Maharashtra Vikas Agad does not enjoy the majority it used to enjoy at some point of time. That is very much clear. Now, the other important thing is how will BJP form a government? So that's the other question. So if you look at this entire cases, what sources are telling us is that Uddhav Thackeray was indeed at that point of time very emotional. He, after his Facebook address, had left his official residence Varsha even when he was COVID positive and came to his residence Matushri in Bandra. So he also wanted to give in this seat. So basically he wanted to make it clear that it was never about him, or he didn't want to be Chief Minister. It was not his ambition. It's just that it was a timing of such which has taken place. But as the things stand now, if you look at it, Maharashtra Assembly, what the BJP sources are telling us is that they are confident that the government will be formed. They are also saying that before 11th of July, when the next hearing in the Supreme Court takes place, there is the likelihood of a floor test happening in the Maharashtra Assembly, and that is where the MVA government will fall. What they are telling us is that there are 39 MLAs of Shiv Sena who are with the Eknath Shinde camp. If for example, they abstain from voting, then BJP has the numbers. BJP is the larger party. BJP has support from more independent MLAs. 10 independent MLAs from Guwahati can come and also vote. So this is something which the BJP is calculating at this point. What remains to be seen is that when does that floor test happen? Will it be Eknath Shinde who will be approaching the governor? Will it be BJP, or governor will be taking a suo motu action and asking Uddhav Thackeray that there is your majority is in question, you come on the floor of the house and prove your majority. We'll have to wait and see how these things progress. Back to you.
Let's put that point across also to Paulami Saha. Mustafa, stay with us. Paulami Saha is reporting live from Guwahati. Paulami, what's the Shinde camp's next move? Are they going to move in for the kill? Are they going to be requesting the governor to order a floor test?
Oh, absolutely, Akshata. This is exactly what they were waiting for, this window. The disqualification notice was the only thing that was stopping them from, in fact, moving in and going and forward to break ties with the MVA alliance. Basically, what they've been saying, that NCP and Congress is not the coalition that we should be a part of, the parties that we should be going forward with. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. The disqualification notices against 16 rebel MLAs was the only thing in their way, because eventually, if there was to be a floor floor test and 16 of them stood disqualified, then the numbers on their side would immediately dwindle and this entire exercise would have gone to a complete waste. So now that there is a stay on those disqualification proceedings, what they're going to do is they're going to approach the governor and withdraw their support to the Maharashtra Govt government, which will then compel the governor to call for a floor test and ask Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority and his government's majority on the floor of the House. That they hope will be unlikely, given that as many of them, 48 at the moment, are outside the MVA camp. They would hope that the government force and eventually BJP and this faction could come together, BJP supported by some independents on their side as well, and then prove that they have more than the halfway mark in the Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra, which is 143, and then stake claim to form government, Akshita.
You know, you look at the numbers, Mustafa, you look at the numbers, it's clearly, there's no way at this point that Uddhav Thackeray can pull off any sort of a miracle. It's well beyond that. The Supreme Court also hasn't provided him any relief. So it makes sense that actually he was thinking about resigning on social media. The question will be, why did Sharad Pawar really stop him? Is Pawar going to now directly intervene in what he referred to as an internal Shiv Sena crisis all along?
Well, we'll have to, understand this entire thing, because now we are hearing from sources that this has happened. We are not sure whether Uddhav Thackeray or Sharad Pawar on public forum have not said that something like this has happened. And secondly, you were rightly saying that the numbers are in favor of the BJP of Eknath Shinde. But unless and until it happens, what maybe Sharad Pawar is trying to do is to bring it to fight till the last lap. That's what they were trying to do. Now, for example, if the floor test is ordered, there is a no confidence motion moved and a floor test is called upon. It is very much likely that the Shiv Sena will move Supreme Court and challenge this floor test. So these are things which are yet to happen, and maybe Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, beat Congress, they are also saying that wherever till the time it's possible, we will give a fight, we will not give in the resignation throw away the government. This is what they are saying, because they are also understanding the situation is volatile. For example, if you understand, if you look at the MLAs, the 39 MLAs of the Shiv Sena who are in Guwahati, what we are given to understand is that they are also getting restless as the days are passing by. If there is nothing, there is no move taken by Eknath Shinde camp, that they don't know for how long they will have to stay in Guwahati, and also now that their ministerial portfolios which have been removed. So these are some things which put the MLAs at unease, and that's why it looks like that something soon will happen. But yes, MVA Maharashtra Govt at this point of time doesn't look like they are giving in, they are resigning. They would take it till the last time.
Okay, Mustafa, Paulami, thank you very much for joining us this evening with all of those updates. That big news break that Mustafa and Paulami were just getting us is that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray actually offered to resign twice, but was stopped by Sharad Pawar from doing so. Besides that, we're hearing that the governor very soon could call for a floor test, in which case Uddhav Thackeray will have to prove his numbers. If he doesn't have it, he'll have to go. Now, another big development that came in on this story was that amid the raging political turmoil that's unfolding by the minute in Maharashtra, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Patrachal land scam case. Now, earlier this year, ED had already attached some of Sanjay Raut's properties. Raut is defiant. He's saying he will not appear before the agency.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है, उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
He has been the principal troubleshooter of the beleaguered Uddhav government, leading the fight from the front, with a series of fiery counters.
जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे.
And now Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut finds himself in Enforcement Directorate crosshairs, summoned for grilling over his role in Patra Chawla land scam case, amid the thick of Maharashtra power tussle. Raut was quick to dare the centre to arrest him, saying he is ready to be beheaded, but not bow.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज़ आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो, मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा. मैं यहाँ ही रहूँगा मेरी पार्टी के साथ, आप कितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊँगा, लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊँगा ना, आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो। अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में, आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊँगा।
Sena too quickly rallied behind Sanjay Raut.
कोर्टाने दिलेल्या निर्णयावरती प्रतिक्रिया देण्याची मला वाटते मला गरज नाही, कारण कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षम आहे, या देशातील सुप्रीम कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षमपणे निर्णय घेते.
But legally it doesn't look good for the belligerent Sena MP. In April this year, ED attached his properties in the 1,034 crore land scam case. Sanjay Raut and wife Varsha Raut's Alibag plot and a flat in Mumbai's Dadar were among the properties attached. The probe agency claims that Raut's wife Varsha, family members and associates in an arm of construction major HDIL connived and sold state housing body plots and floor space to private developers. ED says the private developers illegally sold the flats to buyers and total proceeds of the crime amounts to nearly 1,034 crore. The Sena rebels and the BJP justified the penal action.
उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है, जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारी नेताओं की ओर करे। तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें, और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है। निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे, हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
It's not just Sanjay Raut who's facing ED heat. 3 senior Aghadi ministers, Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik and Anil Parab are facing scam heat and fire over underworld links. With Munish Pandey, Bureau Report, India Today.
And in our next report, we get you details of what played out in the Supreme Court. Huge relief for the Shinde camp that came in as the Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to put the disqualification of these rebel MLAs on hold. Here's more.
The tussle between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena, which has put the Maharashtra government on the edge, has moved from the hotel rooms to the courtroom. The Supreme Court on Monday put the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice to 16 rebel Sena MLAs on hold.
Time to file our reply to the notice of the Deputy Speaker for our disqualification is extended till the 12th of July. Secondly, has directed and recorded the undertaking of the state government that all protection to life and liberty of these 39 MLAs as also their family members shall be extended by the state government.
The top court, hearing separate petitions filed by Eknath Shinde and 15 other rebels, issued notices to Uddhav Thackeray government and Deputy Speaker. The Supreme Court has given the rebels time till 5:30 p.m. on July 11th to reply to Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice. The Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to explain the notice sent to the 16 rebel MLAs. The Apex Court has given 5 days for the Uddhav faction to reply. The court said that the parties are free to approach the court if a floor test is demanded. It also ordered the state government to arrange security for the rebel MLAs and their families.
मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना। जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ।
It was almost like a war. They were trying to disqualify us. Every way they tried it, but finally we had a justice, and I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful, and that is my request to them.
For now, the Shiv Sena rebels are immune from disqualification, but all eyes are set on their next strategy. With the next hearing scheduled for July 11th, Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are locked in a battle of nerves. Bureau Report, India Today.
So it's clear at this point that the numbers aren't in favor of Uddhav Thackeray. Neither did the Supreme Court. Even that ruling, at this point at least, from today, hasn't been provided any relief at all to Uddhav Thackeray. So it's all, of course, at this point, hinging on what Eknath Shinde does next. Let's focus on that. What is the Shinde camp's next move? Are they going to move in for the kill? Well, at this point, they will be going ahead and officially withdrawing support from the MVA government. They're doing that saying, we have the numbers, we are the Shiv Sena. They're also going to be approaching the governor to say order a floor test. Again, they'll highlight the fact that most of the MLAs are with the Shinde Sena right now. Eknath Shinde will personally also push for a no-confidence motion against the Uddhav government. All of this made possible because he has 2/3 of the party strength in the House with him. Now, by doing all this, essentially Eknath Shinde and the Shinde Sena, as they're being referred to, will be reiterating that we are the real Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray is a minority, so that simply doesn't count. Now, what we've been seeing is also that this particular fight between the Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena has turned rather violent. We've been seeing for the last many days Shiv Senics hitting the streets, some protesting against, some for the rebellion by Eknath Shinde. But in many places, like in Kolhapur, it turned violent as clashes broke out between two groups. Let's get you all the details in our next report.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena on the streets of Maharashtra. Street clashes, effigy burning, sloganeering and street marches. Supporters of Shinde and Uddhav came face to face in Maharashtra's Kolhapur. Unruly scenes were witnessed as both camps indulged in a brawl. Cops had to eventually intervene and detain the rival agitators. Shinde camp is in no mood to budge even on the streets. Sena's most vocal leader Sanjay Raut's effigy was burnt in rebel chief Eknath Shinde's stronghold, Thane. Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who led the protests, pledged an all-out fight to uphold Bala Saheb Thackeray's legacy from Uddhav government in minority.
गावत का अंत कहां तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहां? गावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है.
Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is bleeding MLAs by the hour, ordered a crackdown on the rebels, stripping the rebel ministers of their portfolios, reallocating their posts among the remaining loyalists. Eknath Shinde's Urban Development Ministry has been handed over to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's Water Supply and Sanitation Department has been given over to Anil Parab. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya was handed over 3 additional ministries. The two rival Sena factions engaged in a serious fight over Bala Saheb's legacy. Sanjay Raut targeted rebels and accused them of ditching the Sena and the Thackeray family for their political gains.
जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका जमीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें.
The fight for the Maha throne is far from over, with both the Sena camps not ready to budge. With Mausami Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And amid this political crisis in Maharashtra, the BJP has held a core committee meet, and we're getting you information of what's really been communicated in that huddle. Sources telling us that the leaders have been communicating to the workers to be on standby to welcome the rebel MLAs. Let's cut across live to the reactions.
उसके बारे में आकलन किया गया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी वेट एंड वॉच के भूमिका में आज भी है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय के बारे में इस विषय का चिंतन किया गया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो कहा है उसके आधार पे आने वाले दिनों में जो और प्रस्ताव आगे आएंगे, उस प्रस्ताव के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने कोर टीम के माध्यम से उचित निर्णय करेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या कोर बैठकीमध्ये आज असा कोणताही सरकार स्थापनेच्या प्रस्तावाबाबत चर्चा झाली नाही। आज असणारी राज्यातली अस्थिर परिस्थिती, शिवसेनेमध्ये असणारी फूट, राज्याच्या मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीचा पाठिंबा घेतल्यानंतर सुद्धा त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या सदस्यांनी केलेला त्यांना आग्रह, या सर्व गोष्टीवर भारतीय जनता पार्टी लक्ष देऊन आहे। भविष्यामध्ये रोज होणाऱ्या घटना आणि या घटनांवर लक्ष ठेवून भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुन्हा कोर टीमची बैठक घेऊन उचित निर्णय करेल।
शेवटचा प्रश्न, बंडखोर आमदारांचं भाजपा स्वागत
एक प्रश्न, बंडखोर आमदारांच्या संदर्भामध्ये खरं तर हा प्रश्न हा आपल्याकडून अपेक्षित नाही, कारण ते स्वतःला बंडखोर मानत नसून ते शुद्ध 24 कॅरेटच्या शिवसेनेचे आम्ही आमदार आहोत असं सांगतात। तुम्ही मग प्रश्न करताय ते बंडखोर। आता बंडखोर कोण, की संजय राऊतांच्या शब्दामध्ये बंडखोर नॉटी कोण, हे तर येणारा काळ सांगेल। आणि म्हणून यावर
So the BJP maintaining they're in wait and watch mode, but what's very clear from the information we're picking up is that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to hold this massive celebration when rebel leaders actually turn up in Mumbai. All right, more breaking news that's coming in. Let me take this across to Paulami Saha. She's reporting live from Guwahati outside Radisson Blu, where Eknath Shinde is currently. And there are posters of Shinde with Balasaheb Thackeray that have been put up. Paulami, take it away.
Right, Akshata, we are standing, in fact, on the lane outside Radisson Blu. This is 1.5 kilometers away from Hotel Radisson Blu, where the Eknath Shinde camp is holed up right now. And I'll ask Ajay to take it straight to that massive hoarding that's come up on the roads straight after that Supreme Court verdict. If you can see that hoarding, it has an image of Eknath Shinde. On the one side is Balasaheb Thackeray, and on the other side is the image of Anand Dighe, the political guru of, in fact, Eknath Shinde. And as you can see, it reads, "Garv se kaho, hum Hindu hai." Say it proudly, "Hum Hindu hai." We are Hindus. Shinde Sahab, hum aapke saath hai. Shinde sir, we are with you. Hashtag Hindutva forever. And two party karyakartas faces who have in fact put up this huge hoarding just 1.5 kilometers away from Hotel Radisson Blu. The karyakartas being Shiv Narayan and Bala Mudadiyar. So these are the images that we're bringing to you live first on India Today after the Supreme Court verdict, which Eknath Shinde has of course dubbed as a win for the Eknath Shinde camp. Now Eknath Shinde in fact putting up this big poster, his supporters putting up this massive poster, flanked on the one side by Balasaheb Thackeray, on the other side by the image of his political guru Anand Dighe. Hindutva forever, it says clearly. Eknath Shinde there staking a claim to Balasaheb's legacy, staking a claim to the Hindutva legacy that Balasaheb Thackeray in fact embarked upon, and which the Shiv Sena is founded on. And that goes on to, in fact, enunciate basically the hashtag that he used this afternoon after the Supreme Court's verdict, which said, "Real Shiv Sena wins." So these are the live pictures that we're bringing to you from 1.5 kilometers from Hotel Radisson Blu. A massive hoarding of Eknath Shinde going up here, right here in Assam, Akshita.
And that poster pretty much sums up what we're seeing right now, Paulami. The fight over the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. The hashtag of Hindutva Forever, something that Eknath Shinde and his entire camp has been putting out for the last many days. They've even said that they want to form a group called the Shiv Sena Balasaheb. But this picture, that poster, is going to irk Uddhav Thackeray. It's very clear that Eknath Shinde is going in for the kill to go ahead and take forward Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva legacy, as he said time and again. Thanks very much, Paulamy, for joining us with that live update. And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side is our special broadcast To The Point, where we focus on the Maharashtra political crisis. Stay with me.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
His ministers have ditched him. He has only a handful of MLAs with him, and yet Uddhav Thackeray is clinging on to the CM throne. He was counting against all hope on some sort of legal reprieve, but that too hasn't happened, with the Supreme Court for now staying any action or disqualification of Eknath Shinde and his MLAs. So what are the options ahead for the Maharashtra Chief Minister, for Uddhav Thackeray and for the Uddhav Sena? We'll be discussing that on To The Point at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
In association with JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट.
Supreme Sena showdown in court. One setback after another for Uddhav Sena. No disqualification of Shinde Sena for now. Deputy Speaker asked to explain the notice. The gloves are off. Sena's fight it out.
जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ.
I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful, and that is my request to them.
Uddhav fires his rebel mantris. But keeps doors open for Shinde Sena.
20 से ज्यादा विधायक शिवसेना के शीर्ष नेतृत्व के हमारे साथ में संपर्क में है.
15-16 लोग हमारे संपर्क में हैं. उन्होंने कहा कि जैसे मुंबई में उनका आना होगा साथ में रहेंगे.
पलटेगी जब वो मुंबई में आएंगे.
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि यही बात है कि उनको सेना में रहना है.
Who will win this Maha Game of Thrones? Advantage Shinde, endgame Uddhav.
Good evening. You're watching To The Point. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and let's begin with big breaking news that's coming in on the Maharashtra political crisis. The BJP is no longer watching from the sidelines. The BJP is saying that they consider Eknath Shinde's camp as the real Shiv Sena. And if they come up with a proposal, the Bharatiya Janata Party is ready to consider it, meaning that they're ready to consider an alliance with Eknath Shinde, with the Shinde Sena, who they've now officially recognized as the real Shiv Sena.
अभी तो ये मांग श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के गट की ओर से की गई है. हमने उस पे भी ध्यान दिया है और आने वाले दिनों में जैसा मैंने कहा, जैसे जैसे गटों की ओर से प्रस्ताव आएंगे, उस प्रस्ताव के बाद फिर कोर टीम बैठकर उचित निर्णय करेगी.
So the BJP, which has been in a wait and watch mode till now, is slowly creeping into the front lines, seeing how things are unraveling, one setback after another to Uddhav Thackeray, and things moving in favor of Shinde Sena. They believe now is the right time to speak out. The BJP is saying we recognize Shinde Sena as the real Shiv Sena because of their numbers, and if they approach us, we will consider deciding on an alliance as well. So it looks like the decks are cleared now for what was anticipated from day one, that there would be a tie-up between Shinde Sena and the BJP. Let's take this across to Vidya. She's joining us live with more details on this. A party that's been mum, essentially watching from the sidelines all along, Vidya. The BJP is now speaking out, knowing that things are moving in favor of Shinde Sena perhaps. They've come out to say that Shinde Sena is the real Sena. We'll consider, if they approach us, going ahead with an alliance. Don't think we have Vidya with us. We'll reconnect with her. We have a bit of a problem there with her audio. We're going to take this across to all of our reporters spread across Mumbai, getting us all the latest on the story.
All right, let's open this up also to the panelists who are joining us this evening. Vaibhav Agarwal, political analyst, leans towards the BJP, is joining us on this broadcast. We also have Shiv Sena spokesperson Sanjay Raut with us. Sanjay, I'd like to begin with you. Is now the Shiv Sena, or rather the Uddhav Sena, accepting and conceding that you don't have the numbers, it's all but over for Uddhav Thackeray?
जब तक फ्लोर टेस्ट नहीं होता, जब तक फ्लोर, आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
यस यस।
जब तक फ्लोर टेस्ट नहीं होता तब तक हम ये मानेंगे नहीं। हम जानते हैं कि जो 20 से 21 एमएलए हमारे कांटेक्ट में है वो ये महाराष्ट्र में आए, फ्लोर टेस्ट दे और सामने बताए कि क्या हो रहा है, तब तक हम लोग नहीं मानेंगे। और इसलिए शायद उद्धव साहब ने इस्तीफा भी रोक के रखा हुआ है। हम लोग लास्ट मोमेंट तक अभी वेट करना चाहेंगे जब तक फ्लोर टेस्ट नहीं होता।
पर सच ये है संजना कि अगर फ्लोर टेस्ट हुआ था आज या कल भी होगा, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उद्धव ठाकरे के पास शायद 16 या 17 एमएलए ही है और जितने भी एमएलए हैं उनके मिनिस्टर्स भी एकनाथ शिंदे के पास है।
यस, वी नो ऑल दिस थिंग्स, हम जानते हैं डे 1 से। आपको मालूम है जिस दिन ये हुआ उसी दिन माननीय उद्धव साहब ने वर्षा बंगला छोड़ा है। इसका मतलब हमने ऐसे भी सीएम्स देखे हैं कि जो पार्टी उस पद से निकलने के बाद वहां से निकलते नहीं, लेकिन ये पहले दिन ही वर्षा बंगलों से निकले हैं। अपना इस्तीफा भी शायद उन्होंने उसी दिन अपने लिए रेडी रखा था, लेकिन जब महाराष्ट्र के इस विद्रोह का असली स्वरूप उन्होंने जाना, जैसे आपने अभी बताया कि बीजेपी अब आगे आ रही है, लेकिन ये पूरा करने वाला खिलाड़ी पूरा बीजेपी है। और वो बीजेपी किस तरह से मूव कर रही थी ये जानने के बाद महाराष्ट्र के साथ किस तरह से इन्होंने व्यवहार किया है उसका कहीं पे निषेध करने के लिए उद्धव साहब रुके हुए हैं।
we can't deny, you're right, we can't deny the BJP's role, लेकिन ये भी एक फैक्टर है कि इतना गुस्सा था शिवसेना के अंदर उद्धव ठाकरे के खिलाफ। There are so many MLAs today who've joined Eknath Shinde. Yes, maybe the BJP has a role, but there's also a clear factor here of anger against Uddhav Thackeray.
Not because of गुस्सा, अगर वो होता तो इससे पहले निकलता। सिर्फ एक सिंपल बात है, एकनाथ शिंदे जी का महत्वाकांक्षा मुख्यमंत्री या उप मुख्यमंत्री होना और उसके साथ ही ईडी का दबाव, ईडी सीबीआई जी जो यंत्रणा पूरी तरह से जहां पे बीजेपी शासित प्रदेश नहीं है, राज्य नहीं है, वहां पे जिस तरह से एक्टिव है उसका ये परिणाम है। ये हम लोग पूरे आज देखिए, आप आज संजय राउत जी को भी समन्स आ गए। मतलब किस तरह से दमन किया जा रहा है लोकशाही का, वो समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। लोकशाही तंत्र है भारत में, विरोधी पक्ष का उतना ही महत्व है, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार पूरे भारत में कहीं भी विरोधी पक्ष रखना नहीं चाहती है। भारत की जनता वक्त पे पहचाने ये किस तरह की हिटलर शाही को हम लोग आगे सामना करने वाले हैं।
Vaibhav Agarwal, good evening. Join us on this broadcast as well. Sanjana is saying, the Shiv Sena is saying that, you know, the ED has issued a summons to Sanjay Raut. That's clear proof that there was pressure on all of these MLAs. That's why they've gone ahead and taken the step that all of this is being orchestrated by the BJP. Now you have the BJP speaking out finally, saying that, look, Shinde Sena is the real Shiv Sena.
See, Akshita, I think Sanjana ji has her own point and she has to work around the framework of her party's line. But you have to appreciate that it was 3-4 days ago when the sitting chief minister was not asked by the governor to submit a resignation, was not under anything, under any pressure or anything, simply got up, vacated his official house. I mean, what does that indicate? He lost his own battle. And as far as BJP is concerned, you know, as an onlooker on the entire thing, the way I see it is a very simple thing that any political party is supposed to have the concept of Rajya Dharma, the Raj Dharma. And there is a political space that is being vacated as we talk. And I don't see any reason why, why the Bharatiya Janata Party should not combine hands with anyone else to serve the people at large.
It's not a circumstance of them making the most of what's happened. The question is whether they're the architects of what's happened, Vaibhav.
Okay, so Akshita, India is a land of heroes. It was the Mahabali, and then the latest was Shaktiman. You know, I mean, let's stop treating BJP and its leaders as the Shaktiman. You know, I think anyone who sees it is only fearing the politics of people that BJP has brought into the entire landscape of politics in today's times. In past 10 years, it's completely changed it. And as a onlooker on the entire thing, as a right-wing liberal, I'm completely not surprised that BJP is only willing to extend a helping hand to the people and the welfare of the people by joining hands with anyone who's available, in line of the ideology that they have. And Bharatiya Janata Party has an ideology to serve people. And so does Shinde camp, and as far as I've seen in the news items, I have a couple of friends there, but I don't think that the architect of the entire story is the Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party has nothing to do with it, as far as I see it. It is just there's a political gap that is being left as an ideal situation, and in an ideal situation, BJP is just taking over. As simple as that.
Sanjana, are we giving more credit to the BJP than they deserve in this entire political crisis? You're conveniently saying the BJP is to blame, but the reality is, and many have also opined this, कि ये शायद ये जो rebellion है, this was a long time coming against Uddhav Thackeray. The fact is that Eknath Shinde and every MLA, जो भी विधायक है एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ, सब ये बोल रहे हैं कि बाला साहब ठाकरे की हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी जो है वो कहाँ है अगर एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के साथ हो?
सबसे पहले तो अभी उन्होंने बीजेपी के लिए एक वर्ड यूज किया, शक्तिमान. आई विल जस्ट से बीजेपी का जब नाम आता है एक ही गाना याद आता है, वॉशिंग पाउडर निरमा, उसके सिवा और कुछ याद नहीं आता है. हर मंत्री, हर यहाँ मैंने जैसे बताया, यहाँ पे संजय राठौड़ जी रहे, उनके ऊपर एक महिला की केस का ये रखा हुआ है, हमारी यामिनी जाधव जी रहे, प्रताप सरनाइक जी रहे, हर एक के पास ईडी की नोटिस, उनकी जांच चल रही थी. और ऐसे लोगों को लेके और साथ में एकनाथ शिंदे जी की एम्बिशन, मतलब ये कहीं पे पनपी थी. 2.5 साल पहले ही उनको मुख्यमंत्री होना था, ये कहीं पे हम पार्टी वर्कर्स ने भी जाना था, क्योंकि यही बंदा था जो 2019 में बीजेपी के साथ नहीं रहना है बोल के कल्याण की सभा में रिजाइन देता है उद्धव साहब के हाथ में. क्या तभी भाजपा हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं थी? और आज 2.5 साल नगर विकास मंत्री जैसे बड़े बड़े पद भुगतने के बाद उन्हें याद आ रहा है हिंदुत्व की.
ओके, वैभव गो अहेड.
इसमें से कितने मंत्री है जो कांग्रेस?
संजना जी में आए. सिंपल पॉइंट. संजना जी को ये बात समझनी पड़ेगी कि शिवसेना ने पिछले कई सालों में प्रमोद महाजन जी के बाला साहब के रहते हुए प्रमोद महाजन जी के साथ एक टाई अप किया, जिसके अंदर एक आइडियोलॉजी मिली, एक तरीका मिला काम करने का, एक साथ मिलकर जनता की सेवा करने का तरीका मिला. और जब से सरकार बनी है, कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की आइडियोलॉजी तो कभी भी नहीं थी. नहीं तो अलायंस करने का तो आप देखें बहुत सारे मौके थे पहले भी. तो अगर आइडियोलॉजी चेंज हो गई तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि आइडियोलॉजी के साथ साथ जो जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, जो एमएलए हैं, उनको अपना ग्राउंड बचाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जिस आइडियोलॉजी के बेसिस पे वो इलेक्शन जीत के आए हैं अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से, उनको उसी समय अब 5 साल खत्म हुए, 2.5 साल के बाद.
Okay, Vaibhav, I'm going to interrupt you. Sanjana, मैं अभी आती हूँ आपके पास. We just want to play out what Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal is currently saying of the NCP, speaking live.
त्यांच्याबरोबर संपर्क साधेल, एकत्र बोलवेल, मीटिंग करेल. त्यासाठी जे आहे कुणाची तरी नियुक्ती करावीच लागते ना, त्याप्रमाणे त्यांनी ती केलेली आहे.
राज्यसभा विधान परिषदेची निवडणूक झाली, त्यामध्ये पराभव झालेला आहे. पराभव झाल्यामुळे कुठेतरी अशा पद्धतीने ही गोष्ट घडली का? कारण की
दोघांनी बोलल्यामुळे मला काही कळलं.
महाविकास आघाडीकडे मतं असताना सुद्धा राज्यसभा आणि विधान परिषदेला महाविकास आघाडीचे उमेदवाराचा पराभव झाला, त्यामुळे या गोष्टी घडताना दिसत आहेत का? कारण की
मला त्याचा काही संबंध नाही. ह्याच्यामध्ये अपक्ष आहेत, लहान पक्ष आहेत, इतर काही गोष्टी असतात, त्याच्यामुळे अनेक वेळेला एखाद्या पक्षाचा उमेदवार.
Okay, so that is Chhagan Bhujbal. Many refer to him as the original rebel of the Sena. He is now praising Uddhav Thackeray. He's with the NCP, so of course he's going to try and back Uddhav Sena as much as possible. Curious how Indian politics really takes those twists and turns. But let's get back to the debate at hand. Who's to blame for this political crisis? What's led to this situation where Uddhav Thackeray could be now dethroned as the chief minister? Vaibhav, you were making a point. Go ahead.
So, मैं बड़ी सिंपल बात कह रहा हूँ अक्षता, कि जो एक एमएलए एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी पे एक पर्टिकुलर आइडियोलॉजी से लड़के आए हैं, मैं भी राजनीति में इंटरेस्ट रखता हूँ, मैं भी राजनीतिक उठा पटक को बहुत क्लोजली मॉनिटर करता हूँ, जनता के बीच रहता हूँ. उसको अपनी सेकंड टर्म के लिए भी तो जाना है. ये कोई एक बार की गिफ्ट तो नहीं है ना, कि एक बार गिफ्ट मिल गई बस अब ठीक है, अब अगली बार किसी और को देंगे. उन्होंने अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में काम किया है, उसी जनता के पास दोबारा जाके वोट लेनी है. तो अगर जिस पार्टी के आइडियोलॉजी के बेसिस पे पहले वोट की थी, दूसरी बार भी तो लेनी है, उनकी जनता के लिए काम भी तो करना है। और जो अगर रिबेल एमएलए है, मैं अगर दूर बैठ के इस चीज को स्टडी करूं तो इन सबके बीच में रिबेल करने वाली कोई बात नहीं है। ये सबके बीच में केवल इतनी सी बात है कि भाई साहब हमारी आइडियोलॉजी आपकी आइडियोलॉजी से नहीं मिल रही है, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी पता नहीं कहां चली गई है, आपके अलायंस पार्टनर्स पता नहीं कहां चले गए हैं। अब हम अगली बार जाके कैसे वोट लेंगे, इसलिए हम अलग हो रहे हैं। बात
ठीक है, ओके, वन क्विक आंसर। संजना, रेस्पॉन्ड टू दैट। कौन सा कॉमन ग्राउंड है इस अलायंस के लिए जब ये रेबल्स, एकनाथ शिंदे एंड ऑल द अदर रेबल्स से दैट देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली नथिंग अबाउट द हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी दैट मैचेस विद द एनसीपी एंड कांग्रेस? दे हैव अ पॉइंट। देयर इज नो रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी बाय द एनसीपी और कांग्रेस।
हिंदुत्व गया कहाँ पे है? मैं आपको पूछ रही, कहाँ पे गया, कहाँ पे खो गया मुद्दा? हिंदुत्व के साथ तो शिवसेना चल रही है। क्या हुआ सेक्युलर पार्टी के साथ, उनकी विचारधारा के साथ वो है।
संजना, अगर ये तीन पार्टी बीजेपी,
हम लोग चले साथ में, हम लोग लोगों की सेवा के लिए लगे हैं। कोविड का चीज था, अभी कितनी सारी पूर्व परिस्थितियां यहाँ पे आई है।
नहीं, एग्रीड, दोस आर ऑल इश्यूज, बट देन संजना आप क्लियरली बोल सकते हैं कि देखो हम डेवलपमेंट के बीच में ये अलायंस फॉर्म किया, हिंदुत्व वी डोंट केयर अबाउट।
मैं वही बताना चाहती हूँ कि भाजपा का हिंदुत्व का मुद्दा क्या है? उज्ज्वला योजना फंस गई, किसानों के मुद्दे बाजू में रह गए हैं, महंगाई बढ़ गई है, अग्निपथ जैसे ढकोसला वाली योजनाएं लेके आ रहे, युवा को डिजाइन कर रहे, काम नहीं दे रहे, और कहीं पे सिर्फ हिंदुत्व का मुद्दा। क्या दंगल करना हिंदुत्व का मुद्दा है? सभी को लेके साथ में चल रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखें, पंढरपुर में एक दिंडी का वीडियो आया है जिसमें हमारा महाराष्ट्रियन वारकरी और साथ में एक मुस्लिम भाई वहां पे दिंडी कर रहे हैं। क्या गलत है?
नहीं,
गलत है उसमें?
संजना, we're digressing. Vaibhav, 1 second. Sanjana, हाँ या ना? Is the Shiv Sena, is your party then saying that we don't care about Hindutva? Development is what we care about, which is a good thing if you say that. So,
हम हिंदुत्व को साथ लेके ही चल रहे हैं और हमेशा हिंदुत्व को साथ लेके ही चल रहे हैं। शिवसेना और हिंदुत्व ये एक ही जुड़े हुए चीज है।
वैभव, 10 seconds,
शिंदे जैसे लोग रहे, भाजपा रहे, ये अलग नहीं होगा। भाजपा इसका ठेकेदार नहीं है, एकनाथ शिंदे इसका ठेकेदार नहीं है।
ओके वैभव, 10 seconds exactly. I'm running out of time.
जी, दिक्कत ये है कि ये अपनी गलती को मानना नहीं चाह रहे हैं। जनता के बीच जिस सोच से अपने आप को लेके आए थे,
आप एक बार बता दीजिए ना, हिंदुत्व है क्या?
नहीं कर पा रहे हैं।
आप मुझे बता तो दीजिए, कोई हिंदुत्व है क्या?
राजनीति में हिंदुत्व कहाँ से आ गया बीच में? उद्धव ठाकरे को अगर वो बोलते हैं,
पूछ रहे हैं ना,
बाला साहब ठाकरे की लेगेसी पे अगर उद्धव जी अपना हक जताते हैं तो बाला साहब ने 10 मात्र बिंदु दिए थे, वो उनमें से 5 बिंदु भी अगर उद्धव जी ने अपने इस पिछले 2.5 साल के सरकार में चलाए हो तो आप गिनवा दीजिए।
ये आप नहीं बता सकते, शिवसेना नहीं बता सकते कि उद्धव साहब, बाला साहब के नीतियों पे चल रहे कि नहीं चल रहे। ये
एक सेकंड, let me wrap this up. I have no more time. I'm sorry, I have no more time. Vaibhav, Sanjana, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. You see that things always get heated when it comes to the issue of Hindutva and what the BJP and the Shiv Sena really stand for. But what's very clear right now, the takeaway this evening from all that's played out in the last few hours is that Uddhav Thackeray is facing a lot of problems. He is at the edge of his CM throne, could be thrown off if he doesn't manage to pull off nothing short of a miracle. That's all we have time for this evening. Thank you very much for tuning in. Goodbye. Good night.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday 9 p.m. Only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed, and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear, and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
Maha Court Clash. Round 1 to Shinde Sena. War stretches, anger rises. Will Supreme Court clear the way? Kaun banega Senapati?
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The Maharashtra political potboiler is becoming a maha mess by the day. Will the Sena rebels now finally strike and call for a no-confidence motion in the Uddhav Thackeray government? Is it game, set, almost match for the rebels, or could there be a twist in the tale? And while the Shiv Sena rebels are parked in a Guwahati hotel, what's the situation on the ground in flood-hit Assam? And among my newsmakers tonight is the presidential contender of the opposition parties, former Finance Minister Yashwant Sinha. All that and much more on the news today.
Maha Court Clash. Round 1 to Shinde Sena. War stretches, anger rises. Will Supreme Court clear the way? Kaun banega Senapati? Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Maha Court clash. Round 1 to Shinde Sena. War stretches, anger rises. Will Supreme Court clear the way? Kaun banega Senapati?
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The Maharashtra political potboiler is becoming a maha mess by the day. Will the Sena rebels now finally strike and call for a no-confidence motion in the Uddhav Thackeray government? Is it game, set, almost match for the rebels, or could there be a twist in the tail? And while the Shiv Sena rebels are parked in a Guwahati hotel, what's the situation on the ground in flood-hit Assam? And among my newsmakers tonight is the presidential contender of the opposition parties, former Finance Minister Yashwant Sinha. All that and much more on the news today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening and welcome. The BJP coming out openly saying that the Uddhav Thackeray government has run out of numbers. It seems that time is running out as well. All the developments in the Supreme Court on the political battlefield in Guwahati and in Mumbai coming up live on the news track tonight.
Maha Court clash. Round 1 to Shinde Sena. War stretches, anger rises. Will Supreme Court clear the way? Kaun banega Senapati?
Here's a quick look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. BJP drops big hint and Uddhav Sena loses the number, says it will back Shinde Sena. Rebels likely to approach the governor and seek a trust vote. Big setback to the Uddhav government. Supreme Court puts the disqualification of 16 MLAs on hold till the 11th of July. Maharashtra government asked to ensure security of rebels. Amid the Maha Sena tussle, Enforcement Directorate piles on the heat on Uddhav's chief troubleshooter. Sena MP Sanjay Raut summoned by the enforcement watchdog over an alleged land scam. After NDAs, Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha files nomination for the president's post, flanked by top opposition faces. but numbers are clearly stacked against Sena. Joe Biden walks up to Prime Minister Modi to shake hands with him at the G7 summit in Germany. Prime Minister also meets Emmanuel Macron and Justin Trudeau. It seems the Shinde Sena is moving in for the kill. The BJP has dropped a big hint, says it will consider backing Eknath Shinde if he comes to them with a concrete proposal. Sources tell India Today that the Shinde Sena is set to approach the governor and seek a floor test.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय के बाद राज्य के राजनीतिक परिस्थिति का आकलन किया गया। एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उनकी शिवसेना ये मूल शिवसेना है। ये जो उन्होंने कहा है, घोषणा की है, उस विषय में भी मंथन हुआ है कि अभी भी हमने वेट एंड वॉच करते हुए आने वाले दिनों में जैसी परिस्थिति निर्माण होगी फिर से कोर टीम बैठेगी और उचित निर्णय भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी साथ में आगे जाएगी।
The Mahayudh is now in the Supreme Court, but round one of this legal battle seems to have gone in favor of the Shinde Sena. The top court extended the deadline for disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Notices have also been issued to the Deputy Speaker and the Uddhav Thackeray government. Nalini Sharma and Anisha Mathur from Law Today decode what happened in court.
The tussle between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena, which has put the Maharashtra government on the edge, has moved from the hotel rooms to the courtroom. The Supreme Court on Monday put the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice to 16 rebel Sena MLAs on hold.
Time to file our reply to the notice of the Deputy Speaker for our disqualification is extended till the 12th of July. Secondly, has directed and recorded the undertaking of the state government that all protection to life and liberty of these 39 MLAs as also their family members shall be extended by the state government.
The top court, hearing separate petitions filed by Eknath Shinde and 15 other rebels, issued notices to Uddhav Thackeray government and Deputy Speaker. The Supreme Court has given the rebels time till 5:30 p.m. on July 11th to reply to Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice. The Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to explain the notice sent to the 16 rebel MLAs. The Apex Court has given 5 days for the Uddhav faction to reply. The court said that the parties are free to approach the court if a floor test is demanded. It also ordered the state government to arrange security for the rebel MLAs and their families.
मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना। जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ।
It was almost like a war. They were trying to disqualify us. Every way they tried it, but finally we had a justice, and I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful, and that is my request to them.
For now, the Shiv Sena rebels are immune from disqualification, but all eyes are set on their next strategy. With the next hearing scheduled for July 11th, Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are locked in a battle of nerves. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining us for the latest perspective live at this moment, our Mumbai Bureau Chief Sahil Joshi. With us live from Guwahati is Polami Saha. I want to go across to Sahil Joshi first for his perspective on the comments made by the BJP in Mumbai for the first time, saying that they're willing to support the Shinde Sena if there is a concrete proposal. What's the BJP planning to do next, Sahil?
Well, right now what it looks like is that they have 3 options. The first option, of course, is that the Shinde group, who now claims, even the BJP has accepted that claim. So obviously I think that even the governor will be more than happy to accept that claim, is that the Shinde group is the original Shiv Sena Legislative Party. They can approach the governor and say that we don't support this MVA government and we are withdrawing the support, which they have already mentioned in their plea when they made it in the Supreme Court. The second option is that the BJP goes to the governor saying that looking at the situation around, we think that the government has no majority in the House at this point of time. Please ask them to prove the majority in the House. And lastly, the governor suo motu can take the action and say that I have received the report, and looking at the situation around, I think that Uddhav Thackeray should be proving his majority in the House. But what I'm hearing from my sources at this point of time is that the Eknath Shinde group is not going to approach the governor yet. They have decided not to approach the governor yet. The strategy planning meeting happened in the evening, and then they were guided that not to approach the governor, not to do any kind of action which might appear anti-party, because the party chief, it's still Uddhav Thackeray. The party is still in the hands of Uddhav Thackeray. So, the strategy is being reconsidered. That remains only two options. Either the BJP goes to the governor and requests the governor to ask Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority on the House. And the lastly, that the governor suo motu decides and ask Uddhav Thackeray to resign. But more than that, what I'm hearing also is that some of the NCP leaders and some people from Shiv Sena also think that, now that you don't have the numbers. The way Ajit Pawar, the moment he realized that he doesn't have the numbers, he was running out of his options. Finally, he went to Devendra Fadnavis and resigned in that 3 days government. Similarly, Uddhav Thackeray should now accept the fate. He tried his best, but nothing could happen now. Eventually, he will have to give it up and decide to leave, because that's what he was planning to do just a couple of days back when he made a social media address. It was Sharad Pawar who gave him the fate that, explore all your options, try till end, and if nothing happens, then we can talk.
The question
again.
is, will he throw in the towel, or will he want to go down fighting in the battlefield, in the floor of the House? I think that's the critical question. Nalini Sharma, what are the legal options from here? The Supreme Court today stayed the disqualification of the Rebel Sena MLAs. So what can the Shinde camp now do? What can the governor do? What does past legal precedent say? What's okay and what's not?
Well, Rahul, this was only the day one of what seems to be a fairly long legal battle ahead, not only for the Uddhav camp, but for everybody involved in this entire matter. But at the end of the day today, we can safely say that it was advantage Eknath Shinde. And the reason I say that is, one, because yes, the disqualification proceedings cannot go any further than the stage they are already at least till the 12th of July. What that means is that these 16 MLAs cannot be disqualified and will continue to remain as the members of the Legislative Assembly at least till the 12th of July. Second is that there is no floor test, no stay on the floor test that has been ordered by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court specifically said that they don't want to issue a stay on the floor test because they don't want to complicate the matter further than it already is. So in case a floor test is ordered tomorrow, the Uddhav camp will be forced to rush to the Supreme Court once again, trying to get some sort of favorable orders for them so that it doesn't happen until they can get the numbers on their side. Because the Supreme Court has given the liberty to all the parties to come back to them in case they feel aggrieved by anything. And the third and the most important thing, Rahul, why I say it's advantage Eknath Shinde at the end of the day today is because the petition has not been thrown out by the Supreme Court. It's not been sent back to the Bombay High Court, and it's not even been denied an urgent hearing. So the kind of arguments that we've seen today happen before the Supreme Court, of course, makes it in favor of Eknath Shinde. But from here on, we can expect further proceedings to continue in every respect except for on the disqualification aspect.
Meanwhile, Palani, what's happening in Guwahati? This idea that the BJP could ask for a floor test, is that what the Shinde camp, who you're in touch with, is pushing for? What's been the general mood and morale amongst the Rebel Sena MLAs?
Well, Rahul, the morale is definitely very high, and I'll take you to an image of that, pictorially represented right here in this hoarding. Ajay, my camera person, will show it to you. This is 1.5 kilometers from Hotel Radisson Blu, where Eknath Shinde and his rebel camp is currently staying. And as you can see, this massive hoarding has just gone up over there. Eknath Shinde flanked on the one side by Balasaheb Thackeray, on the other side by Anand Dige, who he considers to be his political guru. It says #Hindutva forever. गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं. We're proud to say we're Hindus. And Shinde Sahib, हम आपके साथ हैं, which two of his supporters are saying, those who have in fact hoisted this hoarding on the street right outside Hotel Radisson Blu. Clearly #Hindutva forever. Balasaheb's image over there. Eknath Shinde now staking claim to the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, to the legacy of Hindutva that Balasaheb Thackeray in fact founded the Shiv Sena on. So clearly Eknath Shinde is feeling very confident, but he's obviously, currently weighing his options, whether it would be considered anti-party if he were to go straight to the governor and say that, we're pulling support from the MVA government and you can call for a floor test, because clearly after our numbers are out, the MVA government is not a majority government, or whether it will be the BJP. But from what I've understood from the BJP in the past few days, Rahul, the BJP doesn't want to go to the governor directly. The BJP doesn't want to go to the governor. It wants the Shinde camp to approach the governor. Rahul.
Thanks very much for joining us. This is a very complicated legal matter, and therefore I've put together some really sharp legal perspectives on where things could go from here, what the past legal precedent is, and whether a floor test can happen, and if it does, who really does the Sena belong to? We've got Satish Shinde joining us, one of Maharashtra's best-known lawyers. We've got senior advocate in the Supreme Court, Sanjay Raut, joining us. Pinky Anand joins us, senior advocate, former additional solicitor general in this government. For a legal perspective, we've got these three voices. For a political perspective, Clyde Crasto of the NCP. Krishna Hegde is a supporter of the Shiv Sena. I want to go across to Pinky Anand first. On what happens next, you've got to stay only on the disqualification. The Supreme Court didn't rule on whether a floor test can be asked for. Now, the Deputy Speaker seems to be aligned with the Sena. The Governor, from what we can gather, would naturally do what the central government would suggest. And therefore, what do you believe? Given the fact that you've now got the BJP saying that they're willing to push ahead if the Eknath Shinde camp comes to them with a concrete proposal, where do you think the legal position stands?
See, ultimately, Rahul, as far as the legal position is concerned, when the Supreme Court was moved by Shinde Group seeking the challenge to disqualification noticed by the Speaker, ultimately, Supreme Court has, for the time being, stayed proceedings to the extent that time has been given, and therefore the proceedings before the Speaker do become extended on to 11 July when the matter will come up next. So in the meantime, obviously no orders can be passed, but the Supreme Court declined to pass any orders relating to floor test. And frankly, floor test is something which can always be held and possibly is the only real method to test the majority on the floor, because that is the people's will. And that is what the parliamentary democracy really means, that the rule of law, the rule of procedure is that when there is such a dispute, the best way to sort it out would
So who will determine the floor test? Will it be a call of the Deputy Speaker? Will it be a call of the Governor?
See, ultimately it is the Speaker who's supposed to decide when the floor test is to be held. But here the situation also has got complicated, because the Deputy Speaker himself has ruled in favor of rejection of the disqualification motion against himself also. So there are quite a few complications there. But today, ultimately, there can almost be no saying on the factum that you can have and you will have a floor test if demanded for. But obviously, there has to be a demand for the floor test, feeling which it cannot be done. So everything revolves around the fact that when and who moves for the floor test before the concerned authorities.
Satish Shinde, your thoughts on what might happen next? The idea that there should be a floor test if the BJP pushes for one, will that be a call taken by the Deputy Speaker? Will it be a call taken by the Governor?
Rahul, before going into the legal aspects, if you permit me, I want to go into a little history of Maharashtra.
Yes.
Shiv Sena was built by the lone efforts of Balasaheb Thackeray, the late Balasaheb Thackeray. And in 95-96, the Shiv Sena and the BJP formed the first alliance in Maharashtra of a Hindutva party. and they won the elections, and they ruled Maharashtra for about 4 to 5 years till 99 when they were defeated. But be that as it may, sometime in 95, Balasaheb lost his wife, late Srimati Minatai Thackeray, and subsequently he lost his son in an accident immediately. And then there was a lot of bickering in the Shiv Sena party itself. So Balasaheb expressed to me on one of those days that from the time he has won the elections and formed the United Front government, the India government, there has been a lot of ill will, not only in his family but also in the party, because people are hankering after power. And he said that I was much happier during the time when Shiv Sena had no power. We were only as social reformers and working for the welfare of the society. And he had always feared as to what is going to happen today. And what he actually said has come true, because the party which was built by him and his family, all through, even his late father, had also put in efforts in the Sangyukta Maharashtra movement. And subsequently, now to see that the Shiv Sena crumbling to this level is unheard of. First of all, if Balasaheb was alive, I don't think the Shiv Sena and the BJP would have broken an alliance and formed this MVA government. Apart from all this, it is very unfortunate that 40 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, who primarily owe their electoral success to the Shiv Sena and to the founder of the party, should betray the party and run away to Surat and then subsequently to Assam. The legal question and the factors that may arise in the court may side with Shinde or with the Sena, but ultimately they'll have to come and face the people in Maharashtra. The floor test is very important. Even if Shinde camp wins the floor test, are they going to administer the state of Maharashtra the way in which the elections were primarily won by the BJP and the Shiv Sena? No. Apart from all this, what Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray are telling the people who are run away from Maharashtra is, please don't come back to the party. You please go away. We will rebuild our party. I can assure you one thing, that the entire party, the cadre of the party, is still with the original Shiv Sena headed by Uddhavji Thackeray. I don't support any of the political parties in Maharashtra personally because I'm not a card holder. But I can tell you, the feel of the people in Maharashtra is that these 40 people have betrayed the sentiments of the electorate, have betrayed the sentiments of the cadre, and betrayed the manner in which each one of them was picked up by the Shiv Sena and brought up in politics by the Shiv Sena cadre.
Pinky
Anand,
Satish Mane seems to suggest that the real Sena will be the Uddhav Sena, not the Shinde Sena. And that then becomes the big legal argument. We're already seeing different points of view between these legal luminaries on who is the real Senapati.
See, that question, Rahul, I'm afraid more than legal, possibly might be more political. And that is obvious from the comment of the earlier speaker also. He's speaking politically. He's not speaking legally into anything. It's a people's belief as to what a party is or not. That's another question. But as far as law is concerned, the law will decide. And I believe that Shinde has applied for another party symbol in any case. So let us see where the whole ball will roll. Ultimately, the question is the supporting people. The question is ultimately in a democracy, people have a right to form and to decide who the party leader will be. So really speaking, it is up to the party to decide who the real leader is and who the real party is for that matter. I think that is where the ball.
No, but the party is much more than the MLAs. There are also MPs, there is a Sangathan, there are Shakhas. Satish Mane Shinde, who controls the party? 40 MLAs are with the Shinde Sena. He says, I am the Shiv Sena, not this Uddhav Sena.
I can assure you one thing, that since I have known the Shiv Sena in 1980s.
So, Pinky Anand is saying you're speaking more as a political voice than a legal luminary.
One diktat from the Matoshri would line up the entire party cadre. It is not Shinde or somebody else who can control the party. And that is why people who have earlier left the Shiv Sena, probably they thought that they'll secure enough votes and all that. They also have been defeated in elections, and people have taught them a lesson. All that I can tell you is that hunger for power after getting elected on a Shiv Sena ticket and having been a member of the Legislative Assembly and the Shiv Sena for 2.5 years, did they realize now that the party is not being run on the principles for which they fought in 2019? No. Things have happened subsequent to the government formation, and they feel that they will not get re-elected if they were to side along with the Congress and the NCP, because they have been fighting each other since the time Shiv Sena was formed.
Okay, so we're hearing two different legal points of view. I want to go across to Sanjay Hegde and see where he comes out on this. Who is the real Senapati and whom does the Sena belong to from a legal point of view, Sanjay?
No, where is the legal question? Just let's get it straight that there are three separate processes. There is one process insofar as taking a claim to form a government is concerned. It is entirely within Mr. Shinde's remit to go to the governor and say that we 40 MLAs are fed up. We have withdrawn on support from this government. Please ask the Chief Minister to prove his majority on the floor of the House. That is one. The second thing is that when there is a floor test, obviously there will be a whips. No. If you are got elected as a Sena MLA, you will vote for the government which is headed by Uddhav Thackeray. There will be a whip. The consequences of defying that whip could be a disqualification petition, and there may be any defense that no, we have merged with X party or Y party. As to who the Sena symbol belongs to is a third proceeding before the Election Commission under the symbols order. And as Satish rightly said, ultimately, whenever there is a split in any party, whether it was the Congress of old or the Telugu Desam or the Anna DMK or now the Shiv Sena, the electorate finally decides who is the real Sena. Today, there are three separate procedures for separate legal consequences. Who has the symbol? Who commands the majority on the confidence of the House? That is the Chief Minister. And is there any defense if there is a disqualification brought?
Okay, would you accept, Krishna Hegde, that given that 40 MLAs are now with Eknath Shinde, this Uddhav Thackeray government is clearly in minority, as and when there is a floor test, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will lose. That is certain. Now, who controls the Sena?
Rahul, that's not how parliamentary democracy works.
Okay, go on, explain.
If some people may walk away, then you still have to have a floor test to determine whether the Chief Minister continues to have the confidence of the House. You remember that the CPM, the communists walked away from the Manmohan Singh government. There was a no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. And Manmohan Singh won that no confidence motion.
Because the Samajwadi Party came on board, there is no Samajwadi Party in Maharashtra or any other such party except the BJP. Sure. But would you concede, I hear you, would you concede, Krishna Hegde, that as things stand at the moment, the Uddhav Thackeray government is now in minority?
Yeah, I totally disagree with this. And let me first correct you that we are the only Shiv Sena founded by Sammaniya Balasaheb Thackeray. The other fringe group is the Eknath Shinde group and not the Eknath Shinde Sena. Let him first register himself, let him come onto the floor of the House, have a test. Secondly, what I'm hearing in the media is that the judgment today by the Honorable Supreme Court is in favor of the Shinde group. Let me tell you this, that this is a very balanced judgment. The Shinde group had asked for the disqualification of the Speaker, but that has not been allowed. Today also the Deputy Speaker is the authority of the House and the ultimate presiding authority of the House. Secondly, they have asked for the Shiv Sena group leader Ajay Chaudhary ji to be disqualified, his name to be disqualified. Today also he is the group leader of the Shiv Sena. So it is the advantage of the Shiv Sena even in this decision, and the Shiv Sena, the Honorable Supreme Court, the learned judges have given time for them to file the petition and to reply. They have also given us notices and to everybody else that we have 5 days to reply to the notice, which we will do. So where is the question of victory of the Eknath Shinde group? I would even say this, that the 15 days time right now which has been given is favoring the Sena. Most of their MLAs who are there are going to are jittery. They want to come back to us. And we would request that the doors are still open. Those who want to come back can come back. And like Satish
No, but you're saying this, but Mr. Manish Shinde, the ball is swinging the other side. Uddhav Thackeray is saying, come to us, but the MLAs and even the ministers who were earlier in the Uddhav camp. Okay, let Mr. Hegde complete, then I go across to Satish Manish Shinde. Yes.
Please, thank you very much. Before this also, there have been 3 rebellions in the Sena. And on 3 occasions after that also, the Shiv Sena has come back to power. And twice we've had our chief minister. Even in the 3 rebellions, around 33 to 35 MLAs had quit the Sena and only 3 have won. So even if these people have gone away now, there is no guarantee that they are going to win. I'm going to tell you today that the Shiv Sena has a membership of around 60 lakh people and well-wishers of crores of people in the state. When these people go to the electorate again, like Advocate Shinde ji said, they are going to get a drubbing.
No, you're saying that, but the ball is swinging the other side. On the pitch of Maharashtra at this time, Mr. Manish Shinde, each minister is switching to the Shinde camp. Even those who are sitting as part of this emergency group that Uddhav and Aditya have constituted, the next day they're in Surat and the third day they're in Guwahati. So they're all swinging on the other side.
No, they may be going.
Once again, let's hear from Mr. Manish Shinde.
I feel there's a catch in this. The fact that the Shiv Sena has moved for disqualification of 16 or 17 people who left earlier, and they're not moved for disqualification of other people who joined the other people, tells me as a lawyer thinking wickedly that those people who have gone and joined subsequently may not be the staunch followers of Shinde. There might be a surprise, element of surprise that these people will swing on the floor of the house. And it is also possible that some of these people who have joined the camp of Shinde in Guwahati subsequently may have gone to wean away some of the MLAs who are their friends and bring them back to the party. So anything is possible.
We're talking about Trojan horses. This is entering the realm of mythology.
I would like to come on to this.
Unless we see the floor test, we will not be in a position to determine who is
is that just bravado, Clyde Crasto, or do you think defeat is now inevitable? Satish Manish Shinde, being the clever lawyer that he is, planting Trojan horses in the minds of our viewers. I don't know if there are any Trojan horses in Guwahati, but he's trying to plant them here on TV. Is defeat inevitable? Are you hoping that there will be a surprise in the end?
Well, how can you call the defeat is inevitable? Let me tell you one thing very... Can I speak now? Because I've waited for half an hour, so yes, I thought I'm not on the show.
Go on.
Am I still there? Okay.
Clyde, we hear you. Go on.
No, the fact of the matter is, how does it, defeat is... how do you say the defeat is inevitable? The point here is what the Supreme Court has done today, okay? Well, the fact of the matter is, if the Supreme Court thought that what the Deputy Speaker said was wrong and the notice that he gave was wrong, he would have actually rejected it. The fact that he has not rejected it, that means there is some substance to the notice that is given. So he has given time to both the sides to present their case, which is a fair judgment. So now the fact is, see, at the end of the day, let me put it this way. If Eknath Shinde had the numbers, he would have come out in the open and asked for a floor test. The fact is, he's not doing so because somewhere he knows that he's not going to win. So if you're going to say the advantages with the Shinde camp, let me tell you, the ball is in the Shinde court, but the advantage is the Mahavikas Aghadi. Because the fact is, they do not have numbers. Today, finally, they've come up with a number which is 39. And let me tell you, the Shiv Sena and the people that I've been talking to are constantly saying that at least 20 plus MLAs are in touch with them, trying to say that, that we are on their side. And they are there, but they are not there. They could be trapped, they could be anything. There are a lot of things that are floating around. There are 2 of their MLAs actually ran from Surat and 1 from Guwahati and came back. So it could be anything. And now that you have 14 days, they've given enough time for them to think also. So but the fact is, what the Speaker has said, okay, if you're going to talk, let me just finish. If you're going to talk about the Shinde camp, and they're not being disqualified. The fact is that the Supreme Court has not rejected what the Deputy Speaker said, and also the motion against the Deputy Speaker has not gone
Let's
through.
build on that. You make an important point. Clyde Castro makes an important point that the man who matters is the Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker, Pinky Anand, is still fully in charge, and he's Uddhav Thackeray's man. He's the one who will determine how the voting on the floor of the House takes place. He's the one who will determine on disqualification before it gets challenged in a court. And he is, at this moment, if something changes later, I don't know, but at this moment, he's firmly aligned with Uddhav Thackeray.
But Rahul, ultimately, there have been at least 2 instances in the past where the Supreme Court has been seized with the matter and has defined in a broad manner how the floor test might be carried out so that there can be no, so to say, hanky-panky. So, for example, in the Jharkhand's case, at that time also the floor test issue came up. And in fact, the Supreme Court directed that a floor test be held because ultimately the numbers had to be established and the majority on the floor of the House, which is the highest order of parliamentary democracy. And the manner also. So, for example, CCTV cameras, and that is the manner in which it was ultimately carried out. The members who would be there, the members who would not be there. So, the floor test is ultimately the be-all and end-all of parliamentary democracy. Same thing happened in UP also. This was prior to the Jharkhand issue. So in each of these cases, if, for example, there is something which is amiss in the carrying out of the floor test, the Supreme Court is very much there to ensure that the same is carried out in accordance with our own principles of parliamentary democracy. So it's not as if it's anybody's whim and fancy simply because the Deputy Speaker is the representative or confidant of the Shiv Sena, so to say, of the Thackeray group. Doesn't mean that there can be no supervision of how the floor test is held or that the floor test would not be genuine. If there's any difficulty, the same would be sorted out judicially.
But would you accept, Sanjay Hegde, that at this moment, with these 3940 MLAs physically present in Guwahati, it looks like on the floor of the House, the Uddhav Thackeray government could be in serious jeopardy?
The floor of the House is not in Guwahati. That's the simple answer. They may go to Guwahati, they may go to Gangtok, they may go anywhere. At the end of the day, they have to come to the assembly and vote during a motion of confidence or a motion of no confidence, whichever is brought. And they would still be subject to the whip. They would still be subject to other procedures for disqualification. May not be before the floor test, maybe even after the floor test. And I quite agree with somebody who said, this 14 days time is actually a hiatus where things can be worked out politically. Now, after the legal points, I just want to tell you that what I have seen in practice at times, there may be an inducement if somebody reaches Guwahati. That inducement might be might have a time factor in it. You reach before such and such a date, that inducement is yours. So many may have gone for the inducement, but yet that is no guarantee about the way that they vote. That's like the Indian voter, and that has been carried up now onto the legislatures and parliament. So unless there is a floor test, you can't say. The show is not over.
Are you ready, Clyde Castro, for a floor test? Will the MVA government say, let there be a floor test?
Yes.
Let's see who wins on the floor of the House?
Okay, Rahul, just give me 2 minutes and hear me out clearly, okay? Well, you asked this question. We've been saying it from day one. Let's go for the floor test. If Eknath Shinde has the numbers, why is he afraid? Let's go for the floor test. Let's prove it on the floor of the House. Like Sanjay Hegde said, the floor of the House is not in Guwahati. The floor of the House here is in the Vidhan Bhavan in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. Come here, prove that you have the numbers. Let's do it that way. Now, one more thing I want to say. I want to actually make an appeal here. Okay? Now, right from day one, the BJP has said that we've got nothing to do with this. Okay, let's take the word. But the visuals that show there are some BJP functionaries who are helping these people go in Surat. There were some BJP functionaries helping them to go to Guwahati. Now, the Chief Minister of Assam, and I'm quoting one of the agencies, the ANI, where we get all our feed from. ANI has said, and there's a video of the Chief Minister of Assam saying that, I don't mind them coming there. BJP in Maharashtra is already supporting them. So if that is true and if there is any substance to that, let me tell the BJP through your channel that why don't you all help them to come back to Maharashtra, ask them to come and prove their majority on the floor of the House.
BJP can help democracy like this. Tell them, you come to Maharashtra, help them in the same manner they help them to reach Guwahati. And you know, it's a very funny thing that I would like to lighten up the atmosphere. One quickly, I'll tell you. You know, there's this video going on where audio of this MLA that he says, no, kai dongar, kai zhadi, kai hotel, all okay. You know, that kind of joke. Now let the BJP bring them here and let everything be okay. Let them prove it on the floor of the house. Let the government start functioning. And let the people of Maharashtra have their MLAs serving them. They are not serving them. Their constituencies are waiting for the MLAs. Come here and serve their constituents.
That sounds like a threat. That sounds like a threat. Not so much an invitation as much as a threat, but as the political churn in Maharashtra continues, top Shiv Sena leader and member of parliament Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the enforcement directorate in connection with an alleged land scam. Sanjay Raut, however, remains defiant, calling the ED summons against him a BJP conspiracy, daring that he would rather be beheaded than go to Guwahati.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
He has been the principal troubleshooter of the beleaguered Uddhav government, leading the fight from the front with a series of fiery counters.
जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे.
And now Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut finds himself in enforcement directorate crosshairs, summoned for grilling over his role in Patra Chawla land scam case. Amid the thick of Maharashtra power tussle, Raut was quick to dare the centre to arrest him, saying he is ready to be beheaded, but not bow.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो. मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा. मैं यहाँ ही रहूंगा मेरी पार्टी के साथ. आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊंगा. लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊंगा ना. आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो. अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में. आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊंगा.
Sena too quickly rallied behind Sanjay Raut.
कोर्टाने दिलेल्या निर्णयावरती प्रतिक्रिया देण्याची मला वाटते मला गरज नाही. कारण कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षम आहे. या देशातील सुप्रीम कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षमपणे निर्णय घेते.
But legally it doesn't look good for the belligerent Sena MP. In April this year, ED attached his properties in the 1,034 crore land scam case. Sanjay Raut and wife Varsha Raut's Alibag plot and a flat in Mumbai's Dadar were among the properties attached. The probe agency claims that Raut's wife Varsha, family members and associates in an arm of construction major HDIL connived and sold state housing body plots and floor space to private developers. ED says the private developers illegally sold the flats to buyers and total proceeds of the crime amounts to nearly 1,034 crore. The Sena rebels and the BJP justified the penal action.
उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है. जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारे नेताओं की ओर करे. तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है. निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे. हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है.
It's not just Sanjay Raut who's facing ED heat. 3 senior Aghadi ministers, Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik and Anil Parab are facing scam heat and fire over underworld links. With Munish Pandey, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, the Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena war has spilled onto the streets of Maharashtra. Shinde supporters burnt effigies of Sanjay Raut after the Rajya Sabha MP compared the rebels in Guwahati to dead bodies. The Shinde Sena has been alleging that they've been threatened by Raut and by Sena members. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray has stripped all rebel mantris of their portfolios.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena on the streets of Maharashtra. Street clashes, effigy burning, sloganeering and street marches. Supporters of Shinde and Uddhav came face to face in Maharashtra's Kolhapur. Unruly scenes were witnessed as both camps indulged in a brawl. Cops had to eventually intervene and detain the rival agitators. Shinde camp is in no mood to budge even on the streets. Sena's most vocal leader Sanjay Raut's effigy was burnt in rebel chief Eknath Shinde's stronghold, Thane. Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who led the protests, pledged an all-out fight to uphold Bala Saheb Thakray's legacy from Uddhav government in minority.
गावत का अंत कहां तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहां? गावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है.
Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is bleeding MLAs by the hour, ordered a crackdown on the rebels, stripping the rebel ministers of their portfolios, reallocating their posts among the remaining loyalists. Eknath Shinde's Urban Development Ministry has been handed over to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's Water Supply and Sanitation Department has been given over to Anil Parab. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya was handed over 3 additional ministries. The two rival Sena factions engaged in a serious fight over Bala Saheb's legacy. Sanjay Raut targeted rebels and accused them of ditching the Sena and the Thackeray family for their political gains.
जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका जमीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें.
The fight for the Maha throne is far from over, with both the Sena camps not ready to budge. With Mausami Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
We'll continue tracking all the latest from the Maharashtra political drama at 9 p.m. When I come back on the other side of a quick break, we'll look at Yashwant Sinha's nomination after NDA's Draupadi Murmu. Today was opposition candidate Sinha's big day out. Detailed report coming up on the other side.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You're on board the news track. Kaun banega Rashtrapati? India will get its new president by the 24th of July. Today, the opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha filed his nomination. He was accompanied by Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and TRS's K.T. Rama Rao.
The race to Raisina in top gear. After NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu, who filed her nomination flanked by Prime Minister Modi and NDA stalwarts, her opponent and choice of majority of opposition parties, veteran politician Yashwant Sinha, filed his papers. Just like NDA, it was a show of strength at Parliament House by opposition heavyweights. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, RLD Chief Jayant Chaudhary, Senior Congress Leader Mallikarjun Kharge, TRS Working President and Minister K.T. Rama Rao flanked the former Union Minister as he filed the papers. While the numbers favour NDA, the UPA is confident.
The real fight is between two ideologies. One ideology of RSS, anger, hatred, and the other of compassion of all the opposition parties which are standing together.
राष्ट्रपति महामहिम हमारे देश के संविधान के संरक्षक हैं। हमारे हिसाब से आज संविधान के ऊपर बहुत घोर हमला हो रहा है। उसका संरक्षण करने के लिए कौन होगा? और इसके लिए अपील है कि संविधान बचाना है तो अपने यशवंत जी को वोट डालिए।
कांग्रेस, टीएमसी, सीपीआई, सीपीआईएम, शिव सेना, समाजवादी पार्टी, डीएमके, एनसीपी, RJD, RLD, National Conference, PDP, AIUDF and AIMM, a total of 14 parties, are backing Sinha. But Saffron Party is confident of the win as numbers are in their favour, especially after backing from BJD and YSRCP.
रिजल्ट तो हो गया, मोर देन 80% वोट मिलेगी द्रौपदी मुर्मू मैडम की। कल भुवनेश्वर से मेरा साथ वीडियो कॉलिंग में बात किया द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ने, बहुत अच्छा वोट बंगाल से भी मिलेगी।
Draupadi Murmu, who may become the first tribal face to be president if elected, has dialed opposition leaders including the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha for support. The elections for India's top job are going to be held on 18 July and the counting will be held 3 days later. Rashtrapati Bhavan will have a new occupant on July 24th. With Mausami Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Rajdeep Sardesai comes up next with News Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching. You are watching India Today.
At 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The Maharashtra political potboiler is becoming a maha mess by the day. Will the Sena rebels now finally strike and call for a no-confidence motion in the Uddhav Thackeray government? Is it game, set, almost match for the rebels, or could there be a twist in the tail? And while the Shiv Sena rebels are parked in a Guwahati hotel, what's the situation on the ground in flood-hit Assam? And among my newsmakers tonight is the presidential contender of the opposition parties, former Finance Minister Yashwant Sinha. All that and much more on the news today.
So sorry.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points, Monday night, start of a brand new week, and there's plenty as ever on the news today. The big stories, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Step down or not, pressure builds on Uddhav Thackeray to take a call after the Supreme Court gives breather to rebel Sena MPs, puts disqualification on hold till July 11th. All eyes now whether the Maharashtra Chief Minister will actually bite the bullet, called for a floor test, or will he resign because he doesn't have a majority. Amidst the Shiv Sena tussle, Enforcement Directorate now piles up the heat on Uddhav's chief troubleshooter. Sena MP Sanjay Raut summoned by the enforcement watchdog over a land scam. Raut is summoned tomorrow but says he cannot appear tomorrow. Congress finally breaks its silence on the Supreme Court verdict in the Zakia Jafri Gujarat 2002 riots case. Asks if a chief minister has no moral responsibility in the case of riots, cites a Supreme Court earlier ruling that then called the Modi government in Gandhinagar modern-day Neros. After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha files the nomination now for president's post, flanked by top opposition faces, but numbers remain stacked against him. We'll have an exclusive interview with him tonight. The Prime Minister attends a G7 summit in Germany. Prime Minister meets German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, holds bilateral talks with France and South Africa. Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair arrested by Delhi police for allegedly hurting religious sentiments, promoting enmity between two communities. He had put the spotlight on suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's prophet remark, which sparked outrage across West Asia. Over 126 killed, 22 lakh affected in a deadly Assam deluge. Homes washed away, families displaced as flood leaves a trail of destruction. Railways to provide relief material. Third straight day of gains on Dalal Street. Sensex gains 433 points, led by IT, oil and gas metals. Nifty ends above the 15,800 mark. And Jasprit Bumrah likely to lead India in the test against England. Chances of Rohit Sharma playing very slim. Mayank Agarwal is asked to join the squad. But the first piece of breaking news that's coming in, the co-founder of a fact news website, Alt News, Mohammad Zubair, has been arrested by the Delhi police this evening for allegedly hurting religious sentiments, promoting enmity between two communities. The arrest comes just weeks after Zubair was the one who put the spotlight on suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's prophet remark, which had sparked outrage in the Gulf. So that's the latest that's coming in. Zubair, remember, has been accused of putting out statements which they say were against Hindu gods and promoted religious enmity. Shreya Chatterjee now joins me. She tracks the Delhi police. Shreya, what exactly is the Delhi police saying? Because this arrest comes barely weeks after Nupur Sharma was the one who was in the dock over the prophet remark that she had made in a television show. Shreya?
The case apparently pertains to an alleged tweet that dates back to 2018. Now, what we're learning from our sources in the Delhi Police's EXO unit, this is as per a complaint that they had received from a Twitter handle, based on which they filed a complaint, called him for questioning. Delhi Police says that he was evasive is why they've arrested him. However, it's clearly to mention that this tweet, on the basis of which Delhi Police has arrested him, is pertaining and dated back to the year 2018.
Arrested him? No, let's get this straight. They have arrested him, you're saying? They have arrested him in the month of June 2022 for a tweet of 2018. Am I correct? And it comes barely weeks after he was the one who had put the focus on suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma.
Well, yes, Najdeep, the case actually pertains to a tweet that was actually dated back to the year 2018. However, what the Delhi police says that during the time in court, these tweets are retweeted by a brigade, which they feel that it's actually a design that they want to look into. Sources have also said that they believe there are certain Twitter handles that are working across the border to actually involve in the Twitter storms that are being created by Zidane, because they found him evasive during the time they called him to questioning regarding the matter.
Okay, so here you've got a case. It comes, as I said, barely weeks after Nupur Sharma, the suspended BJP leader, was accused of hate speech. And then the person who accuses her now himself finds is the one who's being pushed in the dock, being accused of hate speech for a 2018 tweet in 2022 June. Make what you will, but clearly this is a story that will echo. Already Jairam Ramesh, the Congress leader, has tweeted on it and accused the Delhi police of working as a handmaiden of the central government. We'll keep a track on that story. Let's move to the other piece of breaking news that's coming in at the moment. The big story that's coming in from Maharashtra, where, remember, the issue of who will form the government remains uncertain. Pressure now building on Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to step down. That's the story that's coming in. Remember, there are now reports that Uddhav Thackeray had actually planned to resign last week, but was held back by NCP chief Sharad Pawar. Now we are being told that the Uddhav camp is examining today's court order, which has in a way given a breather to the Shiv Sena rebels, saying they cannot be disqualified at this stage by the speaker in the Maharashtra Assembly. Now all eyes are on the Maharashtra governor. Will he order a floor test? Will Uddhav Thackeray be ready to take on the rebels? Will he go in for a floor test? Meanwhile, news also coming in that the rebels have extended their stay in Guwahati till the 5th of July. So till the 5th of July, the rebels don't intend to return back. So all eyes now, of course, on Maharashtra governor. Will he, suo motu, call a floor test? Or will the BJP call a trust vote? Because many believe the BJP is the one behind this rebellion in Maharashtra. Now, Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai bureau chief, joins us. Sahil, plenty of action at the moment, but what it seems is that we are slowly but surely reaching the end game. Is there a real possibility that the governor now will step in and call for a floor test, or will both sides wait till the 11th of July to see what happens in the Supreme Court?
Well, I really doubt that both sides will wait till 11th of July, because something needs to happen before that. Right now, the court order has given, has kept this open-ended, that whether the no confidence motion or the trust vote can happen or not. Because when asked by the lawyer from the Maharashtra government or by the Shiv Sena, the court simply said that right now they don't have that no confidence motion in front of them, and it's already complicated matter. When it happens, that time if somebody wants, can approach us. So they have kept it open-ended. They have not given any specific ruling on who is the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party. And if you hear what the BJP, after the BJP's core committee meeting, Sudhir Mungantiwar, the BJP leader, briefed media, and he specifically mentioned that Eknath Shinde is the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and they're waiting for some kind of a proposal from Eknath Shinde. Only after that the core committee will react. But before that, what we are hearing is that on one side, in Uddhav camp, the pressure is building on Uddhav Thackeray, because he had earlier decided that he will resign, quit Varsha and go to Matoshri. But rather than that, that time, Sharad Pawar somehow managed to make him understand that explore your all options, only then think of resigning. Right now, what Uddhav Thackeray has realized that he has, he's left with only 8 to 10 MLAs with him at this point of time. The similar situation in which Ajit Pawar was in 2019. Ajit Pawar realized the situation and he resigned rather than facing the trust vote in the assembly. Similarly, what people have been telling Uddhav Thackeray, that avoid any more embarrassment, just resign. But before that, they want to understand what are the legal options in front of them.
Right.
So one of the legal option remains is that if they are asked to go for the trust vote, they can again approach the Supreme Court, what the Supreme Court had said today, or they have to accept the fate that they don't have the numbers and just resign and peacefully let BJP and Shinde group form the government, because their fight for who is going to lead the original group will still be there in the Maharashtra Assembly till 11th of July. So this is what is happening at this point of time. On the other hand, the BJP camp is mulling options whether they should approach the governor or the governor himself should take the suo motu action and ask the Uddhav Thackeray government to prove his majority on the floor of the House.
So lots of possibilities still open, but what is clear is time is running out, it appears, for Uddhav Thackeray at the moment. Sahil Joshi joining us with the very latest on that story. As we said, this is all happening on a day when the Maharashtra political crisis reached the Supreme Court. And it was in the court today that round one of the legal battle seems to have gone in favor of the rebel Shiv Sena camp. The top court extended the deadline for the 16 rebel MLAs to apply to their disqualification notices and said nothing can be done about it till the 11th of July. The political battle, though, is playing out on the streets, both camps trying to show their strength. It's our other big story.
From resorts in Guwahati to the Mantralaya and Raj Bhavan in Mumbai to the Supreme Court in Delhi, the battle for power in Maharashtra is being fought on many fronts. The man in the eye of the storm, CM Uddhav Thackeray, suffered a blow on Monday. The Supreme Court has put on hold the disqualification proceedings against the rebels led by Eknath Shinde. The court has given Shinde and his supporters time till July 11th to reply to the Deputy Speaker's notice. It has also issued notices to the Uddhav government and the Deputy Speaker, asking them to submit their replies within 5 days. The court directed the Uddhav government to provide protection to the rebel MLAs and their families. The Uddhav camp is putting up a brave front despite the setback in the court.
फ्लोर टेस्टसाठी ते तयार आहेत की नाही हा पहिला प्रश्न आहे. आमची फ्लोर टेस्ट आम्ही सांगितलेले काय आहे. मला वाटतं एकच आहे, फ्लोर टेस्टपेक्षा जो कोणी पळून गेलेला आहे, काही काही त्याच्यात खरोखर आमचे पण आहेत जे तिथून सतत फोन करतात की आमची सुटका करा, त्यांना फसवलं गेलं आहे, अजूनही ते संपर्कात आहेत. पण ज्यांनी दगाफटका केला त्यांनी डोळ्यात डोळे घालून बोलावं आम्हाला की आम्ही काय चुकीचं केलं. ही माझी त्यांना फ्लोर टेस्ट आहे.
शिंदे जी, उनकी शिवसेना ये मूग शिवसेना है. ये जो उन्होंने कहा है, घोषणा की है, उस विषय में भी मंथन हुआ है कि अभी भी हमने वेट एंड वॉच करते हुए आने वाले दिनों में जैसी परिस्थिति निर्माण होगी फिर से कोर टीम बैठेगी और उचित निर्णय भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी साथ में आगे जाएगी.
The war between Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena is spilling onto streets. From Shinde's stronghold Thane to Kolhapur, supporters of both camps held protests in show of strength. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Uddhav's trusted aide Sanjay Raut for questioning in a 1,034 crore land scam case.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो. मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा. जेल जाऊंगा ना, आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो. अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिव सेना भवन में. आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊंगा.
As the fight gets messy, another Thackeray is quietly watching the chaos unfold. The MNS chief has spoken to Shinde, the man behind the storm. With the Supreme Court set to hear the case next on July 11th, is Maharashtra looking at a longer spell of uncertainty, or will Shinde and the BJP go for the kill? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now that's what's been happening in Maharashtra, but what really is on the mind of the rebels? Are they now poised to virtually bring down the Uddhav Thackeray government? Well, a short while ago, I spoke to Deepak Kesarkar, the Shiv Sena rebel MLA, who's emerged in a way as a spokesperson of the rebels who remain holed up in a Guwahati hotel. Listen in to what Mr. Kesarkar had to say. Are you ready now to approach the governor and go in for a vote of no confidence against the Uddhav Thackeray government, since you are claiming you have the numbers now, Mr. Kesarkar?
Sir, we'll have to consult the legal experts, and if required, we may take that decision.
Sir, you are saying you want to consult the legal experts. My question to you is, you have claimed you have the support of 39 Shiv Sena MLAs, plus you have another dozen independent MLAs. So you are in a position to bring down the Uddhav Thackeray government. What is stopping you from going to the governor, Mr. Kesarkar, if you have the numbers now, and saying, please bring in a no confidence motion, this government is in a minority? What is stopping you?
Sir, there are certain strategies which are to be strategized, which are to be decided by the top leadership, and they are into that process. And I don't think that at this point of time we should disclose it, but I can definitely thank for this result and the relief for our MLAs. And this is in a way victory for the democracy in Maharashtra.
No, let me get that straight. If the Uddhav Thackeray government does not go in for a floor test, you will go to the governor and demand a floor test after 2 days. Is that what you are saying? Your bookings in the hotel are till the 30th of June at least. So are you telling me come 1st of July, you will come to Mumbai, meet the governor and seek a floor test, sir?
Sir, that is a strategy. As I told you, it was almost like a war. They were trying to disqualify us. Every way they tried it. But finally, we had a justice. And I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful. And that is my request to them.
You have written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray, and I will quote from the letter saying, this is a fight for Shiv Sena's self-esteem. We shall not stop till we win it. I request our party chief Shri Uddhavji Thackeray to consider view and make a new alliance with the BJP. Here you are writing to Uddhav Thackeray saying form an alliance with the BJP. Now you are telling me Uddhav Thackeray should step down. Is Uddhavji still your leader, or is Eknath Shinde now your leader? Are you now a new party led by Eknath Shinde, or are you still with the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray?
We are very much in Shiv Sena. We are the legislative party of Shiv Sena. We have a different existence. And Uddhavji still remains our party chief as the chief of Shiv Sena party. And I have requested him, because his present government is in alliance with Congress and NCP. Unless he gives his resignation and asks us to form a new government with his consent with BJP, then only this government will come into existence, and that would become more graceful.
Sir, but who will be the chief minister? Apparently the deal is Devendra Fadnavis as chief minister, Eknath Shinde as deputy chief minister. Have you already struck this deal with the BJP?
I cannot say like that. I'll have to honestly here tell you that these decisions are taken on higher levels. So I'm just a party spokesman, and that means these groups, and that is our actually party in the Legislative Assembly. So my role is limited.
Mr. Kesarkar, you are saying you are a new group, but a new group to avoid the anti-defection laws may well need to merge with some party. Are you ready to merge with the BJP? Is that a possibility?
Let me complete, sir. We are not a new group. We are the original legislative assembly party of Shiv Sena, because it contained 55 members, 56 members initially. One of our MLA, he expired unfortunately. Now we are 55. So that 55 or 56 people had unanimously chosen Eknath Shinde as their leader. So that position stays. It has not changed, and 14 or 15 people cannot change that position.
One is the fear that is being expressed by many people in the Shiv Sena or their claim that many of you have gone to Guwahati not because of any ideological reasons. You have gone because many of you have ED cases against you. Many of you have serious investigations going on. You are trying to protect yourself. This is not about ideology. This is because you have struck a deal with the BJP. All ED cases, all IT cases will now be put on the back burner if you join hands with the BJP.
Sir, it is not at all like that. If you could claim there could be 2 or 3 ED cases on our MLAs, but we are 50. Right now 51. How that number could come to 51? Sir, it is clear cut. We have told to our party chief that we do not go ahead with this NCP and Congress alliance, and we want Sena to be with BJP. Number of times we have told him the matter was delayed, and because of that delay, we have come to this situation. Otherwise, it would have happened 1 year back, 1 year and 1 or 2 months, maybe.
Sir, Mr. Kesarkar, why did you all not object in November 2019? Today you are objecting. Today you are saying this. We should form a government based on Hindutva. Why did you not raise a red flag in November 2019? Why only today? Why only now, when, as reports are suggesting, ED is now tracking down several of you who are has cases against several of you, and therefore you have chosen this path? Why did you not raise this issue in November of 2019?
I can tell you the answer of this. Sir, we were told that Amit Shah ji has assured 50% sharing of power in Maharashtra, and which is not the commitment that was made is not being honored by BJP, and that is what was told to us by Honorable CM. So, Honorable CM's or Uddhav Sahib's pride or that comes first for us. Our party's pride, the commitments, that comes for us. So it was basically an adjustment to our principles, and then when we realized that these people are going to our own constituencies, declaring somebody as the next MLA, they are going to MP's constituency, they declare that he is going to be our next MP. So they want to finish the party because of whom they have come into power.
Kesarkar ji, why don't you come back to Mumbai and do a face-to-face meeting with Uddhav Thackeray? Are you ready for it? Sanjay Raut is saying, why are you all sitting in Guwahati? Come to Mumbai, have a face-to-face meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. If even one of you, according to Uddhav Thackeray, says he is not fit to be CM, he is ready to quit and do what you want. Are you ready for a face-to-face meeting in Mumbai with Uddhav Thackeray, yes or no?
Sir, I had a one-to-one meeting with Uddhav Thackeray when 4 of our senior ministers were present. I briefed him about everything, but we have never asked for his resignation. He is linking 2 things. It's a kind of emotional blackmailing. Nobody will say that you resign because he is our leader. We love him. But still, had it been Shiv Sena and BJP in power as per your earlier pact, and it was to be divided 2.5 year, then also he would have resigned and given BJP the chance to form a government. So that was the original understanding. If the original understanding could not take place, that's why Congress and NCP came into picture. But we, from our own mouth, cannot say that you resign because he is our leader. It is as good as insulting him. So we'll not do that. He will have to think himself, and I think he should have taken the decision. We cannot insist that he should resign. Now the government has lost his majority.
You have any message? You have any message, Mr. Kesarkar, for Mr. Raut? You have any message, Mr. Kesarkar, for Mr. Raut, who is daring you to come to Mumbai, face the reality in Mumbai?
Sir, Mr. Raut's language, you must have realized it is very indecent language. And on the previous day, he says all Shiv Senics should come to the road. And next day he appeals us, you come back to Mumbai to face those who are on the road. These kind of tendencies we have faced, sir, in Konkan. But I do not wish to fight with our own people. I want that peace should exist, and that is the responsibility of the elected government, and especially the CM, who is the constitutional head of the state. That is my only plea.
Aditya Thackeray is saying good riddance to bad rubbish. You have a message for Aditya Thackeray?
Sir, the previous day we were traveling in one car. That time he didn't thought that he's traveling with the rubbish. I know people like, Sanjay Raut. Prior to his marriage day, he was in jail because he was a Sena worker. His in-laws said, you will garland your photograph and that marriage will be performed. Fortunately, he came out, that why his marriage could be performed. Gulab Rao Patil has 17 cases against him, all political cases against him. Dada Saheb Bhuse, who worked day and night to establish Shiv Sena in his constituency or in his area. All these people are trash. Do we get elected because of you? I was also a MLA. When I was not in Sena, that time I had defeated Sena with a big margin. But I don't say that. We have everywhere in each constituency, the candidate have his own merit plus the party's vote. Every party have vote in various parts of Maharashtra or anywhere you go. And then if it is added with the party's vote, you get elected. And that's why I think he's young. He should not use Mr. Raut's language. He must follow his father, who is soft-spoken and the new face of Shiv Sena. And he worked because he has a great future. All of us love him and all of us want him to be a great leader. And that's why he must have the patience. He should not talk like Mr. Raut.
I will ask you one last question. There is some talk that Mr. Shinde has spoken to Raj Thackeray of the MNS this morning. Is there possibility of you tying up with the MNS with Raj Thackeray? Would you prefer Raj Thackeray to Uddhav or Aditya as your future leader?
No, sir. Uddhav Sahib is our leader. Even Aditya ji is our leader. We respect them and we continue to be Shiv Sena in the Legislative Assembly. And our request is that the original party also led by Uddhav Sahib should make a pact. And MLAs will also, of course, will be in the new government, whosoever they appoint, and will form a good government and will take Maharashtra to a great height.
So there you have Mr. Kesarkar expecting that you will have a government where the Shiv Sena will be in an alliance with the BJP, and he says that Uddhav Thackeray will continue to be their leader even as Eknath Shinde is poised to take over the Shiv Sena. Now that's the maha mess that's taking place, and the irony of it is while all this is happening, Assam remains in the headlines because rebel Shiv Sena MLAs are camping there. But the real focus in a way should be what you're seeing on the right hand side of your screen. The state is continually being battered by floods. Over 100 people have died, including children. Areas, particularly in Silchar, Lower Assam, badly affected. Over 22 lakh people now affected, thousands homeless, hundreds with no access to food or water and sanitation. The Assam government, meanwhile, well, one of its aims is to ensure that the Maharashtra rebel MLAs are well looked after. It's our ground report from a state ravaged by floods.
बेटा पालसी नुवारी से मने यूनाइटे सोली केना केन डांगी पेला एना का अवस्था होइसे न मने सोली तो मने उठी परि नुवारे बिसना ते क्या.
An entire house submerged. Inside, a child waiting for medical help. The family is absolutely helpless. The mother is in tears. Unless the waters recede, a doctor's visit looks unlikely.
तो हमें देखकर इनकी आंखों में आंसू छलक आए थे क्योंकि यही घर है. देखिए अब तो पानी थोड़ा थोड़ा उतरना शुरू हुआ है, लेकिन इसी घर में इनकी लगभग 11-12 साल की बच्ची है जो बीमार है और यहाँ से बाहर नहीं निकाला जा सकता है आगे किसी इलाज के लिए, अस्पताल के लिए. सबके घर ऐसे डूब गए.
हमार घर द्वार सब पानी डूबसे ক্ষতি হইছে. ওখানে কিরকম করে চলমু, ঘর সর ভাঙছে, মানে চলতে পারি না পানির মধ্যে. তো আমরা রাস্তা উঠতে আছি, মানে চলবার মতন তো অবস্থা নাই.
अब पानी उतरेगा तब बच्ची मतलब डॉक्टर दवाई चल नहीं पाती है।
डॉक्टर दवाई डॉक्टर दवाई की ओषुध दियो ना देखिए ना।
Not just in Moregaon, Assam's 28 districts are badly hit by the floods. 5 people have died in the last 24 hours. More than 120 lives claimed in total, including children. People are fleeing submerged houses to open grounds, only to find these flooded as well. As water rises around them, they are rushing to safer ground. The highway are covered in plastic sheets, and it is their home for now. Drinking water is the biggest challenge the survivors are facing today. Most of them are poor and vulnerable.
हम लोग तकलीफ यही हो गया, ग्वाली में पानी हो गया। आज 1 हफ्ता से यहाँ है और गोरू को तो दाना पानी जैसे जैसे चलाता है।
पानी आगे ले रहा।
हाँ 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 हाँ।
कहाँ घरों में?
घर में पानी हम लोग को हो गया, बहुत पानी हो गया, घर डूब गया।
The afternoon sunshine brings respite, but as the sun goes down, their hope also diminishes. 564 relief camps and 116 relief distribution centers are functioning, providing ration by the government.
সরকারে দিছে রেশন চাউল ডাল তেল पानी सब देते हैं।
पीने का पानी सब?
हाँ सब देते हैं। चाल दाल सब तेल को चीनी जीरा सबको देता है। बिस्कुट सब देते सब देते हैं।
बिस्कुट
पानी है घर में, इतना पानी है आज आते जाते बहुत परेशान होते हैं।
मन करता है कभी कि कुछ ऐसा कोई कर दे कि कभी बाढ़ आए ही नहीं, पानी ही नहीं आए।
घर में है ओसर बुट में किया।
The people of Assam are in grave danger and praying for the water to recede and their nightmare to end. In Moregaon with Shweta Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me now on Assam are Shamkanu Mahanta, flood management experts, joins me, and Ratna Singh is a leader of the BJP in Assam. Shamkanu Mahanta, I want you to first tell our viewers how bad is the situation in Assam. Let them know. We keep talking about Maharashtra. Tell me what is happening in Assam.
Rajiv, thank you. Thank you so much for taking this, the real issue of Assam. Assam is ravaged. Last few days across Assam, Silsor is underwater like anything. Never before. Lower Assam, entire Lower Assam, entire Middle Assam is facing the fury of flood, which is never seen. On 17th June, 1,000 millimeter rain was occurred in Mosin Ram, which is that one day the rain was equal to the year-long rain in the whole country. The rain has been devastating this time and has created the flood. The pathetic situation on the road, most of the people are on the road. So this is the reality of Assam.
Shamkanu, many will say this happens every year. Are you saying this is much worse this time?
As I told you, this is for the first time in many locations. Silsor has never seen this flood. The extent of flood is 5 times more that is seen in Assam. It's an impact of the climate change, and this is happening. What I'm trying to tell here, Asif, is that this is a problem. In a study done in 2016, 10,000 crores of worth of asset is wiped away by flood. So last 10 years, more than 1 lakh crores of asset has been wiped. Asset means government roads, building, infrastructure, which is government infrastructure. So every year flood comes and no serious attempt has been done in Assam. There's a Ganga rejuvenation plan, but there is no Brahmaputra rejuvenation plan. We need a permanent solution to flood. This flood is happening, but it is destroying the economy of Assam in a big way. It is affecting the government resources. What I'm trying to say here is that there is an attempt needed, a comprehensive solution to flood. If China can control the Wangho River, why cannot Brahmaputra can be controlled? At least reduce the flood in terms of strengthening the embankments. The embankments in 1960 year was set up in 1960s. These are all old. That they need complete revamping, repackaging through modern technology.
Can I just take
still think problem?
Can I just take the issues? You've raised several issues, including the need for a Brahmaputra rejuvenation plan to Ratna Singh. Because Ratna Singh, during the elections, Himanta Biswa Sarma and his government promised that you will see that eventually floods will be history in Assam. We are going to transform Assam. The fact is, that at the moment BJP MLAs from my home state, Shiv Sena MLAs from my home state of Maharashtra and Guwahati Hotel, the Chief Minister has to first attend to what is happening on the ground. The fact is, after having become Chief Minister, nothing has changed. I know no overnight solutions are possible, but it would be good if the Chief Minister and his entire government focused on that instead of some of them going to receive these Shiv Sena MLAs. That's not the priority of any government.
Namaskar. I'm thankful to Aaj Tak channel and all the national channels who are focusing the flood issues of Assam. I'm thankful to Sardesai ji. I'm saluting to all of you. Back in Guwahati, back in Assam, the flood is a very important issue, and I think nothing is more important than the flood problem which we are engulfed with the people of Assam, and I think it is a national disaster. Because this time what we have told, like what Mr. Shyam Kanu had told, that it's a natural calamity which we have not witnessed for a longer time. Because as you say that 1,891.9 millimeter of rainfall from March 1st to June 24th, it has taken place, and never we have seen such type of rainfall for the annual taking place in the 3 months. Now coming that what government has done and not done. In fact, after our dynamic Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has come to power, lots of good things has been done with regard to the embankments, which we call as Mathauri in Assam, is the dikes which has been there. With the World Bank money which has come, lots of embankments have developed and has been made. And definitely the regeneration issue which you're talking about is in place. Lots of proposals are coming and things are going to take place. The embankments, number one, they had been made more stronger. Lots of problems were there regarding Brahmaputra and the tributaries. That has been solved. But this time, the flood which has taken place is unprecedented. We have never witnessed. I have taken birth in Assam. We are growing up here in Assam. Even in Guwahati, we face such type of rainfall, which we have never. So
Shyam
now
Kanu,
the government
Shyam
is
Kanu,
doing.
you want to respond? Shyam Kanu, you want to respond? Ratna Singh is saying that they have done...
Sir, let me say one thing, sir.
Yes.
As regard to our Chief Minister, twice in a week he has visited Silchar and all the flood-ravaged parts of Assam. He himself walked to the flooded waters, and day and night he is in touch with the people of Assam. He lives for the people of Assam under the guidance of Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, and people of Assam are loving him. He is with us. In fact, we are not attending to any MLAs or any people. Assam is a very beautiful place. Anyone can come and stay here. And I request everyone from the entire country can come and stay.
You have a lovely,
Guwahati.
beautiful state. It need not be a state for resort politics. But Shyam Kanu, you want to respond?
It's nothing as such. But today the flood problem is the biggest one.
Okay, I'm glad to see that. And we are showing you pictures also of the Chief Minister walking through some of those flood areas. But Shyam Kanu ji, has any difference been made by Himanta Biswa Sarma, or is this only political talk for a studio?
First thing, there's a serious effort by the Chief Minister to go around and address the people in distress. That must be saluted. He has been going around the state, and in a short time, he has just become Chief Minister. What I'm trying to tell you, for many years, for the last 50 years, no attempt has been done for creating a permanent solution to Assam flood. Assam flood cannot be solved in 6 months, but there must be a strategy. The strategy is that how to control the desilting process, how to strengthen the embankment. Right. Can you river link the different rivers of the country? Can you do a storage dam to control the river? Can you do a shelter center to stay in the time of flood? And during the winter, they can become a cultural center. A comprehensive project is needed for Assam. A comprehensive project is happening for Ganga, but is not happening for Brahmaputra. Why cannot? Why not? Northeast is Brahmaputra is the lifeline of entire Northeast. For security perspective is so important. In need of the hour is not a knee-jerk solution.
Okay, but it cannot, what you're saying, you're calling for a permanent solution. It can't happen overnight. It can't happen overnight. To be fair to Himanta Biswa Sarma, he has been in most of the flood-affected areas on the ground. However, from an optics point of view, to watch MLAs sitting and resting and relaxing in a Guwahati hotel of the Shiv Sena, allegedly supported by the BJP, even as the BJP government battles the floods, isn't great optics. However, I'm glad that that has forced some news channels to at least focus on the floods. I can promise you, I
just finished one line. Rajiv, thank you. And this has given some attention to Guwahati. I'm happy about it. But our concern is not about that. Maharashtra is not our concern. Yes, we want Maharashtra to be prosperous, but we want Assam to be saved. Northeast to be saved from the flood. And for the government of India has to take the initiative. Last 60 years, nothing has been done. for a permanent solution to flood. We want an effort. The Assam and the Northeast deserve an effort from government of
I
India.
take your point.
Support from government of Assam. The dynamic chief minister here.
let Ratna
If the
Singh
support
have one
comes
final
together,
point.
I'm sure a permanent solution.
Let Ratna Singh have a final point. Yes, ma'am.
Last, like what Sam Kanuji has told, last 60, 70 years, nothing has been done for Assam. In fact, now the BJP government under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma is gearing up, and we are gearing up. The people of Assam is with BJP and Himanta Biswa Sarma ji, and lots of good things have been done. In Silchar, I want to say the rain has taken place in a very big manner, but it was a man created because the Mathauri, the embankment was breached, and it was some problems were there. And definitely a worst hit of flood situation we have seen. The people of Assam are doing the best. Even in the BJP from mandal level to district level to at the state level, we all MLAs, MPs are in their state region, in the regions of the districts, and they're working day and night with the district administration to fulfill the aspirations of the people and give them the relief as much as possible. So the BJP government is not doing anything but doing the selfless work for the people, for the dedication. We are dedicated to the people, and definitely Himanta Biswa Sarma is doing not any politics, but selfless social work, which he has given, which the people of Assam has given mandate to the BJP
Ratna
and to
Singh
the
ji,
Chief
I'm going to
Minister.
leave it there. I'm going to leave it there because now it will become just about how great Himanta Biswa Sarma is. Let's first pray for the people of Assam. This needs to, let's put the people first and not the politicians first. I think that really should be the message from Assam. I appreciate,
we're all working together.
I appreciate both of you joining us here on the news today. Assam should be in the headlines every night. Let's turn from there to our newsmaker tonight, who's former Union Minister Yashwant Sinha, who filed his nomination today as the opposition's candidate for Rashtrapati. Remember, Draupadi Murmu yesterday has already filed her nomination as the government's candidate, NDA government's presidential candidate. I spoke a short while ago to Yashwant Sinha. Listen in. Hello and welcome to this India Today special. We are joined by a very special guest, the opposition's candidate for Rashtrapati, for President, Mr. Yashwant Sinha, former Union Finance Minister. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Sinha. Would I be right in saying that this is a token fight, given the fact that the numbers now appear heavily stacked in favor of the government's candidate, Draupadi Murmu?
My first response to your question is, I would be in the fight even if it was a token fight. But I'd like to correct you. According to my information, it's not a token fight. The numbers are not heavily stacked in favor of Draupadi Murmu, as you said. There will be lots of developments between now and the 18th of July when the election will finally take place.
The numbers, as I said, are heavily stacked. You can dispute the word heavily because Naveen Patnaik and the Biju Janata Dal, part of the opposition, has backed Draupadi Murmu also from Odisha, and the YSRCP of Jagan Mohan Reddy has also chosen to back Draupadi Murmu, as has Nitish Kumar. Now, without the support of these three parties, you do not have the numbers, Mr. Sinha. So the opposition itself is not united.
First of all, Biju Janata Dal or Nitish Kumar, YSR, his party, they were not part of the opposition party's meetings, which were held over the 2 days. And to tell you the truth, one never counted on them. And yet, I would only say that why is Biju Janata Dal supporting Srimati Draupadi Murmu? Because she comes from Orissa, isn't it?
Yes, but
so why would you take it for granted that Bihar, Jharkhand MLAs and MPs will not support me?
Is that what you're relying on? You're relying on Bihar and Jharkhand because you, of course, have been contesting elections from Jharkhand. But remember, Draupadi Murmu could be India's first Adivasi president, and Jharkhand has a large tribal population, sir. So the JMM may well choose to support Draupadi Murmu.
Rajdeep, it is your experience and mine that elevation of one individual does not lift the entire community. And we have various examples of that, including the person in front of me. I would very humbly request you to kindly go into her background and not go by the symbolism, merely the symbolism. You and I don't control where we'll be born. I did not control my birth. So how can birth be a disadvantage on which you don't have any control? But leave that apart. I have heard this argument a number of times. My only request is, please compare our respective track records in terms of what I have done for the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and what she has done for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes.
But you agree that there is a powerful symbolism in a woman and an Adivasi becoming a presidential nominee versus Yashwant Sinha, several times finance minister, external affairs minister, but seen to represent the status quo or seen to represent the old order. She is seen to represent new order.
Before this, you'll recall, we had a lady who was a scheduled caste lady who was put up as a candidate for president. She didn't win because nobody raised this issue that you support her because she comes from the scheduled caste. Now this is being raised because this is how the government and the Bharatiya Janata Party want to fight this election. I don't want to play on their wicket. I have my own wicket to play on.
I'm coming to your wicket in a moment, but the fact is, sir, you're the fourth choice in a way of the opposition. The opposition looked at Sharad Pawar, looked at Farooq Abdullah, looked at Gopal Krishna Gandhi. After all of them declined, they've come to you. Could I say that you are a Balika Bakra? Would that be right to say, a sacrificial lamb?
I said in a press conference which I addressed today that even if I was the 10th choice of the opposition parties, I would have agreed to contest this election because this election, Rajdeep, is more than me, more than Draupadi Murmu. It is more than Bharatiya Janata Party, it is more than opposition parties. It is a contest for the soul of India. It is the soul of India which is at stake today. And therefore, I have agreed to contest this election. I said, if I were approached and I was the 10th choice, I would have still contested this election.
You're saying it's a battle for the soul of India. Here is someone who's a former BJP person who for years was in the BJP, now taking on a BJP supported candidate and saying this election is of the soul of India. Here is someone who supported Narendra Modi when in the lead up to 2014, now saying this is a battle for the soul of India.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I belong to the BJP. I had supported Narendra Modi in 2013-14. But then I did not have his track record of the last 8 years in front of me. Immediately after Mr. Modi became the Prime Minister, I started looking at his style of functioning. I started looking closely at the policies which were being followed. And you will remember that I came out openly against the policies of the government. And then I decided to quit the party. Why? Because I found that in no way the Bharatiya Janata Party of today is the Bharatiya Janata Party of yesterday. It is not the Bharatiya Janata Party of Mr. Vajpayee, which believed in consensus, not in confrontation. And this government, this party believes only in confrontation. It does not believe in consensus, and consensus is the soul of democracy.
So therefore, in a sense, are you admitting that you were mistaken in 2013-14 to support Mr. Modi, that you didn't know who Mr. Modi was? Or is this pure opportunism that say you had got some of the loaves and fishes of office when Mr. Modi took over, then you would have supported him? Is it a principled battle or an opportunistic statement you're making when you say soul of India?
It is a principled battle according to me, and I'd like to remind you there is a popular misconception that the party denied me the ticket in 2014. Fact of the matter is, I myself refused to contest the Lok Sabha election of 2014. It's a matter of record that even from the meeting of the election commission, the then party president, Mr. Rajnath Singh, called me and said, please reconsider, because the election committee wants you to reconsider and contest this one last election. And I said, no, I have made up my mind. I will not be able to do justice to my constituency if I contested this election, and therefore I am out of it.
I come back to it, sir. You are saying this is a battle for the soul of India. Many will say that the Rashtrapati's position, in a sense, is a ceremonial post now. All the executive powers lie with the Prime Minister of India. Do you therefore really believe that a presidential election, in a sense, can be converted into a battle for the soul of India? Or is it simply that whoever has the numbers, and because the government-led alliance has the numbers, you win the election?
This will be very unfair to the high office of president to look at things in this way. The President of India, of course, is bound by the advice of the Council of Ministers, but the President of India has very well-defined powers under the Constitution. And our Constitution is based on the principle of checks and balances. And the President of India is one such check on the executive. And it is within his powers to tell the executive where the executive is wrong.
No, is it a check, or would it lead to a confrontation?
No,
if you were President of India tomorrow, Mr. Modi as Prime Minister, someone whose style of functioning you don't approve of, would it only lead to confrontation?
No, it will not lead to confrontation for the simple reason that the President will advise the Prime Minister about how he should function, and the Prime Minister is bound to listen to that advice. Equally, I mean, just as the President is bound by the advice of the Council of Ministers, the Prime Minister should respect the advice of the Prime Minister or the President.
You know, in a way, Yashwant Sinha ji, 14 opposition parties have come together. But clearly, as I said at the very outset, the opposition itself seems divided. And there are those who today believe that increasingly we are becoming a country where the BJP is the dominant party of the day. Do you agree with that we are increasingly moving towards a dominant party democracy?
It is a very dangerous thing if this country were to move to a dominant party democracy. You know,
if that's what the voters want, who are you and I to disagree with?
No, we can always tell the voters what is right for the country and what's not right, isn't it? I mean, that's where the contest is. It's not merely the contest for who puts the vote where.
So, but in a presidential election, the MPs and MLAs don't go by what voters or citizens want. They go by their party affiliations.
They go by their party affiliations, but it's still a secret ballot.
Are you asking for a conscience vote?
I am saying that if parties alone were to decide what the role of the party members will be, then why should there be a secret vote? Why should there be a vote at all? Then every party comes and says, you know, our numbers are for so-and-so, and therefore no election.
Let me ask you in conclusion, is there any possibility of you at all withdrawing your candidature between now and 18th if the numbers don't work in your favor, if Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Andhra do not choose to vote with you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if Orissa votes with my rival candidate, because she belongs to that state, I see no reason why Jharkhand, Bihar should not vote for me, because I belong there.
You are making a virtual appeal to Nitish Kumar to reconsider his stand.
I am making an appeal to the voters of these two states.
One final question. If there was your top priority, if you were to become president, or if you were to reach out to parties asking to be chosen as president, you're going on a nationwide tour, what is that one priority that you would have as President of India?
I would tell them that this is the role and responsibility of the President of India. Please elect somebody who will live up to that role and that responsibility, and don't elect somebody who will become the rubber stamp of the Prime Minister. Then there is no checks and balances.
You are saying Draupadi Murmu would be a rubber stamp president?
I am not saying that. I am merely saying that anyone who goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan and behaves like a rubber stamp will not be serving the Constitution of India.
On that note, Yashwant Sinha ji, we wish you well as you battle for the President's post. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you. Yashwant Sinha, our newsmaker of the day. Let's take a break on this point. On the other side, we'll bring you the good news today's story. It comes from Kerala, where 5 youngsters are cycling for a cause. We'll tell you more. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Welcome back. Let's end tonight with our Good News Today story, where a group of youngsters have taken up the task of raising 18 crore rupees, a humongous task, by cycling from Kutiadi to Trivandrum for Mohammad Ivan, who is suffering from a life-threatening disease. Their battle is our Good News Today story.
These 5 youngsters are cycling for a noble cause. They are collecting funds for a toddler in Kerala's Kozhikode. For Mohammad Ivan, who is suffering from a life-threatening spinal muscular atrophy. Treatment that costs around 18 crore rupees is needed to save the life of the child from the genetic disorder. And time is running out. The money has to be collected within 2 months if the boy is to be saved. These youth from Kutiadi have embarked on their cycles to state capital Thiruvananthapuram, a distance of roughly 450 kilometers, to raise money for Ivan.
We've only achieved 10 to 20% of the goal, and we're left with limited time. With the hope, we all can do it.
The efforts of these cyclists have inspired locals to raise funds in different ways.
The people around this town has gathered from the hearing of the advice from the doctors to collect 18 crore rupees from people around Kerala and above, especially from Gulf countries also.
It's a big challenge that these youth have taken up on themselves, as the money required is huge. But they're not giving up hope. After all, a life is there to save. Bureau Report, India Today.
Nice story. Our image of the day comes from Germany, where US President Joe Biden walked up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the G7 summit in Munich, tapped him on his back, greeted him. Both leaders exchanged pleasantries, warmly shook hands. The images have gone viral on the social media. That's our image tonight of the leaders of the world gathering together. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night. Shubhratri. Jai Hind.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
3 days after Supreme Court upheld a clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case, the Congress says it's deeply disappointed with the Supreme Court verdict. The question remains, is the aim justice for victims of the Gujarat riots or the political targeting of an individual? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by, if it's important, Blue Dot it.
Protests in the national capital over activist Teesta Setalvad's arrest. Congress leaders joined the protests. The Congress expresses disappointment with the Supreme Court verdict upholding a clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
तीस्ता सीतलवाड़ जी और श्री कुमार जी और दूसरे उनके साथियों को पुलिस ने जिस प्रकार से गिरफ्तार किया है, ये हमारे देश के लोकतंत्र पे एक हमला है, हमारे देश की लोगों की आजादी के ऊपर हमला है। कोई अगर गलत बात हो रही है उसको लेकर के न्यायालय का दरवाजा खटखटा नहीं सकते, तो फिर संविधान का क्या मतलब है?
Activists demand Setalvad's release. Justice for victims or targeting Modi? That's our top focus on India First. On the one hand, the BJP is saying Satyamev Jayate when it comes to the verdict that upholds the clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Congress says it is deeply disappointed with this verdict. Now, speaking to India Today after the verdict, former Union Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad hoped that politics on this issue would finally come to an end. But that clearly doesn't seem to be happening. The question is, justice first or politics first? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We debate. But as always, let's get started with the headlines on India. To step down or not to step down. Pressure mounts on Uddhav Thackeray to take a call after Supreme Court gives a breather to Rebel Sena MLAs, puts disqualification on hold till the 11th of July. Amidst the Maharashtra Sena tussle, Enforcement Directorate piles up heat on Uddhav Thackeray's chief troubleshooter, Sena MP Sanjay Raut, summoned by the Enforcement Directorate over a 1,034 crore rupee alleged land scam. After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha files his nomination for the post of president, flanked by top opposition faces, but numbers likely stacked against him. US President Joe Biden walks up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to shake his hand at the G7 summit in Germany. The Prime Minister also meets Emmanuel Macron and Justin Trudeau. Jasprit Bumrah likely to lead India in the test against England. Chances of Rohit Sharma playing very slim. The Congress party has said it's deeply disappointed with the clean chit given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. This is not just a clean chit given to him, it's a clean chit that has been upheld. What happened to Ehsan Jafri is a fundamental lapse of the state government, said Jairam Ramesh. The Congress today said it wasn't just deeply disappointed with the Supreme Court verdict that upheld the clean chit to then Chief Minister and current Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Supreme Court found Zakia Jafri's plea to probe a wider conspiracy angle without merit. The BJP says the entire conspiracy to malign the then Chief Minister and current Prime Minister Narendra Modi for close to 2 decades has collapsed. Is that the reason for the Congress party's disappointment? Our political bureau brings you a top story.
खुद कोर्ट और पुलिस दोनों ने कातिलों को रिप्लेस कर दिया.
Protest at Jantar Mantar in the national capital against the arrest of activist Teesta Setalwad, accused of embezzlement of funds in the Gujarat riots case. Top Congress party leaders at the protest hit out at the government for the arrest.
कांग्रेस पार्टी इस लड़ाई के अंदर पूरी तरीके से उन सभी ताकतों के साथ में है जो तीस्ता सीतलवार जी के साथ में खड़े हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी इस दमनकारी नीति के विरोध के अंदर श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी के नेतृत्व में हम सब लोग मिलकर के कांग्रेस पार्टी साथ में खड़ी है. जो लोग भी तीस्ता सीतलवार के साथ खड़े हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ इस लड़ाई में साथ में खड़ी है.
The Congress has also expressed its deep disappointment at the Supreme Court verdict upholding the clean chit to then Chief Minister and the present Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. Jairam Ramesh, Party General Secretary, asked if the responsibility of the violence was only with the Collector and the Deputy Commissioner of Police and not the political executive. What is the constitutional and moral responsibility of the Chief Minister and the state government in cases of large-scale communal riots? Asked Jairam Ramesh. The Congress went on to ask, why was then Prime Minister Vajpayee so affected by his lack of action that he had to publicly remind him to do his duty and follow the Raj Dharma? The Congress also asked why Supreme Court called out the conduct of the state government as that of modern-day Nero. The Supreme Court in its Friday verdict said, there is no evidence to support Zakia Jafri's plea. No tangible material to support the plea. No evidence that the riots were pre-planned. Disgruntled officers need to be in the dock. Devious strategy to keep pot boiling. The BJP has claimed that justice has finally been served and insisted that Zakia Jafri was wrongly tutored by vested interests, compromising some corrupt officials and NGOs targeting one individual.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो यहां तक भी गई ये कहने में कि तीस्ता सेतलवाद के एंटीसीडेंट्स को देखना होगा. जो व्यक्ति अपने आप को ह्यूमन राइट्स का एक्टिविस्ट कहता है, वो किस प्रकार से एक विद्वेषपूर्ण भावना के तहत इस पूरे मामले को परसिक्यूट कर रहा था और जाकिया जाफरी जैसी पेटिशनर का इमोशनल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन अर्थात शोषण भी कर रहा था.
Despite the Supreme Court verdict upholding the clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, politics around the subject is clearly far from over. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what is the reason for the Congress party's deep disappointment? Is the aim justice for the victims of Gujarat riots or political targeting of Narendra Modi? Let's find out. Joining me on India First, Sanju Verma, spokesperson of the BJP. Sanjay Jha is a political analyst, former spokesperson of the Congress party. Advocate Ashutosh Srivastav joins us for a legal perspective on the story. Sanju Verma, the Congress party says it's deeply disappointed with the Supreme Court verdict, asking, is the political executive not responsible? And does the responsibility lie only with the senior superintendent of police or at the level of the district collector?
You know, Gaurav, let us be very clear. The Congress can, shout from every available rooftop. Jairam Ramesh and Ajay Makan can continue to wax eloquent at Jantar Mantar. The historic landmark judgment of June 24, 2002 by the Supreme Court should not be forgotten by anybody, least of all the Congress, the left parties and their ecosystem. Because don't forget that if there is one venerable institution in this country whose bona fides cannot be undermined, whose integrity cannot be questioned, it is the Supreme Court. And without being very verbose, I just want to say a couple of quick things, Gaurav, which you have already, been talking about during the course of the last few days. The Supreme Court clearly said there was no criminal conspiracy by Narendra Modi, point number one. Point number two, the Supreme Court said that the inaction by a few officials does not mean larger conspiracy. Point number three, the Supreme Court clearly said that the violence was not pre-planned. So this whole narrative that, there was a pogrom and ethnic cleansing in 2002 of Muslims, that narrative stands completely dismantled.
Okay.
Point number four, and the most important point is this, that the Supreme Court categorically not only upheld the indefatigable work done by the SIT despite challenging circumstances. Indefatigable, quote unquote, is the word used by Supreme Court. It actually came down heavily on the likes of Teesta Setalwad by saying, I quote again, Teesta Setalwad's antecedents need to be reckoned with, clearly motivated by her ulterior designs. She was found guilty of emotionally exploiting the sentiments of the appellant, Zakia Ehsan Jafri, in these circumstances.
So let's take this one by one. Ma'am, you've made a series of points. Your opening comment unchallenged. Let me bring Sanjay Jha to respond to this. Sanjay Jha, the BJP accuses the Congress of trying to exploit riots for its political gains. What's the aim, sir? Justice for victims or targeting Narendra Modi?
Oh, very quick response, Gaurav. Thank you very much. And I'm glad you're doing this program because this is relevant for the entire country to watch and know some of the home truths because they're important. They're relevant because we are still a democracy somewhere. I hope so. Number one, I'm glad we are quoting the Supreme Court because I'm going to quote the Supreme Court as well. Obviously, not the same judges. They were delivered. This verdict or this statement was made a little earlier. But the Supreme Court said that in the Gujarat riots of 2002, it was a situation like a modern day Nero. That's what the Gujarat government was. And you know what a modern day Nero means? Nero fiddled while Rome burned. It is a very serious accusation. And the Supreme Court was clearly insinuating towards we know whom. Number two, it's the same Supreme Court which removed those sensitive cases of Gujarat riots from Gujarat and transferred it to Maharashtra and other states. You know why? Because they did not trust the state administration of Mr. Modi because they believed that the witnesses would be intimidated or justice would not be given. What is that a manifestation of? Number three, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the icon of the BJP, and I'll tell you what he said on record. This is from his biography. He was flying to Singapore and he tells his colleagues like Mr. Arun Shuri मैं किस मुंह से वहां जा रहा हूं? Why am I being taken there? How can I even face them because my face has been blackened? This is even worse than the statement he made about Raj Dharma. And point number 4, we can debate this even longer. I remember a very famous cabinet minister in Mr. Modi's cabinet today. I in fact remember asking her this on a TV show to Smriti Irani ji, that you threatened to go on a fast unto death if Mr. Modi did not resign, taking responsibility for the 2002 riots. Can you imagine that? Can we just turn a blind eye to all this?
Okay.
And let me
Sir, 4 points made by Sanju Verma, 4 points made by you. I did not interrupt either. Ma'am, I'll just come to you in a second to respond to this, but let me bring in Advocate Ashutosh Srivastav. Advocate Srivastav, you have Sanju Verma quoting one verdict. You have Sanjay Jha talking about an earlier verdict. Now, as far as the citizens of this country are concerned, who do we believe, the current verdict or the earlier verdict?
See, when somebody is believing certain findings which were made by the Supreme Court or any other court previously, so obviously the same Supreme Court is to be believed now also when the Supreme Court has gone through the details of the case and has already scrutinized all the documents on record, witnesses' statements and everything on record. And thereafter, when the Supreme Court reached to a conclusion, I think that should be respected. That should be, taken into whatever the Supreme Court has found out throughout its verdict and throughout the argument and the proceedings which would have taken place. Now, when you say that certain cases were transferred from one state to another, so this is the general process which has been ever followed in many of the cases. Like if we see Jayalalitha's matter, which was there in the, Chennai, that was transferred to Bangalore in Karnataka. So that we have already seen. Just
fair enough.
That, there should not be any interference.
So the case was transferred from Gujarat to another state. When these investigations were being carried out between 2004 and 2014, it was your government or the Congress government in power. For 10 years, investigations were carried out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi or then Chief Minister Narendra Modi was interrogated and questioned in a Supreme Court monitored probe. If he was culpable, action should have been taken and would have been taken. Respond to the BJP saying that all of this was done. He wasn't found guilty. He was given a clean chit. That clean chit has been upheld, and yet the Congress wants to keep the pot boiling, milk Gujarat cases politically even today, despite the latest Supreme Court upholding an earlier verdict giving him a clean chit, sir.
Gaurav, a very relevant and a pertinent question. Let me give you a very brief response, okay? The truth is that Gujarat 2002, like several other riots, Muzaffarnagar, 1984 riots, what happened after the Babri Masjid demolition is a black, dark stigma on India's social harmony track record. Point number 2, Maya Kodnani, who later on got acquitted, but was, don't forget, she was sentenced to 28 years.
Sir, once she's already been acquitted. Ma'am, I'll come to you in just a moment. I just want him to respond on merits. I want him to respond on merits because the Supreme Court has been through everything. The Supreme Court monitored SIT has been through everything.
Let me answer. Let me answer, Gaurav.
Ma'am, it's not a monologue. I've asked him a question. He will respond and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, there was a, let me answer. This is a very serious issue. There's a loss of human life. It doesn't matter which community they belong to. They were Indians. Let's not look at them as Hindus and Muslims. They were Indians. And there were 1,400 officially dead. I don't know how much is the unofficial number. You had a prime minister, now a prime minister, then a chief minister, who was talking about hum paanch, hamare 25. It was combustible hate speech.
So you will continue with all of that, sir. You will continue with all of that despite a Supreme Court verdict. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sanju Verma, Congress asked if there was no culpability. Why did the then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ask the Chief Minister, then Chief Minister, to follow Raj Dharma?
You know, Gaurav, I am not surprised I'm rather amused that after the top court in India has given its verdict unconditionally, unequivocally, with no ifs or buts whatsoever in the favor of Narendra Modi, the Congress party is back to doing what it does best, whining in TV studios. I will just correct Sanjay Raut, and I challenge him to correct me. He has been getting away with this particular statement on debate after debate, but Gaurav, on your show, I'm quoting an article of India Today dated September 2004. You know, Nero was fiddling while Rome was burning. This phrase was used by the Special Trial Court in 2004 in reference to the then first investigating officer K.K. Mysore-Wala, who was investigating the Naroda Patia massacre.
Kindly Google it, I'll show it to you.
Sir, one by one.
With reference to Narendra Modi. This was used by the Special Trial Court with reference to the first investigating officer of the Naroda Patia massacre, a man called K.K. Mysore-Wala. So Sanjay Raut, stop Googling and stop coming and quoting irrelevant references which are malafide.
Excuse me.
Stop quoting
You're caught.
malafide references.
I'm exposing your fake news.
Now, Gaurav, may I?
I'm busting the fake
Okay,
news.
one by one. Sanjay Raut, I did not let Sanju Verma interrupt you, and I would request you not to interrupt her. One by one. Sir, let her finish her point, then you make your point.
Sure.
So the main point is this. Nero was fiddling while Rome was burning was never used with reference to Narendra Modi. It was used with reference to K.K. Mysore-Wala, a police officer who was investigating the Naroda Patia massacre. So Congress spokespersons should read up and come do some basic homework. Gaurav, the most important point is
Give me a chance to respond, Gaurav.
The fact that Narendra Modi has been given a clean sheet does not come as a surprise. He was given a clean sheet by the trial court, by the Metropolitan Magistrate, by the Gujarat High Court, by the Supreme Court on two earlier occasions prior to even 24th June 2022. What you and me need to debate, that an entire ecosystem has been exposed of leftist media, leftist academia, the likes of Rana Ayub, who keep ranting
no names of individuals are not there to defend themselves. Madam, my only request to you is...
Let me make a final point.
Quick response,
quick 30
Gaurav.
seconds. Sir,
my final point.
Yes.
Gaurav, my final point. Gaurav, I just want to ask one thing. Today the Congress did, a protest march at Jantar Mantar supporting Teesta fatal war. Now, who are the people who've spoken out against Teesta? They are people who were once upon a time were close confidants. Rais Khan Pathan, Yasmin Bano's sister-in-law Zahira Sheikh, who clearly said that Teesta was tutoring her. Suddenly, from Zahira Sheikh's words being gospel truth, when she went against Teesta suddenly completely dismissed Zahira Sheikh as being a vicious liar. Then, let me tell you what Dr. J. Kanoria said.
Okay.
For years together, we heard that a lady called Kausar Banu, she was 8 months pregnant, her womb had been ripped apart.
Okay.
J. Kanoria, in a testimony to the Supreme Court via an affidavit in 2010, said the woman was not raped, the body was not mutilated, her womb was not ripped apart. So, Teesta's fatal word has been peddling.
Fair enough.
Gaurav, can I come in now?
Yes.
Please.
Sanjay Raut, please come in.
Sanjay Raut, who is a suspended leader,
Okay.
keeps swallowing all these
Gaurav, when you give me permission,
no personal attacks. No personal attacks on my guest, please. Ma'am, no personal attacks on my guest. Sanjay Raut is a respected guest on my show. Mr.
Yes,
Jha.
he's a suspended leader.
Okay, Mr.
He's a
Jha. Okay, ma'am, please hold.
suspended leader.
Mr. Jha, please respond. I don't want to see what other newspapers or magazines may have written, so I'd rather go by what for me, what you say is important and not what may appear in other places. But the fact remains, Mr. Jha, there was a whole lot of stuff that was said in those on those 20 years. The Supreme Court's been through everything, and they've said this is the truth, and the truth is Narendra Modi's clean sheet has been upheld. Uske baad bhi is mudde par rajniti kyun? You know that point about that woman's womb, the fetus being taken out, for year after year us par rajniti hoti rahi, whereas the report says that never happened.
Well, can I tell the viewers of your show, because your program is a big hit, they should just Google a gentleman by the name of Babu Bajrangi from the Bajrang Dal. And I will tell you something, you will not sleep for 6 months.
Sir, Supreme Court did not know about Babu Bajrangi. Supreme
Babu
Court did not
Bajrangi
know.
was convicted.
Supreme Court,
Babu
no, Supreme
Bajrangi
Court
was
did not know.
convicted like Maya Kodnani.
You know,
and
so-
I want to tell you this. The truth is that we should. Okay, I'm going to throw an open challenge, Gaurav, on your show. I'm throwing an open challenge. I want to tell you with responsibility on your show, Gaurav, that I
one by one. Ma'am, please let Mr. Jha. Ma'am,
Can I
my
speak
request is
without this,
please let Mr. Jha
lady
complete
interrupting?
his point, ma'am.
About you.
No.
Okay,
Okay, no personal attacks, only Mr. Jha. Ma'am, please let him complete his point. I have to go to Mr. Srivastava also.
The national spokesperson of the BJP. Narendra Modi has been vindicated. Serious.
Okay, point made, ma'am. Mr. Jha, please respond. sir.
Narendra Modi has been given a
just to cut
Only
the
Mr.
long
Jha.
story short,
Go on, sir.
just to cut the long story short, Gaurav, we should all be ashamed of both 1984, 2002, Muzaffarnagar, Delhi riots, everything. I want to apologize for what happened in 1984.
Sure,
on behalf of
sir,
the Congress
that
Party.
point taken.
I
I'm
want
on the
to challenge
simple
the
point
BJP.
of the
I want to
repeated
challenge
targeting
Sanjay Raut to
of
apologize for
Narendra Modi after
2008.
Supreme Court
Which you
upholds a clean
apologize for
sheet to him.
2002.
Okay.
Which you apologize for 2002. I apologize for 1984.
But
This
I
is what
think the
India-
Prime Minister's
this is what
response,
all of
the
us-
Prime Minister has responded to this. He said, why apologize if I'm guilty? Hang me. And the Supreme Court has upheld a clean sheet to him. तो ये
that's the
apology क्या करना अभी?
That's the
Sir,
question.
facts पे argue करते हैं ना sir. India first ना sir.
You are the chief minister of a state where 1,500 people are dead.
Sir, the
and you
official
have no
figure, you know,
moral
is different. But
responsibility.
let me take this to
You have no
Ashutosh
legal
Srivastava.
responsibility.
He's patiently been hearing both of you. Ashutosh Srivastava, the bench headed by Justice A.M. Khanwilkar, said that the material collected during the investigation does not give rise to strong or grave suspicion regarding the hatching of a larger criminal conspiracy at the highest level. Sir, does that address the issue decisively as an officer of the court, your appreciation of the verdict?
See, absolutely. See, when you are alleging any minister or the prime minister, there has to be some concrete evidence. There has to be something which should be very much, which can be understood, that can be felt, and there has to be some sort of clear evidences and witnesses to prove what you are stating in the court. Now, Supreme Court has not changed or altered the previous verdicts being given by the trial court or by the High Court. So it is the same kind of a verdict which has come out. Now, after all the opportunities which were given to the petitioner to prove her case, these all materials, whatever being discussed today in the debate, I'm sure this all things would have come in the eyes of the Supreme Court before deciding such a matter. And accordingly, the Supreme Court reached to a conclusion. See, when in 2012, when this government was also not in power, and that time too, the SIT, the investigating agency, had given a clear chit to Mr. Modi that nothing was found out against him during the course of investigation. And accordingly, the court was inclined to acquit him from all such charges.
I have the last 30 seconds on the broadcast. Sanjay Jha, you know, Mr. Srivastava makes a valid point. It was the Congress government in power when investigations were carried out. It was the Congress government in power when the clean chit was given to Narendra Modi. He was a chief minister, and the BJP was in opposition. The Supreme Court has clearly said the material collected does not give rise to suspicion regarding the hatching of a larger conspiracy. So the same thing being repeated again and again by Congress. Is this being done to keep the issue alive politically, to use it as, you know, to reach out to the Muslim vote bank?
Gaurav, let me tell you that the Gujarat 2002 riots, or what I believe is a state-sponsored genocide, is a mammoth shame for us as a country. I just want to make one statement.
Sir, you're saying what you believe versus what the Supreme Court of India concludes after due deliberation. I'm sorry I've run out of time on this part of the show. We will track this story very, very closely. It is a heated issue. I'll come back to this in the days and weeks ahead. But up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya and Udayan Mukherjee. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Sidhu Moosewala murder case gets a new twist as a Pakistan link has emerged. According to sources, the weapons used to the brutal killing of the singer were sourced from Pakistan. It's also being speculated that the arms and ammunition could have come from across the border via drones. The special cell of Delhi police had arrested two of the main sharpshooters who killed singer Sidhu Moosewala, Priyavrat alias Fauji and Kashish alias Kuldeep. In the preliminary interrogation of the accused Priyavrat, it was revealed that he got the consignment of weapons from Pakistan. Notably, Pakistan's ISI has been time and again found responsible in supplying drugs, arms and ammunition to Punjab-based criminals and gangsters. Terrorists and gangsters are currently using AN-94, assault rifle, C-30 pistol, Beretta pistol, Glock 17 and rocket-propelled grenade weapons. Reportedly, the Delhi police have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition from the sharpshooters. Apart from grenades, the police also found 9 electric detonators, 1 assault rifle along with 20 rounds, 3 sophisticated star pistols and part of AK series assault rifle. Priyavrat alias Fauji and Kashish alias Kuldeep were arrested from Gujarat's Mundra. Priyavrat Fauji is a Haryana-based gangster. He was a member of the Ramkaran gang and worked as a sharpshooter. He led the team of shooters and was in direct contact with gangster Guldi Brar on the day of Moosewala's death. Fauji was previously involved in 2 murder cases and faced arrest in 2015. On May 29th, Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead by unidentified assailants in Punjab's Mansa district.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Presented by eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top business stories. Third straight day of gains on Dalal Street. Sensex up 433 points, led by IT, oil and gas, metals. Nifty above 15,800. Zomato plunges 6% after board approves acquisition of Blinkit Commerce. Food delivery platform set to acquire grocery startup Blinkit for 4,447 crores in an all-stock deal. Bajaj Auto Board approves a buyback of up to 2,500 crore rupees at maximum price of 4,600 rupees per share via open market. Buyback price is a steep 20% premium to Monday's closing price of 3,855 rupees. M&M hits new all-time high on strong business outlook. Brokerages see up to 20% upside. Company also launches new Mahindra Scorpio in 2022. In an exclusive conversation with Business Today TV, Maruti Suzuki chairman R.C. Bhargava objects to Bharat NCAP draft norms notified by the Road Transport Ministry. Says car buyers should have the choice to choose their own technology level. Benchmarks extended gains for the third day in a row, aided by broad-based gains in IT, metal and capital goods stocks. Sensex was up over 430 points, shutting at about 53,161. Nifty rallying over 130 points, but failing to hold on to 15,900. IT companies and metals, some of the top gainers today. Broader markets mirroring the gain in those indices, with the Nifty mid-cap and small-cap headline gauges up about 1 to 2% each. ONGC, Coal India, L&T, HCL Tech, UPL, some of the top blue chip gainers in trade today. Coming up for you on your screen there. Nice 3% jump up in ONGC, Coal India. On the other hand, Apollo Hospitals, Eicher Motors, HDFC Life, Kotak Bank and Britannia were some of the top laggards in trade. Our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee, joining us now for a take on the markets and all the latest. Udayan, what are you making of it? Last couple of sessions, we've seen some amount of stability. IT seems to be making a bit of a comeback as well. In fact, we've seen a pretty decent broad-based recovery so far, but it may be too early to tell.
Yes, Abha. I think this was on the cards because I think this fundamental starting point of this pullback that we've seen from around 15,300 to 15,900 is that there was just too much consensus pessimism on the market. You asked anybody last week, what's the market going to do? And there was almost a chorus of 14,000 Nifty which had built up. When there is so much consensus bearishness and almost a unanimity of view that the market's going to 14,000 next, the market is always likely to surprise and jerk you on the other side. And that's exactly what has happened. So I think a large part of the genesis of this pullback, of course, it helps that global markets have stabilized over the last few days, and there has been a pullback in the US market, and there has been a cooling down of the VIX in the US, the volatility index there. But that's also helped this rally. But I think there was just too much bearishness out here in India, which is not to say that that view should be dismissed and the market cannot go to those levels. But it was setting up the base for this kind of a pullback rally. What has also added to it, I suppose, is the fact that crude has had a 10% plus kind of a correction, which always helps sentiment in India. Monsoons have picked up a bit. Some of the recent economic data which has come in, the factory data, etc., has also been quite encouraging. So I think it's a mix of a few things fundamental, which is the economic data, the price of crude, etc. But I think a great part of that is because of the bearishness which had picked up, which had really peaked last week, for which this market had to give a snap pullback. And of course, the fact that global markets have also been supportive.
Okay. So are we still, however, tracking any signs of an impending recession there, or do you say that those fears or clouds have receded for the moment?
Which of us can say whether there will be a recession in the West or not? I mean, this is all conjecture. I mean, I'm no great global economist. Economists will make forecasts. We'll find out later whether it came down to a recession or not. I think it's safe to assume that economic conditions will remain quite sticky in the Western world for quite a few months from here on. How bad it gets, we'll see from here. Whether there are still risks in India of a further downside in the market, I think that risk is still open. But it's an evolving situation. At this point in time, one should not get too ahead of oneself about making predictions. I think it's an evolving bear market. Don't get too excited about the rallies. Don't get too despondent when the market slips off. This too will pass. Whether it takes 6 months or 9 months or 12 months, we shall see. It's best to think about how one's portfolio needs to be tailored and how much cash one should be deploying on the declines. Those are more useful things to ponder over rather than thinking about great things like global recessions and whether they'll come about or not. Neelkant, it's great to have you on the show today. You are no stranger to bear markets. Having seen so many over the decades, how bad do you think is this one going to get? I mean, by when do you think we'll start talking about the end of this one?
Well, as always, absolutely a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for having me on the show. We have seen the PE correction. As you know, the markets are driven by price to earnings and earnings. If you divide the market performance into how much have forward earnings changed and how much have price to earnings change. So I think the price to earnings change in this cycle is more or less done. We could see another decline, and that's something I'll comment on briefly later. But I think the risk now, and I'm talking here at an APAC level, at a global level, is now the earnings changes, right? So as the global growth expectations now are steadily revised down, so everyone expects a growth downgrade. How severe that is as yet unknown. But the next leg for markets globally in Asia Pacific, and therefore by linkage to India, will be how much do we see the earnings fall by. And there I think the prospects don't look that good, in particular in sectors like IT and materials. Now, having said that, if you remember the 2000-2001 recession or the market downturn started off as a deflation of a dot-com bubble. But then 9/11 happened and we saw further downside of the market. Similarly, in 2007-8, it was supposed to be the US real estate market correcting, but then Lehman went under and we saw a much bigger problem. So if it remains just a wind down of the fiscal and monetary stimulus, which turned out to be excessive in the US, and adjustment to the higher costs of energy because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, then it should be fairly orderly. And in my sense, in my understanding, I think 6 to 9 months should suffice to get the adjustment going. But if this weakness in the economy exposes other problem areas in the global economy, then we could be in here for a longer time.
The feeling in the market from people one talks to, Neelkant, though, is that this is a global problem. India is actually not in a bad place. Our macros are fine and we should actually get off fairly light compared to the rest of the world. Do you agree with that hypothesis? And can you recount or recall instances in the past where the world or the Western world, the US and Europe, have been in a bear market, but India has been in a bull market?
Yes, I think that can happen, though the probability of that happening at this stage would be low. To give you perspective, see, if you think about the Indian market here and the global market here, and this is the price to earnings premium, and think about an elastic band between the two, right? It is possible that, if we started here and the global market is falling off and this elastic is getting stretched, India can hold up, right? But beyond a point, it is very hard for the elastic band to stretch a lot, in the sense that our equity markets are totally open, in the sense that investors can come in and go out. Our capital account is totally open on that front. And therefore, global equity markets in many ways are deeply interconnected. What we also have to remember is that India is not yet an asset class, in the sense that a very large part of the equity capital that comes into our markets is through the emerging markets and Asia Pacific indices. So people invest in emerging markets. If the emerging markets asset class is not doing that well, then we will have problems as well. If the Asia Pacific markets are going to see a very significant impact of the downside risk on global goods demand, then I think the Indian markets will get affected as well. So I do think that we have to be wary of that. And remember that despite the decline that we have seen in our market so far, on a rolling 12 months basis, in dollar terms, we have outperformed the world by more than 20% in the last 12 months. So a lot of the resilience of the Indian economy and the fact that we didn't benefit that much from the global goods demand surge created by the US stimulus is something that I think the market may already be pricing in. So if more downside, if earnings downgrades in Asia, if second order risks in Asia pull down Asian markets more, then I think there is a risk that we get downgraded even more. We also see some downside risk. Having said that, because of the resilience of the Indian economy to what I think is going to be a problem for the world economy in the next 12 months, the forward earnings risk. So basically, if you assume that we did nothing for the next 6 months or 9 months, right? So to till end of FY23, the Nifty stayed at 15,500 or 16,000. On FY24 EPS, which will be the 1 year forward in March 23, we would be trading at sub 16 times forward earnings, and which is, I think, a fairly reasonable multiple to have, given that it was the low end of the range seen between 2015 and 2019. So some amount of time correction should get us to a place where the earnings growth after that will drive upside to our market. I think right now our PE premiums to the world and to emerging markets are still very high. So if global markets come under stress, I think our markets won't be immune.
Neelkant, what do you think we'll see when it comes to the demand, this whole dynamic play out and its resulting impact on the financial landscape? We're watching out next policy now. It's still a while away. In the middle, in the next 2-3 months, we may or may not see further surprises from the Fed. So we're not quite sure what to expect. But if we assume further tightening, how do you see this reflecting when it comes to the financials and whether or not they're likely to see the benefit of a changing rate scenario, or whether we'll still see certain challenges?
Right. So, see, the first thing is that if you're tracking nominal GDP, right? So when you're setting a monetary policy, looking at sufficiency of money, you need to look at nominal GDP. The nominal GDP in FY23 is most likely going to be within 3-4% of the pre-pandemic path. I'm not talking pre-pandemic level, I'm talking pre-pandemic path. So some normalization of monetary policy is something that was inevitable. If the economy is doing well, there's no reason for the MPC to say super accommodative. And therefore, 5.15, let's take another 25 basis points on that, because remember that before we went into COVID, the economy was actually decelerating. 5.4, 5.5 type of policy rate is just a reflection of the fact that the economy is now starting to normalize, right? What happens beyond that? Do we go to 6, 6.5? And my sense is that the global demand situation is weakening so rapidly, and especially in sectors like tech, where I think the new order flow is starting to look very weak, and order cancellations are starting. And so as that slows down the other economies, remember that the increase in exports from CY19 to CY21 in many of the Asian economies was 4 to 14% of their GDP. So the spillover of goods demand from the US and the excessive inventory building that the whole supply chain was doing is something that had boosted GDP a lot. And as those things start to correct, I think the necessity to keep raising rates may not be felt by the time we are in, say, October or December. Now, having said that, so what does this mean for financials? And I think that just the normalization, remember that credit growth is now at 13%. If back in July, August last year, when we started saying that it would reach these levels, people were wondering how can it do that, right? Because how will the GDP growth be sufficient? And our point was that as the GDP starts to normalize or come to the pre-pandemic path, I think the necessity of building inventory, so working capital is a very big source of credit demand. And just normalization of inventory levels in the economy will, I think, create credit demand. And that should be good for banks, for financial sector in general. And remember that the biggest fear in a down cycle is always for credit quality, right? So the PPOP, the pre-provision operating profits for the financial system is reasonably steady in India. Right? It could move between 10 to 15%. But the big volatility comes from the non-performing assets. And so far, the trading template that is being used by investors is still that if there is a growth downgrade, let me sort of be cautious on the banks. And we think that given that we are just coming out, we were starting to come out of it in 2019-20, but then we had COVID. So the banks are really well capitalized. I think the risk of significant credit quality issues emerging in India, at least, is quite low, and financials continues to be an overweight position for us.
All right, Neelkanth, thank you so much for joining us, taking out the time to share your views on all the latest developments from Uddhav and myself. Great having you with us. And you can catch the full interview on businesstoday.in as well as our YouTube channel. That's our exclusive with Neelkanth Mishra. We take a very quick break on that note. Back in just a moment.
Maharashtra's Urban Development Minister, Eknath Shinde, is Shiv Sena and Thane's strongman. When he turned 58 this year, Thane boasted that he was the future CM. Eknath Shinde was a rickshaw driver. In 1997, Eknath was elected to the Thane Municipal Corporation. He became Sena's leader in 2001. He was a protege of late Shiv Sena leader Anand Dige. After the death of Dige, Eknath filled his shoes. Eknath has been elected consecutively for 4 terms in Maharashtra's Legislative Assembly. Shiv Sena was dependent on Shinde. It in fact increased when Uddhav Thackeray's nephew, Raj Thackeray, quit the party to start MNS in 2000.
Welcome back. Investors visibly unhappy with Zomato acquiring instant grocery delivery firm Blinkit. Shares of food delivery service tumbled over 6% in trade today. Price evaluations forked out to buy the loss-making quick commerce company are, of course, a cause for concern. But brokerages across the board seem bullish on Zomato. My colleague Sakshi Batra joining us with more on that. Sakshi, what are brokerages saying?
Well, that's right. Shares of Zomato fell over 6% intraday today after the acquisition announcement, reversing the early morning gains. So what really spooked the investors today? Well, analysts that we spoke to believe that there are many reasons for this. First of all, they believe the acquisition is at an aggressive valuation. Next, they believe that Blinkit is also a loss-making firm, which may only add on to more pressure on the financials of Zomato for the already cash-burning and loss-making business that Zomato has, and may further delay the operating profitability for Zomato going forward. Experts also believe that the grocery delivery business is a very competitive business and is unlikely to make money in the next 3 to 4 years, and therefore the decline that we have seen. Now, when we asked our analysts and experts as to how much downside do they really see for Zomato from here on, from the current levels, experts believe that there is limited downside from here, as the stock is already down over 60% from its record high of 169 rupees seen back in November 2021. They believe the stock may not really breach its previous low of 50 rupees, but in the absence of earnings visibility, it may test anywhere between 55 to 60 levels. However, top global brokerage houses are still positive on this deal with Zomato and Blinkit. They believe Blinkit can actually help Zomato also, increase its TAM, make the business more defensible. They also believe the quick commerce space in the long run can actually help and complement the profit pool of Zomato, create synergies on the delivery costs as well. And therefore, these top global brokerage houses have a long-term target that's ranging anywhere between 80 rupees to 115 rupees on Zomato in the long run.
All right, thanks for that, Sakshi. Bajaj Auto approving the buyback of shares worth up to 2,500 crore rupees and 1.88% equity. The two-wheeler major intends to buy back 54.35 lakh shares via the open market. That's at 4,600 rupees per share. Now, this is after more than 2 decades that the company has announced plans to buy back shares. Street seemed unhappy with that decision. Share buybacks, according to analysts, typically improve earnings per share of a company and return surplus cash to shareholders, while also supporting the stock price during sluggish market conditions. In a big push to dominate the Indian SUV market, Mahindra & Mahindra launched a spruced-up version of the Scorpio. Christian, the Scorpio N, the all-new SUV, is positioned above the existing Scorpio, which will continue selling in the market. Available in both petrol and diesel variants, the Scorpio N has 5 trim levels and will be available in 6- and 7-seater versions. With the introduction of Scorpio N and the recent launch of the XUV 700, Mahindra hopes to regain the crown of SUV king from Tata Motors, which captured the market with SUVs like Nexon, Punch and the Harrier. You will, however, have to wait a few months for the new car. Bookings open on 30th of July and deliveries will start in festive season. One of the biggest news over this weekend in the auto world was the approval of the draft notification of Bharat New Car Assessment Program, or the Bharat NCAP. What this is a new safety standard for cars which can carry 8 passengers. Each car will have to now be fitted with 6 airbags, a move being opposed by small car manufacturers like Maruti, who feel that the added measures will drive up costs considerably. In an exclusive interaction with Business Today TV, the company's chairman R.C. Bhargav said consumers should instead be given a choice on the matter.
What's your own reaction on this NCAP, and what does it mean for the Indian consumer and automakers like you?
You know, I'm all for road safety. But road safety must be looked at for all users of the road. Road safety is not only meant for people who can afford European cost cars. We have in India something like 230 to 250 million users of two-wheelers. Nobody in the world uses, well, maybe some people in Taiwan, uses two-wheelers to such a large extent as a means of personal transport. 2/3 of the petrol which is consumed in India is used by two-wheelers. So that will tell you the extent of use of two-wheelers. Now, there is no safety regulation of any kind for two-wheelers. If you look at the road accident deaths, about 30% of the deaths happen from two-wheeler owners. Nobody bothers about them. When we come to cars, even going to Euro 4, from Euro 4 to Euro 6, has what I mentioned just now, 28% decline. NCAP, Global NCAP, is an organization which is largely financially supported by makers of airbags. And the move to have airbags in the cars comes out of this NPAC and safer cars. Sure, cars should have safer cars, but give the customer an option. There are many cars today which are with 6 airbags and meet all the NCAP standards. If the customer really wants the safest of cars and can afford to pay for it, by all means he should get it. But if a customer has a choice of not having a car and buying a two-wheeler, or buying a car which doesn't have NCAP standards that meet the government standards, should he not have an option to buy that car, or should he go back to a two-wheeler which is much less safe?
Are you saying, therefore, that 6 airbags should not be mandatory?
I'm saying that NCAP should not be mandatory. I'm saying that India is a different market from Europe. We cannot follow the European standards of safety in all the vehicles in India because we can't apply that to two-wheelers. And are we going to leave those people out of the safety thing and only apply safety standards for the more rich people? Surely we should look at what should be done to provide better transport for the people who use two-wheelers.
So why is this being done, sir? Why is this being done?
Because it's the global, what's happening in many countries today. Although even today, the global NCAP is not mandatory in anywhere in the country. It's an option which customers get to buy cars, and the manufacturer sees which cars the customer will buy at what standards. India, that option is not there.
And that's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
मेरा एक दोस्त है अजीम जो राज के बहुत क्लोज है, तो उसने मुझे बोला है उनकी राज की एक बहुत अच्छी स्क्रिप्ट है, तू थोड़ा सा बोल दे उसको कि तेरे को करना है, तो ऐसे करके उसको बोला नहीं।
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba. Only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Step down or not? Pressure builds on Uddhav Thackeray to take a call after the Supreme Court gives a breather to Rebel Sena MPs, puts the disqualification on hold till 11th July. Amid Mahasena tussle, Enforcement Directorate piles up heat on Uddhav's chief troubleshooter, Sena MP Sanjay Raut, summoned by the enforcement watchdog over a land scam. After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha files nomination for president's position, flanked by top netas from the opposition parties, but numbers are likely stacked against him. US President Joe Biden walks up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to shake hands with him at the G7 summit in Germany. PM also meets Emmanuel Macron and Justin Trudeau. In some sports news, Jasprit Bumrah likely to lead India in test against England. Chances of Rohit Sharma playing very slim. Big news coming in from Maharashtra. Just close to midnight, the Bharatiya Janata Party sources say that the BJP will not be approaching the governor directly or demanding specifically for the floor test. This is big news because at this point it appeared that the Bharatiya Janata Party may just make the next big move, but it is likely that a member of any smaller party from Maharashtra may take that first step to approach the governor demanding a floor test, as the Mahavikas Aghadi government does not seem to have enough numbers anymore. There is also another option that the governor may take a suo motu cognizance of the situation and ask for a floor test in some time. Remember, the Bharatiya Janata Party appears confident that after the floor test, the current Mahavikas Aghadi government of NCP, Congress and the Shiv Sena will fall. According to our sources, very clearly telling India Today that the BJP will form the government in alliance with the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shiv Sena. So big news there coming in. At this point, the BJP not directly or will be not the first to go ahead and ask for a floor test from the governor. Let's quickly go across to my colleague Munish Pandey. He's in Mumbai, tracking all the latest. Munish, it could be very interesting. Many eyes were on the BJP, but BJP, despite the high number, may actually decide not to take the first step.
Yeah, well, Pooja, at this point of time, the official line of Bharatiya Janata Party in Maharashtra is that this is a wait-and-watch situation, and that is why they are monitoring the situation very closely, the political situation. Now, as far as our sources are concerned, what they are telling us that the BJP will not be approaching the governor directly for a floor test or to form the government. What the strategy is that a party, a smaller party from the current government may approach the governor saying that the current government doesn't have enough numbers and there should be a floor test, and after the floor test, BJP may approach the governor to form the government. It means that the first strategy would be to make sure that the MVA government falls, and then they will be having an alliance with the Shiv Sena, but this Shiv Sena will be different from the earlier Shiv Sena, that is the Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena camp. They will be having alliance with them. Apart from that, there is also an instruction given to all the BJP MLAs that they should stay nearby Mumbai and they should not leave the city because the floor test may happen any point of time. So this has become a very interesting development because in the backdrop of what happened before the Supreme Court, there is no direction or instruction from the Supreme Court that the governor cannot order.
Very interesting what you're telling us. So there are some other deliberations that are taking place, Munish, but it appears that as of now, there are some MLAs who've been categorically told that they should not be leaving Mumbai. And this is the BJP stating to its MLAs, because just in case there's a sudden development for the floor test, all of them need to be available. But the BJP, while confident of the collapse of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, in most likelihood will not be the first party to stake claim that the current government is in a minority. So this is clearly the Maharashtra's Mahayuddh that has now reached from the streets and from the political corridors to the Supreme Court. But the round one of this legal battle seems to have gone in favor of the Shinde Sena for now. The top court has extended the deadline for the disqualification, if at all that happens, of 16 rebel MLAs. Notices have been sent to the Deputy Speaker and the Uddhav Thackeray government. But what precisely does even a temporary relief mean for the Shinde camp, and what does it mean for Uddhav Thackerays section? Nalini Sharma and Anisha Mathur, our legal correspondents, decoding it. What happened in the court? Take a look.
The tussle between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena, which has put the Maharashtra government on the edge, has moved from the hotel rooms to the courtroom. The Supreme Court on Monday put the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice to 16 rebel Sena MLAs on hold.
Time to file our reply to the notice of the Deputy Speaker for our disqualification is extended till the 12th of July. Secondly, has directed and recorded the undertaking of the state government that all protection to life and liberty of these 39 MLAs, as also their family members, shall be extended by the state government.
The top court, hearing separate petitions filed by Eknath Shinde and 15 other rebels, issued notices to Uddhav Thackeray government and Deputy Speaker. The Supreme Court has given the rebels time till 5:30 p.m. on July 11th to reply to Deputy Speaker's disqualification notice. The Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to explain the notice sent to the 16 rebel MLAs. The Apex Court has given 5 days for the Uddhav faction to reply. The court said that the parties are free to approach the court if a floor test is demanded. It also ordered the state government to arrange security for the rebel MLAs and their families.
मौत आज आप टाल सकते हो, कभी ना कभी तो ये क्रिया प्रक्रिया होने वाली है ना। जो 12 MLAs है जिसके ऊपर ये तलवार लटकी है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, वो हटेगी नहीं, मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूँ।
It was almost like a war.
they were trying to disqualify us. Every way they tried it. But finally, we had a justice. And I think they should take a lesson from this. They should step down. It would become more graceful. And that is my request to them.
For now, the Shiv Sena rebels are immune from disqualification. But all eyes are set on their next strategy. With the next hearing scheduled for July 11th, Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are locked in a battle of nerves. Bureau Report, India Today.
There is an Uddhav Sena and there is a Shinde Sena, as this is being commonly referred to right now. This is a war that has spilled onto the streets as well. Remember, Shinde Sena supporters are even burning effigies of Sanjay Raut, who's the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, after he compared the rebels in Guwahati to dead bodies. Shinde Sena is alleging that they have been threatened by Sanjay Raut, while on the other side, Uddhav Thackeray has stripped all the rebel mantris of their portfolios and then reassigned them to the existing MLAs in the Shiv Sena and the government. Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena on the streets of Maharashtra. Street clashes, effigy burning, sloganeering and street marches. Supporters of Shinde and Uddhav came face to face in Maharashtra's Kolhapur. Unruly scenes were witnessed as both camps indulged in a brawl. Cops had to eventually intervene and detain the rival agitators. Shinde camp is in no mood to budge even on the streets. Sena's most vocal leader Sanjay Raut's effigy was burnt in rebel chief Eknath Shinde's stronghold, Thane. Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who led the protests, pledged an all-out fight to uphold Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy from Uddhav government in minority.
गावत का अंत कहां तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहां तक? गावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है.
Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is bleeding MLAs by the hour, ordered a crackdown on the rebels, stripping the rebel ministers of their portfolios, reallocating their posts among the remaining loyalists. Eknath Shinde's Urban Development Ministry has been handed over to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's Water Supply and Sanitation Department has been given over to Anil Parab. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya was handed over 3 additional ministries. The two rival Sena factions engaged in a serious fight over Balasaheb's legacy. Sanjay Raut targeted rebels and accused them of ditching the Sena and the Thackeray family for their political gains.
जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका जमीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें.
The fight for the Maha throne is far from over, with both the Sena camps not ready to budge. With Mausami Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today. So politics in Maharashtra is witnessing a churn. The top Shiv Sena leader and Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with an alleged land scam case. Sanjay Raut, however, remains confident and defiant. He's calling the Enforcement Directorate summons against him a conspiracy of the BJP and vendetta against him. But he's also declaring that he would rather be beheaded or put in jail than be told to go to Guwahati's rebel group.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
He has been the principal troubleshooter of the beleaguered Uddhav government, leading the fight from the front with a series of fiery counters.
जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए इनको तकलीफ देंगे.
And now Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut finds himself in Enforcement Directorate crosshairs. Summoned for grilling over his role in Patra Chawla land scam case. Amid the thick of Maharashtra power tussle, Raut was quick to dare the centre to arrest him, saying he is ready to be beheaded, but not bow.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज़ आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो, मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा. मैं यहाँ ही रहूँगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ. आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊँगा. लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊँगा ना. आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो. अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में. आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ, कब आना है, मैं जाऊँगा.
Sena too quickly rallied behind Sanjay Raut.
कोर्टाने दिलेल्या निर्णयावरती प्रतिक्रिया देण्याची मला वाटते मला गरज नाही. कारण कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षम आहे. या देशातील सुप्रीम कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षमपणे निर्णय घेते.
But legally it doesn't look good for the belligerent Sena MP. In April this year, ED attached his properties in the 1,034 crore land scam case. Sanjay Raut and wife Varsha Raut's Alibag plot and a flat in Mumbai's Dadar were among the properties attached. The probe agency claims that Raut's wife Varsha, family members and associates in an arm of construction major HDIL connived and sold state housing body plots and floor space to private developers. ED says the private developers illegally sold the flats to buyers and total proceeds of the crime amounts to nearly 1,034 crore. The Sena rebels and the BJP justified the penal action.
उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है, जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारे नेताओं की ओर करे. तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है. निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे. हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है.
It's not just Sanjay Raut who's facing ED heat. 3 senior Aghadi ministers, Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik and Anil Parab are facing scam heat and fire over underworld links. With Munish Pandey, Bureau Report, India Today.
Flood mayhem continues in Assam. More than 120 lives have been lost, including children. Significant damage to property recorded, and at this point, remember, it's a nightmare that is still ongoing for the people of Assam. Here's a ground report from the flood-ravaged state by my colleague, Shweta Singh. Take a look.
बेटा बीमार बेटा पालसी नुआरी से मने नाइते सोली केना केनले डांगी पेला एना के अवस्था होइसे न माने सोली माने उठी परि नुआरे बिसना त क्या.
An entire house submerged. Inside, a child waiting for medical help. The family is absolutely helpless. The mother is in tears. Unless the waters recede, a doctor's visit looks unlikely.
तो हमें देखकर इनकी आंखों में आंसू छलक आए थे, क्योंकि यही घर है. देखिए, अब तो पानी थोड़ा थोड़ा उतरना शुरू हुआ है, लेकिन इसी घर में इनकी लगभग 11-12 साल की बच्ची है जो बीमार है और यहाँ से बाहर नहीं निकाला जा सकता है आगे किसी इलाज के लिए, अस्पताल के लिए. सबके घर ऐसे डूब गए.
हमार घर द्वार सब पानी डूबसे ক্ষতি হয়েছে. ওখানে কিরকম করে চলমু, ঘর সর ভাঙছে, মানে চলতে পারি না পানির মধ্যে. তো আমরা রাস্তা উঠতে আছি, মানে চলবার মতন তো অবস্থা নাই.
अब पानी उतरेगा तब बच्ची मतलब डॉक्टर दवाई चल नहीं पाती है.
ডাক্তার দবাই ডাক্তার দেখার কথা বলতাম কি ওষুধ দিব না দেখে না
Not just in Moregaon, Assam's 28 districts are badly hit by the floods. 5 people have died in the last 24 hours. More than 120 lives claimed in total, including children. People are fleeing submerged houses to open grounds, only to find these flooded as well. As water rises around them, they are rushing to safer ground. The highway are covered in plastic sheets, and it is their home for now. Drinking water is the biggest challenge the survivors are facing today. Most of them are poor and vulnerable.
हम लोग तकलीफ यही हो गया, ग्वाली में पानी हो गया। आज 1 हफ्ता से यहाँ है और गोरू को तो दाना पानी जैसे जैसे चलाता है।
पानी आगे ले रहा?
हाँ 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 हाँ
कहाँ घरों में?
घर में पानी हम लोग को हो गया, बहुत पानी हो गया, घर डूब गया।
The afternoon sunshine brings respite, but as the sun goes down, their hope also diminishes. 564 relief camps and 116 relief distribution centers are functioning, providing ration by the government.
সরকারে দিছে রেশনের চাউল, ডাল, তেল, पानी सब देते हैं।
पीने का पानी सब?
हाँ सब देते हैं। चाल, दाल, सब, तेल को, चीनी, जीरा, सबको देता है। बिस्कुट सब देते हैं। सब देते हैं।
बिस्कुट
इतना पानी है, घर में इतना पानी है, आज आते जाते बहुत परेशान होते हैं।
मन करता है कभी कि कुछ ऐसा कोई कर दे कि कभी बाढ़ आए ही नहीं, पानी ही नहीं आए।
घर में है, ओसर बुट में किया।
The people of Assam are in grave danger and praying for the water to recede and their nightmare to end. In Moregaon with Shweta Singh, Bureau Report, India Today. The Congress said that it was deeply disappointed with the Supreme Court verdict on 2002 Gujarat riots, which upheld the clean chit to then Chief Minister and incumbent Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Supreme Court found Zakia Jafri's plea to probe a wider conspiracy angle without merit. Now, the BJP says that the entire conspiracy was to malign Prime Minister Narendra Modi for close to 2 decades, and that has now collapsed. Is that the reason for the Congress disappointment? Our political bureau reports.
खुद कोर्ट और पुलिस दोनों ने कातिलों को रिप्लेस कर दिया।
Protest at Jantar Mantar in the national capital against the arrest of activist Teesta Setalwad, accused of embezzlement of funds in the Gujarat riots case. Top Congress party leaders at the protest hit out at the government for the arrest.
कांग्रेस पार्टी इस लड़ाई के अंदर पूरी तरीके से उन सभी ताकतों के साथ में है जो तीस्ता सीतलवार जी के साथ में खड़े हैं, और कांग्रेस पार्टी इस दमनकारी नीति के विरोध के अंदर श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी के नेतृत्व में हम सब लोग मिलकर के कांग्रेस पार्टी साथ में खड़ी है। जो लोग भी तीस्ता सीतलवार के साथ खड़े हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ इस लड़ाई में साथ में खड़ी है।
The Congress has also expressed its deep disappointment at the Supreme Court verdict upholding the clean chit to then Chief Minister and the present Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. Jairam Ramesh, Party General Secretary, asked if the responsibility of the violence was only with the Collector and the Deputy Commissioner of Police, and not the political executive. What is the constitutional and moral responsibility of the Chief Minister and the state government in cases of large-scale communal riots? Asked Jairam Ramesh. The Congress went on to ask, why was then Prime Minister Vajpayee so affected by his lack of action that he had to publicly remind him to do his duty and follow the Raj Dharma? The Congress also asked why Supreme Court called out the conduct of the state government as that of modern-day Nero. The Supreme Court in its Friday verdict said, there is no evidence to support Zakia Jafri's plea, no tangible material to support the plea. No evidence that the riots were pre-planned. Disgruntled officers need to be in the dock. Devious strategy to keep pot boiling. The BJP has claimed that justice has finally been served and insisted that Zakia Jafri was wrongly tutored by vested interests, compromising some corrupt officials and NGOs targeting one individual.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो यहां तक भी गई ये कहने में कि तीस्ता सेतलवाद के एंटीसीडेंट्स को देखना होगा। जो व्यक्ति अपने आप को ह्यूमन राइट्स का एक्टिविस्ट कहता है वो किस प्रकार से एक विद्वेषपूर्ण भावना के तहत इस पूरे मामले को परसिक्यूट कर रहा था और जाकिया जाफरी जैसी पेटिशनर का इमोशनल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन अर्थात शोषण भी कर रहा था।
Despite the Supreme Court verdict upholding the clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, politics around the subject is clearly far from over. Bureau Report, India Today.
Kaun banega Rashtrapati? India will get its new president by the 24th of July. Today, the opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha filed his nomination. He was accompanied by Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, and TRS's K.T. Rama Rao. Take a look at what exactly happened and all the opposition netas together supporting Yashwant Sinha.
The race to Raisina in top gear. After NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu, who filed her nomination flanked by Prime Minister Modi and NDA stalwarts, her opponent and choice of majority of opposition parties, veteran politician Yashwant Sinha, filed his papers. Just like NDA, it was a show of strength at Parliament House by opposition heavyweights. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, RLD Chief Jayant Chaudhary, Senior Congress Leader Mallikarjun Kharge, TRS Working President and Minister K.T. Rama Rao flanked the former Union Minister as he filed the papers. While the numbers favour NDA, the UPA is confident.
The real fight is between two ideologies. One ideology of RSS, anger, hatred, and the other of compassion of all the opposition parties which are standing together.
राष्ट्रपति महामहिम हमारे देश के संविधान के संरक्षक हैं। हमारे हिसाब से आज संविधान के ऊपर बहुत घोर हमला हो रहा है। उसका संरक्षण करने के लिए कौन होगा? और इसके लिए अपील है कि संविधान बचाना है तो अपने यशवंत जी को वोट डालिए।
कांग्रेस, टीएमसी, सीपीआई, सीपीआईएम, शिव सेना, समाजवादी पार्टी, डीएमके, एनसीपी, आरजेडी, आरएलडी, National Conference, PDP, AIUDF and AIMM, a total of 14 parties, are backing Sinha. But Saffron Party is confident of the win as numbers are in their favour, especially after backing from BJD and YSRCP.
रिजल्ट तो हो गया, मोर देन 80% वोट मिलेगी द्रौपदी मुर्मू मैडम की। कल भुवनेश्वर से मेरा साथ वीडियो कॉलिंग में बात किया द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ने, बहुत अच्छा वोट बंगाल से भी मिलेगी।
Draupadi Murmu, who may become the first tribal face to be president if elected, has dialed opposition leaders including the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha for support. The elections for India's top job are going to be held on 18 July and the counting will be held 3 days later. Rashtrapati Bhavan will have a new occupant on July 24th. With Mausami Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
And time for some good news. Newlyweds actor Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor are expecting their first child. The mommy-to-be took to social media to confirm this news. And how she revealed it all on social media's profile. Here's everything that you need to know. Wishing our best to the couple.
It's raining good news for Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor this year. First, they tied the knot in April. Then they released the trailer of their much-anticipated movie Brahmastra.
कौन हो तुम?
क्या हो तुम? And now comes the most awaited news. The newlyweds are expecting their first child. Yes, Alia Bhatt took to social media to share the good news along with this picture where she can be seen with husband Ranbir sitting by her side as they look at the image of their little one through sonography. Alia captioned the post as, "Our baby coming soon," with a red heart and the infinity sign. The second image in the post features a lion family with their cub, depicting that Alia and Ranbir are going to be 3 soon. Soon after the couple announced their pregnancy, family and friends quickly took turns to congratulate the parents-to-be. Karan Johar was among the first ones to express his excitement as his baby Alia is soon going to be a mother. Ranbir's sister, Ridhima, also dropped hearts and kisses on Alia's post. Alia's mother, Soni Razdan, shared Alia's post to express her happiness with the caption, "Our cup runneth over." The couple has been making headlines ever since they started dating each other. From confessing her love for Ranbir on Coffee with Karan.
Who would you kill, marry or hook up with? Ranbir Kapoor, Ranveer Singh?
Marry Ranbir.
To engaging in full PDA on stage during the poster launch of Brahmastra in Delhi, the couple had painted the town red with their romance.
What is R?
What is R? What are you asking me?
I said, what is R? Why do these people keep asking R? जवाब दो.
क्या जवाब दूं?
वो भी सही है, जो भी ट्रूथ है.
ट्रूथ ये है कि R मेरे लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा नंबर 8 है.
Alia and Ranbir tied the knot on April 14th, and it was a dreamy affair with only close friends and family in attendance. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
A group of youngsters have taken up a humongous task of raising 18 crore rupees, that by cycling from Kutyadi to Thiruvananthapuram for Muhammad Ivan, who is suffering from a life-threatening disease. Here's our good news today from Kerala, an inspiring story of youngsters standing up for another.
These 5 youngsters are cycling for a noble cause. They are collecting funds for a toddler in Kerala's Kozhikode. For Muhammad Ivan, who is suffering from a life-threatening spinal muscular atrophy. Treatment that costs around 18 crore rupees is needed to save the life of the child from the genetic disorder. And time is running out. The money has to be collected within 2 months if the boy is to be saved. These youth from Kutyadi have embarked on their cycles to state capital Thiruvananthapuram, a distance of roughly 450 kilometers to raise money for Ivan.
We've only achieved 10 to 20% of the goal, and we're left with limited time. With the hope, we all can do it.
The efforts of these cyclists have inspired locals to raise funds in different ways.
The people around this town has gathered from the hearing of the advice from the doctors to collect 18 crore rupees from people around Kerala and above. especially from Gulf countries also.
It's a big challenge that these youth have taken up on themselves as the money required is huge. But they're not giving up hope. After all, a life is there to save. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a wrap on this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Take care.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome, you're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. The day couldn't get any better. Newlyweds Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor are expecting their first child. The mommy-to-be took to social media to confirm the news. Here's everything you need to know.
It's raining good news for Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor this year. First, they tied the knot in April. Then they released the trailer of their much-anticipated movie Brahmastra. कौन हो तुम? क्या हो तुम? And now comes the most awaited news. The newlyweds are expecting their first child. Yes, Alia Bhatt took to social media to share the good news along with this picture where she can be seen with husband Ranbir sitting by her side as they look at the image of their little one through sonography. Alia captioned the post as, "Our baby coming soon," with a red heart and the infinity sign. The second image in the post features a lion family with their cub, depicting that Alia and Ranbir are going to be 3 soon. Soon after the couple announced their pregnancy, family and friends quickly took turns to congratulate the parents-to-be. Karan Johar was among the first ones to express his excitement as his baby Alia is soon going to be a mother. Ranbir's sister, Ridhima, also dropped hearts and kisses on Alia's post. Alia's mother, Soni Razdan, shared Alia's post to express her happiness with the caption, "Our cup runneth over." The couple has been making headlines ever since they started dating each other. From confessing her love for Ranbir on Coffee with Karan.
Who would you kill, marry or hook up with? Ranbir Kapoor, Ranveer Singh?
Marry Ranbir.
To engaging in full PDA on stage during the poster launch of Brahmastra in Delhi, the couple had painted the town red with their romance.
What is R?
What is R? What are you asking me?
I said, what is R? Why do these people keep asking R? जवाब दो।
क्या जवाब दूँ?
जो भी सही है, जो भी ट्रूथ है।
ट्रूथ ये है कि R मेरे लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा नंबर 8 है।
Alia and Ranbir tied the knot on April 14th, and it was a dreamy affair with only close friends and family in attendance. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Like Alia Bhatt said in one of her interviews with us, 2022 is her year. And it all started with Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt tying the knot. The couple got married at the Vastu residence in Mumbai, and before making their first public appearance as husband and wife, Alia shared these dreamy photos of a big day on social media. This and much more, here are all the highlights of their wedding extravaganza.
They say matches are made in heaven. But all that their fans know is that this perfect jodi surely is an outcome of manifestation. Yes, after confessing mutual admiration for one another on several occasions, Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt made their relationship official in 2018. Cut to 2022, they are now man and wife. Happily posing for the cameras as Mr. and Mrs. and how. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor exchanged vows on the occasion of Baisakhi in a super simple and intimate ceremony at their Pali Hill residence Vastu in Mumbai. Post their wedding, Alia took to social media to share these dreamy photos that she and Ranbir got clicked on the terrace. Alia's heartwarming post read, and we quote, "Today, surrounded by our family and friends, at home in our favorite spot, the balcony we've spent the last 5 years of our relationship, we got married. With so much already behind us, we can't wait to build more memories together, memories that are full of love, laughter, comfortable silences, movie nights, silly fights, wine delights, and Chinese bites. Thank you for all the love and light during this very momentous time in our lives. It has made this moment all the more special. Love, Ranbir and Alia." Neetu Kapoor shared this heartwarming photo after the wedding and wrote, "This is dedicated to Kapoor Saab. Your wish has been fulfilled." Pictures from inside the wedding venue also went viral on social media. In one of the photos, Ranbir and Alia can be seen cutting a pretty 3-tier cake, while in the other one, they can be seen raising a toast to each other. Several videos from inside the ceremony also went viral. India Today got hold of one of them, in which the groom squad can be seen lifting Ranbir during the Varmala ceremony. However, soon after, he gets down and is seen kneeling in front of Alia. Wishes started pouring in for the couple soon after Alia posted these moments from her big day. Karan Johar was the first to congratulate the couple. It was followed by celebrities including Neetu Kapoor, who wrote "My World" along with the photos. Kareena Kapoor, on the other hand, welcomed Alia to the Kapoor clan. According to India Today sources, 4 pundits were present to perform fairas, and a huge photo of late actor Rishi Kapoor was placed near the mandap. For the big day, Ranbir's mother Neetu Kapoor and sister Ridhima wore Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla. Kareena Kapoor Khan, who was accompanied by Saif Ali Khan, wore a Manish Malhotra sari. Their kids, Taimur and Jay Ali Khan, also made it to their Mamu Ranbir's wedding. Snapped while arriving was also Shweta Bachchan, who was spotted with daughter Navya Naveli. Guests were welcomed personally by Neetu Kapoor and Soni Razdan, and everyone got refreshments as soon as they entered. Chefs from Delhi were invited for food preparation. Apart from the Indian delicacies, there was also fusion food. Considering Ranbir and Alia's taste buds, there was separate sushi station and a vegan burger counter. After they said their vows and greeted the media, the duo went and danced their hearts out at their post-wedding party. Twinning in red, Alia and Ranbir took over the dance floor. Before the wedding, the couple had their haldi function, which started at around 9 a.m. This was followed by a chura ceremony. The wedding festivities of Ranbir and Alia kicked off on April 13, the same day when Neetu Kapoor and Rishi Kapoor got engaged in 1980. A Ganesh Puja was performed at Vastu residence to begin the extravaganza, and it was followed by Mehndi and Sangeet ceremony. India Today got hold of these exclusive dance practice visuals where mother Neetu Kapoor and Karisma Kapoor were seen matching steps with famous choreographer Rajendra Singh, also known as Master Ji. Several photos from Mehndi also went viral, and in one of them, Neetu was seen flaunting her design that had her husband and late actor Rishi Kapoor's name written on it. Ranbir and Alia's wedding may be a low-key affair, but they gave their fans moments that they will cherish forever. In New Delhi, this is Dipali Patel for India Today.
Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor's love story isn't a regular guy meets the girl romance. In fact, theirs is something you'll find in fairy tales, a relationship that was always meant to be. They say matches are made in heaven. And well, that is absolutely true in Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor's case. Their love isn't a regular guy meets the girl romance. In fact, theirs is something you'll find in fairy tales. A relationship that was always meant to be. The it couple is now ridiculously in love with each other. But what's also making headlines is their relationship timeline. Yes, before something actually started brewing between the two, Alia crossed paths with Ranbir Kapoor. Their first meeting was back in 2005. He was working as an assistant director to Sanjay Leela Bhansali for his film Black, while she, at the age of 11, visited the sets for an audition.
Name 3 men you'd love to have contest for you.
Ranbir?
It was in 2014, Alia Bhatt appeared on Coffee with Karan and confessed her love for Ranbir.
Mind doing a steamy scene with?
Ranbir Kapoor.
Ranbir Kapoor. Who would you kill, marry or hook up with?
Marry Ranbir.
What's more, even Ranbir was turning heads in the same year when he showed up for the promotions of Alia Bhatt's Imtiaz Ali directorial Highway. As far as who actually played Cupid for the couple is concerned, it was filmmaker Ayan Mukherjee. He roped in both Alia and Ranbir as the lead pair for his film Brahmastra in 2017 and also publicly called Alia Ranbir's girlfriend in one of the promotional videos.
Tell your girlfriend you have to stop recording. She's always recording something.
So yes, Alia and Ranbir ever since have been inseparable, and how? They made their first public appearance together in 2018 at Sonam Kapoor's reception, and this was followed by many more on several occasions, including family weddings and cozy lunch or dinner parties. From sharing posts of Ranbir on social media every now and then, to going out on vacations together, supporting each other at both personal as well as professional levels, to often taking routine inspections at the construction site of their new abode with Neetu Kapoor. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor have given major couple goals, leaving fans asking for more. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Multiple luxury cars and plush apartments in Mumbai, hands full of projects and several endorsements in their kitty. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor are surely hitting headlines as power couple. So will their combined brand value too top the charts like other A-listers in the film industry? Let's find out in this special report.
It is not every day that two A-listers from the film industry fall in love with each other. In the last couple of years, this rare occurrence, however, has happened more than once, bringing to the core a class of power couples who have their combined brand value topping the charts. One has seen Anushka Sharma, Virat Kohli, Deepika Padukone, Ranveer Singh, Priyanka Chopra, Nick Jonas, and Katrina Kaif, Vicky Kaushal amongst them, but the latest entrant to this exclusive club is none other than Alia and Ranbir. Both have equally good stature. One belongs to the Bhatt family, the other one has his name associated to the Kapoor Khandan. They are both highly paid artists.
ठान लिया गंगू ने हमारे बच्चों को इनको शिक्षा का हक दिलाकर ही रहूंगी और समाज में इंसान की तरह जीने का हक मैं लेकर ही रहूंगी.
And while she's riding high on successes like Gangubai Kathiawadi, Razi and Gully Boy, he charmed his way through his fans' hearts before Sanju came as a turning point in his career.
पूरा country terrorist बोलेगा. वो तो अब भी बोल रहे हैं. I'm not a terrorist.
From making their debut in Bollywood with Student of the Year in 2012 and Savarya in 2007, Alia and Ranbir both have respectively come a long way. And now, they are even one of the few actors in Hindi cinema with their hands full of projects. According to reports, Ranbir Kapoor has spiked his fee to 60 to 70 crore rupees for Sandeep Reddy Vanga's film Animal. That's not all. He even owns multiple luxurious cars besides an apartment in Mumbai's Bandra that is worth over 30 crore rupees. Alia Bhatt, on the other hand, charges a whopping 15 crore rupees per film. She also turned into a producer before she completed a decade in the film industry as an actor and is also an entrepreneur. Apart from luxurious cars, Alia, who has a British passport, owns a house in London which is worth more than 16 crore rupees. She also has an apartment each in Bandra and Juhu. The couple together earns nearly 85 crore rupees per film. Interestingly, even before Alia officially started addressing Ranbir as her boyfriend publicly, an e-commerce brand hit the nail and roped them in for a national campaign where the duo played the role of a couple. While this ad certainly is enough to remind fans of how Anushka Virat and Deepika Ranveer appeared in TV commercials before they got hitched, what's grabbing eyeballs here is Alia and Ranbir's future collaborations, as they've already been flooded with offers, and of course their combined net worth, which is nearly $95 million, that is over 700 crore rupees. Yes, as per Duff & Phelps' annual celebrity brand valuation report, Alia Bhatt's brand value is approximately $68.1 million and Ranbir Kapoor's brand value is close to $26.7 million. So definitely goes without saying, they are a team set to build an empire that will be difficult to emulate. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India.
Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor are expecting their first child, not sure how it will impact their respective careers. But both the actors have had a wonderful cinematic journey so far. And although their roots belong to the families with filmy background, most of the credit for their achievement in the world of cinema goes to their own blood and sweat that they put in. Alia, in her career spanning 10 decades, has made a smart choice. Here's a look at her cinematic journey as she gears up to begin another new chapter with Ranbir as a parent.
क्या?
हॉट लगी है।
मैं पैदा ही हॉट हुई थी।
S.S. Rajamouli's RRR, Sanjay Leela Bansali's Gangubai Kathiawadi, and Ayan Mukherjee's much-awaited Brahmastra. 3 big-budget films under Alia Bhatt's name certainly makes her one of the biggest superstars of this generation. But before we talk about these films, let's take a look at how the actress managed to reach so far in her career. Sweet, simple, yet classy. Yes, that's how Alia Bhatt strutted her way into her fans' hearts at the age of 19 when she made her debut along with Varun Dhawan and Siddharth Malhotra in 2012 in Karan Johar's Student of the Year. This film gave her a platform to showcase her talent for the first time, and boy, was she brilliant. With confidence reflecting stronger than ever in her eyes, Alia looked every bit charming in the film. She hit the right chord with the audiences as she stepped into the film industry as a lead heroine. But all this, however, didn't come easy despite the fact she's from the Bhatt family. Apparently, Karan Johar had auditioned more than 400 girls before zeroing in on Alia for Student of the Year.
What are you doing? मेरी photos मत खींचो. I hate being photographed.
क्यों?
क्योंकि खराब लगती हूँ मैं photos.
She even lost those extra kilos within 3 months for the role. And finally, her dedication and hard work paid off, and how. After tasting success with Student of the Year, the actress never looked back. Her next film, Highway, opposite Randeep Hooda, showcased her sensible choice of films.
ऐसा कोई घंटा पैसा देगा? Serious.
तेरी शक्ल देख के कोई घंटा सीरियस हो सकता है.
This highly acclaimed film, directed by Imtiaz Ali, helped her in breaking a stereotypical glam doll image of hers. In fact, it was with Highway that